Chapter 1239, Cross-Server Chat. September 28, Friday. Pei Qian came to the special training base of the suffering journey again, wanting to see how the leaders were doing. In the huge hall, the leaders were doing daily rock climbing training. Pei Qian stood in the corner and observed silently, and found that the climbing speed of these people seemed to have improved significantly compared to the last time he came. Boss Pei. Bao Su was originally supervising these people climbing, and when he saw Boss Pei coming, he hurried over to say hello. Pei Qian nodded. Well, how is the training? Have you encountered any problems? Bao Su smiled slightly. Don't worry, Boss Pei, everything is going well. These people's progress is visible to the naked eye. However, Guoliqing lost a little muscle during the training period, and he was very distressed. The training programs at the special training base are still very different from those at the gym. Guoliqing trains in the gym, mainly doing strength training, to make his muscles bigger and more beautiful. At the special training base, he had very little time to do strength training, and there were some changes in his diet, so his overall body shape became a little thinner, which made him feel distressed as he valued muscles so much. Pei Qian smiled. It doesn't matter. After we release him, he will slowly get back to normal. But happy times are always too short. The special training is about to end, and half of this good time has passed. Pei Qian felt a little melancholy. The special training started at the beginning of the month, and it was only planned for 2 months. Now a month has passed. Although these leaders have been tortured by Bao Su, they are finally getting through the hard times. Bao Su nodded. Indeed. But don't worry, Mr. Pei, this is just special training, and the next month is the highlight. Pei Qian sighed, but there is only 1 month left. Bao Su also sighed. Who isn't? After he finished, he may have realized that being so straightforward would be a bit inappropriate, and hurriedly added, but I think 2 months of training is enough. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. It seems that Bao Su still has a conscience. But think about it, although Bao Su went on so many trips, each trip was only a month at most. After tormenting this group of people for 2 months, he was almost done with his anger. It's time to torment a new group of people next time. Pei Qian thought for a while and asked, where are you going to take this group of people next month? Bao Su was well prepared and said, considering that this is also their first time to suffer, we won't choose places that are too far away. Let's go to Shenangjia first. Don't worry, Mr. Pei. My current arrangement is this. This time, the first half of the time is to do a simple wilderness survival, and the second half is to visit very safe popular scenic spots. Sa Ziren has already carefully inspected the wilderness survival site, and the safety measures will be in place. This time, the main focus is on experience, and they will not be asked to do things that are too difficult or too dangerous. Pei Qian nodded. Well, the premise of a suffering trip must be safety, otherwise it is not a suffering trip, but a death trip. I am still very confident in your work. If there are any problems, please give me feedback in time. By the way, when all these people return to Jingzhou at the end of next month, you can summarize the experience and lessons of the first special training class, and I will discuss with you about setting up an outdoor special training base. Pei Qian had briefly mentioned this idea to Bao Su before. Considering that everyone in the special training camp has different physical conditions and different levels of mastery of wilderness survival skills, if they want to undergo more difficult training, some people will definitely fall behind. Therefore, Pei Qian's idea is to find a suitable place near Jingzhou or Handong province to transform it into an outdoor special training base. At present, although there are many training programs in this special training base, it is only indoors after all, and there is no atmosphere. After the new outdoor base is built, the members can be divided into 2 groups. First, they will exercise and learn skills together in this indoor special training base. After 1 month, those who meet the conditions and have an adventurous spirit will be sent to various parts of the world based on the training and adaptation situation, while those with poor physical conditions and survival ability will be placed in Tenda's own outdoor special training base for another month. In short, everyone has to train for 2 months, and no one can run away. It's just that the current level of suffering is enough, and there is no need to consider the issue of escalating suffering. Pei Qian was very satisfied with the situation of the suffering trip. After giving Bao Su a few more words, he left happily. After lunch, Pei Qian came to the office. Not long after, there was a knock on the door outside. It was Meng Chong. This is the last Friday of this month, and it's time to pay commissions again. Pei Qian opened the laptop and took a look. Sure enough, there was only basic salary again. Meng Chong reached out to take the notebook, took a look and handed it back. The two looked at each other in silence. When Pei Qian first discovered that there were serious problems with Meng Chang's promotional plan for eternal reincarnation, he was very angry and said several harsh words to Meng Chong, but now, eternal reincarnation is still popular. Meng Chong didn't get the commission, and Pei Qian had already calmed down. His only hope is that Meng Chong can learn from his mistakes and think about what good things he has done. Don't make any more trouble in the promotion next month. Thinking of this, Pei Qian observed Meng Chang's expression. Meng Chang's expression was normal, unlike before, when he was either hysterical or desperate. Do you know where you are wrong? Pei Qian asked. Meng Chong nodded and answered very confidently, I know. Well, it's good to know. Pei Qian was quite satisfied with Meng Chang's attitude, and emphasized, not getting a commission this time is also a lesson for you. Don't do such a thing in the future. Pei Qian felt that he had understood enough. Although this was a bit vulgar, the words were not rough, and it was easy for Meng Chong to understand. You suppressed the popularity until next month, and you got the commission. But when the popularity exploded, you asked me to clean up your mess, which made me make money. Isn't this just focusing on the head but not the butt? Something is wrong. It seems like I have become the butt. Forget it, this is not a key issue. It's enough to convey the meaning. Meng Chong nodded again. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I have completely figured out this principle and will not make the same mistake again. Take care of the head but not the buttocks. Although Mr. Pei's words are a bit vulgar, they are quite down-to-earth and appropriate. Just thinking about forcing Pei's publicity method, but ignoring the game experience of players, isn't it just taking care of the head but not the buttocks? In the future, when making publicity plans, we must plan more comprehensively and not make them so rigid. The two of them stared at each other, feeling that each other was smart and that this communication was effective. Pei Qian thought about it and moved on to the next topic. How is Mr. Tian's matter going? Meng Chong was a little ashamed. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Pei, there is no progress yet. It's mainly because I have been reflecting on the previous plan, which involves a lot of energy. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Well, it's not urgent. I just remind you to remember to check if there is such a thing. Meng Chong was so miserable this month that he didn't even get his commission. He must not be in the mood to investigate Mr. Tian's identity. This is completely understandable. At present, although Mr. Tian is a certain threat, he has only posted a video after all, so he can't be called a serious concern. It's not too late to take it slow. Meng Chong was a little touched. Mr. Pei was really worried about me, fearing that I would be devastated by the failure of last month's plan. He also reminded me to remember to dig deep into the connotation of Mr. Tian's role and continue to carry forward the Pei's propaganda method. Well, this is a hint to me that although I have encountered some setbacks in the process of learning, I should not be discouraged. The process is tortuous, but the future is still bright. The two people reached a consensus again. Okay, then the next step is the work arrangement for next month. Pei Qian looked through the computer. Well, there is actually no particularly suitable project for you to promote next month. Otherwise, would you consider suffering travel? Although Pei Qian really wants to make suffering travel a part of Tengda's employee benefits, this is obviously not feasible. In the system, it is defined as one of Tengda's industries. It's still the same reason. The system's definition of employee benefits and profitable industries is very clear. Employee benefits, investment is severely limited, but there may be no profit possibility, pure spending, while profitable industries, investment has only a few restrictions, may suffer a big loss, but there must be profit points and the possibility of profit. If it is simply an employee benefit, there is too much room for development. What's more, Suffering Travel is a company established by Bao Su with the Dream Fund. From any angle, it is a serious travel company. You can promote it or not. But according to Pei Qian's experience, even if there is no publicity, with the reputation of traveler Bao Su, the Suffering Travel will sooner or later enter the public's field of vision. Since this outcome is inevitable, it is better to let Meng Chang do a plan to promote it. If the reverse promotion is successful, a large amount of publicity funds can be spent. Of course, it depends on whether Meng Chang is willing to accept this job. After all, considering the influence of the traveler Bao Su, it is very difficult to achieve the reverse promotion of this project. However, Meng Chang did not seem to have any entanglement and nodded immediately. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will take it. Of course, he is very clear about the difficulty of this project, but if he wants to thoroughly master the Pei's publicity method, he must not have any fear of difficulty. The more difficult the reverse promotion is, the more you will gain after success. Seeing that Meng Chang is still full of energy and does not seem to be affected too much by what happened this month, Pei Qian is very satisfied. Okay, this matter is settled, go back and prepare well. I will say hello to Bao Su later and ask him to cooperate with you. If you need anything, you can go directly to him or come to me. Chapter 1240, the event is online. After seeing Meng Chang off, Pei Qian looked at the time. Today's work is almost over. Tomorrow, Saturday, I have to come again, because of the special arrangement of this year's National Day holiday. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival is on September 30th, which is the Sunday the day after tomorrow, which happens to coincide with the National Day. So this year's holiday arrangement is a very rare 8-day holiday. Tomorrow, Saturday, I have to go to work normally, and then from Sunday, September 30th, to Sunday, October 7th. I will have to wait until October 8th to officially go to work. Originally, Pei Qian planned not to come tomorrow and give himself a 9-day-long holiday to rest and relax, but he had to come because according to the original plan, the Fantasy of the Gods, together at the peak event in cooperation with IOI will officially start tomorrow. The time is also quite coincidental, just in time for the long holiday of Golden Week. In fact, Pei Qian originally thought that there was no need to rush this matter, and suggested that if there was not enough time to prepare, it could be postponed until after the holiday. But IOI disagreed. They obviously felt that the long Golden Week holiday could produce a better chemical reaction with the event and that they could use this opportunity to gain higher popularity, and they did not want to give up so easily. So Pei Qian had no choice but to cooperate with them and let his employees work harder to get the event online tomorrow. September 29th, Saturday, the last working day before the holiday. This time, Pei Qian did not go to his office, but came to this floor of Tenda Games, ready to find Min Jingchao to learn about the preparations for the Fantasy of Gods, together at the peak event to prevent accidents in advance. Although Pei Qian felt that the risk of this event was very low, and it was unlikely that there would be any accidents, it was always necessary to observe more. After all, the employees were about to go on vacation, and even if something really happened during the long vacation, it would be too late to modify it. As soon as I walked to the office area of the game department, I saw Yu Fei first. At this time, the former online novel author and current acting chief designer of Tenda Games was looking at the design draft on the computer screen with a complicated expression, and studying the relevant knowledge seriously. Obviously, the previous split of eternal reincarnation still had a certain impact on him. Although President Pei had repeatedly emphasized that this was not a big mistake, and that it was a blessing in disguise in terms of the result, Yufei obviously still couldn't let it go completely. He feels that his position is very important. If he fails to do well, it will affect others and even make his colleagues' efforts go to waste. Therefore, he has been working hard to catch up on relevant knowledge recently. However, it can be seen from his expression that things are not going well. Game design is, after all, a highly specialized industry. People like Huang Sibo and Min Jingqiao basically first had work experience as grassroots executive planners before being promoted to chief planners. Although they were promoted a little too quickly, they were already industry insiders before, so it was not too outrageous. Yufei can only be considered a game enthusiast at best. He was forced to be placed in the position of chief designer. Some simple problems were fine, but it would be difficult to handle a slightly more complicated situation. The only good news for him was that if he persisted for a while, Hu Xianbin would be back soon. Pei Qian was very satisfied with Yufei's current situation. This was obviously the scene he was looking forward to seeing. You said that the Tenda game department had changed so many chief planners. Is it useful? It's just a change of soup, but not medicine. No matter how the chief planners were changed, no matter whether they were men or women, no matter where they were promoted from, the game became popular in the end. Who can he complain to? President Pei also had his reasons. What kind of people are these that you asked me to lead? Huang Sibo, Bao Su, Lu Mingliang, Li Yada, Hu Xianbin. Each of them is a brain-filled freak, all of them are versatile treasure employees. They didn't show off their talents before, and they looked like just an ordinary executive planner. Is he worthy of this ordinary position? No, he is too capable, you know. Any chief planner can make a good game that will go down in history. Why do you think they are all in the Tenda game department? But now it's good. After Yufei was replaced, the script is finally normal. But Pei Qian also has some worries. The main reason is that Hu Xianbin will be back in a month, and then he will lose Yufei, a talent. Let him go back to write novels? That won't work. He makes money for the Chinese terminal website over there, and Hu Xianbin makes money for Tenda Games here. It is a heavy loss for President Pei. In fact, according to the speed of the replacement of the chief planners of the Tenda game department before, Hu Xianbin should have left with the Dream Fund long ago. But something went wrong in the last vote, and he and Bao Su inexplicably swapped positions. Pei Qian thought about it and thought that he would have to wait for another half a year for the next vote, and even if he voted, he might not be able to vote for Hu Xianbin. He could only make manual corrections. If we find a reason to send Hu Xianbin away, won't Yufei stay? Of course, Pei Qian could guess that Yufei would definitely refuse. But this was also easy to solve. Pei Qian just had to tell him that the selection of the chief designer was a matter of great importance and that he had to take a long-term view and use the strategy of delaying. That would be enough. Let Yufei take over first. Don't ask where the new chief planner is. If you ask, just say they are still being selected. You can hold on for another month, and someone will come to replace you soon. Yeah, this plan is good. Pei Qian was satisfied and walked past Yufei, who was frowning and thinking hard about the design draft, and went to find Min Jingqiao. Yufei didn't know that his fate was already determined. He was still looking forward to Hu Xianbin coming back after the holiday, and he could return to the author inspiration class of the Chinese website to happily write the new book he had been thinking about for a long time. Seeing President Pei coming, Min Jingqiao hurriedly stood up. How are the preparations for the event with IOI going? Pei Qian asked. Min Jingqiao answered truthfully, everything is almost ready. The relevant functions have been completed, and the reward content of the event has been finalized. The announcement will be posted on the official website in a while. In fact, When Min Jingqiao first learned about the specific content of this event, he was also very unhappy. Many contents may not be felt verbally, but once they are put on paper and all the items are sorted out, it will be very obvious. It can be clearly seen from the terms of cooperation between the two parties that Tenda has a long list of terms, and each clause is very clearly defined and difficult to be vague. On the other hand, the terms on the Dayak Group and Longyu Group side are only 3 or 4 simple clauses, and they are all written vaguely. It is even more obvious from the number of pages. The relevant requirements and restrictions on Tenda's side are 4 or 5 pages, while the other party's side is only 1 page. In this kind of contract, the more vague the content is, the more room there is for interpretation. Even if a lawsuit is really filed, there will be a lot of room for maneuver. Min Jingqiao had a very bad first impression of this contract, and even felt a little baffling. GOG is now developing very well. It can just organize activities to expand its user base. Does it need to get involved with IOI? It is normal for the two games to never interact with each other, right? But after hearing that this was President Pei's request, Min Jingqiao calmed down and thought about it, and felt that President Pei must have other intentions. So he did it without any objection. Pei Qian was very satisfied with Min Jingqiao's attitude, and briefly reviewed the announcement of this event, and did not find any major problems. After all, this unequal treaty was signed by President Pei himself, and the main purpose was to give IOI a transfusion. What big problem could there be? Okay, then let's issue a notice. By the way, during the holiday, you should also keep an eye on the progress of this activity. If anything happens, report to me immediately. I will give you triple the salary for working overtime during the holiday. This job is not big, and it will not affect profits. It helps to find problems in the first place, and it can also pay more wages. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Min Jingqiao nodded. No problem, Mr. Pei, this is my job. After Mr. Pei left, Min Jingqiao arranged for his subordinates to issue an announcement, and communicated with Zhao Xuming from Longyu Group, preparing to officially update the client tonight and start the event. After all these things were arranged, Min Jingqiao took a look at the players' response to this announcement. Sure enough, GOG players also felt quite puzzled. Ah? Am I seeing right? In my lifetime, GOG and IOI, 2 sworn enemies, are actually doing a joint event? Shocked. And they are encouraging us to play IOI? This event must be arranged by a ghost in the company? Hehe, IOI is already on the decline, do we need to do a joint event with them? With this money, it is better to cooperate with other types of game manufacturers. No. I am a loyal GOG, how can I be a traitor? Want me to play IOI? No way. But the rewards are too generous, and there are skins for free. Ah? Really? Where? Really giving away skins? I'm going to download the IOI client now, although some players do not understand or even express dissatisfaction with the collaboration between GOG and IOI. Once they heard about the generous rewards, they immediately said it's great and downloaded the IOI client. On the other hand, the style of IOI players is quite different. There is a joint event with GOG? But this is all they give? That's too perfunctory. Obviously the authorities have no intention of letting us play GOG. What's the point of this event? It's very meaningful. GOG players come to play IOI, so the number of players must have increased. We have few players in the national server, and we have to queue for more than 3 minutes to match. Now the matching queue is faster, and we meet more novices, so the game experience must be improved. In the long run, it is obviously beneficial to IOI. But I'm a little confused. The two games are said to be cooperating, but from the rewards, it seems that they are trying their best to attract GOG players to our side. Logically, the rewards given by both sides should be similar, right? I envy GOG players. They can earn skins by playing IOI. But we don't have to go there to get rewards. Obviously, IOI players are in a happy confusion. According to the rules of the event, GOG players are definitely encouraged to play on IOI, which will inevitably improve the game experience of IOI players. Because the more players there are, the more lively it will be. At the same time, GOG gives rewards, and IOI also gives rewards. The difference is that GOG must play a certain amount of time and number of games on IOI to get rewards. The players of IOI are different. Their rewards are divided into two types. The first type is the reward for playing on GOG, which is very perfunctory. The second type is the reward that can be obtained without doing anything, and the degree of generosity is similar to that of GOG. This is obviously a trick of Dayak Group and Longyu Group. The second reward is not included in the content of the event, but it is opened at the same time as the event, just to bind IOI players through rewards, so that they don't envy the rewards obtained by GOG players in the event. The first reward is simply to fulfill the contract. In other words, this event has the following rewards. For GOG players, when playing IOI, first of all, they can get a novice reward on IOI, which is a means for IOI to retain these new players. Secondly, when they return to GOG, they can receive a reward, which is to induce players to play IOI. For IOI players, playing on GOG, whether on GOG or IOI, the rewards are very average and not very attractive, but in addition to the event, IOI players can also get a reward for other activities, which is not related to this joint event, but the reward is very generous. It is obviously a consolidation measure to prevent personnel loss. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1241, Current Status of Rabbit Tail Live. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from the game. Min Jingqiao watched for a while to make sure that there were no major problems and bugs in this activity, and also looked at the general feedback from the players. When all this is done, it is almost time to get off work and go home to enjoy the holiday. Before leaving, Min Jingqiao looked at the data on GOG again. Sure enough, the number of online users and other data has declined to a certain extent. This is expected. After all, the purpose of this activity is to do everything possible to attract players to IOI. The activity rewards are so good, it would be strange if players don't go. Considering the problem of computer performance, most players will definitely not choose to open two games at the same time and play IOI, so GOG will naturally go offline. Min Jingqiao knows that this is a very normal thing, but he is still a little worried. After all, as a game designer, he is already accustomed to checking the current status of the game through data, and even often relies more on the performance of data than the feedback of players. After all, the opinions of players can often only represent individuals, while data can represent a group of people. Although data may lie and be very one-sided, for designers, data is a necessary factor to understand the game situation. Now that the data has declined, Min Jingqiao still feels worried even though he knows that this is the inevitable result of the event. His mood is quite contradictory. Since he already knows that this is an event decided by President Pei, of course he hopes that it will be as popular as possible, but seeing that the higher the popularity, the fewer online players on GOG, he will instinctively worry. Forget it, let's not think about this matter for now. Looking at President Pei's confidence, this event should have a backup plan, so don't worry too much. Let's enjoy the holiday first, and ask President Pei for instructions if you find any problems. Min Jingqiao struggled for a while, but still chose not to look at the data, turned off the computer and went off work. October 2nd, Tuesday. Pei Qian slept until he woke up naturally again, lying on the bed and playing with his mobile phone very comfortably. This mentality is also quite strange. Although he doesn't go to the company very often and sleeps as long as he wants, no matter how he sleeps, it is not as sound as sleeping during this long vacation. Maybe it's because during the weekdays, the image of employees working hard always appears in my mind, so I can never rest peacefully. It's like a primary school student pretending to be sick and not going to class. Although he is staying at home, he still feels very nervous when he thinks about other children studying in class. Only during holidays, when there is no burden, can you get a comprehensive mental relaxation. From yesterday's briefing, the number of online people seems to be showing a trend of gradual decline, which is a good thing. It seems that this activity has played a good effect. I don't know what the data will be like today, I will know in a while. Before the holiday, Pei Qian once told Min Jingqiao to pay a little attention to the situation of the fantasy of the gods activity and calculate triple salary based on holiday overtime. Min Jingqiao is also very responsible. Every morning when he wakes up, he sorts out the data of the whole day yesterday, makes a briefing of a few lines, and sends it to Pei Qian. 30th, 1st, 2nd, before I know it, this activity has been over for more than 2 days. Judging from the data of the first 2 days, although the number of online people on GOG has fluctuated, it is still declining overall. Now is the National Day holiday, there should be more people playing games. So the result is very clear, this part of the players must have been diverted to IOI by the activity. Pei Qian couldn't see the data from IOI, but he thought it should be very good. Of course, Pei Qian only saw the data of the national server. The data of servers in other regions of the world still needed the help of local operators to collect and send it over. This was more troublesome and required a dedicated person in the company to connect. Now it was a holiday, so there was no need to bother. But from the data of the national server, we should be able to roughly infer the situation in other regions. Because the national server is completely hellish for IOI, with the biggest gap with GOG and the most difficult to dig players. If this activity can achieve such a good effect in the national server, then the effect should be better in other regions. Pei Qian looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Min Jingqiao sorted out the data of the national server GOG in the morning and generally sent it after 12 o'clock. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, the data was there and would not run away. I made an appointment with Ma Yang to go out for dinner today, and it was almost time to leave. 15 minutes later, Pei Qian and Ma Yang came to a relatively high-end buffet restaurant near the school to eat barbecue. As for why they chose this place, there were mainly 2 reasons. One is that we eat too much good food, and sometimes we have to eat some simple and rough barbecue. Although it is not healthy or exquisite, it can improve our sense of happiness. Just like many people eat a lot of so-called high-end restaurants, they will not reject fast food. The second is to feel a little nostalgic. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of the time when he recruited Lao Ma to be the first employee of Tenda Games. After Ghost General became a hit, he fulfilled his promise and took Lao Ma to a buffet near the school for more than 30 yuan. Now, before I knew it, I was about to graduate. With the start of the new semester, Pei Qian and Ma Yang officially entered the ranks of seniors. Once I entered senior year, the whole school felt different. On the one hand, I felt that I was already the oldest group of people in the school. I faded out of various student activities. I inexplicably felt that things had changed, and I had completely lost the freshness I had when I first entered college. On the other hand, because there were fewer courses, there was basically no roll call in class. The students who should be admitted to graduate school were admitted to graduate school, those who should take the postgraduate entrance examination were taking the postgraduate entrance examination, and those who should find a job were looking for a job. Many classmates may not see each other a few times a year, and there are basically no social activities. The premonition of parting is even stronger. In autumn, the autumn wind is bleak and the leaves are falling, and there is an even stronger feeling that time flies and will never come back. Under such circumstances, Lao Ma still insisted on going to class, and he never missed a class. Pei Qian said that he really admired him. Especially considering that Lao Ma is now a successful person and a veritable boss Ma, he still insisted on going to class, which is really admirable. Ma Yang's long face was full of smiles, and he happily stuffed various barbecues into his mouth. Pei Qian sometimes envies Ma Yang. Everything he eats tastes delicious, and he doesn't feel any significant weight loss even after eating so much. Maybe it's all because of the length of his face. Brother Qian, I remember the time when you first invited me to join Tenda. We went out to eat extravagantly, added an egg to the fried rice, added meat to the ramen, and talked about how to make the cards for Ghost General. I was still suspicious of you at the time, fearing that you would squander the 50,000 yuan given by your family. As a result, 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and Tenda has developed so well. I know I didn't misjudge you. You didn't misjudge me. Pei Qian was a little melancholy. If Ma Yang hadn't been assigned the task of writing card requirements, or if he had accepted his suggestion of changing all the generals to women during dinner, would Ruan Guangjian not have been able to draw the highly acclaimed original paintings of Ghost General? Would the situation have changed? Maybe I would have lost money and become financially free by now. Forget it, it's already like this, why think about those useless things? Besides, if you think positively, the current situation is not bad, there is food, drink and fun, life is still quite happy. Except for the frequent backstabbing, it's a bit annoying, there's nothing else. Pei Qian asked while eating meat. How is the situation at Rabbit Tail Live? Ma Yang said confidently, don't worry, Brother Qian, the situation is very good. I even feel that I am no longer needed. Does the company have any other more important projects? Or more challenging tasks? Leave it to me. Pei Qian was relieved to see that Lao Ma was still so confident and there was no change after 3 years. 3 years, so many people have not been able to plant a bee tree in Lao Ma's heart. In fact, Pei Qian has been observing the situation of Rabbit Tail Live through the reports sent by Qin Yufeng from Rabbit Tail Live. I asked Ma Yan this question simply to test whether he had this bee tree in his heart. Now the test has come out, he really doesn't have it at all. Ma Yang has been in charge of Rabbit Tail Live for several months, and the results are remarkable. The performance of Rabbit Tail Live has basically not changed, at most a small increase, as stable as an old dog. I can only say that he is worthy of being a good brother that I can trust. Originally, Rabbit Tail Live had a little sign of becoming popular, and Pei Qian took decisive measures to force Rabbit Tail Live to add learning time, which led to the loss of a large number of users later, although Qin Yufeng also organized some activities, such as the BP-proof competition, which attracted some viewers again. He eventually withdrew from the most fierce battlefields of several live broadcast platforms. As a second-tier, niche platform, he gradually stabilized. Now, the initial fierce battle between live broadcast platforms has gradually come to an end. The tragic money-burning war has entered the second half. Some platforms have gone bankrupt, some platforms have reorganized, and some platforms have even disappeared silently. There were so many live broadcast platforms fighting for their own territory, but now the situation has gradually become clear. Only YY Live and Langya Live are growing stronger, and other platforms have obviously shown a decline. The better ones can barely maintain their appearance and survive, the worse ones may disappear silently in the long river of time. After all, these platforms are burning too much money. The faster the money is burned, the easier it is for the platform to collapse. Of course, the benefits of persisting are also the greatest. As live streaming platforms are spending money, the number of users on the platforms has hit new highs, and the sky-high signing fees of anchors have shocked people again and again. Among these platforms, Rabbit Tail Live is an outlier. It does not poach anchors from other platforms, and other platforms are also too lazy to poach anchors from Rabbit Tail, maintaining a very stable ecosystem. Chapter 1242 Hu Xianbin's New Destination. The current live broadcast content on Rabbit Tail Live is mainly divided into two categories. One is the knowledge popularization content that cooperates with useful apps. These scholars both live broadcast and record videos. They don't want to go to other platforms, and other platforms have no motivation to poach them. The other is the broadcast of esports competitions, which has already formed a fixed audience group. Without anchors, there is no way to poach them. Of course, some anchors who are dissatisfied with the current situation will still be poached, but for now, these anchors are not the main content of Rabbit Tail Live, nor are they core competitiveness. Mr. Pei's attitude has always been that you can poach them as you want, I will never stop you, and the contract is not stuck at all, and you can come and go freely. Therefore, the anchors who are poached and still stay are basically those who are playing around and generating electricity with love. They have become accustomed to the environment here, and Rabbit Tail Live is not stingy and pays generously, so it has entered a relatively stable state. Although the price offered by the platforms outside to poach people seems high, there are also many additional terms. If you are cheated by accident, there is no place to complain. Therefore, many anchors decide to stay in their own little piece of land, run their business with peace of mind, and maintain a relatively free state. This is even more true for the audience. Those who cannot adapt have already left, while those who have adapted to using the focus mode or learning mode every day have already become extremely sticky to the platform, and it is not easy for other platforms to snatch them away. Of course, it is also difficult for Rabbit Tail Live to snatch the audience of other platforms. During the stage when other live broadcast platforms were crazy about burning money, they would not turn their attention to this place. Rabbit Tail Live was like an isolated island, far away from the right and wrong. Pei Qian thought that the time should be about right. The reason why he insisted on withdrawing from the money-burning war before was that he was afraid of burning money at that juncture. What if he soon defeated other platforms and burned them into giants? After all, most of the live broadcast platforms at that time were just starting out and were relatively immature. Pei Qian was afraid that he would accidentally hit too hard. Now, the two platforms of YY Live and Langya Live have stood out. They have money, anchors, and audiences. They are already two very powerful behemoths. After a period of observation, Pei Qian has also determined that Rabbit Tail Live is safe. In this way, you can safely spend money on two-way live without worrying about accidentally hurting your competitors or suddenly making a profit. Of course, you still have to think carefully about where to start so that you can spend the money without destroying this balance. Thinking of this, Pei Qian felt a little regretful that Chen Yufeng was not their Da. If Chen Yufeng were here, he should be able to help remove a wrong answer. Anyway, as long as it is the direction Chen Yufeng wants to develop, it must be wrong. But now it is a holiday after all, so it is not good to call and disturb him. However, you can also ask your good brother Ma Yang. After all, the two have worked together for so long, and Ma Yang is a person who is easily fooled. He must have heard a lot of suggestions and ideas from Chen Yufeng. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian said, "Old Ma, if there is another large amount of funds given to Rabbit Tail Live now, where do you think Chen Yufeng will use this money? Where do you plan to use this money?" Hearing this, Ma Yang temporarily stopped chewing his cheeks, took a sip of the drink and said, "Chen Yufeng will definitely use the money to dig more scholars to give lectures, and may even organize a Rabbit Tail open class or something like that. He has been talking to me about this matter, saying something like, exerting comparative advantages and making Rabbit Tail Live a real knowledge platform." Pei Qian nodded. This is indeed what Chen Yufeng will do. Now Rabbit Tail Live has only two major directions. It is difficult to come up with any new tricks in the event live broadcast, so the only thing to do is to continue to enrich the knowledge content and engage in differentiated competition. Well, this wrong answer can be eliminated since knowledge content is the strength of Rabbit Tail Live. It should give up this strength and use its weakness to challenge those large live platforms. In this way, the probability of failure will be greater. Pei Qian nodded. Sure enough, it is still the same level. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ma Yang was obviously excited. I think we should not be timid. We must fight to the death with big platforms such as YY Live and Langya Live. Otherwise, we can also spend money to poach their anchors. Pei Qian was silent for a moment. Well, your idea is right, but the specific approach needs to be discussed again. In theory, this method can burn a lot of money. After all, the contract on Rabbit Tail Live will not tie up the anchors. It is easy for other platforms to poach anchors from Rabbit Tail Live, but it is more difficult for Rabbit Tail Live to poach anchors from other platforms. Poached at a high price, and poached back easily, this back and forth is indeed a waste of money. But the key problem is that the issue of liquidated damages is not easy to deal with. Some platforms set unreasonable liquidated damages for anchors, which are basically sky-high prices. It is impossible for Rabbit Tail Live to pay this money. First, if it is an individual case, it can be discussed, but if anchors are poached and liquidated damages are paid on a large scale, the system will definitely not agree. Second, Pei Qian himself does not want to give money to these live broadcast platforms for free, because he does not have a good impression of these live broadcast platforms. With this money, wouldn't it be nice to give benefits to the audience of their own platform? Moreover, poaching big anchors may have a wide and far-reaching impact. It is too noisy and easy to bring a lot of heat, which is inconsistent with Pei Qian's direction of spending a lot of money quietly. Pei Qian took a sip of the drink and said, "It's actually meaningless to poach anchors from other platforms. In my opinion, it's better to dig anchors instead of poaching anchors. Go online to find people who have the potential to become anchors, or new anchors who are just playing around and have not signed long-term, formal contracts with other platforms, and absorb them to our platform little by little. In addition, this fund can also be used to expand publicity and develop new functions for the website. As the saying goes, eggs cannot be put in the same basket. This money can be divided into 3 parts to spend, 1 part to train anchors, 1 part for publicity, and 1 part to develop platform functions. The so-called training anchors only looks beautiful, but the actual result is definitely minimal. Because Rabbit Tail Live will not sign the kind of contract that binds people, anchors are free to come and go, and most of the anchors trained will be poached by other platforms. Training for a long time will mostly end up in vain." Ma Yang nodded and agreed. Well, Brother Qian still thinks clearly. But, you said to develop platform functions. What are the specific functions? Pei Qian said, Haha, how the hell do I know? I just said that, if I had a specific idea, wouldn't I have told you long ago? Think about it yourself. Pei Qian said, the only requirement is that it should not be related to the current academic content. He was not particularly worried that Ma Yang would come up with any particularly explosive ideas. After all, the function of the platform is to serve the anchors in the final analysis. If there are no particularly outstanding anchors, what is the point of new functions? As long as it is not related to the current academic content, there should be no big problem. Ma Yang's long face was full of confusion, and it was obvious that he had no idea at the moment. Brother Qian, I really can't think of this. How about you arrange a helper for me? I think Qin Yufeng is sometimes too stupid, and all the ideas he comes up with are bad. I need more opinions. Pei Qian was drinking juice and almost spit it out. Good guy, Lao Ma, you actually dislike Qin Yufeng? Okay, you are indeed worthy of it. But on second thought, Lao Ma's suggestion is indeed worth considering. As we all know, Lao Ma's ideas are easily influenced by others, and basically anyone can fool him. When Lao Ma was in charge of Tuwei Live, he almost made some wrong decisions that would make the platform profitable because of Qin Yufeng's deception. It is ultimately very unsafe to have only one voice in Lao Ma's ears. Moreover, Pei Qian just happened to have someone who needed to be exiled. Thinking of this, he had an idea. What you said makes sense. I will transfer another person to help you. What do you think of Hu Xianben from the game department? When Ma Yang heard this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Really? That's great. Although Hu Xianben's wisdom is not even 1/10,000th of yours, Brother Qian, he is also a promising talent among the leaders. But, isn't he the chief designer of the game department? Transferring him to the live broadcast side is considered a demotion, isn't it inappropriate? Pei Qian waved his hand. Hey, what promotion and demotion, we at Tenda don't care about this, it's just a different position. Every employee should be mentally prepared to be transferred to other positions at any time. Moreover, his various benefits will be improved compared to before. He is only here to help for a period of time. How to arrange his future work can be considered a long-term plan. It doesn't mean that he will be locked in with Rabbit Tail live forever. In fact, Pei Qian was a little worried. Hu Xianben was the chief designer of the Tenda department after all, and his ability was relatively outstanding among the responsible persons. Would he make Tuwei Live popular if he came to Tuwei Live? But there was still a month before Hu Xianben was about to return to the mountains. In order to allow Yu Fei to continue to stay in the position of chief designer, Hu Xianben had to find a home as soon as possible. After thinking about it, it was equally risky to go to other places, and there was no good position, so he had to be arranged to Tuwei Live. On the one hand, Tuwei Live is now managed by 3 people. Ma Yang, Qin Yufeng and Hu Xianben can restrain each other. Ma Yang is sandwiched in the middle and is constantly brainwashed by the 2 people, which may put Tuwei Live in a state of indecision. On the other hand, if Pei Qian finds that the signs are not right, he can find a new home for Hu Xianben and transfer him away in time. In short, under the current circumstances, it is a relatively reasonable arrangement. Since Yu Fei has taken over and the effect is not bad, then there is no way to let Hu Xianben return to the Tenda game department. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1243 Player, I Want Them All. After a big meal with Ma Yang, Pei Qian not only arranged the future development direction of Rabbit Tail Live, but also found a good home for Hu Xianben, allowing Tenda Games to retain a good designer like Yu Fei, which can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After the meal, Ma Yang prepared to go back and digest it well, not only to digest the food, but also to digest the work direction arranged by Brother Qian for him. It can be seen that Lao Ma is still very concerned about this matter, but Pei Qian is not worried, because whether Ma Yang is concerned or not is not positively correlated with whether this matter is successful. Pei Qian took a short stroll and prepared to find a nearby Moyu internet cafe to have a cup of coffee, sit down, and digest the food. It has been nearly 2 months since the Doubt VR glasses were launched. From the beginning when the Moyu internet cafe was fully packed, to now, the heat has finally dropped a little. After all, it has been 2 months, no matter how addictive it is, it should be calmed down a little. Many people have already bought VR glasses, so they don't have to go to internet cafes anymore. Those who go to internet cafes frequently have basically completed the game here. Therefore, the flow of people in the entire internet cafe gradually returned to a normal state, especially in some relatively remote branches, where there were often empty seats in the coffee area. However, even so, the flow of people in the VR experience area was not much different from that of the internet area of ordinary computers, and the popularity was still not low. It was unknown when it would be completely deserted. It can only be blamed on the fact that Animal Island VR is too playable. Pei Qian sat down in the coffee area and sighed silently. Forget it, since it has come to this, there is no need to be too entangled. After asking for a free cup of coffee, Pei Qian took out his mobile phone and saw that Min Jingqiao had sent today's activity data. Pei Qian put the mobile phone on the table, holding the coffee cup to his mouth with one hand to prepare to drink, and the other hand was sliding the screen to check. Huh? Pei Qian's right hand just brought the coffee cup to his mouth and put it down again. Because he saw that the data sent today seemed a little wrong? In the previous two, the data on GOG's side declined significantly, but today's data, although still declining, the decline seems to be less obvious. Pei Qian picked up the coffee cup again and brought it to his mouth. There are many reasonable explanations for this magnitude of data change. For example, players who are more sensitive to incentives will probably go to play IOI at the beginning of the event. There are more people participating in the first and second rounds, and the number of new players participating in the event later will definitely decline gradually. For example, the players who participated in the IOI event first may be a little tired after playing for 2 days and want to go back to GOG to have a look. This may also cause the data decline trend on GOG to slow down. In the middle stage from the 3rd to the 6th day of the holiday, players have the most game time. They don't need to go out or visit relatives and friends, so many players who didn't play before also go online, or play with friends on GOG. Although there are still players being diverted to IOI, because there are more online players overall, the data decline trend has slowed down. If it is the data on IOI, the increase should be more obvious. The coffee was a little hot. Pei Qian held the coffee cup and quickly thought of many possible explanations. But then, he put the coffee cup down again. Something is wrong, I can't think like that. Although these explanations can make sense, what if the real reason is not this? Am I not fooling myself again? We must take it seriously, assume that there is something wrong with the activity, and conduct a serious analysis and investigation. If it is just overthinking, that would be the best, but if there is a real problem, we can know it at the first time. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately picked up the phone on the table and started browsing various game forums to check the discussions of players, especially IOI players. After all, Pei Qian actually stood on the side of IOI. It doesn't matter what GOG is like, as long as there is no problem with IOI, everything will be fine. The matching of these two is indeed much faster, but there are many new players joining? My head is almost broken. Ranking is completely unplayable. This qualifying match is completely based on luck. See which big brother kills faster. What's going on? It's not the end of the season. Are there so many boosters? I have nothing to do. I am a former IOI public beta player and current GOG King player. I will live broadcast from 0 to rush points until the end of the event. Whatever I rush to is the score. Welcome to watch. I feel that the players on the IOI side are all okay in operation, but their awareness is a bit bad. They are obviously slow in support. What's the matter with them all liking to brush? It's not obvious when playing alone, but if you have a good friend to play in doubles, it's very easy to get points. Seeing this, Pei Qian couldn't help but tremble. Good man, these GOG players seem to have bad intentions. Actually, this is completely foreseeable. After all, IOI requires a certain amount of playing time, and you can't just take the reward and run. Many GOG players are tired of playing matches all the time, and always consider playing ranked games to increase their points. As a result, problems arise. Although there are subtle differences between the game mechanisms of GOG and IOI, after many previous revisions, the complex mechanisms of IOI that are different from GOG have been simplified a lot, allowing many GOG players to quickly adapt. Moreover, many old GOG players have played IOI before, but they just gave up playing halfway. So many GOG high-ranking players are all rushing into the IOI qualifying competition to compete with the original IOI players. How can this not be chaotic? Many rookie players have no choice but to see which side has more big guys. There are even often situations where the two sides fight each other. There are 1 or 2 big brothers who develop very smoothly on each side, and the others can only watch tremblingly on the side, acting as ATMs, which really makes people have no gaming experience. Many IOI players expect that a large number of new players will emerge and improve the gaming environment, but they have not appeared at all. Because this event is not attractive to GOG's new players at all. Although all players can participate in the event, only hardcore players who have been playing the game for a long time are willing to spend time and energy to pursue these rewards. For many new players and casual players, it is good to play 2 games of GOG with friends during the holidays. Happiness is the most important thing, and they are too lazy to bother. This leads to the fact that most of the people who come to IOI are core GOG players. It's not that there are absolutely no new players, but the number is relatively small. The faster pace and more intense competitive atmosphere of GOG make all these GOG players have a more acute sense of the game and a more bloody game rhythm, which has turned the low-ranking fish pond of IOI upside down, and made many low-ranking players of IOI begin to doubt their lives. Pei Qian was also helpless. Who would have thought that the fighting power of GOG players was so strong? Logically, there must be an adaptation period when switching to a new game. During the adaptation period, the players should be about the same level as those fish pond players in the original game. However, it seems that it is not the case now. Calm down, calm down. This should not be a big problem. After all, the ranking mechanism of IOI is similar to GOG. If there are such players who are rampant in the fish pond, the hidden points will definitely increase very quickly, and they will soon be matched with diamond or even higher enemies. The environment of the entire fish pond will slowly recover. Pei Qian comforted himself and continued to read on. IOI was quite generous in this event, so generous that I felt it was a bit fake. It must be because they were doing an event with GOG, so they felt embarrassed to be ungenerous, right? After all, they gave so many rewards, and if IOI didn't show any appreciation, wouldn't it be a stark contrast? But after all my calculations, we are still missing a reward. The reward for playing on GOG is too rubbish, isn't it? Didn't we make up for it with other activities? Longyu Group is very cunning, won't Tenda sue them? Others are doing their best to organize activities and give rewards to divert players to you, but you give this kind of rubbish reward. It's obvious that you don't want your players to go there. It's just a business behavior, there's nothing to blame, you can only blame Tenda for being too honest. No, I think other activities are other activities, and joint activities are joint activities. How can rewards be replaced? You should take all of them. I found a good way. In fact, you can do it this way: first register a GOG account, play around, find the event page, and then link your IOI account. In this way, the system will judge you as an old player who has lost IOI to GOG, and the IOI account can receive generous rewards. What the hell? It's true. You are a genius. Pei Qian was holding a cup of coffee and was about to drink it, but he put it back after seeing this post. There is such a thing? He quickly clicked on the post and studied it carefully. After reading a few replies, Pei Qian understood. There is a very annoying loophole in this rule. Of course, when writing detailed rules, Diak Group and Longyu Group also prepared for this special situation of eating from both ends repeatedly. How players get rewards depends on which game entrance they enter. For example, if you bind an IOI account on GOG, then this person will be regarded as a GOG-based player. Regardless of whether the IOI account is a new account or an old account, rewards will be issued to it according to the GOG to IOI rule. This is to give GOG players enough reasons to stay after switching to IOI. The same is true for binding a GOG account on IOI, and rewards will be issued to it according to the IOI to GOG rule. Since Diak Group and Longyu Group do not want IOI players to run around, the reward is very low. But instead, they have made very generous rewards in other activities to eliminate the psychological imbalance that IOI players may have. I thought there was no problem with such rules, but I didn't expect that the player's attitude was "I want it all." Chapter 1244, The Megaphone said it gave up resistance. Losing money to become the richest man started from the game. Although everyone can see that IOI is using the rewards of other activities to make up for the rewards of the fantasy of the gods activity, but for players, why not take double? So, some players came up with such a trick. First, go to GOG to register an account, which is equivalent to giving up the IOI to GOG reward, but it doesn't matter, this reward is also pretty rubbish. Then link the account to the old IOI account in GOG, which will be judged by the system as IOI old players who have lost to GOG, because the system will not compare the account time and other data for comprehensive judgment and analysis of the specific identity of the player. After all, under the urging of Dayak Group and Longyu Group, the preparation time for this event was very short, and there was no time to do such a complex function. In this way, old IOI players can get all the rewards in the IOI game, which is double the happiness. But the only problem is that novice players of GOG must go through novice guidance and several games, and their levels must be improved before they can participate in various fancy activities. This is not a design made for the Fantasy of the Gods event, but a basic design that GOG originally had, which treats all events equally. In fact, most games have such regulations, mainly to protect the gaming experience of novice players, so that they will not be exposed to too many things at once and become confused during the novice period. Therefore, those players who already have a GOG account can just use the GOG account to link, while IOI players who do not have a GOG account can only register a new account and play for a period of time before they can get these rewards. Pei Qian was shocked. He was even a little confused by the player's operations. Now Pei Qian finally understood why GOG's online data was repeated when the event continued to divert traffic. Because some IOI players found this loophole, but they did not have a GOG account, so they created a new account on GOG. Damn. What a stupid teammate. Even when I was organizing an event, players could find loopholes? Pei Qian was speechless. He felt like two swordsmen were fighting, and he almost put his neck directly on the other's sword, but the other party suspected a trick and dodged. It was so confusing. After silently freaking out for a while, Pei Qian picked up the coffee, took a sip, and calmed down a little. Let's wait and see. Things may not be hopeless. After all, these IOI players come to GOG to play to get rewards from IOI. After they finish the novice part and successfully bind their accounts to get rewards, they should go back. It won't take too long. I hope Longyu Group can do something. Pei Qian didn't have any good ideas now. After all, Tenda was on holiday. Moreover, this loophole had nothing to do with Tenda. It was created by Dayak Group and Longyu Group. I just hope they can find this loophole quickly and fix it as soon as possible. At the same time, Zhao Shuming had just rushed to Longyu Group and entered the meeting room. Eric had arrived, and other persons in charge of the Fantasy of the Gods event also arrived one after another. It stands to reason that it is a statutory holiday now, and problems are basically communicated and solved through telephone conferences. But this time, it is obviously not something that can be explained in a few words on the phone, so an emergency meeting was held and all the relevant persons in charge were called over. Before coming to the meeting, everyone had basically understood the current situation. In short, it was not optimistic. It is difficult to verify which player first discovered this operation, but now a large number of IOI players have already known about this operation and put it into action. This has led to many IOI players flowing to GOG for rewards. Judging from the current situation, this has just begun, and the subsequent situation may be more serious. After all, for these IOI players, why not register an account on GOG to get new rewards? Although the IOI official has given rewards through other activities, rewards are not too much, even if it is just a few more chances to draw. It is very tempting for players. Moreover, it is not just the national server, but similar situations have basically occurred in other servers around the world. Although it is not particularly serious from the data point of view, both the Dayak Group and the Longyu Group are already on high alert for this activity, so they dare not neglect it at all. They are afraid that President Pei has a backhand hidden in the dark, and now it seems that there is indeed a fraud. So this meeting is to discuss countermeasures urgently. Obviously, the headquarters of Dayak Group and Finger Company should also be discussing or are about to start discussing. Zhao Shuming looked at Eric and said indignantly, "Your premonition is right. President Pei is insidious and cunning. He has hidden bad ideas in such a place." The people at the headquarters thought too simply and fell into the trap. President Pei's suggestion seems to be thrown out casually under questioning, but it is obviously a pretense and a disguise effect. Speak first and direct the pot to President Pei, so that you can avoid sticking to the pot. In any case, if there is a problem, it must be President Pei's insidiousness and cunningness, and it is definitely not because of his stupidity. Zhao Shuming has rich experience in shifting the blame, and he inadvertently cleared himself as soon as he opened his mouth. Eric nodded and shook his head slightly. The direct cause is indeed President Pei's suggestion. But what President Pei said actually makes sense. If we don't adopt his suggestion, there will be other problems. It can only be said that it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, the true and the false. Looking back to the past, the headquarters of Dayak Group made many very excessive proposals, and President Pei seemed to accept them all without thinking. Eric was afraid that he would change his mind, so he asked him to read it again. As a result, Mr. Pei casually made a small suggestion. Considering that most of the GOG players have registered IOI accounts, it seems inappropriate that only new accounts can enjoy the event benefits, and the scope should be expanded to all accounts. This suggestion directly led to the behavior of IOI players using loopholes to register GOG accounts to swipe rewards. Moreover, this activity is very accurate in targeting those die-hard fans of IOI, that is, players who have never played GOG before. Because players who have played GOG already have accounts, if they want to register a new account, they have to bind a new mobile phone number, which is quite cumbersome. However, it is quite convenient for players who have never played GOG to register. Therefore, this group of IOI players with the most determined will also try to register a GOG account and play the game. It can be said that a slight crack appeared in the solid dam. It seems that the effect is not obvious, but the impact is very far-reaching and very targeted. But then again, if this suggestion was not accepted at the beginning, it would also have a serious impact. Many GOG players have played IOI and registered IOI accounts. If you do not adopt Mr. Pei's suggestion and you must have a new account to get the reward, then you can indeed prevent IOI players from doing this, but the problem is that it will create huge difficulties for the diversion activities. GOG players originally wanted to participate in the event, but found that the old IOI account could not be used, and they had to register a new account, and also had to get a new mobile phone number. Many players must have been angry and didn't want to get the rewards, and were too lazy to go through the trouble. In this way, the effect of the event will be greatly reduced. There will always be problems, of course. If these two problems are anticipated in advance, there are still solutions, such as making a specific program to evaluate the status of each account based on data such as game time and recent online time, and taking different measures for different accounts. But in this way, the workload is too large and it is impossible to launch it during the holidays. Moreover, in order to catch up with the progress, everyone was a little confused and did not think about this matter so deeply and seriously. So this embarrassing situation occurred. Eric's attitude was very calm and he did not get angry. On the one hand, it was because this pot was not his, he was just a mouthpiece and a tool, there was nothing to be angry about. On the other hand, it was because he had a bad premonition and was mentally prepared. Let's think about how to solve this problem, Eric said. There was silence in the meeting room for a while, and then everyone began to share countermeasures. Someone suggested, hurry up and develop a software to detect the account and plug this loophole. But this statement immediately attracted opposition. Definitely not. First of all, this will inevitably affect players who want to profit from this rule and cause them to be disgusted. Secondly, the construction period does not allow it. After the development and testing are completed, more than half of the activities will have passed. Although this is indeed a loophole, it is a benign loophole that can be exploited by IOI players, and the official announcement did not say that it is not allowed to register new accounts on GOG.at most. It can only be regarded as taking advantage of a loophole, which is fundamentally different from cheating and maliciously exploiting bugs. Even if the impact is eliminated to a certain extent through apology and compensation, it is inevitable to be scolded. Moreover, it is currently impossible to make an accurate estimate of the construction period. Maybe after the update, the activity will be almost over. Someone else said, or, let Tenda cooperate and do a screening. Eric shook his head immediately. Impossible. First of all, these contents are not stipulated in the contract. Secondly, Tenda never works overtime, even when it was so anxious that it almost sold the building, it did not make an exception. The meeting room fell into a temporary silence. Obviously, hearing the words, Tenda never works overtime, some very sour emotions were inexplicably generated. Zhao Shuming thought about it and said, this matter is really difficult to handle, because we certainly cannot make any adjustments to the reward content, on the one hand because of the existence of the contract, and on the other hand because we will be scolded by the players. The only way is to screen and segment the players, but it goes back to the original problem, the development period is not enough, and there is no time. Eric nodded helplessly. It's true, this is a dead end. It seems that every road has been perfectly blocked by President Pei. The unprecedented 8-day holiday is the right time, the constraints of the agreement are considered geographical advantages. The mentality of the players is naturally human harmony. I originally thought that the two sides competed in internal strength, with 100% strength against 30% strength, and the result was still unknown. But now, IOI players have also gone to GOG to play, and GOG is no longer 30% strength, but has become 50%, 70% strength, or even more. It can't be restricted. Eric pondered for a long time, and finally felt relieved. Then let's do it, everyone go home and continue to rest. Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. Ah? Just pretend nothing happened? This is not good. Eric continued, this matter is not something we can solve. I will report the relevant situation. I believe that the senior management of the headquarters will definitely give a proper solution. Eric also has something to say. I am just a megaphone now. What do you want a megaphone to do? Have you ever seen a megaphone jump out to save the world? And Eric's attitude is not entirely a problem. In this situation, he really has no ability to solve this problem. This is the situation. What can I do if I'm stuck here? We can only let it take its course. Chapter 1245 Turning Back is finally free. October 8th, Monday. The holiday is over, the first day of normal work. Pei Qian sat in his office, a little doubtful about life. Eric and Zhao Shuming, they really didn't do anything. Is it because they were on vacation that they didn't notice this problem at all? Or do they think this problem is not serious, so they are too lazy to work overtime to modify it during the holiday? This is a bit too much. Pei Qian had noticed the problem of the fantasy of the gods activity as early as the beginning of the holiday, but this problem has nothing to do with Tenda. He can only hope that Eric and Zhao Shuming will help him plug the loophole as soon as possible. Tenda doesn't work overtime, but Longyu Group must work overtime when encountering such a problem, right? As a result, there was no movement at all? On the 3rd, Pei Qian felt that it might be that Longyu Group was late to realize it. After all, the data of IOI should be quite good in the past few days, and there is no obvious decline. It is understandable that there is no reaction for the time being. On the 5th, Pei Qian felt that Longyu Group was probably aware of the problem, but it was difficult for them to come up with a good solution in such a hurry. They must be working overtime to study a solution. There would be no problem if they waited a little longer. Yesterday was already the 7th, and the holiday was over, but there was still no movement. Pei Qian was very puzzled. What was wrong? Seeing that GOG's data had obviously begun to rise against the trend, and the matter had been widely spread online, even if Eric and Zhao Shuming were blind, they would have heard about it, right? As a result, until today, everyone had been working normally, and IOI had not issued any announcement to respond to this matter. It seemed that nothing had happened, and it seemed that there was no problem with the event at all, and it completely condoned the players' behavior. This was very confusing. It was understandable that other regions around the world reacted slowly. After all, there were still many IOI player groups in these regions. This event itself was biased towards IOI, and the data fluctuations would not be so obvious. This loophole was not serious. It was not worth changing the event, issuing an announcement, or even breaching the contract for such a loophole, and slapping oneself in the face. But the national server was different. There weren't many players left, and the fish pond was bombarded by GOG players. The most loyal IOI players were finally tempted to register accounts on GOG. How could they sit still? Pei Qian couldn't sit still anymore. So, Pei Qian doubted his life in the office, and couldn't understand what Eric and Zhao Shuming were doing. I really want to call and ask, but I'm afraid Eric will misunderstand. Calling at this juncture will inevitably make people feel that this is a mockery, a face-to-face output. So Pei Qian still resisted the urge to call. This event has not ended yet. Although the long holiday is its peak period, in order to make the diversion effect more sustainable, IOI has set the event time to 2 weeks, which means that many players will not get the final reward until the end of this week. This was originally intended to make GOG players develop the habit of logging on to IOI every day to play games, so as to achieve a better diversion effect. But now, the result is hard to say. Pei Qian doesn't have any better solution, so he can only take it one step at a time. After all, President Pei is also very busy, with a lot of work on hand. He can't just do nothing every day and just stare at the activities of IOI and think about it, right? I have already cooperated with you so much. If you still mess things up, then President Pei can only say, there is no hope, wait for death. Putting the fantasy of the gods activity aside for the time being, Pei Qian calmed down and then checked the official data of Turning Back as the shore. Finally, the sales of Turning Back last month dropped with great difficulty, just stuck at the critical value that the system can set, less than 1/5 of the revenue in the second month after the release. Fortunately, the most basic goal has finally been achieved. Pei Qian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Originally, the success rate of this plan was quite high. Eternal reincarnation attracted the attention of players. Many players who had not played it and were ready to buy Turning Back temporarily chose to wait and see, temporarily giving up the idea of buying Turning Back and planned to buy Eternal Reincarnation first to experience it. After all, there was a huge difference in the price of the two. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chiao's interpretation made Eternal Reincarnation and Turning Back perfectly combined. Anyway, words like two sides of the same coin and perfect DLC came out, making players feel that buying only Eternal Reincarnation and not Turning Back was simply a waste of resources. So in the last week of last month, the sales of Turning Back soared again, which made Pei Qian tremble in his heart. Fortunately, the results are out now. Pei Qian was just a little bit away from falling into an abyss of no return. If the sales volume had not dropped last month, it would not have dropped this month either. If he wanted to make turning back free again, it would be a long time before he could do so. He had no idea when he would have to wait. Of course, if we want to make turning back free now, it is not as simple as changing the price. On the one hand, we have to submit the corresponding application to the official platform, and on the other hand, we have to do a good job of appeasing the players. The application for free is easy to pass. After all, the first goal of the official platform is not to make money, but to promote the healthy development of the entire industry. A high-quality game will naturally be more conducive to promotion after it is free. The key is to appease the players. Just now, a large number of players were fooled by Mr. Qiao and bought Eternal Reincarnation and Turning Back as a package. As a result, Turning Back became free within 2 days of the purchase. Who can stand this? As a reasonable person, Pei Qian must find a way to return the money and never take a penny from the players. After thinking of a direction, Pei Qian prepared to call Yu Fei to his office and briefly talk about this issue. But on second thought, he decided to go to the game department himself. Because he was looking for Yu Fei for more than just this matter. A few minutes later, Yu Fei followed President Pei into the meeting room. During this period, Yu Fei had been calculating the days to see when Hu Xianben would come back. Seeing that another month has passed, the things at the special training base should have come to an end. Even if Hu Xianben needs to go home to pack up and rest for a few days, he should be back, right? Of course, the leaders of the special training class are also on vacation during this long vacation, and they can be seen in the internal group of leaders again. But for some reason, all the leaders who participated in the special training class are very secretive about this special training, and basically will not reveal any key information, and nothing can be found out. Yu Fei thought about it, since no one is willing to say more, then don't ask for now. Anyway, when Hu Xianben comes back after the special training, it won't be too late to ask a few words from the side when handing over the work. During this period, Yu Fei has been seriously understanding the knowledge of game design, reading design drafts, and arranging the follow-up matters of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation. For example, fixing bugs, adjusting game content, refining plot content, etc. None of them are particularly complicated jobs, so there are no more problems. Yu Fei was under a lot of pressure at the beginning, but now that he feels that he is about to leave, the pressure naturally disappears. I wonder what Mr. Pei came to see me today. Is he trying to show his appreciation for my 2-month substitute work and to see me off? Yeah, that's possible. After all, President Pei is famous for his human touch. When he said goodbye, he took me and the entire game department to a nameless restaurant for a big meal. This seems like something President Pei would do. Or maybe he would arrange a simple job for me? After all, it is not certain when Hu Xianben will come back, and the work of the game department cannot be stopped directly. We have to stand the last shift. Thinking of this, Yu Fei sat down opposite President Pei. Pei Qian sorted out his thoughts and said, "There are 2 things I want to do for you. The first thing is to make Turning Back is the Shore free. This month, the main content of Turning Back is the Shore will be free, but this matter needs to be discussed with the staff of the official game platform and go through a process. You don't need to do it yourself, just assign the task to your subordinates and keep an eye on the progress. Of course, considering that a group of players have just purchased Turning Back as the Shore, we should also give certain compensation to these players. My idea is to compensate players according to the time of purchase. Those who just bought it this month will get a full refund, those who bought it last month will get 80% refund, those who bought it in August will get half refund, those who bought it in July will get a quarter refund. I can't take care of those who bought it earlier. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1246, Yu Fei's Sense of Crisis. The system does not allow full refunds for previous players. After all, Turning Back as the Shore has only reached the free standard this month. But in order to take care of the players' emotions or maintain the company's reputation, partial refunds are still okay. As the saying goes, buy early and enjoy early, buy late and get discounts, don't buy and wait for free. Games are the most expensive when they are first released, and then the discounts are getting bigger and bigger. This is not only a promotional strategy for merchants to maximize profits, but also has become a habit and consensus among players. Including many e-commerce companies, they have also launched a price guarantee policy. If the price of purchased goods drops sharply in the short term, the price difference will be refunded. Of course, there are many reasons here. Pei Qian is not sure what they are, and he doesn't care. He simply uses this as an excuse to refund the players. What else in the world can make people happier than being able to send back the money that has been put into the system's pocket? Yufei couldn't help but show a shocked expression. Too conscientious. President Pei is indeed President Pei, always so extraordinary. In fact, most players are very receptive to the free game. Even if they just bought the game at the original price and it is now free, even if the manufacturer does not have any compensation measures, most players will not make trouble because of this. At most, they will complain about their luck online. After all, it is a good thing for the player group that the manufacturer gives the game a discount or free. It is a bit too much to ask the manufacturer to compensate the players who bought the game before. But Mr. Pei does not need the players at all. He takes the initiative to refund and compensate. As an old game, Turning Back is the Shore still often appears on the best-selling list of official platforms, and it is a frequent visitor to the best-selling list of action games. So many players are wondering, who has not bought Turning Back is the Shore? Such a game itself is a stable source of profit for the company. What's more, Eternal Reincarnation has been a great success, and it can be said to be a double sword with the main body of Turning Back is the Shore. Most players have reached a consensus that they must be bought together. Old players don't need it. The key is for those new players who have recently joined the game. If they buy Eternal Reincarnation, shouldn't they also buy Return to the Shore as a package? This is another huge income. As a result, President Pei actually gave it away for free at this critical juncture of Return to the Shore's last gasp. It can only be described as awesome. Yufei nodded immediately. Okay, President Pei, don't worry, I will definitely arrange this matter. He thought that although he was about to leave, if he could make this happen before leaving, it would be a great favor to the players. His brief experience as a guest designer at Tenda was a perfect end. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction. Well, the second thing is, go and call everyone, and let's have a meeting about the new game. Ah? Yufei was stunned for a moment, a little confused. After a while, he said, Mr. Pei, there is no need to rush this matter, right? Hu Xianbin will be back soon, you should wait for him to come back before holding this meeting, otherwise I will have to hand over the work to him, and many design intentions may not be well conveyed. Hey, why is this scene inexplicably familiar? Yufei suddenly remembered that he seemed to have done something like this at the beginning of last month. President Pei asked Yufei to cooperate with Meng Chong to make a promotional plan for Eternal Reincarnation. Yufei originally wanted to wait for Hu Xianbin to come back, but he didn't expect that Hu Xianbin didn't come to the company and was directly pulled away halfway, so he didn't meet him. And Yufei could only take over for another month. Then this time, Yufei's eyes suddenly became full of vigilance, realizing that something seemed a little wrong. President Pei, didn't Hu Xianbin have another problem? Isn't it a good special training for a month? I won't be able to see him again this time, right? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, that won't happen. The implication is that they should still be able to meet. Bao Su arranged 3 days of vacation for these leaders so that they could take care of their affairs. Oh no, before they set out on the journey to Shenangjia, they could return to their respective departments and simply handle related work. After all, they have been away from their respective departments for a while, and it is normal for them to go back and see each other. Therefore, Yufei will definitely be able to meet Hu Xianbin, not to the point where he will not see him at all. But after meeting him, that would be bad. Hearing what President Pei said, Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he almost imagined the terrible scene of himself having to take over for 3 consecutive months. Pei Qian continued, it is mainly because the time arrangement of the special training class often changes. It is normal to be 2 days ahead or 2 days behind. But the work of the game department cannot be delayed, especially the creativity of new games. We must meet and decide on the plan early, otherwise it is easy to drag down the entire development cycle. Yufei nodded, thinking that President Pei made sense. The Tenda gaming department has always been famous for its divergent thinking, creative thinking, and strict control of the development cycle. This is a tradition that was left behind when Huang Sibo was the original person in charge, and it is also the purpose of the entire Tenda Group. The premise of divergent thinking is that we must first hold a meeting to finalize the general direction of the new game, so that everyone can be in the same direction, brainstorm under a certain framework, and design the game prototype. In order to strictly control the development cycle, we must also cherish every working day. After all, under the premise of not working overtime, every working day is precious. So just to save time for handover, it is obviously very irresponsible and inconsistent with the spirit of Tenda to wait for Hu Xianbin to come back before holding a discussion meeting on this new game. Yufei was ashamed of his unprofessionalism again. Alas, this work attitude is wrong. Mr. Pei trusts me so much that he asked me to take over. I thought well at the beginning and wanted to stand the last shift. In the end, I still naturally had this less work is worse than more work emotion, which was very disappointing to Mr. Pei's expectations of me. Thinking of this, Yufei stood up, okay, Mr. Pei, I'll call them all now. Soon, all the core members of the game department arrived and sat down in the conference room. We are going to make a new game again, so happy. When we were developing Eternal Reincarnation, although we were very excited, we knew in our hearts that this was just a DLC, and it was a little bit disappointing after all. Now we are finally going to develop the next large-scale game. I wonder what kind of wonderful ideas will Mr. Pei come up with this time. Looking at the hungry faces of the people in the game department, Pei Qian was very worried. He racked his brains to fool these people every time, which was too tiring. Moreover, although they were successfully fooled, it was precisely because they were fooled that they were often confident in making the game. Over time, they fell into a vicious cycle. So what kind of game should the game department make this time? Pei Qian had tried too many directions before, some popular and some unpopular. But no matter whether it was popular or unpopular, it succeeded in the end. This is outrageous. So now Pei Qian has almost figured it out. Whether the game is successful or not may not have much to do with his choice. It is better to simply regard it as a matter of luck and do it casually. When Pei Qian held a meeting with Shangyang Games before, he actually kept a plan. At that time, everyone was calculating the types of games that Tenda had not yet made, and summarized some, such as fighting games, music games, sandbox games, etc. Finally, the racing game Safe and Civilized Driving was chosen for Shangyang Games, mainly because Tenda's previous game Lonely Desert Highway was not actually a racing game, and there was still a chance of failure in this direction. However, it is difficult to lose money in music games, and the risk of sandbox games is too high once they become popular, so Pei Qian is not willing to do them for the time being. Finally, the option of fighting games was retained. It happened that the Tenda game department spent some time developing Eternal Reincarnation this time, and there is not much time left in this cycle. Wouldn't it be nice to arrange a game for the public to make casually during this fragmented time? Of course, Pei Qian has no idea how to make this fighting game, because he is not a fighting game player at all, and he has not even memorized the move list. But so what? Anyway, the games that Pei Qian is relatively good at are just like that. Let everyone brainstorm fully first, and then mess around, and a very strange game should be born, right? Chapter 1247, Ghost General 2. Seeing that everyone was present, Pei Qian cleared his throat and said directly, the development cycle this time is 5 months. Since there is not much time, we will not make those particularly large games. I looked, and it seems that Tenda has not made a fighting game yet, so this project will be a fighting game. Yufei, you are the chief designer, you can talk about your ideas first. The atmosphere on the scene was instantly awkward. Yufei looked around in disbelief, and pointed at himself, me? Pei Qian nodded, why, is there another person named Yufei in this place? Yufei was speechless on the spot, and almost performed a triple denial. Boss Pei, I'm just filling in. I took over the design draft for Eternal Reincarnation after Hu Xianbin wrote it. Besides, I've never played a fighting game, so what can I think? Pei Qian frowned slightly, you're being a little too modest. What do you mean you've never played a fighting game? I don't believe you didn't play 1 or 2 rounds of Ongbok with your classmates when you were a kid. Yufei was speechless for a moment. Indeed, it is a bit nonsense for them to say that they have never played a fighting game at this age. After all, fighting games were popular all over the country when they were young. Whether it was the arcade on the street or the game consoles purchased at home, they must have played some. Moreover, in high school and college, there are many similar arcade simulators on the computer, and it is common to play a few games with classmates. But for games like fighting games, what's the difference between playing a few games? It's no different from being a complete novice. Yufei continued to shake his head, Mr. Pei, if you must be picky about words, then I have indeed played a few games. But my understanding of fighting games is limited to knowing that this game has a move list, and I can make a wave. Other things like back, selection, and combo, I know nothing at all. Hearing this, Pei Qian's eyes lit up. You actually know these concepts? Not bad, you already know a lot, more than enough to make this fighting game. For Pei Qian, he had never heard of any of the words Yufei said. In fact, Pei Qian was also worried that if Yufei didn't know anything about fighting games, would this project be impossible to develop? Now it seems that there shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, as long as Yufei knows these basic concepts, it's enough to understand a little bit. Make the game and don't delay it, this is the best result. Not knowing anything is not good, knowing too much is not good either. It's just right for someone like Yufei to have only a very superficial understanding. Yufei's mouth twitched slightly, Boss Pei, please don't make fun of me. Even if it's to give me confidence, you shouldn't say that I know enough. And I only heard about these concepts by chance when I was watching videos online. I don't understand what they mean at all. I wrote the plot of Eternal Reincarnation and the design draft has been written. I can barely accept it, but fighting games, this. Yufei felt that this matter was too outrageous, so he didn't know what to say. How could you do that? Eternal Reincarnation is fine, after all, Yufei is the original author of the plot, and he himself is a fan of action games. He knows the content of Turning Back to the Shore very well. In addition, Hu Xianbin has already written the design draft. He came to take over and deal with some minor issues. This is not a big problem, and it makes sense. But this is a fighting game. I don't understand it at all. Moreover, Yufei felt that he was about to leave, and Hu Xianbin would soon come back to take over. Let me talk about my views on fighting games at this time? How can I talk? Yufei felt that he was under pressure that he should not have at this age. Pei Qian laughed. The more Yufei resisted, the less he understood and the less confident he was. In this case, we must squeeze some good ideas out of him that will inevitably lose money. In the conference room, other designers saw Yufei's miserable state and felt a little sorry for him. Thinking that it was a bit too much to force him to do something, right? Although President Pei's starting point was good, he hoped that Yufei could grow in the process of acting as the chief planner. After all, President Pei had asked all the previous chief planners to do so, but Yufei was just an ordinary person without any work experience, and it was normal for him to have nothing to say about a game type that he didn't understand. So, some people wanted to raise their hands and talk about their opinions, on the one hand to answer President Pei's questions, and on the other hand to give Yufei a little inspiration. Of course, the designers present didn't know much about fighting games. Although many players have played fighting games, there are very few players who are truly specialized. The staff of Tenda's game department are generally young, and there are no such talents. Seeing the other designers getting ready to make a move, Pei Qian raised his hand and said, "Don't interrupt me. I just want to hear Yufei's ideas." He looked at Yufei again. "Don't belittle yourself and be afraid of losing face. In fact, every idea has its merits. Because you don't understand, many ideas are more constructive and more valuable. Don't worry, Tenda's tradition is to speak freely, and no one will laugh at you if you are wrong." Yufei was a little speechless. Boss Pei has said so much, there is really no point in refusing. Thinking of this, Yufei reluctantly nodded. "Okay, then I'll talk about it casually. I think that if we have to make a fighting game, Tenda has a unique advantage, which is the IP in its hands. Fighting games are also a type of game that pays great attention to IP, and Tenda can actually add many classic characters from successful games, such as Skylark, Prisoner, and some popular hero characters in GOG, such as Amidst, to fighting games and make them into a melee. In this way, it should be possible to expand the player base to the maximum extent, so that the cost will not be recovered because fighting games are too niche." After tentatively speaking, Yufei looked at President Pei carefully. However, his heart soon snapped, because although President Pei's expression did not change much, he seemed to be a little disappointed. "Sure enough, my proposal is still too unprofessional." Yufei was a little melancholy. Pei Qian was indeed very disappointed. He did not expect Yufei to come up with such a seemingly reliable plan. If Yufei's idea is followed, wouldn't he make a game like Tenda Chaos? That's absolutely not possible. If this is really done, most of the die-hard players will definitely be happy to add one. They may not make a big profit, but they will definitely not lose money. Moreover, various games will naturally be linked at that time, and GOG will not sit idly by. Pei Qian really doesn't want to use the ready-made IPs he has, but why can't he use them? It's best to find a suitable reason. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, Sorry, I forgot to mention something just now. In fact, we have always had a very important player group, that is, the old players of Ghost General. These players can be said to be true fans. As early as when there were only 2 people in Tenda, they had already become our players. They are truly hardcore veterans. After so many years, although Ghost General has gradually updated some generals' cards and slightly improved the gameplay of the card game, it is still the same old stuff overall. I am sick of playing it. Under such circumstances, the players are still loyal to us, which is really touching. I think that developing Ghost General 2 for them seems to be a way to give back to the old players for their support and expectations for us. So, for this game, let's use Ghost General as the background. Pei Qian had looked at the data of Ghost General before, and there are still a small number of die-hard fans playing it. He really couldn't figure out what drove them to persist. You know, the gameplay of Ghost General is nothing more than brushing data to draw cards, and the probability of drawing cards is not that difficult. In the case of almost no desire, these people can still go online every day to do activities, which is really incredible. So Pei Qian thought about it, since it's not easy for them, why not just reward them with a fighting game? In any case, Ghost General 2 is absolutely impossible to be made into a card mobile game. With Tenda's current R&D capabilities, it will definitely make a money-making demon that sweeps the mobile game circle. Even if there is no Krypton Gold card drawing system, but the buyout plus lifetime card fee of Ghost General at that time is continued, as long as the player group is large enough, it will be a very scary income. But let the players of card mobile games play fighting games? That is definitely irrelevant. This behavior can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First, nominally, a sequel to Ghost General was released to give an explanation to the old players who persisted in playing it. Second, changing from a card game to a fighting game can wash away all the old players of Ghost General. Finally, using this background setting, it is also logical to dispel Yu Fei and others' idea of making Tenda chaos. At that time, I can say to the old players of Ghost General, you have been urging Ghost General too, isn't this made for you? What? You want a card mobile game? Oh, all games are played the same way. Look at this fighting game, the picture is so beautiful, the attack action is so smooth, the special effects are so beautiful, isn't it more fun than a card game? What? You are clumsy? Can't play it? Can't experience the fun? You are clumsy, so blame me? I made it for you, but you don't like to play it, what does it have to do with me? This picture is a bit beautiful just thinking about it. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1248 Careless Design. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from the game. After deciding the general direction of Ghost General 2, Pei Qian looked at Yu Fei again. This is mainly because I didn't explain it clearly at the beginning. In fact, your idea is also very good. Let's set the background of the game first. You can talk about the gameplay. Don't be restrained, just say whatever you want. Yu Fei was silent again. Boss Pei, you are a bit unkind. You let me speak freely, but as soon as I finished speaking, you rejected me. Although on the surface he said that he forgot, in fact, he obviously did not agree with my statement, so he tactfully proposed amendments. You said that you would seriously consider my proposal? Liar. Now Boss Pei asked about the details of the game again, which really involved Yu Fei's knowledge blind spot. He used his shallow knowledge of games to propose a concept of Tenda chaos, which was already the most reliable idea he could think of. As for the details of this game, he didn't understand it at all, so how could he talk about it? Yu Fei held his breath for a few minutes as if he was constipated, and then said in a desperate tone, okay, then I will really speak freely. I think there are many reasons why fighting games have become niche. One of the biggest reasons is that it is too hardcore, and almost all the fun is concentrated on PvP. For ordinary players, it is difficult to learn, difficult to practice, and difficult to experience the fun. Although PvE gameplay exists, it is relatively boring. Although PvP is fun, it is easy for novices to be abused and give up quickly because there are few players and the gap is large. In order to change this, I think we should consider the following points. First, consider changing the perspective of fighting games to a perspective like turning back, and make some adjustments to the combat mechanism. Let players fight in a more popular and familiar way. Second, add PvE gameplay. You can consider adding a large number of soldiers to the battle, while expanding the battle scene and strengthening the attributes of the boss. Third, launch 2 sets of operation mechanisms. One is the original operation mechanism, and the other is a simplified operation mechanism to lower the threshold for novices. Fourth, establish a more complete practice mode, not just let players explore on their own, but to be clearer and more specific, so that players can practice repeatedly to form muscle memory, and at the same time, explain some professional content in more depth, saving players the time to find videos to learn online. Yu Fei also spoke freely, and said whatever he wanted. Didn't you let me speak casually? Then I will speak casually. Anyway, whether it is adopted or not is Mr. Pei's business. No matter how unreliable my words are, Mr. Pei will definitely carefully examine them and choose the right plan. After listening to Yufei's words, the people around him had different expressions. But the designers who knew a little more about fighting games shook their heads slightly. Obviously, Yufei's idea was purely from his own perspective, and he did not consider the ideas of the target player group at all. As long as Yufei said that the perspective was changed, he had already exposed his absolute laymanship. If a fighting game changes the perspective, what kind of fighting game is it? Change it to a third-person perspective like turning back, making a larger map, adding some monsters, and raising the numerical difficulty of the boss in the story. Isn't this just an action game like turning back, making a shore? It's just a new skin of Ghost General. Of course, this can't be blamed on him. Because Yufei is an action game enthusiast, he said he doesn't understand fighting games, and the incident happened suddenly, so he didn't have time to learn and research. So it is very reasonable to give this plan. Even in a sense, the game model proposed by Yufei is definitely more profitable than a pure fighting game. After all, it has turning back and eternal reincarnation as its foundation, and this type of game is more popular. But President Pei has already said that this is a fighting game, so it is impossible to adopt Yufei's plan. Pei Qian listened carefully and tried to extract elements that might lose money from it. After listening to everything, Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "According to what you said, this game seems to be more like an action game than a fighting game." Yufei, this. It seems to be true. Then can we add some rubbing settings to the action? That is, He was also getting less and less confident. Yufei just slapped his head and said whatever he thought of, but looking at the atmosphere on the scene and President Pei's reaction, it was obvious that what he said was not reliable. The key is that he gradually came to his senses. If it is changed like this, what kind of fighting game is it? It is obviously an action game. Moreover, even if the setting of rubbing is added, it cannot be saved. On the one hand, the operating modes of fighting games and action games are completely different. Not to mention anything else, the usage of the joysticks is completely different and they are simply not compatible. The idea of performing moves in action games is basically impossible to achieve. On the other hand, even if it is made, it can only be regarded as an action game with some fighting elements rather than a fighting game that looks like an action game. There is still an essential difference between the two. Pei Qian stroked his chin and felt that this plan would not work. The key is that you made a fighting game into an action game, so I will make money, right? Pei Qian decided to make a fighting game because he thought it was niche and unprofitable. Thinking of this, Pei Qian coughed twice. I think there are still many advantages, but the first point you mentioned is debatable. The perspective of the game must not be changed. If it is changed, it will not be called a fighting game. Of course, the perspective issue is not so absolute. We can make fine adjustments to a certain extent to distinguish it from traditional fighting games. Apart from this point, I think there is nothing wrong with what you said. It is in line with my expectations. Especially the setting of adding soldiers, I think it is very novel. But one thing needs to be noted. The soldiers cannot all be placed on a cross-section. Although this is a fighting game, we have to make pure 3D. The soldiers will come from all directions. And all operations in fighting games are carried out on the cross-section of the 2D perspective. How to balance the relationship between the two and let them blend together, this requires your ingenuity. As soon as this was said, everyone at the scene was a little surprised. Huh? Mr. Pei's explanation on the first point was in line with their psychological expectations, but it was not the case later. The perspective can be slightly adjusted, but it cannot be changed drastically, that's for sure. But the latter, making a large scene, adding soldiers, adding attributes to the boss, etc., are a bit difficult to understand. The key is that it is difficult to imagine what it would be like to add soldiers in a fighting game, how messy it would be. Of course, many people will subconsciously think about the perspective of a horizontal version of a level passing game, that is, let all the soldiers be concentrated on the same cross-section, or add a certain depth of field to the cross-section. But judging from Mr. Pei's meaning, he definitely doesn't want to make a horizontal version of a level passing game. What he wants is a fighting game, which means that the setting of rubbing moves must be retained. If rubbing moves are to be retained, then whether the player uses a joystick or a direction key, the operating habits must conform to the habits of fighting game players. Moreover, the soldiers cannot all be on the same cross-section. Mr. Pei always said that this game is actually 3D, and soldiers will come from all directions, but the player only sees the side of the character, which is in line with the perspective of traditional fighting games. So it is a bit difficult to understand how this thing is added. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Okay, the effect has been achieved. In fact, Pei Qian was most worried about two things. One was that Ghost General 2 would become an action game like Turning Back, or some unparalleled mowing game, which would not be a fighting game at all, and the probability of making money would increase greatly. The second was that Ghost General 2 would become a pure-blooded fighting game, attracting the pursuit of these die-hard players. So, he messed around with the plan that Yu Fei came up with on the spur of the moment, making this game a bit weird. Add a chief designer Yu Fei who doesn't know anything about fighting games, and great things can be accomplished. Does everyone have any other opinions? Very good, then do it according to this plan. If you think of any ideas later, you can tell Yu Fei, and Yu Fei will give me feedback. Pei Qian only asked, symbolically. At this time everyone was still racking their brains to think about what Pei's design meant, and no one stood up to express their own ideas. This is also good. When they have ideas, let them give feedback to Yu Fei. Yu Fei was not good at fighting games, and had no idea about the ultimate form of Ghost General 2. If his subordinates kept giving him suggestions, he would definitely become very confused, but it shouldn't be impossible to complete. After all, the entire Tenda Games team is quite professional. The biggest possibility is that it will be completed within the deadline, and then a spliced monster with different appearances will be made. A lot of resources have been spent, so the picture is not bad, but it is not fun. That is the ultimate goal that Pei Qian wants to pursue. Pei Qian was very satisfied with his plan and stood up to leave. When Yu Fei saw that President Pei was leaving, he almost got anxious. Wait a minute, President Pei. You just handed this job to me? Pei Qian nodded. Of course, aren't you the chief designer? Who else can I hand it to if not you? But Yu Fei was confused and didn't even know what to say. I just talked so much nonsense, but didn't let President Pei see that I was actually a scumbag? Didn't let President Pei see that I really don't understand fighting games at all? But why did President Pei still hand this important task to me? As if seeing Yu Fei's confusion, President Pei gently patted his shoulder. Look, you came up with all the main ideas for this game, is that okay? You are now the chief designer of Tenda Games, is that okay? The game you were just in charge of, Eternal Reincarnation, was a huge success. Although it is not a fighting game, it is also a difficult operation game, and there are certain commonalities. Is that okay? No problem with anything. What else do you have? Yu Fei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that President Pei would summarize 3 points to prove the rationality of Ghost General 2 being assigned to Yu Fei. He couldn't think of a good way to refute it. Pei Qian smiled slightly, then do your best. After that, he turned and left the meeting room, leaving Yu Fei in the meeting room with a confused look on his face, as if he was daydreaming. Chapter 1249, We Have a Fighting Game Expert. October 10th, Wednesday. Yu Fei sat at his workstation, with information about Ghost General on the computer screen and a small notebook in his hand, full of ghostly scribbles. His face was full of despair. This is a bummer. There is absolutely no clue. After the meeting on Monday, Yu Fei was forced by President Pei to do the initial design work of Ghost General 2. This was Yufei's first time to participate in the creative sharing meeting of Tengda's new game, and the scene was completely different from what he imagined. As a fan of Turning Back is the Shore, Yufei has always been yearning for Tengda games, and was originally very curious about how these classic games were designed. But when he really came to Tengda Games, and even participated in the research and development work as a substitute chief designer, Yufei suddenly found that this seemed to be very different from what he expected. What is the specific difference? There may be differences in many places, but the most prominent point is the painting style. I always feel like I opened it the wrong way, and I shouldn't be in the Tenda gaming department, but somewhere else, Tengda's game department is well known. Once it is mentioned, it is well known. In the game industry, Tengda's game department can be said to be the elite of the elite in the domestic game industry. It has made many successful games, and the types of games are not repeated. Although this should be mainly attributed to the genius designer Mr. Pei, the employees in the game department are not to be underestimated for being able to achieve Mr. Pei's ideas to this extent. I'm afraid that one of them can beat the producers of other companies. In Tengda, everyone knows that the people in the game department are all Mr. Pei's direct lineage and the elite of the elite. Excellent employees are given a lot of opportunities, and once they are trained, they will be arranged to other industries. This is the case for people like Huang Sibo and Lu Mingliang. But it is a department with so many halos, but after really coming in, I found something wrong? Yufei felt that as a layman, he had no experience in game development, but was entrusted with an important task by Mr. Pei. This was outrageous enough. Now Mr. Pei actually asked him to be responsible for designing and developing a fighting game? What on earth was he thinking? Of course, despite his doubts, Yufei, who had repeatedly told himself that he must stand his last shift, finally gave up struggling and started working step by step. His idea was that since the task had been assigned, he could do as much as he could. It was normal to fail to complete it. He would do a little more or less to live up to the salary that Mr. Pei gave him. The official has already agreed with the official that Turning Back is the Shore will be free, and the official is very supportive. After all, Turning Back is the Shore is a Chinese-style story background, and it is a rare boutique game in the category of action games, which fully complies with the official platform's purpose of promoting traditional culture and promoting the development of the game industry. But this news has not been officially announced, because the official platform said that it would hold a big event. For a game of the size of Turning Back is the Shore to be free, it cannot be done by changing the price suddenly, which would be too embarrassing. Moreover, this time, Tengda also took the initiative to request a refund for players who purchased recently. The refund amount for players who purchased at different times is different. This also needs to be considered in the long run, and the relevant functions need to be improved and the distribution of accounts in different periods needs to be properly balanced. Therefore, the official platform decided to prepare for a period of time, and officially announce this news next week and open the official refund channel. At the same time, they also promised to package the free Turning Back and Eternal Reincarnation together and put them in a prominent position as the best recommendation for a month. Such a good thing must be celebrated in a big way, and a good company like Tengda cannot be allowed to contribute silently. Yufei certainly had no objection, in his opinion. Although the official platform has lost a little share of the game's revenue since Turning Back is free, it has a huge impact. Whether it is to attract traffic to the platform, expand the player base, or promote traditional culture, the invisible benefits it brings to the official platform are extremely considerable, far greater than that little share. In this case, isn't it normal for the official to give some good resources to promote it? So, even if this matter has come to an end, Yufei handed the docking matters to other people in the department, and he began to rack his brains to think about the design plan of Ghost General 2. As for why he didn't ask others for advice. He tried, but to no avail. The tone of the other people in the game department was very consistent, I can't help. This is not because of indifference, everyone's reasons are also very sufficient. First of all, this idea was proposed by Yu Fei, and different people have different ideas and cannot provide opinions. People in the creative industry know that different people have different ideas, so it is easy to make stitching monsters by giving random opinions. For example, when writing a novel, one author makes an outline and gives it to another author to create, and the things written are definitely unrecognizable. Since President Pei adopted Yu Fei's idea, no one else could think about this problem for him. Secondly, President Pei specifically asked Yu Fei to be in charge of this matter, which means that President Pei must have seen some shining point in him that is directly related to the game. Why Yu Fei can only find a way to discover this shining point by himself. If other people help, they may do more harm than good, and Yu Fei will not be able to discover this shining point. Finally, there is another very important reason, that is, other people don't know much about fighting games. Knowing a little about fighting games and being proficient in fighting games are two completely different concepts. You can say that you know a little about fighting games just by doing a few combos, but the gap between this level and those truly proficient masters may be greater than the gap between gold players and king players. After all, MOBA games can sometimes be mixed up and wait for teammates to carry, while fighting games really depend on your own skills. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. Therefore, due to these complicated reasons, no one can provide suggestions. Yu Fei can only desperately write all over the small notebook. Some ideas came to his mind, but they were quickly denied by himself. Just when he was at a loss, he suddenly heard Min Jingchao's slightly surprised voice. Huh? Lao Hu, you are back? Lao Hu? Hu Xianbin? Yu Fei stood up and looked at the door. It's really Hu Xianbin. After not seeing him for 2 months, Hu Xianbin looked darker and thinner, and in good spirits, but the expression on his face, as if he were in another world, still exposed the inhuman treatment he had suffered during this period. Yu Fei was overjoyed, and it was not an exaggeration to describe his current mood as a life-saving experience from a desperate situation. After 2 whole months, Hu Xianbin finally came back. Do you know how I spent these 2 months? However, it's good to be back. Hu's return at this time is no different from a savior. Yu Fei knew that he finally didn't have to kill a lot of his brain cells for the matter of Ghost General 2. He handed this doll to Hu Xianbin and briefly explained Mr. Pei's requirements, and he would be free. Thinking of this, he immediately stepped forward. Brother Hu, you are back at the right time. Come on, I will briefly tell you the design direction of Ghost General 2, and we will hand over the work, and then I will go back to write novels. Hey, Brother Hu, I can't hide it from you. I can't stand this substitute planner who is forced to do it. If you come 2 days later, I will be tortured and collapsed. Yu Fei was overjoyed, his eyebrows were flying, as if he finally got a taxi after standing in the cold wind for more than an hour. Hu Xianbin looked at him with a strange expression and tried to speak several times, but Yu Fei was so happy that he kept talking to himself, so Hu Xianbin didn't find a chance to interrupt. When Yu Fei was about to pull Hu Xianbin to the workstation to hand over the work, Hu Xianbin finally got the chance inside and said, well, calm down and listen to my explanation. Actually, I came back this time because the special training camp gave us a break, so that we can rest and deal with the remaining affairs of each department, and prepare for the trip to Shenanjia. So, the handover work is not going well, you may have to hold on for another month. Yu Fei's expression froze instantly. Although he still had a happy smile on his face, his eyes were full of doubts. Shenanjia? What are you doing in Shenanjia? Hasn't a month passed? Hu Xianbin explained, last month, we only conducted physical training at the special training base in Jingzhou, which is not a formal content. After the physical training is completed, we will go to Shenanjia to suffer for a month. What happened before was just a prelude. This trip to Shenanjia is the main content of this event. Yu Fei was dumbfounded and lost the ability to speak for a while. Hu Xianbin patted his shoulder sympathetically. Believe me, I'm more sad than you. Yu Fei still didn't give up. Do you have to go? Can't you make some compromises? Hu Xianbin smiled very reluctantly. Do you think I wouldn't try if there was a little bit of compromise? It's as if I want to go to Shenangjia. I envy you so much. You only need to think about the new game every day at work. I really want to suffer. How about we switch, you go to Shenangjia? I have absolutely no objection. Yu Fei's face darkened. That's not necessary. Hey, how about this, Brother Hu, since you still have a short vacation, why don't you help me think about the prototype of this game? What I'm worried about is that I'm not capable enough. What if I mess up the game and ruin the golden signboard of Tenda Games? Wouldn't that make me a sinner? Fighting games, I'm really not good at it. Hu Xianbin laughed. Coincidentally, I'm not good at it either. I can't help you. Yu Fei, then what should we do? Good guy, no one in the entire project team is good at fighting games. How can we do this? Mr. Pei may be good at it, but Mr. Pei has long stopped doing these specific design work. To learn and understand it now? It's too late. How can you learn this thing in a day or two? Hu Xianbin stroked his chin, thought carefully for a moment and said, in fact, there was a big boss who was good at fighting games in Tenda Games before. Yu Fei's eyes lit up. Oh? Who is it? Tenda Games is indeed a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. If Hu Xianbin hadn't revealed this news, I wouldn't have known it. Hu Xianbin was silent for a moment, and slowly said, Brother Bao. Yu Fei. Well, it's the same as not saying anything. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1250 Hu Xianbin's Little Thoughts. Yu Fei had heard about it a long time ago. Bao Su is a master of almost all games. It is reasonable for him to study fighting games. But the key is that Bao Su has long been out of the game department. He has gone to take charge of the suffering trip. Once again in a stalemate. Suddenly, Hu Xianbin had a flash of inspiration. Hey, speaking of Brother Bao, I suddenly have a good idea. If this idea can be realized, the two of us may be able to achieve a win-win situation. Wait a minute, I'll think about the details. Yu Fei looked blank, not knowing what Hu Xianbin meant by win-win. Hu Xianbin seemed to be thinking about something, with a smile from the heart on his face. This trip to Shenangjia will definitely be a hardship, and Hu Xianbin knows this very well. It is impossible not to go, but even if it is the same suffering, there will be some differences. The itinerary has been basically finalized, and Bao Su will also go on this trip. When they first learned the news, Hu Xianbin and Huang Sibo were still very surprised. Doesn't Bao Su hate traveling the most? Logically speaking, now that Bao Su is in charge of the suffering trip, shouldn't he send the others out and stay in Jingzhou to play games happily? Why would he go too? After everyone analyzed it, they realized that this was a very dangerous signal. Bao Su really didn't like to go out and run around, and he basically couldn't get pleasure from traveling. So, this time he took the initiative to decide to go out. It must be because he could get more pleasure than staying at home in Jingzhou. Where does this pleasure come from? Obviously, it's watching other people suffer. Although Bao Su is very comfortable staying at home in Jingzhou, how can he see these people suffering up close? So, Bao Su decided to follow and watch these people suffer up close. After thinking about this problem clearly, Hu Xianbin and others were all horrified. Obviously, this trip to Shenangjia may not be dangerous, but it will definitely be painful. So what if Bao Su doesn't go? Although Cao Ziren is very professional in surviving in the wild, he will definitely not be as dark as Bao Su. The responsible people will naturally suffer less. It's not so easy to keep Bao Su in Jingzhou, because it means that Bao Su has to willingly give up watching them suffer. But now there is a more suitable reason. Tenda Games is in trouble and needs you, Brother Bao, to save it. Hu Xianben is relatively familiar with Bao Su's character. Although Bao Su is a little bit overwhelmed by revenge, he should not stand idly by when the game department encounters problems. Then, as long as he can reason with him and appeal to his emotions, and use the tight design time and heavy development tasks as reasons, he can probably convince Bao Su to stay and help. Although this cannot fundamentally cancel the trip to Shenangjia, as long as Bao Su does not go, everyone's suffering will definitely be greatly improved. After all, Sa Ziren dare not take such a heavy hand. As long as Bao Su does not go to the scene, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, Hu Xianben said, "Well, you go to Brother Bao for help, but don't tell him that I asked you to go. Otherwise, it might arouse his suspicion. As long as you can convince Brother Bao to help, this design problem will be solved." Yu Fei hesitated. Will it work? Brother Bao and I are not familiar with each other. Hu Xianben nodded. It will work. It is because you two are not familiar with each other that you may be able to persuade him. Almost all the familiar people have voted for Bao Su, and their votes are recorded in a small notebook. If Hu Xianben goes to Bao Su will definitely suspect his motives immediately, but Yu Fei was different. First, he had never voted for Bao Su, and had no direct hatred for Bao Su. Second, he had nothing to do with the suffering journey, so he would not be suspected if he asked Bao Su for help. Finally, Yu Fei did not understand fighting games, and was not good at game design, so he really needed help. Taking all factors into consideration, it was very likely that Bao Su would agree to it out of resignation. And Hu Xianben could take this opportunity to reduce the difficulty of his suffering journey, and suffer less. Yu Fei nodded. Okay, then I'll try. Since Hu Xianben was not here to take over, he could only hold on for another month. I wanted to give up, but now that Hu Xianben pointed out a clear way, I might as well ask Bao Su first. What if Bao Su had a better idea? As long as there was a general direction and it was not completely blind, it would not be difficult to hold on for another month. Thinking of this, Yu Fei sorted out his thoughts and prepared to go out to find Bao Su for advice. Don't say I asked you to go. Hu Xianben was still worried and gave him another reminder. At the same time, the Suffering Travel Special Training Base. Meng Chang had just visited the entire special training base, and under Bao Su's enthusiastic recommendation, he tried several foods such as compressed biscuits, canned food, and compressed meat patties. The result was that he drank 2 large bottles of water and still couldn't rinse the taste in his mouth clean. Okay, thank you for the introduction. I have basically understood the situation of this special training base. Meng Chang's expression was quite complicated. He had heard that Bao Su had organized a suffering trip after getting the Dream Fund, but he didn't expect it to be so painful. After all the participants in this project were the more valuable heads of various departments of Tenda. They had no worries about food and drink, and they were also successful in their respective fields. It was too miserable to be forced to participate in such a torture project. Bao Su didn't give him any face at all, and he was simply training him to death. Of course, the most amazing thing was that President Pei actually fully supported this matter, and he didn't seem to worry at all that it would affect the daily work of various departments. You know, the bigger the company, the more things there are. The heads of departments are the backbone of the entire company. They are responsible for handling all kinds of things, and uploading and issuing all kinds of messages. Many department heads of other companies are busy from morning to night and are exhausted, but the heads of Tenda can actually take out 2 months to suffer? This is also outrageous. Meng Chang's task this month is to promote the suffering trip. Although he has learned some of the situation, he has no idea how to promote it specifically. It may be that after his previous idea was rejected, the entire knowledge structure of Pei's propaganda method is gradually being reorganized and restored. Then we'll stop here today. Thank you very much. When you go to Shenangjia later, I will also arrange for someone to go with you and take some photos. It may be useful or not. I have to think about how to promote it. I may need your cooperation in the future. Meng Chong was ready to leave. Bao Su nodded, no problem, I will cooperate. After seeing Meng Chong off, Bao Su waited for a while at the special training base, and Yufei arrived. Before coming, Yufei had contacted Bao Su and briefly explained his purpose. Bao Su did not agree or refuse directly, but just said to talk a little and make a decision after confirming the specific situation of this game. Come, please sit down. There is nothing to treat you here, only mineral water, so make do with it. Bao Su took Yufei to sit in the training room of the special training base. This place is mainly used to teach students knowledge about survival in the wild, and now it is temporarily used as a reception room. Yufei subconsciously looked around. Is this the suffering travel special training base that Tengda's leaders are afraid of? According to Hu Xianben and his friends, this place is like the dungeon of the East Factory. If you don't know, you might think it's a dark place. Now it seems that the conditions are still okay. Brother Bao, let me briefly talk about the current situation. Yufei recounted the story of Ghost General 2, including several design points proposed by President Pei, as well as his own confusion. Of course, Hu Xianben was not mentioned, which was something Hu Xianben had repeatedly emphasized before he came. After listening to Yufei's story, Bao Su fell into deep thought. Seeing Bao Su's expression, Yufei's eyes lit up. There's a chance. He knew that although Bao Su was famous as a traveler, he was actually a game master and one of the people who could best understand President Pei's intentions. When Sea Fortress was developed, Huang Sibo was only the executive chief, and Bao Su was the one who interpreted President Pei's thoughts and designed the concept of the soul for this game. When hearing about these requirements of Ghost General 2, most people were confused and had no idea, but Bao Su, on the other hand, did not show any surprised expression, but seriously thought about the feasibility. This is enough to show that he found the right person. After thinking about it, Bao Su said, I can probably guess a rough design. But I can't tell you so clearly, this is not in line with the consistent purpose. Yufei was stunned for a moment. Isn't Tengda's consistent purpose to help each other? As far as he knows, Bao Su is a kind-hearted person, and he once went to the snack market to help very kindly. So why did he refuse again this time? Bao Su explained, there is a prerequisite for helping each other, which is that you cannot affect the original person in charge's ideas. Boss Pei is very particular about selecting project leaders. The essence of some projects must be designed by specific leaders. I went to help the snack market. Although I put forward some of my own ideas, it was still Zhang Yahui who checked them in the end. We have a division of labor. But your situation is different. We are both working on game ideas and our work content overlaps. If my ideas affect you too much, then it becomes my design, not yours, which may go against Boss Pei's original plan. Yufei said, but I don't have any design now? I'm completely confused. Brother Bao, if you don't help me, I don't think this game can be made at all. Bao Su thought about it and nodded slightly, that's true. This game prototype I made up in my mind is indeed very difficult to develop, and it's not a job you are capable of doing now. But I certainly can't take on everything and design it for you. What if Mr. Pei doesn't think so? Wouldn't that mess everything up? Well, at this time you should call Mr. Pei for instructions. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1251 Small Adjustment of the Suffering Journey. After observing for a while, Yufei found that there is an unwritten rule within Tengda: when you are undecided, ask Mr. Pei for advice. Many leaders will report to Mr. Pei when they are undecided. But this behavior is not like some companies, where they report everything in detail. The leaders of Tengda seem to have their own screening mechanism. They will never ask Mr. Pei for some problems. Even if they think hard for several days, they must rely on their own ability to solve them, and some problems are asked for instructions as soon as they encounter them. So far, Yufei has not figured out what the screening mechanism behind this is. Maybe the necessary quality to become the person in charge of Tenda is to be able to distinguish which problems need to be reported and which problems do not need to be reported. Yufei thought about it. Although he is only a substitute chief designer now, he still has to substitute for a month. Although a month is not a long time, many necessary skills that should be mastered still need to be mastered, otherwise it will not drag others down, right? Well, maybe Bao Su, as a veteran employee, will know this question. Thinking of this, Yufei expressed his doubts and gave a hint, saying that Mr. Pei seemed to want him to figure it out slowly, and would it be a bad idea to call him to ask? Bao Su thought for a moment and said, "You mean, you don't quite understand when to call for instructions, and when not to call for instructions? Well, this is indeed a science. Then let me briefly explain it to you. These are the rules I have summarized from observing the heads of various departments. Now that you are also the head, you must also master this rule. According to my observation, the heads may encounter 3 situations in their daily work. The first is the trivialities of daily work. If this is not done well, it is simply a problem of personal ability. You must find a way to overcome it yourself and cannot disturb President Pei. The second is a very high-end issue involving the future development direction of the entire industry. This must be asked to President Pei, because only President Pei can comprehensively consider the situation of various industries and make the most reasonable plan. The third situation is between the two. It is neither a simple daily triviality nor a decision that is so big that it will directly affect the entire industry. It is a problem that will cause certain damage after making a mistake, but it will not be irreparable. Generally speaking, there is no need to ask President Pei about this kind of problem. Because when Mr. Pei assigns tasks, he often gives certain restrictions and hints. The reason why he doesn't make it so clear is mainly to cultivate the ability of the responsible persons to think independently, improve their vision, perspective and business level. Mr. Pei's goal is to train each person in charge to be a jack of all trades, not only to have a deep understanding and insight into the industry, to become a true leader, but also to be proficient in work in different fields. After assigning tasks, the responsible persons will infer Mr. Pei's true thoughts through the conditions given by Mr. Pei. This is equivalent to a kind of practice. If you practice more, your work ability will naturally be improved. Yufei nodded. He has joined Tenda for a while, and he is in Tenda's game department. He has heard many stories behind the scenes of Mr. Pei's development of games from old employees. Each game was solved by the person in charge of the game department with great difficulty. And this is indeed like a kind of training and a test, just like a close exercise. Bao Su changed the subject. However, there are also special cases that require the advice of President Pei. For example, there is really no progress, which may even affect the construction period and make the project unable to be completed. Or, after President Pei assigned the task, the situation and environment changed again, and the original plan may become inappropriate. Although President Pei can see the strengths and weaknesses of everyone, it is impossible for him to predict everything 100%, and sometimes he will overestimate or underestimate his employees. If you encounter these problems, you must report them in time. President Pei will decide whether to make certain revisions to the plan. Yufei nodded, and he understood it completely. Now it is obviously a special situation that needs to be consulted. On the one hand, Yufei has made no progress after 2 days of hard thinking. If he continues to be so entangled, it may affect the construction period and the progress of the project. On the other hand, President Pei may have overtrusted or overestimated Yufei's talent in game design and made this close test too difficult. It is indeed necessary to ask for instructions. Thank you, Brother Bao. Sure enough, after listening to Brother Bao's explanation, I am much clearer in my mind. Fei couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains this time. After mastering this reporting mechanism, you will not be at a loss when you encounter problems at work, and you don't have to worry about whether you should alarm President Pei because this problem is not big or small. Soon, Bao Su called President Pei and briefly told him about Fei's visit. Boss Pei, that's about it. Although I have a general and vague idea, in my opinion, the difficulty of this mission is a bit too high for Fei, and he may not be able to do it. If the progress is not smooth, it may not be completed within the construction period. So let me confirm with you again how to deal with this matter. Should I let Fei continue to study, or should I help him? On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian fell silent. It's a bit difficult. Pei Qian didn't know that Fei and Bao Su called after repeatedly demonstrating the feasibility. He always hoped that employees would ask more questions. Because the more questions you ask, the clearer the communication will be, and it will be less likely to misinterpret your meaning. Moreover, Pei Qian's original motivation for assigning this task to Fei was very simple, just to lose money. But now it seems that this difficulty is indeed a bit high for Fei. Because the previous chief designers at least had grassroots work experience, and their abilities were relatively strong, and they had never encountered the problem of stuck deadlines. But Fei was a latecomer after all, and he had only been a substitute chief designer for 2 months, and he was responsible for a fighting game that other people in the department were not good at. According to the current script, this game does have a great risk, and it may not be completed before the settlement. Delayed settlement is definitely unacceptable. Pei Qian thought about it for a while and said, well, what you said makes sense. I didn't think it through. How about this, you stay and help Fei. But you must be careful. You can't take on all the responsibilities yourself. Instead, you should focus on guiding, assisting, and inspiring, and never interfere too much with Fei's own design. Pei Qian was very clear about Bao Su's ability. Although his brilliance was overshadowed by his travels again and again, in Pei Qian's eyes, Bao Su's harmfulness in the game was comparable to that of Huang Sibo and others. After all, the prototype design of Sea Fortress was completed by Bao Su, and Huang Sibo was only responsible for coordination and execution. That's why Pei Qian repeatedly emphasized that Bao Su was only a guarantee to ensure that the game could be completed on schedule, and he and Fei had to balance each other. Bao Su immediately said, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I will be careful. After all, I am now the person in charge of the suffering trip, and I still have work to complete. I won't take over." Speaking of this, Pei Qian suddenly realized a problem. Oh, yes, suffering travel will go to Shenangjia this month. Didn't you say you would go with them? It seems that there is a conflict in schedule. Bao Su was silent for a moment. Well, there is nothing I can do. The things in the game department are more important. If it really doesn't work, I won't go. Let Saziren keep an eye on it. It's a good deal for them this time. I'll go with them next time. It can be seen that Bao Su has also made a great sacrifice. Pei Qian thought about it and decided that this would not work. If Bao Su doesn't go, Saziren will definitely be reluctant to take ruthless action. Although Pei Qian has repeatedly told Saziren not to be polite to these leaders, from the training in the special training base, Saziren still can't be as cruel as Bao Su. This is normal, after all, acquaintances are the most ruthless. The trip to Shenangjia lasts for a month. If Bao Su doesn't go, won't these leaders escape? The degree of suffering is greatly reduced. At that time, as long as they groan and say they are tired or uncomfortable, Saziren will definitely let them rest. This is definitely not okay. It is completely contrary to the original intention of the suffering trip. Moreover, Bao Su has to stay in the game department for a month, which is too harmful and a bit uncontrollable. Pei Qian thought for a moment and quickly came up with a good solution. How about this? I can't let you sacrifice too much. I'll give you a week to help you complete the design plan. As long as there is a clear plan, the game will definitely be made in the end, and you don't need to stay here for a full month. The trip to Shenanjia will proceed as scheduled. I remember the previous itinerary was to arrange a simple wilderness survival in the first half, and then visit nearby popular attractions in the second half. So, you go a week later, and then make up for the time at the end. In other words, the previous itinerary was calculated in weeks, 2 weeks of wilderness survival, 2 weeks of visiting popular attractions. And now it has become 1 week of wilderness survival, 1 week of wilderness survival, 2 weeks of visiting popular attractions, 1 week of wilderness survival. Baosu was stunned. Ah? Is this good? Pei Qian said, what's wrong? This is all work needs. The work of the game department is very important, but the work of suffering travel is also very important. Both ends must be taken into account. Only a little insignificant adjustment can be made in the itinerary. It's just a little more money, no big deal. Everyone works too hard at work. It's not easy to go out for a trip and play for a few days. It doesn't matter if you play for a week or 2 more. And don't you think this itinerary is more scientific? It's like a sandwich cookie, and the mood fluctuates like a wave line. According to the original itinerary, you suffer in the first half of the month, and you are completely relaxed in the second half of the month. The sensory stimulation is not rich enough. Now this arrangement will make everyone more impressed. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1252, Is there no one who needs to take responsibility? Baosu was very touched. As expected, Mr. Pei did not let me silently dedicate and sacrifice, but found a solution that had the best of both worlds. Now Baosu had no regrets at all and hung up the phone happily. Then, he relayed Mr. Pei's arrangements to Yu Fei. The matter is resolved. I will simply arrange the work here first, and the plan of the suffering trip will proceed as scheduled. Wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, I will go to Tenda Games and study the design plan of Ghost General 2 with you. Yu Fei was overjoyed and immediately went back to organize the relevant materials and wait for Baosu's arrival. After Yu Fei returned to the Tenda Games department, he found that Hu Xianbin was still there, as if waiting for the news of his triumphant return. Sure enough, after seeing Yu Fei, Hu Xianbin immediately stood up with expectation. How is it? What did Brother Bao say? This action and expression were exactly the same as when Yu Fei saw Hu Xianbin coming back before. It's just that the roles of the two people seemed to have been swapped. Yu Fei's face was filled with smiles. Brother Bao agreed to help. Really? That's great. Hu Xianbin almost jumped up with joy. Obviously, he was happy from the bottom of his heart, because the game will take at least half a year to develop. Baosu's help here means that he won't go to Shenanjia, and they will certainly suffer less under Saziren. Yu Fei added, but it may be a little different from the script you expected. Hu Xianbin's smile froze on his face. What's the difference? Yu Fei said, Brother Bao will only stay in Jingzhou for a week, and he will go to Shenanjia after helping me finish the design draft. Hu Xianbin froze. But then, he patted his chest and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, it's also a gain to skip classes for a week. This trip to Shenanjia, the first 2 weeks are wild survival, and the last 2 weeks are sightseeing. In other words, in these 2 weeks of wild survival, at least the first week is relatively easy. Yu Fei continued, Brother Bao had already given up the plan to go to Shenanjia, but President Pei said that this was also a serious job, and he couldn't suffer the hardship of traveling because of the game department's affairs, so although Brother Bao went a week later, he would make up for it in the end. In other words, the wilderness survival content was extended to 3 weeks, 2 weeks in the first and 1 week in the last, and the time for visiting scenic spots in the middle remained unchanged. Hu Xianbin froze instantly. It's over, it's all over. It's a loss. I thought it would be easier if Bao Su didn't go, but I never expected that President Pei would make up for it directly. Compared with the previous one, there is one more week of wilderness survival content. What does it mean to bring disaster upon oneself? After a long time, he finally came to his senses, and said to Fei, "Brother, let's discuss this. You must keep this a secret for me, and don't let other responsible persons know." If others knew that the extra week of wilderness survival content was due to Hu Xianbin's suggestion, the consequences would be disastrous. Hu Xianbin didn't want to be beaten to death in Shenangjia by the angry responsible persons. October 11th, Thursday. Pei Qian refreshed the official website of IOI as a routine and asked that soul-searching question again. What on earth are these people doing? What on earth are Eric and Zhao Shuming thinking? No, I have to make a phone call to ask. Pei Qian really couldn't sit still. The Fantasy of the Gods, Reaching the Peak Together event was originally planned to last for 2 weeks, and now it has entered the final stage. The first week was during the holidays. Eric and Zhao Shuming might have been on vacation or not very sensitive to data changes, so they didn't come up with any plans. That's fine. But the second week was already back to work, right? It's already Thursday, and there's still no movement. Is there something wrong? The original intention of this activity was to bring some fresh blood to IOI, but because of the problem of the loophole, it became a mutual flow between the two games. A large number of IOI diehard players registered GOG accounts in order to get rewards. In order to participate in the event and get rewards, they have to go through the novice process. In this process, it is inevitable to play with some real friends. Those diehard players of IOI have many friends in real life who can play GOG. Although the event can only be opened after completing the novice game, there is no level limit for the initial team. It's also a lot of work, so why not play online with friends? As a result, the problem of this activity becomes bigger and bigger as time goes on. On the GOG side, fewer players go to IOI's activities. Although the event will end in 2 or 3 days, those players who insist on going online to get rewards are just one step away. Various online time requirements have been met, and they are just waiting to go online on the last day to get a reward. On the other hand, on the IOI side, those players who come to GOG to play are a little bit addicted, and it seems that they don't want to go back. Although the prizes of both parties are not much different in this event, GOG's daily benefits are much more powerful than IOI. In addition, there are more players, and the matching mechanism can play a better role, so overall, the game experience is better. All these situations are reflected in the data. It can be clearly seen that although the data of IOI is still relatively high compared to before the event, it is gradually going downhill. It is estimated that when the event is really over and GOG players get their rewards in GOG as they wish, the data of IOI will drop sharply again. On the other hand, GOG's data has already caught up with the original data 2 days ago. If we consider that some players will return after the event, the drainage effect of this event is actually quite obvious. In other words, it successfully converted a group of players who were originally extremely loyal to IOI and would never touch GOG. This matter made a fuss. Pei Qian almost vomited blood. It was wrong, it was all wrong. Originally, he wanted to give IOI a blood transfusion, but why did the blood flow to his side after the blood vessels were connected? So many preventive measures seem to have no effect at all. The most outrageous thing is that it was obviously a loophole on the IOI side, but they still ignored it. This slow reaction is simply incomprehensible. Pei Qian really couldn't wait any longer. After much hesitation, he finally called Eric. It didn't matter if he was misunderstood by the other party. He had to make the call. If he couldn't find out the truth, Pei Qian would be unable to sleep or eat, and would die in obscurity. The phone rang for a while before it was connected. Hello? Mr. Pei. Eric's voice on the other end of the phone was flat. Pei Qian, if Eric had just started to curse, or if there was confusion in his voice, then Pei Qian would have something to say, but now Eric's attitude seemed to be full of indifference, which made Pei Qian not know what to say for a while. The two of them were silent on the phone for a few seconds. Pei Qian thought about it and decided not to leave it so cold. He still had to ask the questions he had thought of. You still haven't realized that this event is different from what was planned before? This is too strange. Pei Qian regretted it as soon as he said it. This sentence seemed to be a bit ambiguous. Pei Qian's original intention was to ask sincerely, but to the other party, this sentence seemed to carry a sense of boredom after victory. It seemed to be saying, I buried a trap in the event, and I thought you could find the trap and add a little fun to our battle, but you actually stepped into it? But the words were already out, and the explanation was unclear. Sure enough, Eric misunderstood. Boss Pei, your trick is really clever. You deliberately tricked us into changing the setting of an event, so that the entire event produced a result that was completely opposite to what we expected. But I noticed this problem as early as the second day of the event. Pei Qian was confused, then why didn't you change it? Eric smiled helplessly, because I can't do anything about it. Didn't I say this when I came back from my last job report? Although I am still the person in charge of IOI in Greater China in name, I am actually just a puppet. Dayak Group wants to further strengthen its control over Zhito Company and gain more benefits from IOI, and this activity is in line with the expectations of the top management. Moreover, the situation of IOI's national server is completely different from that of other servers. Although other servers also have loopholes, the difference in the number of players is not that big. In the process of two-way flow, IOI's local data is also growing. For the top management, although this activity has some small loopholes, it works well and they want to plug them. The cost of plugging this loophole and the negative impact it will cause are too great, and the gains do not outweigh the losses. All the data during the event were good. Who could have foreseen that the data would plummet after the event? What's more, Mr. Pei, not all companies have the same structure as Tenda. If someone is determined to plug this loophole, then once a problem occurs in the process, he will bear all the responsibility. No one will do such a stupid thing. If you do nothing, this is a decision made by everyone together, and even if there is a problem, they will share the responsibility. Judging from this situation in other regions, doing nothing is the best choice. Of course, the only exception is the Greater China region, because the number of players on both sides is too different, so the consequences are serious. But again, I am just a mouthpiece. When I encounter such a problem, I can only choose to report it. Moreover, this is a global activity. It is definitely impossible to change the activities of the Greater China region alone. That would make players feel that they are being treated differently. So, after I reported this problem, the top management did not give a clear answer, and they could not reach a unified opinion. Pei Qian. Nothing to say. Maybe this is the so-called big company disease. After being in Tenda for a long time, Pei Qian always has an illusion that the will of a company is actually transferred by the will of the leader. In Tenda, although Pei Qian's meaning is often misinterpreted by employees, he still maintains absolute control over the entire company in general. If you want to do something, you can basically implement it very smoothly, even if it is a more outrageous thing. But Dayak Group is different. It is a large group company. The senior management will not pay attention to a certain activity of a subsidiary. The senior management who are directly responsible see that the data of the activity in other places is good. They lack motivation and do not want to be blamed for their rash actions. Eric may be aware of the problem, but he can't do anything in the process. In short, the person who understands the problem may not have the final say, and the person who has the final say is too far away and can't realize the seriousness of the problem. So, after dragging it on and on, it got stuck here. This reminded Pei Qian of the famous joke. In the first stage, we declared that nothing happened. In the second stage, we said that maybe something happened, but we shouldn't take action. In the third stage, we said that maybe we should take action, but because of various problems, we can't actually do anything. In the fourth stage, we said that maybe we could have done something at the beginning, but now it's too late. Pei Qian felt that this matter was very incredible, so, this matter just passed? No one is responsible for this? Eric, yes. Pei Qian, who? Eric's voice was a little helpless, me. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1253, I'll treat you to a meal. Obviously, Eric is the best person to take the blame for this incident. Although the data in other regions have also changed to a certain extent, the number of players in the two games is not that different after all. During the event, the data of IOI first increased and then decreased, which can actually be explained as a normal phenomenon in the event, just like the customer flow in the supermarket surges when there is a discount, and the customer flow will inevitably drop sharply after the discount. In short, the heads of other regions of IOI can find a lot of excuses, and everyone's interests are basically the same. For various reasons, the top management of the group did not take any action against this event, so everyone will take any responsibility together, and other regions will not be held accountable if they just fool around a little. But the situation in the Greater China region is different. The difference in the number of people playing the two games GOG and IOI here is huge, so the data changes are also particularly obvious. Compared with the data in other regions, it is too eye-catching and can't be fooled. Moreover, the plan for this joint event was also submitted by Eric. Is there anyone more suitable than Eric to take the blame? Although Eric had thought idealistically before, thinking that he was just a mouthpiece, and that he didn't need to make decisions on many things, and naturally didn't need to bear responsibility. But he was obviously wrong. In many cases, a mouthpiece will naturally become a scapegoat. After all, a mouthpiece is dispensable, and it is natural to take the blame. Pei Qian was completely speechless. Miserable, too miserable. Although Eric himself was willing to accept defeat and didn't complain too much, Pei Qian thought about it carefully. Since he met Eric, this buddy seemed to have been unlucky. At first, he was a senior executive of the media business of Tenda Group. He was parachuted into the Finger Company and served as the head of IOI Greater China. He should have been able to show his skills. However, he started off badly and had no improvement after a long time. After being removed for the first time, Eric lay dormant for a while, and finally made a comeback. As a result, it didn't take long before he was removed again. Although Eric hadn't figured it out yet, Pei Qian could probably guess what would happen to him. He would definitely not be the head of the Greater China region. He wouldn't be fired directly, but he would probably not be in charge of any work related to Finger Company and IOI. The most likely possibility was a symbolic demotion and he would go back to work at his old school. But Pei Qian couldn't do anything. I can't go to Tenda Group to beg Eric to continue to be the head of the Greater China region, right? Wouldn't that further confirm the improper relationship between the two? Pei Qian thought for a while and said, "Before you leave, do you want to come to Jingzhou again? I'll treat you to a meal?" Eric thought for a while. "Okay, I'll book a ticket later. I'll take the high-speed rail to Jingzhou today and come back tomorrow night. I'll be in time." Pei Qian was very happy. "Okay, then give me a greeting before you come, and I'll arrange someone to receive you. You should be a little more friendly to your good brothers." If it weren't for Eric, IOI wouldn't have to accompany GOG to burn money for so long. I don't know how many settlement cycles Pei Qian has survived with this. If it weren't for IOI's help, Pei Qian would have gone crazy because of the money earned by GOG. But the good brother also burned himself in selfless dedication and became a scapegoat. Pei Qian is a loyal person. How can he let his good brother bleed and cry? After this separation, I don't know when I will see him again. No matter how poor Pei Qian was, he could still afford a full meal, not to mention that the system would reimburse him. At the same time, Bao Su came to Tenda's game department. Brother Bao is back? Hello, Brother Bao. As one of the most veteran employees in the game department, Bao Su had a good relationship with these people, and many of them greeted him. Unlike the managers who would tremble when they saw Bao Su, these ordinary employees were not so afraid of him. Those who suffered the hardship of the journey were the managers, so what did it have to do with us, the chores? Even if many people had voted for Bao Su, it was all secret ballots, and Bao Su could not find out who voted and who did not vote at the specific time. So no one was worried about being caught by Bao Su to suffer the hardship of the journey. In this case, everyone was still relatively friendly to Bao Su. After greeting everyone, Bao Su came to his workstation. I don't know why, it feels like a blessing from another world. There are many empty workstations in the Tenda Games department now, but some personal belongings are retained, and the computers are not formatted or reinstalled. For example, Huang Sibo's workstation, Lu Mingliang's workstation, Lin Wan's workstation, Li Yada's workstation. Among them, Lin Wan's workstation is particularly special. Although she is currently in Qingshan studio, she has a used workstation in the Tenda Games department and a used workstation in Shenyang Games. The meaning of keeping the workstations is to allow every employee who leaves Tenda to come back often, and this is their permanent home. But Bao Su always feels that these empty seats are like tombstones. Of course, this may just be an illusion. Pulling a chair casually, Bao Su began to discuss Ghost General 2 with Yufei. During this period, Yufei has sorted out some information, mainly the original paintings and settings of various generals, and also downloaded some classic fighting games on the computer, such as on Myoji. But at present, there is not much progress. If you just play it for a while, you will only understand some superficial things, which will not help the design of the game at all. Yufei has made great progress in sorting out all the original paintings of the heroes in the game, Ghost General, and carefully studying their character profiles and life stories. Well, I have to say that it is a talent to write this story background. Of course, to be more precise, Ghost General does not have a game plot or story background, only the character settings of each general. But through the character settings of the generals, combined with some historical events of the Three Kingdoms, you can still make up a lot of things in your mind. Yufei was very curious about the original author of Ghost General. After asking the old employees of the game department, he learned that this was a masterpiece jointly created by the two Ma generals. The first Mr. Ma is Ma Yang, the first employee of Tenda and the right-hand man of Mr. Pei. He was responsible for many important projects such as Moyu Internet Cafe, Yuan Meng Venture Capital, and Esports Club. He is said to be an investment talent driven by interest. The most outstanding investment case is the investment in Jito Company, which made 500 million yuan in one investment. Recently, Mr. Ma should be in charge of Rabbit Tail Live, which is also very effective. Although Mr. Ma's work has little to do with writing, his casual play at the beginning gave the game, Ghost General, a soul, which can be said to be the result of the article and the result of his accidental creation. The second Mr. Ma is an old acquaintance of Yufei. After all, Ma Yichun is the person in charge of the N Chinese website, and Yufei himself is the author of the N Chinese website and an outstanding member of the inspiration class. According to Ma Yichun, he had previously worked in the Tenda game department. He repolished the background introductions of all the generals in Ghost General and rewrote the background introductions of a series of new generals that were added later. On the basis of retaining this unique style, the content was filled and expanded, and then the entire story background of Ghost General was roughly determined. Yufei suddenly felt that it was a very proud thing to be in charge of this project. This is standing on the shoulders of a giant. Although his surname is not Ma, he can't make up the story of the three Ma, but this is not important. The key is to dedicate a satisfactory game to the players. In terms of the plot, Yufei is still very confident. After all, the plot of Eternal Reincarnation was highly praised by President Pei, and the game was also made and received good feedback. Ghost General 2 should have a lot of room for development in terms of plot. The key is to see how to design the gameplay. Bao Su sat next to Yufei and seriously considered how to help. In fact, he already had a rough idea, but he couldn't tell Yufei directly. This was what President Pei had emphasized: let Yufei think independently, and Bao Su only played an inspiring role. But to what extent can he inspire? This is a technical job. Too much is as bad as too little. Too much will definitely have an impact, and too little will not work. After thinking about it, Bao Su decided to start with the characteristics of fighting games, briefly talk about some very basic but easily overlooked common sense issues, and then slowly expand on this basis to help Yufei successfully complete the entire design. Fighting games are actually a game with quite unique fun. You are an old player of Turning Back on the Shore, and you may think that action games and fighting games have some similarities, but in fact, in the eyes of fighting game enthusiasts, their differences are very huge. Pei repeatedly emphasized that this time he was going to design a fighting game, so he would definitely not agree to make it an alternative version of Turning Back on the Shore, because that would be dislocated and overlap with existing games. Yufei listened carefully and nodded frequently. He had indeed proposed such a suggestion in a meeting before, considering whether Ghost General could be made into a third-person follow-up perspective similar to Turning Back as the Shore, but it was immediately rejected by President Pei. Now listening to Bao Su's words, his idea is indeed not in line with President Pei's requirements. Bao Su continued, fighting games are games that look simple, but are actually very difficult to play. If you can't train systematically and specifically, you won't improve no matter how long you play, and you won't be able to experience any fun at all. You must constantly practice repeatedly and boringly, and fight against people who are better than you, and suffer repeatedly, in order to improve and have fun. It may look similar to Turning Back on the Shore on the surface, both are suffering, but in fact there is a big difference. One is PvP and the other is PvE. The main fun of Turning Back on the Shore lies in PvE. The key to defeating the boss is to memorize the board. As long as you can remember all the moves and actions of the boss, and then know how to choose targeted strategies to deal with it, you can always win. Although this type of game can also have PvP content, the fun of fighting is completely different from PvE. You should be very clear about this. Fighting games mainly focus on PvP, and memorizing the board is useless, because each opponent has different habits, and fighting depends more on seeing the moves, that is, hard power. Chapter 1254, The Basics of Fighting Games. Love You Reading website, lose money to become the richest man, starting from games. Bao Su paused for a moment and continued, some professional terms in fighting games, such as Li Hui, Zai, etc., often emphasize not one thing, but a very broad and general concept, and the strength of the player lies in the mastery and flexible use of these abilities. For example, the concept of Li Hui is difficult to translate. It refers to all the actions you take before attacking or defending against the opponent's attack. Whether it is walking back and forth, restraining or deceiving, it can be regarded as part of Li Hui. In other words, the purpose of Li Hui is to do everything possible to make the situation favorable to oneself and put the opponent into a more unfavorable situation. If you really can't understand it, you can roughly understand it as a pre-attack preparation ability that includes awareness and operation, just like the behavior of you in MOBA games through frequent small position deception skills to lead the enemy to a terrain that is favorable to oneself. So, although action games like Turn Back also suffer, their growth curve is still relatively scientific. At most, it is difficult to get started, but once you get on the right track, you will gradually adapt to it. Fighting games are different. Their growth curve starts at a very low point, grows very slowly, and the upper limit is far away. In this process, it is difficult for you to accurately evaluate how much stronger you have become. You may be beaten to doubt your life when you meet a big boss. Compared to action games where you can become stronger by memorizing the board, fighting games are not just about memorizing the board or practicing reaction speed and combing moves. It requires a lot of targeted practice, and even often requires muscle memory to break down each action into frames. If we compare it from the data, many players can become proficient in games like turning back after more than 30 hours, and become masters after 100 hours. If you add more time, it's nothing more than speed running or killing the boss in seconds. But fighting games are different. 100 hours is common, and 1,000 hours may still be a bloodbath. 3,000 hours, 5,000 hours, there is no upper limit. Yufei was dumbfounded. 5,000 hours. He simply calculated the account. Assuming that you play every day without fail, and play for an average of 5 hours, then 5,000 hours will take 3 years. If you play for an hour every day on average, it will take more than 10 years. It's scary to think about it, although there is such a thing as the 10,000-hour rule, that is discussing some very complex and advanced professional fields. Games are different. Even if you really squeeze out so much time, it will always be boring and lose its fun. After all, it does not have the depth of professional fields. The key is that after playing many games for hundreds of hours, the improvement you can get by practicing again is minimal. It may be that your ability has reached the limit, or it may be that the game mechanism does not support it. MOBA games and shooting games also have the characteristics of replayability, but even in shooting games, if you meet a big guy, you can at least hit 1 or 2 shots. In fighting games, if you meet a real big guy, it may be difficult to even move. Baosu continued, so there is a very critical issue here. Fighting games must have a certain heritage. Those real masters have played thousands of hours in all fighting games. That's because all fighting games actually have certain commonalities. The original experience can be used in new games, and they can quickly get started after adapting. This group of people are the most loyal to fighting games, and they are also the most picky. If a fighting game conflicts with their existing experience, they will think that the game is not well made and will not play it at all. Of course, from another perspective, this also saves us some time in the design process. After knowing that certain traditions must be continued, we don't need to worry about them anymore. For example, the basic combat system, rubbing moves, and a series of operations must not be changed. Yufei nodded, and he realized more deeply the error of his original idea. For fighting game players, rubbing moves has become muscle memory and instinctive reaction. In the state of being busy in the battle, rubbing a super kill in a few tenths of a second is a skill that every fighting player must master. If these things that have been practiced hard are not in Ghost General 2 at all, how can people come to play? So, since Ghost General 2 is a fighting game, the basic combat cannot be forcibly changed. It can only be a minor repair on the basis of traditional classic fighting games, and any changes must be cautious. Character modeling, actions, moves, etc. can be changed, but the core must not change, and the operation method basically cannot change. The reason why game types are strictly divided into action games, horizontal level games and fighting games is because each type of game has very clear limitations and cannot be confused. Yufei thought about it and said, so, Ghost General 2 should continue the operation of fighting games. The joystick must take into account movement, jumping and rubbing, and cannot be turned into the operation method of action games. Baosu nodded, yes, that would fundamentally damage the fun of fighting games, and it can no longer be called a fighting game. As he spoke, he took a game controller from Yufei's desk. Regular game controllers have 4 areas on the front, namely, the left and right joysticks, the left functional area, and the right functional area. But in fighting games, only 2 areas are actually used. The right thumb is placed on ABXY, and the right joystick is completely unused. The left thumb uses the cross key or the left joystick, which depends on personal habits, but no matter which one is used, the other is also unused. The dedicated fighting game controllers on the market directly cancel all unnecessary joysticks and add 2 more buttons in the ABXY area. The fighting controller in your hand is a floating cross key, which is convenient for rubbing moves, while the controller similar to a large game console has a large joystick on the left. The principle is the same, but how to choose depends on personal preference. But no matter what the difference in form is, they all have one thing in common, that is, the player's hand can only take care of 2 partitions, and the functions of these 2 partitions are very fixed. Bao Su explained very carefully, and Yufei understood it quickly. The pace of fighting games is too fast, so there is no time to do anything else. In action games, players can let the left thumb leave the left joystick to press the cross key to use props, or they can let the right thumb stop pressing the attack key or roll key to move the right joystick to adjust the perspective. Although it will affect the original action, after all, losing a few tenths of a second will not have any very fatal consequences, so you can just take the time to do it during the battle. But fighting games are different, because a few tenths of a second mistake may be caught by the opponent and cause huge losses, so players can't spare their hands to press other keys at all. Of course, the layout of fighting game controllers appeared even earlier than the current console controllers, and much earlier. Therefore, the operation mode and handle style of fighting games are in a state of their own, and it is difficult to be fully compatible with the current mainstream handle usage. You can use mainstream handles to simulate the handle operation of fighting games, but you can't design the gameplay of fighting games according to the layout of mainstream handles. Yufei suddenly realized a problem. Doesn't that mean that you can only walk back and forth on a plane? In fact, you have become a 2-dimensional creature? The cross keys of fighting games are moving forward and backward, jumping and squatting. This way, there are no keys for moving horizontally to the left or right-hand side, or in or out of the screen. If it is in other 2D fighting games, this is certainly not a big problem. But Mr. Pei said that Ghost General 2 is a pure 3D game, and the soldiers may come from all directions. If you want to hit the soldiers on the side, how to hit them? Bao Su said, in fact, some fighting games have solved this problem. The solution is to press the up key twice in a row, and the effect is to move to the left-hand side, that is, to the inside of the screen. It will not only allow the character to dodge the opponent's attack, but also rotate and move the entire screen. Similarly, pressing the down key twice in a row means to move to the right-hand side, that is, to the outside of the screen, and the camera will rotate accordingly. We can go a step further and continue to move horizontally by double-clicking and then holding, or use a combination of keys to complete the horizontal movement operation. This operation method is still relatively scientific. In fighting games, single-clicking, double-clicking, and holding are different operations. For example, holding down the right direction key is to move, and double-clicking and holding it is to sprint quickly. Yufei nodded in understanding. I see, that means this operation can be done, and there is a ready-made design plan. It's just that it is still under the operating system of fighting games. Compared with other games, especially action games, it is a completely different system. In this case, we can't design much for the most basic combat system. It's mainly to continue the classic gameplay of fighting games, and we can only tinker with some small details. Well, after saying so much, I have gained a lot. I have ruled out many absolutely unfeasible directions. But this is just mind clearance. I still have no idea how to do it. Bao Su smiled and explained, of course, this is just laying a foundation. Designing a game is not a quick thing. It requires repeated weighing of pros and cons and thinking about details. Just like building a building, this is an overall project. If any part is not handled well, it may make the entire project was affected, and some even had to be rebuilt from scratch. Now that the foundation has been laid, the next step is to perfect all the content bit by bit. As for the specific approach, it is actually very simple. It is to start with Mr. Pei's needs, analyze bit by bit, first determine a prototype, and then slowly complete the details. I can't help you too much in this process. You need to have enough time to think independently. You Fei thought for a while. In this way, I have some ideas. However, the combat system is still difficult. Even if it is to follow other games, the characters, skills, and actions must all use the settings of Ghost Generals. There is no way to copy it. Baosu said, "This is very simple. Since you are not good at it, then find someone who is good at it. There are many champions of fighting game competitions in China. Can't we just spend some money to invite them as action directors? Boss Pei asked you to be responsible for the design of this game, and he certainly didn't ask you to work hard with these contents. After all, this requires thousands of hours of game experience. You should change your direction, explore the differences between yourself and others, find a breakthrough from Boss Pei's words, and complete the design of the entire game bit by bit." Number 1255, Recruiting People. I fell in love with your reading website, and I became the richest man from losing money from playing games. At night, in the private room of the Ming Mansion family banquet. Brother AI. Come, please sit down. Pei Qian greeted Eric very enthusiastically. Coming to Jingzhou again, Eric was quite emotional. He had been to Jingzhou several times, and it seemed that every time he came, he could feel that the city was changing, which was obviously related to the existence of Tenda. Moreover, it seemed that every time he came, President Pei's attitude towards him became more enthusiastic. From not meeting at all at the beginning, to meeting by chance later, and now President Pei took the initiative to invite me to dinner. Eric was thinking, does this mean that President Pei recognized my ability? And regarded me as a respectable opponent? Although it seems a bit self-indulgent to think so, it must be said that President Pei's change in attitude obviously exists. Pei Qian said with some regret, "It's a pity that you came so suddenly that you missed the weekend. If it was the weekend, I would have reserved a seat at the nameless restaurant, or if the itinerary was booked 2 or 3 days in advance, I could have told the person in charge of the restaurant in advance and changed the time with the customer. The time is not right, so I can only make do here. When you come back from Europe, tell me in advance, and I will definitely arrange for you to have a good meal at the nameless restaurant." The nameless restaurant still requires queuing. Pei Qian only reserves 5 days a month for himself, of which the 20th is reserved for private use, and the largest private room is also reserved every weekend. If you must use it on weekdays, you can also communicate with the guests who have made reservations on the same day, change the guests to the weekend, and compensate some dishes. Basically, the guests will agree happily. But today is Thursday, and Eric came in a hurry, so there is no time to arrange, so he can only eat at Mr. Li's place. Although the money spent is not small, the taste is still a little worse. Eric's emotions are very complicated. For some reason, he always feels that Mr. Pei seems to be particularly enthusiastic about him. This enthusiasm comes from the heart and is not pretended at all. This makes him feel very strange. In theory, shouldn't the two be competitors? Is Mr. Pei too broad-minded, or is he too confident? Even if he regards himself as a respectable opponent, this attitude is a bit too enthusiastic. Soon, delicious dishes were served, and Pei Qian was not polite, eating while chatting with Eric. Brother AI, to be honest, this event was an accident. I didn't expect it would implicate you. Pei Qian's words were sincere, and this event was indeed an accident. If Eric hadn't reminded him to read the event details twice, he wouldn't have suggested changing new accounts to all accounts, and this event might not have caused such great harm. Originally, he was sincerely giving blood transfusion to IOI, but it all went wrong. Of course, if Pei Qian hadn't brought it up, this event would probably have caused some new problems for IOI, but at most the event effect would have been very poor, and it shouldn't have turned into the current situation. Therefore, although Pei Qian didn't think it was his fault, he still sympathized with Eric and felt that he shouldn't have implicated him. The key is that after Eric left, if IOI's national server really fell into a slump, what would happen? Pei Qian would be very lonely. Eric nodded. I understand what you mean. Maybe you are not targeting me, but the company's top management, the actual controller of IOI. But there is no way. In this kind of struggle, all chess pieces may be sacrificed. Mr. Pei, as a chess player, of course you don't care about these things. Pei Qian. Forget it, there is no way to communicate. Eric obviously misunderstood the meaning of accidental injury. Pei Qian thought about it and couldn't explain further, so he had to change the subject. How long will it take for you to come back this time? Eric was silent for a moment and said, maybe I won't come back. My punishment can be light or heavy, but I will definitely not be responsible for the IOI game anymore, and I will probably not be involved in the business of finger company anymore. The most likely possibility is a demotion and return to the media department. Pei Qian said angrily, too much. How can Dayak Group treat a veteran hero like this? The leader is incompetent, but the subordinates have to take the blame. It's still a multinational company, and there is no pattern at all. In fact, Pei Qian's true thoughts in his heart are that Eric's ability is not very good. Although it barely poses a little threat to Tenda, this threat is really a drop in the bucket in Pei Qian's view. But then again, it feels that these senior executives of Dayak Group are even more useless than Eric. Among the senior executives of Dayak Group, Zhito Group, Longyu Group, Eric and Zhao Shuming, the others are all useless, and only Eric is still somewhat useful. Picking a general from a group of short people makes Eric stand out. And such a person is forced to take the blame, which is really unfair. What's more infuriating is that after Eric leaves, who can continue to spend money with me? The attitude of the senior management of Dayak Group is very clear, that is, GOG, you guys should do what you want to do, we are going to make money with IOI anyway. With such a group of people, if a new person in charge is assigned, it is estimated that they are the type who can't do anything together. It is a daydream to want to burn money together. Pei Qian was speaking up for Eric on the one hand, and felt sorry for himself on the other hand. A living god of wealth is gone. Eric drank a sip of tea silently, wondering why President Pei was so indignant. If you don't know, you might think that President Pei himself has been treated unfairly. After all, there are still differences between companies. Eric couldn't explain it too clearly. He still had professional qualities. Even if he was dissatisfied with his own company, he certainly couldn't complain in front of his competitors. He could only express his envy of Tenda employees in this vague way. The two of them ate their own dishes, and they were a little speechless for a while. When Eric was fired for the first time, he saw President Pei and did not forget to gather intelligence to prepare for a comeback. But now, he has no such idea at all, because he knows that it is impossible for him to make a comeback. After thinking about it, Pei Qian said, Brother AI, why don't you come to work at Tenda? How much do you get from Dayak Group? I'll pay you 30% more. To be honest, I've wanted to replace the head of GOG's operations department for a long time. Pei Qian was speaking from the heart. He had wanted to replace Min Jingqiao for a long time. Min Jingqiao was the first to be in charge of the GOG project. At first, he was responsible for numerical values, game balance, and hero design. Later, he also cooperated with Zhang Yuan's esports division to arrange some competitions or operational activities. In theory, GOG was originally just a game to hedge risks with IOI and lose some money. In the end, it became so big and made so much money. Min Jingqiao is definitely to blame. But the problem is that there are always people who are more dazzling than him. Tenda's game department has been developing new games, and each game is popular. Even when selecting outstanding employees, all the firepower is absorbed by Hu Xianbin and Bao Su. Min Jingqiao has been in charge of GOG for so long, and he is still safe and sound. This is outrageous. It's still early for the next selection of outstanding employees, and it's not certain which outstanding employee will be eliminated. Therefore, Pei Qian can't wait any longer. He must arrange for both Hu Xianbin and Min Jingqiao to leave, so that he can feel at ease. As long as these two people are there, the Tenda game department will be as stable as Mount Tai, and President Pei will be unable to eat. Therefore, Min Jingqiao must go. After he leaves, a new person will be promoted from the game department to be responsible for the daily updates and balance of GOG, and then the R&D and operations will be separated naturally. Before, Min Jingqiao was in charge of both R&D and operations, so he could arrange version updates according to the content of the operational activities. Many operational activities have received strong responses and are very popular. After the separation, this situation should be greatly improved. Moreover, Pei Qian felt that although Eric's ability was acceptable in the Dayak group, his harm was incomparable to that of the old employees of Tenda. As for Eric's dismal performance in the national service of IOI, if he were transferred to GOG, he might be able to play a miraculous role and make himself earn less money. If the last spark of IOI can be preserved, it would be even better. Moreover, Eric is a senior executive of the Dayak group after all, and his salary is definitely not low. It is reasonable to let him work in a foreign country all year round and give him some mental damage compensation as compensation. It is reasonable to spend a little more money to poach people, and the system will not object. So Pei Qian thought about it and decided that poaching people seemed feasible. Chapter 1256, Non-Compete Agreement. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. Eric was stunned. He never expected that President Pei would say such a thing. What virtue do I have? Eric knew very well that although there were many objective factors for his failure, sometimes he was dragged down by the top management, and sometimes it was because the game made by IOI was indeed different from GOG. But no matter what, losing is losing. He was completely defeated by President Pei, and was beaten in various ways. Moreover, Tenda is full of talents. For such a great game like GOG, President Pei certainly cannot do it himself in terms of version updates, numerical balance, operation activities, esports events, etc. These tasks are all handled by employees within Tenda. Even if President Pei's huge role is excluded, these employees should not be underestimated. Otherwise, how can we say that the Tenda game department is the core department of the entire Tenda group? Anyone who is pulled out can open up a new industry and expand the territory for President Pei's business empire. As a result, President Pei is not very satisfied with the person in charge of GOG. And he said he wanted to change it a long time ago? Want to give me this seat? Eric felt that this was quite unreal. But when he looked closely at Mr. Pei's expression, he seemed to be very serious and was not joking at all. So he really began to think about this possibility. Seeing Eric fall into silence, Pei Qian suddenly realized a problem. Oh, I overlooked a problem. You are also a senior executive of Dayak Group. You must have signed a non-compete agreement, right? If you change jobs, how much liquidated damages will you have to pay? Small companies are fine, but large companies basically sign non-compete agreements and confidentiality agreements with senior executives to prevent malicious poaching by rival companies. Confidentiality agreements are easy to understand, which means that even if employees leave, they cannot disclose or take away company secrets, otherwise they will bear corresponding responsibilities. Otherwise, if senior executives change jobs and directly take company secrets to rival companies, wouldn't that be a mess? As for non-compete agreements, they restrict similar things, but the specific content of the restrictions is different. Generally speaking, non-compete agreements are mainly aimed at senior executives who are in key positions and indispensable, restricting them from engaging in part-time work in the same business while in office, and not joining a competitor company in the same field for a period of time after leaving. Different companies have different regulations on how long this period of time is, but it is generally 2 years. After all, it is meaningless if it is too short. Of course, the content of the agreement cannot be written too broadly. For example, a company wrote in the non-compete agreement that employees are not allowed to join any domestic or foreign internet companies within 2 years after leaving the company. This is too much, because the concept of internet companies is too broad. Doesn't this mean that employees cannot go to any company with programmers? Therefore, it is generally accurate to a specific field, such as social software, shopping websites, etc. Game companies often state that employees are not allowed to join other game companies, and individuals are not allowed to start game companies. Or, it will be stated that employees are not allowed to join certain companies, and the names of the companies are clearly written. These companies are often large companies in the industry. Although their main businesses are different, they are in a competitive relationship, which is also normal. After signing a non-compete agreement, employees are restricted, so the company must also give certain compensation. Employees must continue to pay monthly after leaving, generally more than 30% of the original rated income, which can be regarded as hush money and compensation for complying with the non-compete agreement. If the company does not pay for several months, the restrictions on employees in the non-compete agreement will become invalid. But Dayak Group is a serious large company, and these aspects must be extremely formal. If Eric really signed a non-compete agreement, it would be a bit troublesome. If you want to poach someone, you have to pay a penalty. The situation of each company is different, but it will probably be at least several million. The key is that the system may not allow Pei Qian to spend this money to poach people. Eric nodded. There is a non-compete agreement. Pei Qian was a little annoyed. What should I do? Let Eric talk to the senior executives of Dayak Group and cancel this non-compete agreement. Wouldn't that be the same as telling others that I'm going to switch to a competitor's company? The senior executives of Dayak Group are not stupid. How could they agree? It's a bit difficult to deal with. Eric pondered for a moment and said, but if I really want to switch to Tenda, this non-compete agreement may not be able to restrict me. Pei Qian? For a moment, he couldn't think of what kind of person could say such a thing. What, is the European Chief Justice your relative? Seeing Mr. Pei's slightly stunned expression, Eric knew that he must have misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, of course I can't violate the content of the non-compete agreement itself, but if I want to switch to Tenda, I will not be restricted by this non-compete agreement. Because Tenda does not meet the conditions stipulated in the non-compete agreement. Pei Qian still didn't understand. Tenda's GOG and Jito Company's IOI are in a dog-brained competitive relationship. This is an ironclad fact, right? So Eric, as the head of IOI, jumped to GOG, which would trigger the non-compete agreement, right? Eric explained, my situation is a bit special. In fact, both Dayak Group and Finger Company have non-compete agreements. The non-compete agreement of Finger Company states that senior management and core designers are not allowed to join any other game company within 2 years after leaving, including Tenda. But I am not an employee of Finger Company, so I did not sign this non-compete agreement with Finger Company. As for the non-compete agreement of Dayak Group, the situation is different from that of Finger Company. The main business of Dayak Group is in water, transportation, energy, media, and other directions. Although it has bought some game companies, it is not the main business at all. Moreover, the department I originally worked in was the media department, so my non-compete agreement mainly restricted me from joining other European and American media companies, as well as water, transportation, energy, and other companies that are in direct competition with Dayak Group. In addition, it also restricts me from joining some internationally famous internet companies, such as several large companies in Silicon Valley. Although this range is very wide, Tenda is indeed not among them. Pei Qian was shocked. Can it be like this? He thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he was really unaffected. In fact, there are also some executives in China who jump between major companies. Those who have signed a non-compete agreement basically cannot escape and will be sued. After all, whether two companies are in competition or not can be seen at a glance. But Eric's situation is obviously very special. He was not originally in the game industry, but was responsible for some affairs in the media company of Diak Group. After Diak Group acquired Finger Company, on the one hand, it hoped to strengthen its control over Finger Company, and on the other hand, it was to better expand IOI's business in China, so it sent Eric to be the person in charge. Although Eric was in charge of the game business first, it was not written in his non-compete agreement. Just like a company that develops mobile phones, it will not state in the non-compete agreement that it is not allowed to work as a designer in a game company, let alone wash dishes or work as a waiter in a restaurant. Because even if the executives change jobs, they have to jump to their main business. The so-called non-compete agreement is to prevent employees from jumping to the same industry and forming a competitive relationship with themselves, and to prevent large companies from maliciously poaching each other and destroying the employment environment. If people have changed industries and you don't let them work, isn't that hooliganism? The law will not support it at all, but Eric just happened to cross industries because of business expansion, which made the original non-compete agreement invalid. Of course, this agreement also named many large companies in various fields, but Tenda was not one of them. Because Tenda is a Chinese company, and it has only really risen in the past 2 or 3 years. The Diak Group had never heard of it before, so how could it be possible to write Tenda's name into the non-compete agreement? Pei Qian never expected that it would be possible. Moreover, he suddenly realized that he and Eric were actually seriously discussing the possibility of job hopping. This made Eric fall into silence, feeling that this topic was a bit wrong. Maybe President Pei's eagerness to seek talents was really beyond words, so Eric was unconsciously infected. Pei Qian's voice suddenly became louder. That's easy. Brother AI, when can you start work? It shouldn't take a few days for you to go back and handle the resignation procedures? Eric was a little shocked. He shouldn't be so anxious, right? Mr. Pei is really unreserved and has no airs of a leader at all. But isn't this also the charm of Mr. Pei's personality? Eric said after a moment's silence, Mr. Pei, this matter is too sudden. I am not mentally prepared. I need to think about it carefully. And, if you really want to join Tenda, I have a small request. Can you also poach Mr. Zhao from Longyu Group? I have a good understanding with him and hope to continue working with him. Of course, if you think he is not capable enough, then forget it. Besides, Mr. Zhao probably has a non-compete agreement, so this matter may not be easy to handle. Pei Qian nodded immediately, okay. No problem. Pei Qian had an impression of Zhao Shuming, and it was very deep. He seemed to have no ability, and his only outstanding ability was not to take the blame. If such a person could continue to work with Eric, wouldn't the possibility of losing money increase greatly? At that time, let Eric be responsible for the overseas market, and let Zhao Shuming be responsible for the domestic market, one responsible for the outside and the other for the inside, all done. Of course, if Zhao Shuming really has a non-compete agreement, Pei Qian really doesn't know how to solve it. He can only think of a way to see if he can reach some kind of interest cooperation with Longyu Group and replace Zhao Shuming. If it really doesn't work, then forget it, it can only be said that there is no fate. If there is only one Eric, it may not be perfect, but it should be enough. Chapter 1257, Inspecting the Design of Ghost General 2. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man from the game. October 12, Friday. Early this morning, Xiao Sun had sent Eric to the high-speed rail station according to Pei Qian's arrangement. Pei Qian was not sure whether he could really recruit Eric. This matter might go smoothly, but there might also be some variables. Although the atmosphere was good when the two of them had dinner, Eric might just be being polite. After all, he has been working at Tenda Group for such a long time, and all kinds of interpersonal relationships, business accumulation, etc., are very precious. Switching to Tenda means a relatively unstable prospect, and everyone will be cautious. But in any case, Pei Qian's attitude has been conveyed. As for whether Eric will come back or not, it depends on God's will. Although Pei Qian has long wanted to reorganize the personnel on the GOG side and arrange Min Jingqiao, there is no need to rush this matter. Waiting for a month or half a year is not a problem at all. So, wait patiently. After breakfast, Pei Qian decided to go to the Tenda gaming department. He was not too sure about Yufei's situation. I was worried that he would suddenly come up with some strange ideas and make the game a big hit, and I was also worried that his progress was too slow and the game could not be completed. Although Pei Qian could not help much, I still had to go and take a look to feel at ease. When I came to the Tenda game department, I could see the status of everyone from a distance. Min Jingqiao was still doing his work step by step as before. Baosu was playing games happily. Obviously, he remembered Pei Qian's instructions and did not do everything for him. Instead, he was only responsible for the review process and left most of the design work to Yufei. Looking at Yufei again, he stared at the computer screen with a serious expression, and his hands quickly tapped the keyboard, writing a design concept draft. Sometimes he would stop, frown and think hard for a while, then delete some content in large sections and rewrite it. It looks good. It is developing according to the script I expected. Pei Qian was quite satisfied. Baosu did not intervene too much. It was Yufei who took the initiative to design. In the process of designing, he seemed to have made some bad designs, which he deleted. At this time, some employees saw Pei Qian and hurriedly greeted him, "Boss Pei." Yufei, who had been unaware, also heard it. He turned around and saw Boss Pei coming, and hurriedly stood up. "Sit down, continue to do your work, I just come to check the progress." Pei Qian smiled and sat next to him. Yufei felt very warm. Apparently, Mr. Pei was worried that he could not understand the design intent well, so he came to check the progress and ensure that the project could be completed without any mistakes. "How is the new game conceived? Tell me briefly," Pei Qian said with a smile. Yufei hurriedly pulled the design plan document to the front and explained. Brother Bao briefly explained some professional knowledge of fighting games to me, which made me deeply aware of my previous mistakes. Fighting games must retain the essence of the content to meet your needs, Mr. Pei. Therefore, for some red lines that cannot be touched, they have been roughly determined. For other parts, I currently have some fragmentary and incomplete ideas, and I am currently working hard to string them together. However, the overall progress is still relatively optimistic. I think we should be able to come up with a big framework tomorrow at the latest, and then we can hand it over to other designers to write specific design drafts for each module under this big framework. After another week to improve the design plan, we can almost start development. In terms of construction period, it should not be a big problem. Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction again. Yes, it is still completely in line with expectations. Pei Qian was most worried about two things. One was that Yufei let himself go and accidentally made the game a success. The other was that the progress was too slow, the game development could not be completed, and the settlement was affected. Yufei's progress was relatively fast now, so there was no need to worry about the development cycle. Yufei strictly retained the essence of the fighting game, and the first requirement was more than half completed. Then, Yufei began to talk about these red line contents that cannot be touched, mainly to retain the basic gameplay of the fighting game. To put it bluntly, it was the set of traditional fighting game moves. The settings of upper and lower attack, defense, special moves, etc. were basically retained, and they were made to be original. Pei Qian nodded frequently. yes, 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 that's what I want. He was also worried that Yufei would really make Ghost General 2 into a third-person action game. Wouldn't it make money like Eternal Reincarnation? Now it seems that I was worrying too much. As long as Yufei honestly makes this game according to the basics of fighting games, it will definitely be just a niche game and will not have much sales. After all, the threshold and fun of fighting games naturally discourage many ordinary players. Very good, then what about the other parts? Pei Qian felt that there was no problem with the content of this part and it could be passed. Hearing President Pei's approval, Yufei couldn't help but gain confidence. Sure enough, Brother Bao's analysis was right. Since Mr. Pei has nodded, it means that I am on the right track. Yufei continued, the rest of the content is mainly designed according to your previous requirements. First of all, in terms of perspective, Mr. Pei, you said before that the soldiers must come from all directions, so I adopted Brother Bao's suggestion and used some fighting game processing methods to change the double-clicking of the up and down keys to dodge in and out of the screen respectively, which gives players an extra dimension. After adjusting the perspective, you can naturally hit other soldiers. In addition, I also considered changing all the characters' attacks to fan-shaped AoE attacks, adding attack range to the skills originally on the plane. At the moment of dodge sprint, the hero will release fan-shaped attack skills while moving in and out of the screen, so that the soldiers on the side can be hit. Yufei's description made Pei Qian a little confused. It seems that he has indeed heard of this kind of dodge setting in some fighting games. The meaning of fleeting is actually to move quickly to the left or right to avoid the opponent's attack, and at the same time make the angle of the line connecting the two characters deflect. In traditional fighting games, the line connecting the two characters is cut vertically, and the cross-section is what the player sees in the fighting game. When the character on the left moves into the screen, the cross-section will rotate clockwise. Although the relative positions of the two characters on the screen have not changed, their positions in the scene have changed. In other words, the characters actually move along a fan-shaped trajectory. This solves the problem of 3D movement and can hit soldiers in all directions. So, is there any harm in this change? Will it lead to making money? Pei Qian thought about it and thought it shouldn't be harmful. Because other games do this, and there is a setting for sideways dodging, but it has not become a mainstream setting in fighting games, which is enough to show that it is not that important. Yufei continued, then there are two ideas I proposed at the meeting. One is to add PvE gameplay, consider adding a large number of soldiers to the battle, expand the battle scene, and strengthen the attributes of the boss. The other is to introduce a simplified operation mechanism. This is actually easy to understand. It is to arrange a large number of levels and let the players control the generals to pass the levels. During the level-breaking process, they will encounter enemy generals with enhanced attributes, and the level difficulty will be continuously increased by adding attributes. It is a bit similar to the level design of general action games. Pei Qian nodded. These 2 points were indeed proposed by Yufei. Pei Qian agreed with these 2 points very much, because this design is incompatible with fighting games. Although many fighting games have PvE gameplay, it is often used as a guide for the plot process and does not account for a large proportion of the fun of fighting games. Moreover, the PvE gameplay of these fighting games is nothing more than computer AI controlling characters to fight against players. There are no soldiers, the attributes and size of the boss generally do not change, and there is no level setting. In the final analysis, it is because fighting game players do not care about this. That is why Pei Qian required Ghost General 2 to have these contents, in order to spend more effort and money on these unimportant places, so that the really important places are not so perfect. Pei Qian nodded and signaled Yufei to continue. Chapter 1258 Operation Mode and Plot. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from the game. There is no design draft for this part, Yufei can only talk about what he thinks of. In addition, there are two sets of operating systems, one is the standard attack mode, and the other is the simple attack mode. The standard mode is the same as the common fighting games. You can only release the corresponding skills by rubbing a small half circle or a large half circle, such as down left arrow down right arrow plus A. And the simple attack mode allows players to perform corresponding combos when pressing the AB keys without thinking. Considering that there are many moves in fighting games, there may be more than 20 or nearly 30 skills including light and heavy punches. It is undoubtedly unrealistic to equip all these skills with shortcut keys. The traditional attack mode can indeed distinguish these actions, but the operation is relatively difficult, and novice players cannot perform them. So, we will design a set of combos for players, which will be calculated in real time by the AI program of the NUMA Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, so that players can choose better attack methods when they attack continuously. For example, when a combo should be performed, even if the player just presses the AB key foolishly, the system will automatically release the combo, and the super special move is directly fixed on a basic key position, so you can just press it and release it. In this way, even players who have never played fighting games can enjoy the joy of smooth combos. Hearing this, Pei Qian frowned slightly. Wait a minute. It feels like something is wrong. Isn't this the same as the magic sword and eternal reincarnation? Hardcore players can honestly perform combos, while noob players can also perform gorgeous moves by pressing randomly, enjoying the visual feast that only top players can perform. If the actions are more handsome and the special effects are more gorgeous, then for ordinary players, this can be used as a mowing game to pass the plot. Wouldn't the entry threshold be greatly lowered? If the difficulty is not enough, how to dissuade some players with poor hands from playing? Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, I think this doesn't seem appropriate. In my opinion, a simple attack mode is allowed, but it can only be simplified to a limited extent, such as simplifying the original down right arrow plus A to down right arrow plus A, and simplifying the original down right arrow plus A to down right arrow plus A. Moreover, the power of the moves performed using the simple attack mode will be reduced. The simple mode must not be too simple. The magic sword and eternal reincarnation is a lesson. If possible, Pei Qian would choose to cancel the easy mode and only have the normal mode. Let those players who don't know how to play fighting games buy it but can't beat the boss, and they have to practice combo moves for 10 days or half a month. But the problem is, since this game is a relatively difficult game and has a story mode, Pei Qian himself has to complete it. If there is only a standard mode, it would be difficult for Pei Qian to complete the story by himself. So, a slight compromise. The easy mode cannot be too easy, so that Pei Qian can pass it easily, and ordinary players can also have fun playing it, and the sales volume will definitely not be low. The easy mode has a certain degree of difficulty, and it takes a certain amount of time to master it. It still has a dissuading effect on players who don't like fighting games, and at the same time it can ensure that Pei Qian can pass it. Pei Qian played some fighting games when he was a child. Although he was not very good at it, he should have no problem with combos like down right arrow plus A. Moreover, the damage of the easy mode is low, which is a little disgusting to those ordinary players, reminding them all the time that the super special moves played in the easy mode are short of damage, which makes them unhappy. Yu Fei nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, let's change it this way. Obviously, he didn't have any thoughts of his own. Mr. Pei said to change it this way, so that's how to change it. Anyway, he didn't understand it. In addition, I also plan to make a very complete storyline for Ghost General 2. The prototype of this storyline is derived from the background story descriptions of the original generals in Ghost General, and at the same time integrates some historical stories from the Three Kingdoms period and makes magical changes to these stories. Moreover, these stories can also be combined with the skills of the generals. Ghost General is just a card game, so the original skills are quite simple, and each general has only one special skill. But if you want to make it into a fighting game, the skills range from a dozen to more than 20, and these all need to be redesigned. Take Zhuge Liang, for example. According to the description of the generals in Ghost Generals, he is a great inventor, physicist, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and his research involves many cutting-edge fields such as meteorological weapons, aircraft, automatic vehicles, robots, etc. After studying it, I realized that this is exactly the corresponding invention of borrowing the east wind, Kongming lanterns, wooden oxen and flowing horses, Zhuge crossbows, etc. So, I want to add all these skills to Zhuge Liang's moves. For example, his skill borrowing the east wind can summon a large number of missiles to wash the ground, concentrate on bombing a certain range, and at the same time generate violent shock waves, sweeping the surrounding area like a gale. The Kongming lantern is a small flying vehicle that can carry him to a certain height. While avoiding enemy attacks, it can also emit dazzling light to dazzle the enemy for a short time. Besides, since he has an automatic vehicle, he certainly cannot walk to the battlefield but must sit in a suyu, which is something similar to a wheelchair. In the game, it can be packaged as a high-tech floating vehicle. Whether it is advancing, retreating, or jumping, Zhuge Liang does not need to do it himself, which is more in line with the character setting. Of course, Zhuge Liang certainly cannot really fight with others. Ordinary attacks should be completed through the huge mechanical arm floating in front of him. The wooden ox and flowing horse can summon a large army of machines, and Zhuge Liang's crossbow can summon heavy machine guns to wash the ground. In order to allow players to better accept these skills, I also considered gradually unlocking these skills according to the levels. For example, in the level of the Battle of Red Cliffs, players will control Zhuge Liang to perform the skill of borrowing the east wind. Players need to stand on the Seven Stars Terrace, which is the missile launch base, and follow the prompts to perform the skill. Only when the skill is performed can the skill be released to wash the ground and pass the level. Before that, players cannot release this skill. They can only use fire attacks, which are simple skills similar to incendiary bombs. In this way, they can pass the levels one by one to guide players to become familiar with the main skills of the heroes. At the same time, the plot can also be integrated into the level to make the story of the entire game richer. Yufei was getting more excited as he spoke. It was obvious that he had enjoyed the process of sorting out the plot of Ghost General in the past few days. The more he sorted it out, the more he was amazed at Mr. Ma, who wrote the plot of Ghost General. How did you come up with all this? It's so genius. If you look at the requirements document at that time now, you may think that the document is very rubbish. There is no reference picture, it is just a few insignificant descriptions, and it is written quite casually and does not seem reliable. But such a requirements document not only perfectly fits the style of Ghost General, making it stand out among the flooded Three Kingdoms card mobile games at the time, but it is still playing a role today, 3 years later. Yufei is now going to make Ghost General 2, and he must design a lot of skills for these generals. Originally, this should be a very labor-intensive and brain-intensive task, but now he only needs to sort it out according to the hero background, and then combine it with the information in the history of the Three Kingdoms and novels, and he can immediately come up with a lot of plots that are both fitting and interesting. Could it be that when Mr. Ma was writing the requirements document, he had already thought about the day when Ghost General would have such a future, but at that time, Tenda was still a small company with little money, and the previous game was Lonely Desert Highway. Who could have thought that Ghost General would be changed into such a complex game many years later? If President Ma had anticipated this in advance, it only shows that he had very strong confidence in President Pei, Tenda, and himself. If President Ma did not anticipate this, it would be even more terrible, which means that President Ma just designed it casually and thought of all these contents naturally. In short, there are 2 words, awesome. and President Pei, who arranged President Ma to write the requirements document for Ghost General and decided to change Ghost General into a fighting game many years later, should be in which level? Hiss. Can't think too much. The more I think about it, the more I feel that President Pei is too unfathomable. After listening to Yu Fei's long speech, Pei Qian fell silent. Judging from Yu Fei's excited state, he was indeed excited about the plot and completely let himself go. This is normal. After all, Yu Fei is an online novel author, and it is natural for him to be interested in the plot. But the key question is, why does Yu Fei's words sound more and more reliable? Why does Zhuge Liang's skill sound so exciting? Pei Qian originally wanted to persuade Yu Fei, but after thinking about it, his idea seemed impeccable. What reason did Pei Qian use to make Yu Fei give up this setting? After all, it was Pei Qian who decided to make Ghost General 2, but Yu Fei used the existing settings in Ghost General. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Moreover, Pei Qian told Yu Fei to focus on the plot and level design in order to distract him and let him think less about the battle system of this game. If Yu Fei is told now not to make the plot so complicated, and the problem of changing orders every day is not mentioned for the time being, the key is that Yu Fei turns around and puts all his energy into the battle system. Wouldn't that be more harmful? Pei Qian thought about it for a long time and felt that he had to choose the lesser of two evils. In order to make the battle part a little worse, he could only indulge Yu Fei to think more about the plot. Moreover, the plot was originally written by Lao Ma, and it was written in a mess at the beginning. The success of Ghost General depends entirely on Yuan Guangjian's painting style. Now Yu Fei's stubborn plot should not have any great results. At least it should not be enough to make a niche fighting game that requires rubbing moves become popular and make a lot of money. Making such a complex plot means doing some real-time cutscenes, character interactions, dubbing, etc., which is a lot of work. This means more money, and it will be more difficult to make a profit from the game. If we just follow the routine to make a regular fighting game, the investment will not be very large. We may be able to recover the cost and make a small profit just by relying on the die-hard fans of fighting games and the old players of Ghost General. But what if we make a large-scale plot and levels for the fighting game? The investment will soar, but there are only so many die-hard fans of fighting games and old players of Ghost General. If the cost goes up, but the sales volume does not increase significantly, it will not make money. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "Okay, there is no big problem in general, let's do it this way first. If you encounter any problems, you can ask me at any time." Chapter 1259, The design is successfully completed. I fell in love with your reading website, and I became the richest man by losing money from the game. After watching Mr. Pei leave, Yu Fei silently clenched his fist and made a yeah gesture. Bao Su, who had been pretending to play games, immediately took off his headphones and came over. "How is it? What did President Pei say?" Yu Fei was very excited. President Pei said it was okay, so let me continue according to the direction. Bao Su was also sincerely happy. "That's okay. It seems that there is no deviation in our understanding." President Pei originally had this design idea. President Pei is right not to let me take on too much. If I were to design this game, the most exciting part of the plot, as well as the character skills, level design, and some special game mechanisms derived from the plot would definitely be a lot worse. Yu Fei hurriedly said, "But Brother Bao, you have a clear grasp of the general direction of fighting games, especially the boundaries of basic content. If you hadn't controlled the direction, I might still be struggling with the basic combat system, and in the short term I would never have thought that the direction arranged by President Pei for me was to explore the plot." After praising each other, both of them felt a little flattered. Bao Su said with emotion, "Now we can finally determine what kind of game form the perfect Ghost General 2 in Pei's mind is. I have to say that every time I solve a puzzle, I will be shocked by Pei's wonderful ideas." Yu Fei nodded, "Yes, As a player who doesn't understand fighting games at all and is not very interested in it, I have also become interested in this game and can't wait to play it. Long before Pei came, Bao Su and Yu Fei had a series of brainstorming sessions and roughly determined the prototype of this game. It's just that at that time, neither of them was very confident. But now, Pei's affirmation has made them firm in their ideas. Of course, Yu Fei didn't explain the two people's ideas very clearly, mainly because he hadn't finished writing the design draft, and many ideas were piled up in his mind in a mess. He talked about whatever he thought of, and many contents were inevitably omitted. But since Pei is a game design master and the source of inspiration for Ghost General 2, he must have had a very complete game prototype in his mind. In this case, are you still worried that Pei misunderstood? Ignoring some details will not affect Mr. Pei's understanding. This is like a high school student asking a university professor for help with a math problem. The high school student is vague and misses a few steps. Doesn't the university professor understand? That's impossible. As long as the question is known, and you briefly talk about your own solution ideas, the professor will know whether the high school student's approach is correct and whether he can get the correct answer. Now, the entire design plan of Ghost General 2 can finally be finalized. Of course, we have to continue to write the design plan and develop it step by step. But in the Tenda game department, the design step is the most critical step. Only by inferring the true intention of President Pei can this game not go astray. As long as the first step is completed, the game will be 90% successful. The two people reviewed the whole process very proudly, and they were proud of themselves. Bao Su's breakthrough lies in, why did President Pei repeatedly emphasize that we must make fighting games, and the traditional fighting games of rubbing moves? Fighting games are out of date, which is a fact that ordinary players can see. Except for those foreign manufacturers with rich fighting game accumulation and a large number of IP fans who are still insisting on releasing sequels to fighting games, other game companies basically will not touch this type of game anymore. Mr. Pei specifically pointed out that making a fighting game is obviously a thankless act, and if you are not careful, you will lose money. But does Mr. Pei want to lose money? Which game of Tenda is not profitable? Which game is not fully confident at the beginning of design? Based on the existing conditions, Bao Su speculated that Mr. Pei's behavior probably had two purposes. First, it was to expand the boundaries of Tenda games. As we all know, Mr. Pei is a game designer who is keen on challenging himself. He will not spend time on successful game types, but will enter a new game type. And exploring a new path and saving the endangered fighting games is a manifestation of Mr. Pei's self-challenge. Second, it is also for the players. For those players who believe in fighting games, they are too bitter. They have been playing various old fighting games for decades, and there will be fewer and fewer new fighting games to play in the future. And if a well-made new fighting game appears at this time, and it is a game developed by a domestic company, how exciting it is. For those players who have had a brief contact with fighting games before but have given up, and those who have never been exposed to fighting games, this game can also let them experience the fun of fighting games. Providing players with a brand new fun experience has always been the purpose of Tenda's game department. In this way, the mission of Ghost General 2 is clear. In order to make the fun of fighting games popular among ordinary players. In fact, this is not the first time that President Pei has done this. Aren't previous games like Struggle and Mission and Choice also a model of niche games plus big production? The game theme is indeed niche, but as long as the design is clever enough, niche games can also break the circle. Obviously, Ghost 2 is such a game. It must retain the essence and core fun of fighting games, so that those veteran fighting game players can also feel the fun and be willing to spend thousands of hours to play repeatedly. It must also meet the needs of non-fighting players and make them willing to play. Although the former is somewhat difficult, it is relatively easy to do. After all, fighting games have been developed for so many years, and players have studied it very deeply. If it meets the requirements of veteran players, the combat system of this game can be considered past. The most difficult is the latter. It is no longer the era of arcades. Players have more and more interesting game forms, and the appeal of fighting games is no longer as good as before. How to snatch players from other game types is a big problem. Continuing with the traditional fighting game model will definitely not work, because it is difficult for ordinary players to directly, quickly, and efficiently get fun from the core gameplay of fighting games, and they must study for a long time before they can get started. Yue combined the tips given by Mr. Pei and finally came up with 2 key solutions: excellent novice guidance, simple operation, and rich and unique PvE content. In fact, this is also summarized from the experience of the game Mission and Choice. As a real-time strategy game type that is also niche and declining, Mission and Choice also stands out by this method, coupled with excellent production and appropriate publicity. Setting 2 different operation modes for novices and experts can prevent novices from being exposed to such hardcore content in the early stage, which can reduce some of the difficulty of getting started and slowly experience the fun of the game. When the player's interest is initially cultivated, they will naturally delve into the more difficult game content and move towards the direction of hardcore players. And rich and unique PvE content is also a necessary condition for the game to break the circle. Although the upper limit of PvP gameplay is extremely high, the biggest problem is that the strength distinction is very vague, and it is difficult for novice players to gradually increase the difficulty. MOBA games can avoid this problem as much as possible through a large player group and a complete matching mechanism. If the player is not strong enough, he can choose a hero or let his teammates carry. However, fighting games have few players and the game mechanism is too fair, so there are not so many variables, which leads to players either winning boringly or being abused without resistance. There are definitely many players who are discouraged because of this. Excellent PvE content can solve this problem very well. Through the changes in levels, values, and enemy generals AI, the difficulty is gradually increased for players, so that players can have a smooth learning curve and will not be abused by masters all of a sudden. This principle is actually the same as the players in Turning Back to the Shore who suffer and get promoted. After the player has cleared the story mode, he can continue to challenge the story mode with higher difficulty. At this time, if you fight with other players and match them with players with similar progress, you will not be unilaterally abused because you are too bad. Moreover, the PvE content designed in this way can also be played as the main content of the game. Many players do not want to hone their fighting game skills at all, and can simply regard Ghost General 2 as a standalone game to watch the story. Controlling your favorite generals to use some big moves, mowing down monsters, and just experiencing the fun of fighting games, this game is worth the price. And this plot system is obviously designed by Yue, not Baosu, and this is obviously the deep meaning behind why President Pei asked Yue to take the lead in the design. Yue quickly recorded in the document and said, "In this way, the 2 previous unresolved issues can be determined. First, the treatment of soldiers. Boss Pei approved this way of handling lateral movement, which means that our idea is correct. Soldiers should be very fragile. The general's ordinary attacks have a fan-shaped cleaving effect, and lateral movement will also send waves or collisions to cut the soldiers into pieces. In other words, when facing soldiers, it should be a mowing effect. After all, if the soldiers come from the side, if the soldiers are very powerful, it will be difficult for players to deal with them. According to the current design, the player's full attention is still focused on the enemy generals, and the generals of both sides will always be on the same plane. Those soldiers will cause a small amount of damage to the player, but the player can use the generals to mow the grass at will and sweep away thousands of troops. After all, the name of the game is Ghost General, and it is normal and reasonable for the generals to crush the soldiers. In this way, the epic feeling of the battlefield can be better reflected, which is different from the monotonous scenes of other fighting games that are always one-on-one. The general's fighting style is definitely not all using fists. Only a few generals use melee, and the others have weapons, such as Guan Yu's weapon is the green dragon crescent blade. Moreover, the attack distance and attack actions of each general will also be slightly different. The second is the simple combat system. Boss Pei rejected my proposal and disagreed with the use of AI combos, but wanted to keep the minimum manual rubbing. But the reason should be similar, both are to lower the threshold and attract ordinary players. Baosu nodded, in my opinion, this is inevitable, and Boss Pei's plan is obviously more reasonable. Although the plan you gave may give people more sensory stimulation on the screen, but it is likely to cause players to lose fun. If you just keep pressing the A button to automatically use skills, players will really enjoy it at the beginning, watching the generals gorgeously release various moves to mow down the grass, but it will become boring and tedious after a while. Because he just keeps pressing quad A, there is no improvement or progress. Then the player's gaming experience will not change much. If he tries to use his own skills, it may be much weaker than the AI automatically using skills, the picture will be ugly, and it will be difficult to continue to advance the plot. In short, most players will choose to finish the plot in this case, and it is difficult to experience the fun of fighting games. But the simplified attack mode is different. Although the operation difficulty is reduced, players still have to rub and consider the order of combos by themselves. Only when they defeat enemies of different difficulties will they feel a sense of growth and accomplishment. If you keep guiding him in this way, he will experience the joy of comboing in fighting games. Only then will he pursue higher challenges after completing the story mode and try the more complicated and more powerful standard attack mode. Moreover, according to your previous settings, the skills of the generals are unlocked according to the level. If it is an AI attack mode, what is the meaning of this unlocking? It is nothing more than letting you press the A button mindlessly. The general has one more action. There is not much difference and excitement for the players. In the simplified attack mode, players can still experience the joy of acquiring new skills, so that the fun of the game can be retained to the maximum extent. Yufei nodded seriously. Well, yes, it turns out that President Pei is more thoughtful. After a series of analysis, Yufei and Baosu had only one feeling, that is, they were convinced. Sure enough, Mr. Pei is still Mr. Pei, still the inexhaustible treasure trove of good ideas. Yufei suddenly felt full of motivation, and when he wrote the design draft, he even had the passion to write a novel. Of course, he was only passionate about the game Ghost General 2, and he didn't really plan to continue working as the chief designer. This game is indeed a favorite, but what about the next one? It's hard to say. I'll probably continue to suffer. Fortunately, Hu Xianbin will be back next month. Anyway, I'll do my last job this month and complete the design of Ghost General 2. When Hu Xianbin comes back, I can hand over these design plans to him without any regrets. Then I can go back to writing novels without any regrets. When Ghost General 2 is officially released, Yufei can still brag in his readers, Ghost General 2 is fun, right? I designed it. Of course, it was designed under the guidance of President Pei. But so what? As an online novel writer, I can actually participate in the design of Tenda games, and even contribute decisive plans and ideas. It's something I can brag about for the rest of my life. Yufei was very happy and very satisfied with his short career as a substitute planner. Chapter 1260 Longyu Group's Conditions. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from playing games. October 15th, Monday. After confirming that Ghost General 2 basically has no major problems and can be developed as scheduled, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. Baosu will watch for a few more days, and will soon set off for Shenanjia, so there should be no need to worry about the suffering travel for the time being. We can focus on solving the key problems at this stage. That is, poaching people. Eric returned to Europe last Friday. I don't know when he will be back. Maybe 2 or 3 days at the earliest, or a week at the slowest. Of course, it is also possible that he still wants to stay in Dayak Group after considering it. This is also a possibility, but the possibility is not high. Because when Pei Qian had dinner with Eric, Eric's attitude had obviously wavered. As a person who has no real power and has to take the blame, Eric cannot be without complaints. Then, in addition to waiting for Eric, Pei Qian also has another very important thing to think about, which is how to poach Zhao Shuming, this living treasure. There is only one Eric, so it is still a bit dangerous. What if he is sidelined by his subordinates? Eric is now facing the most brutal group of employees in history. They are deeply baptized by the spirit of Tenda, have a strong sense of honor and mission, and have 2 big words written on their foreheads: success. In this environment, if Eric is assimilated, it will be troublesome. Therefore, it is also very important to find Zhao Shuming to help Eric, so that this golden pair can bring the successful experience of Longyu Group to Tenda. Sometimes, 2 swords can work together to achieve the greatest efficiency. But how to dig Zhao Shuming is a big problem. Eric took advantage of the loophole and didn't need to care about the non-compete agreement, but Zhao Shuming couldn't. He is a senior executive of Longyu Group, and the non-compete agreement definitely does not allow him to switch to a domestic game company. Let him resign first for health reasons? These senior executives have been working for a long time, and their bodies are more or less problematic. It should be easy to fool around with a physical examination report. But the problem is that Zhao Shuming can resign, but he cannot join Tenda. Once he joins the company, Longyu Group is not stupid and will definitely sue him immediately. Moreover, the agreement has been signed in black and white. Even if the best lawyers in the country are hired, it will be useless, and they will still lose the case. Let's not talk about whether the system will give out the penalty. What if the penalty is given? Longyu Group will still demand compulsory execution and prevent Zhao Shuming from working in Tenda. This is very likely. Pei Qian thought about it and felt that this matter could not be handled by force. Because it was not right to poach Zhao Shuming secretly, emotionally, legally, and rationally. Then the only way was to talk to Longyu Group and make them voluntarily give up Zhao Shuming through some kind of interest exchange. They were all mature companies, and they were doing things based on interests, so there was no need to act on impulse. As long as the conditions given were enough to make Longyu Group excited, they would definitely be eager to send Zhao Shuming over immediately with a sedan chair, oh no, with gongs and drums. But the question was, what conditions could make Longyu Group excited? Pei Qian really didn't know. Take out a Tenda game and let Longyu Group represent it? That would definitely not work. Longyu Group would definitely agree, but Pei Qian felt that the sacrifice was too great, and it would not be worth it to change Zhao Shuming. Although Pei Qian was eager to find a virtuous person, he was not so thirsty. Whether it would damage Tenda's image or not, the key point was that the extra money earned would be difficult to make up for it. Let Longyu Group make the request. Once they make the request, we can bargain for it. As long as we can reach an agreement without violating the system regulations, there will be no problem. After careful consideration, Pei Qian decided to call Zhou Mayan of Skyfire Studio. Pei Qian was not familiar with the boss and senior executives of Longyu Group because they had no business dealings, and they had a bad relationship because of the IOI issue. Going to their house directly would be awkward and the communication efficiency might be low. As far as Pei Qian knew, Longyu Group had been the agent of Tianhua Studios Games, and the two sides had had in-depth cooperation. Zhou Mayan also had a good relationship with them. Letting Zhou Mayan act as the middleman and matchmaker might be more effective. After dialing the phone, Pei Qian briefly talked about his ideas. The meaning was very clear: you communicate with Longyu Group. I want to poach Zhao Shuming. Let them name a price. Highlight an open and aboveboard attitude and don't beat around the bush. Zhou Mian was also surprised, not because of Pei's open poaching behavior. After all, this kind of thing is not common but not uncommon. What surprised him was that Pei actually went to such lengths to poach Zhao Shuming. Tenda needed such a person? GOG has clearly beaten IOI to a pulp. Even if there is a vacancy, can't they just promote someone from within Tenda? Why bother poaching Zhao Shuming? In Zhou Mian's impression, Zhao Shuming is a reliable person, but can he be said to be very capable? Is he so capable that President Pei specifically asked for him? That's hard to say. Boss Pei, are you sure you want to poach Zhao Shuming? Longyu Group will definitely not let him go easily. What if they ask for too much? Zhou Mian asked. Pei Qian laughed, that's why I found you. I need you to have a good communication with them. I know how good Zhao Shuming is, you know, and Longyu Group knows it too. If Longyu Group makes a request that is not too excessive, then everyone will be happy. Everyone will get what they need and cooperate happily. If Longyu Group asks for too much, you don't think that Tenda really needs Zhao Shuming to turn around, right? It's almost 10:24 digital day. If I'm not in a good mood, I don't mind organizing some activities for GOG and various games a few days in advance. I think Longyu Group should understand this. If they don't understand, Boss Zhou, please help them understand. Zhou Mian. Good guy, I heard the threat in Boss Pei's words. President Pei's meaning is very clear. If Longyu Group releases the person, the two companies can cooperate. If they ask for too much or refuse to release the person, President Pei will be unhappy and may target Longyu Group. Of course, there won't be any serious consequences. At most, GOG will organize some activities to make the data and revenue of IOI's national service plummet for a period of time, or target other games that Longyu Group is representing. But there is no doubt that this will affect a lot of money. What Zhou Mian has to do is to be a lobbyist, help Longyu Group sort out the interests involved, and coordinate to determine a compensation that both parties can be satisfied with. As for Zhao Shuming's intention, Zhou Mian felt that he should not mean anything. President Pei personally asked for someone, and he should be excited to do somersaults. And if he went to Tenda, the treatment and development prospects would definitely be better than Longyu Group. Zhou Mian thought about it, nodded and said, okay, then I'll try it, and call me if there is any progress. He and President Pei are old acquaintances. Tianhua Studio has its own GPL team, and has been taken care of by President Pei in recent years. Small things like making a phone call and pulling a line are no problem. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian looked through the work reports of various departments while waiting patiently. More than an hour later, Zhou Mian called back. Mr. Pei, the conditions from Longyu Group are, Mr. Pei, you design a game, our Tianhua Studio will be responsible for development, and then it will be handed over to Longyu Group for operation. The three of us will cooperate for mutual benefit, and the profit sharing can be discussed. In fact, Longyu Group wanted to be the agent of a Tenda game at the beginning. I said it was definitely not possible at the time. This request was too much. So after some negotiations, this condition was determined. I think this condition is reasonable. What do you think, Mr. Pei? Pei Qian nodded slightly. It seems that Zhou Mian's communication was quite effective. This condition is not excessive. In Zhou Mian's view, asking to be the agent of Tenda's existing games is basically equivalent to forcibly dividing the money. Tenda's games are all proven, successful, and profitable games that have been verified by the market. If Longyu Group becomes the agent, isn't it just lying down and dividing the money? Even if Zhao Shuming is an executive, the penalty for breach of contract is at most a few million, and the revenue brought by a game is far more than a few million. So Zhou Mian directly hit back and told Longyu Group that they were dreaming and should never play with fire in front of Mr. Pei. If Mr. Pei gets angry, he may not be able to do anything. But the current condition is actually not bad. The development cost is shared by Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group, and Pei Qian is only responsible for the design. After the game is completed, the three companies will share the profits. To be precise, Pei Qian's investment is a technology investment. Even if the game fails and loses money, he does not have to bear any losses. All losses will be covered by Skyfire Studio and Longyu Group, although there is a risk of failure. From the perspective of Longyu Group, this risk is almost non-existent. Who doesn't know that Mr. Pei is a genius in game design? Make a hit game? Even if you don't make a lot of money, you won't lose too much. It's definitely not a loss to exchange Zhao Xuming for a game that might make money. Pei Qian fell into silence. Obviously, everyone had some misunderstandings about his game design ability. Zhou Mian and Longyu Group must have thought that all of Mr. Pei's games were designed with great effort and hard work. But in fact, Pei Qian didn't put in much effort, and the design was very casual. Pei Qian thought about it and said, I can accept this condition, but I have 3 requirements. First, I can't guarantee whether the game will be successful or not. Second, I will parachute a designer to your studio to complete my design, and you have to develop it according to his requirements. Third, hand him over first. Pei Qian meant that he had to be frank in advance. If you lose money, don't blame me. Moreover, the idea Pei Qian gave was rather incomplete. If it was handed over to Zhou Mian would definitely be shocked and would have no idea how to develop it. So Pei Qian thought that it would be a good opportunity to assign a job to Min Jingqiao. After Eric and Zhao Xuming took over his work, Min Jingqiao went to Tianhua Studio to complete the design of the game. Regardless of whether it made money or not, at least the game was developed and completed. In this way, it was considered as fulfilling the contract. Chapter 1261 Mr. Zhao, don't be so ungrateful. Zhou Mian agreed immediately, no problem. I'll go tell Longyu Group right now. Even if you don't tell me, I have to ask for it. After all, I'm afraid that your design ideas are too profound and too unconventional, and it's impossible for me to keep an eye on the project development. What if I can't keep up with your ideas and understand your intentions? If you can arrange a senior chief designer to promote the project, that would be the best. I'll just watch and learn from the side and help him. Pei Qian was silent for a while. Mr. Zhou, we really think alike, but there are a few deviations in the process. Zhou Mian was very happy. Okay, then let's settle it first. I'll go tell Longyu Group and ask them to handle Zhao Xuming's resignation procedures at the speed of light, and try to send him to Jingzhou in 2 days. The matter was resolved. Pei Qian came up with an idea and successfully exchanged Eric's golden partner Mr. Zhao. The next step is to wait patiently for Longyu Group to send the person. As for how the game is specifically designed, it doesn't matter. President Pei always plays it freely when he arrives at the scene. Anyway, no matter how he plays it, Min Jingqiao can successfully complete it. For Pei Qian, whether this game will fail or make a lot of money is something he cannot control. If he could control it, wouldn't he have lost a lot of money long ago? So, let's follow the previous process. Whether it succeeds or not depends on God's will. The situation of Tianhua Studio is different from that of Tenda Game Department. Even if the idea is from President Pei and Min Jingqiao goes to promote it, this game may not succeed. If it succeeds, it can only be said that it is God's will. If it fails, we can learn a lesson from it and provide some material for future losses. Pei Qian is not in a hurry at all and waits patiently. Tuesday, October 16th. Zhao Xuming went to work at the company as usual. After driving to the company's parking lot and turning off the engine, Zhao Xuming saw that it was not time to go to work yet, so he lit a cigarette and planned to sit in the car for a while. Eric is gone, and he misses him very much. At present, he is keeping an eye on the affairs of IOI China. He has not heard about the specific situation of Eric. In the past, Eric made all the decisions, and Zhao Shuming just had to help out happily. They shared the credit, and Eric took the blame. He was so happy. Now, I feel like I am exposed and could be arrested at any time, which makes me feel uneasy. Hey, for work. Zhao Shuming put out his cigarette, locked the car, and walked towards the elevator in the parking lot. He was just doing his job, so he had to bear it. What else could he do? Judging from what Eric said before he left, it was unlikely that he would come back to continue to be the head of the Greater China region. Zhao Shuming felt that he had to prepare for a new person to cooperate with as soon as possible. He just didn't know what kind of personality the new head of the Greater China region had. What if he couldn't cooperate well? This made him worried. He came to the office and sat down not long ago when he heard someone knocking on the door. He looked up and saw that it was the HR director of Longyu Group. Of course, the full title should be the Senior Vice President of Human Resources and Administration. Zhao Shuming stood up quickly. Huh? Mr. Kong? What brought you here? Please sit down. In terms of rank, Zhao Shuming was a little lower than Mr. Kong. In terms of the department he was in, the HR director had to deal with the boss frequently and had the power to appoint, dismiss, and promote everyone in the group, so Zhao Shuming didn't dare to neglect him. Mr. Kong smiled and sat down on the sofa. Mr. Zhao, how is your work recently? Zhao Shuming did not greet his subordinates, but poured tea himself. Thanks to Mr. Kong, it is going well. I just hope that the person in charge of Dayak Group can be sent back as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to handle some things that need to be communicated with Zhito Company. Mr. Kong nodded. Yes, that's the inconvenience of dealing with foreign companies. Hey, don't say those useless polite words, let's get straight to the point. Mr. Zhao, I have an agreement here. If you have a look, sign it if there is no problem. Mr. Kong said, took out the agreement that had been prepared long ago, and handed it over. Zhao Shuming was a little confused and reached out to take it. Termination agreement? What does this mean? Zhao Shuming was stunned when he saw the title of the agreement. Are you going to fire me? Something is wrong. I have done a good job of shirking the blame. Oh no, I have done a good job recently and have not made any major mistakes. Why do you want to terminate the contract? This is a voluntary termination agreement, that is, both parties agree to terminate the contract, which is a peaceful breakup. In addition to the confidentiality clause, the non-compete agreement and other contents have also been terminated. Zhao Shuming was puzzled. What do you mean? Encourage me to change jobs? Otherwise, why did you terminate the non-compete agreement on purpose? Judging from the content of this agreement, it should not be due to any major work mistakes, otherwise the content of the agreement would not be so friendly, but if it is a so-called peaceful breakup, then why didn't I get any news before? This is too sudden. Zhao Shuming's expression kept changing, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Mr. Kong saw it and asked, Mr. Zhao, are you dissatisfied with anything? If you are dissatisfied, we can discuss it again. Zhao Shuming looked up at Mr. Kong, then at the agreement. Looking at the agreement, and then at Mr. Kong. I always feel that this scene is very strange. It's like the boss is going to fire you, and he is very considerate to ask you which clause of the dismissal clause you are dissatisfied with, and whether you want to revise it. I always feel that it's a bit like being sarcastic. Zhao Shuming read it all, took a deep breath and asked, Mr. Kong, I don't quite understand. Can you explain it a little bit? Did I make any mistakes at work, or what happened? Even if there are mistakes, it should be a demotion or transfer. There is no reason to terminate the contract directly, right? Mr. Kong was also stunned, with a puzzled look on his face. He hesitated for a while, and then asked, why? Mr. Zhao, don't you know about this? Zhao Shuming asked back, I should know something? Mr. Kong was silent. He carefully looked at Zhao Xuming's expression and found that he was not pretending. That's amazing. Mr. Kong and other senior executives of Longyu Group thought Zhao Xuming had already established contact with Tenda. It stands to reason that if Mr. Pei wants to recruit someone personally, he must have met with Zhao Xuming many times and talked with him many times before he decided to do so, right? Therefore, Zhao Xuming was not notified during the discussion of the senior management meeting. When Mr. Kong came today, he directly brought out the agreement and omitted the previous explanation. Because everyone thinks that Mr. Zhao must know everything, so why explain it? It's unnecessary. But looking at the current situation, Mr. Zhao seems to know nothing. Mr. Pei actually asked for someone by name without communicating with Zhao Xuming at all? This is too hasty. Or is Zhao Xuming acting? But he doesn't need to act. President Kong asked tentatively, "Don't you know that President Pei personally asked for someone from our company?" Zhao Xuming, ask for someone? President Kong nodded, "Yes, they asked for you by name. Now the top management has reached a consensus to let you go to Tenda, but the condition is to develop a game together with Tenda and Tianhua Studio. After signing this termination agreement, President Zhao, you are free and can join Tenda." Zhao Xuming was shocked at the time. Wait. Why didn't anyone ask for my opinion on this matter? I never said I wanted to go to Tenda. In fact, I am quite satisfied with our company and don't plan to move. Mr. Kong gave a meaningful smile, as if to say, stop pretending. Mr. Zhao, domestic game companies, oh no, even internet companies, who doesn't want to go to Tenda? To be honest. He lowered his voice, I want to go. Zhao Xuming opened his mouth slightly, you. He looked at the agreement in his hand, what if I don't sign it? What if I don't go to Tenda? Mr. Kong was a little embarrassed. In that case, the game with Tenda will be ruined, and the bosses above will be very angry. Zhao Xuming. Forget it, don't say it. It turns out that even if you stay, you will be punished. Zhao Xuming now suddenly understands the feelings of the princesses who married far away in the desert in the evil feudal society. The ceasefire and trade agreement has been signed, and the tribute from foreign tribes has been collected. You don't want to go? How is it possible? I have to be tied up. But my home is in Shanghai, my wife and children are also in Shanghai, Zhao Xuming still felt that this was too sudden and he was not prepared. Mr. Kong patted him on the shoulder and said, Mr. Zhao, you are worrying too much. Going to Tenda, do you still need to worry about these things? Whether it's taking a plane, taking a high-speed train, or moving your family there, aren't these things that can be easily solved? You know what Tenda's status is in Jingzhou, how could President Pei not arrange such a small matter? Anyway, hurry up and sign. The earlier you are sent there, the earlier the new game can be developed. The earlier it is developed, the earlier it can be launched online to make money. For games, the difference in the amount of money earned may be several million. Have some knowledge in mind, don't be so ungrateful, hurry up. Zhao Xuming. Why are you so ungrateful? I am a loyal minister of Longyu Group. I said I won't go anywhere. Forget it, Tenda is not bad. Zhao Xuming hesitated for a while, and suddenly felt that his hesitation was really meaningless. If he were to go to Tenda for an interview by himself, he would definitely not go, and he couldn't afford to lose face. But now that President Pei is personally asking for someone, he feels, well, he is quite valued, why not go? Thinking of this, Zhao Xuming took the pen and quickly signed his name on the agreement. Mr. Kong took the agreement and flipped through it, nodding with satisfaction. His task was successfully completed. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Mr. Zhao, hurry up and pack your things. Watching Mr. Kong leave, Zhao Xuming felt like he was living in a dream. If it weren't for the agreement that belonged to him on the table, he might really think he was dreaming. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xuming quietly opened his phone and booked a high-speed rail ticket to Jingzhou. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1262 Reunion. October 17, Wednesday. The high-speed train is about to arrive in Jingzhou, and Zhao Xuming is inexplicably a little uneasy. This incident happened too suddenly. Yesterday he went to work at Longyu Group in a serious manner, but he completed the resignation procedures at the speed of light in the morning. After a simple handover of work, he said goodbye to his family in the afternoon, and today he has taken the high-speed train to Jingzhou. The distance between Jingzhou and Modu is not far. Although the time on the plane will be much shorter, the journey to the airport, security check, waiting and other procedures are more troublesome than the high-speed rail, so Zhao Xuming still chose the high-speed rail. The whole process was too fast and too hasty, so Zhao Xuming was not mentally prepared at all. Longyu Group was urging him very urgently, and Tenda seemed to be urging him very urgently as well. When Zhao Xuming resigned, he received more attention than when he was working, which is outrageous. This time Zhao Xuming did not bring his family with him, but only brought the most basic luggage like a normal business trip. He planned to visit Tenda first and simply adapt to his work. If he really settled down and the time was right, he would consider moving. I wonder what it will be like to meet President Pei. This time, President Pei actually exchanged me for a game design idea. It's really surprising. Zhao Xuming was inexplicably a little flustered, fearing that he would not meet President Pei's expectations. To make an inappropriate analogy, President Pei's ideas are like gold mines. They are of great value in themselves. The only problem is that it takes a certain amount of labor and time to dig them out. Now President Pei is equivalent to handing over a gold mine to others, giving up digging it himself, and giving it to others to dig, and everyone shares the money. This sacrifice is not. In the eyes of Longyu Group, Zhao Xuming is obviously not as good as a profitable game. This is also the case in Zhao Xuming's own opinion. Then, if he doesn't make outstanding achievements after arriving at Tenda, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? It seems that President Pei exchanged it for an idea, but the result is like this? Thinking about it, it seems that I will die socially. It's okay to just hang around in Longyu Group before. Anyway, the upper limit of hanging around is just like this, and no one can tell. But at Tenda, the employees here are all elites among elites. If he continues to slack off, won't he be easily discovered? This made Zhao Xuming inexplicably feel a sense of crisis, just like the feeling of a student in an ordinary class being transferred to a key class by the head teacher. Alexander. Just as he was struggling, his cell phone rang. It turned out to be Eric calling. Huh? Eric is back? Zhao Xuming calculated the time and felt that Eric's affairs there were almost over. But I am no longer in Longyu Group. Zhao Xuming felt a little embarrassed. He thought Eric came to him probably to ask about IOI, but he had already resigned and was about to defect to President Pei. The former partner has become a stranger, what should I do? After hesitating for a while, Zhao Xuming answered Ling's phone. Hello? Eric said, Boss Zhao, I just got off the plane. I have something to tell you, you should be mentally prepared. Boss Pei may contact you during this period to discuss recruiting you to Tenda. I have decided to go to Tenda, and I have already quit my job at Dayak Group. Boss Pei and I wanted him to recruit you as well, so that we can work together again, and he agreed at that time. This matter may not be easy to handle, after all, you still have a non-compete agreement, and you are not a free agent. In short, when Boss Pei contacts you, you should cooperate more, and I still hope to continue working with you. Zhao Xuming opened his mouth slightly, speechless for a while. Boss Zhao? Eric thought Zhao Xuming was too surprised to hear the news, so he didn't say anything. Zhao Xuming was silent for a moment, and then said, to be honest, I'm already on the high-speed train, and I'll be in Jingzhou in less than an hour. Boss Pei has arranged everything. This time it was Eric's turn to be silent. Zhao Shuming could feel Eric's shock even through the phone. This was too fast. In fact, after Eric returned to the headquarters of Tenda Group, he did become the scapegoat. But the headquarters arrangement for him was just a transfer and a mild criticism, and there was no salary cut. After all, the headquarters also understood that Eric had already taken the blame, and it would be too much to demote him and reduce his salary. But Eric immediately resigned. The headquarters tried to retain him 2 or 3 times, but to no avail, so they had to let Eric hand over his work and complete the resignation procedures. During this process, the HR department also reminded Eric that he had a non-compete agreement. But Eric didn't care at all. So what about the non-compete agreement? The non-compete agreement doesn't apply to the place I'm going to. Although Tenda Group is a big company and doesn't need him, Eric finally completed the formalities after going through a lot of hassles and complicated procedures. He took a plane to Qingshan and only remembered to call Zhao Shuming after landing. Judging from the time, it was almost time for President Pei to start recruiting people, so he gave Zhao Shuming a heads-up in advance so that he could be prepared. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shuming and I arrived in Qingshan at about the same time. And it was much smoother there than here. This made Eric feel very complicated. On the one hand, he was envious, and on the other hand, he was moved. Did President Pei really recruit Zhao Shuming just because of what he said? He attaches too much importance to him. This kind of importance has never been experienced in Tenda Group. The two were silent for a few seconds, and Eric said, "Okay, then let's meet in Qingshan." More than an hour later, Zhao Shuming and Eric settled down in the hotel, and then took a car to Tenda headquarters to meet President Pei. The two looked at each other and were speechless. Last week, they were still fighting side by side against the powerful Tenda Group, but this week they both rebelled, which felt quite a show effect. Arriving at the gate of Shenhua Haojing, the two people just got out of the car and saw President Pei greet them with a smile on his face. "Welcome, welcome. You two came to Tenda, which can be said to be a great help to me. I have arranged a welcoming banquet for you two at Wuming Restaurant on the 20th, please be sure to come then. I will take you to hand over the work today, if you need anything, you can ask directly." Seeing President Pei's enthusiasm, the two felt a little flattered. 8 words silently appeared in their hearts: a defeated general dares not talk about courage. After a few simple greetings, Pei Qian took Eric and Zhao Shuming directly to the 17th floor of the building, which is the game department of Tenda. Pei Qian introduced as he walked. Currently, the game department of Tenda is mainly divided into 2 parts. One part is responsible for the development of new games, and the other part is responsible for the operation and maintenance of GOG. However, this floor has long been overcrowded, and the unfilled workstations have been arranged on other floors. The people on this floor are all backbone employees. I have also wanted to make some adjustments and eliminate the GOG project team, but I have never found an opportunity. This time is just right, a slight change in personnel, and those responsible for GOG development and operation will be separated. After the Tenda headquarters building is built, there will be enough space, but the building has just begun to be planned, and it is still early to be completed. Zhao Shuming looked at the sparse workstations and wondered if President Pei's positioning of overcrowded was a little bit off. When Eric saw that there were so few people in the entire department, he not only did not despise it, but his expression became serious. In order to operate IOI well, Longyu Group has many people responsible for operations. But on the other hand, Tenda has only a few dozen people including developers and operators. It is clear that all the employees of Tenda are very capable, and one person can replace 2 or 3 people outside. Eric felt the pressure of working with this group of excellent people and being their leader. Pei Qian led the 2 of them straight to Min Jingchao's workstation. "You will not be responsible for the GOG project from tomorrow. I have other arrangements for you." hand over the work and find an old employee to be responsible for the subsequent development of GOG. As for the domestic and overseas operations of GOG, leave it to these two. We are all old friends. No need to introduce more. Eric is Mr. AI and Zhao Shuming is Mr. Zhao. Min Jingqiao, ah? His expression was full of surprise, and he was obviously not mentally prepared at all. I just came to work not long ago, and the chair at the workstation was not even warm yet. Suddenly, Mr. Pei came over and pulled me down? But Min Jingqiao didn't say anything, just stood up and nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian said, complete the handover as soon as possible, and then come with me to Yangqing. In addition, compile a list of all the relevant personnel of the current GOG project, and then change the office location. Okay, you guys hand over the work, and come to me if you have any questions. Pei Qian finished and left very casually. Eric and Zhao Shuming looked at each other, obviously a little confused. That's it? Looking at Min Jingqiao's confused expression, Mr. Pei obviously didn't communicate with him about this matter before. He was directly given a new job, and the key point is that Min Jingqiao did not raise any objections or questions at all, and just went to execute it. This kind of execution and efficiency is really a bit scary. At the same time, it is also more certain that President Pei's control within Tenda is amazing. This kind of control is not just power or oppression. It can be seen that Min Jingqiao has no complaints about this arrangement, and seems to approve of President Pei's arrangement from the bottom of his heart. This shows that President Pei's reputation within Tenda is also terrifyingly high. Working in such a magical company, most of the previous work experience, including the experience of interpersonal communication between colleagues, is probably useless and needs to be relearned. Of course, Min Jingqiao had heard of Eric and Zhao Shuming's names a long time ago. After all, they are old rivals, but he had no idea when President Pei secretly poached the two of them together. I have heard of you for a long time. Min Jingqiao smiled. Zhao Shuming hurriedly said, no, we should have heard of you for a long time. We have always been beaten and never won. Eric nodded, yes, this time we are mainly here with a learning mentality, please give us more advice. Chapter 1263, The One Who Knows the Opponent Best. October 22nd, Monday. Eric and Zhao Shuming came to Jingzhou last Wednesday, and 3 working days passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the first week that Eric and Zhao Shuming took over the operation of GOG. The whole handover process was much faster than Eric and Zhao Shuming imagined, and even gave them an illusion. How come Min Jingqiao left when it was not ready yet? If we follow the handover process of a general company, such as Longyu Group, such an important work should be handed over for at least 1 or 2 months, right? To put it in a shorter term, 2 or 3 weeks is also necessary, right? You know, GOG is currently the most profitable and player-rich project of Tenda. Even after defeating the IOI in the future, it is very likely to become the game with the most players in the world, without a doubt. Because the number of players of GOG and IOI combined has already achieved this goal, once IOI collapses, most of the players will be eaten by GOG. How could Mr. Pei hand over such an important project so hastily? Last week, 3 days were spent on the handover. The whole process was a bit too tight. The main items are as follows: split GOG's operation work, and assign the domestic and foreign parts to Zhao Shuming and Eric, respectively. Introduce the daily operation work and the principles for handling some special situations to the two. Introduce the main business of each key member in the project to facilitate the arrangement of tasks and work docking in the future. Introduce the work content of Zhang Yuan and the esports division and the corresponding core business leaders in addition to the project, to facilitate future linkage and cooperation. The relocation plan of the entire GOG department has been determined. All GOG-related R&D and operation personnel will move to a new floor. When the future Tenda headquarters building is completed, there will be an exclusive area. As for the vacant workstations after the move, except for Min Jingchao's workstation as a cenote and the workstations of other responsible persons, they will all be transferred to the R&D department of Tenda's game department to recruit new people. So many things were arranged in just 3 days, which made Eric and Zhao Shuming a little confused. They just followed Min Jingchao's memorization and barely figured out the current operation mode of the entire GOG project team. It is impossible to master these tasks. Who can master them in such a short time? Eric and Zhao Shuming were a little panicked and wanted Min Jingchao to teach for a few more days, but President Pei was pressing them. This was inevitable, because Pei Qian didn't want Min Jingchao to tell these two people too much. If these two people really copied Min Jingchao's work mode 1:1, then what was the point of Pei Qian going to such great lengths to recruit them? In short, Min Jingchao quickly explained all the work within 3 days, completed the handover, and then left. Only Eric and Zhao Shuming were left sitting at their workstations, continuing to be confused, and experienced what Tenda speed was. At this time, the two people were sitting at their workstations and had just arranged the workstation relocation. This weekend, all GOG-related R&D and operation personnel will move to the 22nd floor of Shenhua Haojing building. Considering the possible expansion of the number of people in the future, the 23rd floor has also been reserved in advance. Anyway, with Tenda's current expansion speed, there is not much difference between renting one more floor and one less floor when renting a workstation, and it doesn't matter if you pay one more month's rent. It won't take long for people to fill it up. After settling the workstation relocation, Eric and Zhao Shuming finally found an opportunity to sit down and talk about the work here. Zhao Shuming sighed, the difference in the work process is too great. GOG is a one-man show for the person in charge. Min Jingchao has an idea for many things. There is no need for meetings or trials. In many cases, he doesn't even need to report to President Pei. He just arranges to do it. The key is that President Pei doesn't seem to care at all. He only comes to give some advice in some special cases, but he only asks for a special event. This is too petty, too efficient. Zhao Shuming wanted to say small workshop at first, but then he thought it was wrong. Although this feeling is indeed a small workshop, he has been beaten to a pulp by the small workshop model in the past year. It's too embarrassing to think so. The working model of Tenda Group is in sharp contrast to his time at Longyu Group. If you want to do an operation activity there, you must first report the proposal to the senior management, and then communicate with the development team. If it is a game of a foreign company like IOI, you must also communicate across borders. Every level has some opinions, and the whole plan has to be changed at least 3 or 4 times, and in the end it may be directly rejected by the company. Because many operational activities require the development of functions within the game, and Longyu Group cannot tamper with the client, and must obtain permission from Zhito Company in advance. It is very difficult to launch a new activity, and basically more than half of the time is spent running various processes, but it's different here at GOG. If they want to do any activities, the person in charge can make the decision. Before, Zhao Shuming thought that the heads of various departments of Tenda were puppets of President Pei. They would do whatever President Pei asked them to do. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. When President Pei has a demand, they are indeed puppets, but this situation is not common in daily work. Sometimes, President Pei makes 2 or 3 demands a month, and sometimes there is no demand for half a year. When there is no demand, the person in charge can do it by himself. Some activities targeting IOI are not President Pei's ideas at all, but Min Jingchao's own ideas. Of course, both models have their pros and cons. Although the model of Longyu Group is very inefficient, its biggest advantage is that it is not easy to make fatal mistakes, and if there is a problem, no one needs to take the blame. After all, it is reviewed layer by layer. In other words, the goal is not to do things the best, but to do the least bad. But in the model of Tenda, once there is a problem, it is a big problem, and the person in charge will take all the blame. In other words, it requires much more courage than Longyu Group. The biggest advantage of this model is its high efficiency, and the plan will not be changed arbitrarily. As long as the person in charge thinks it is something that must be done, the whole department can be quickly concentrated to do the best. Zhao Shuming couldn't help but sigh. No wonder IOI is always beaten when competing with GOG in activities. The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. When IOI was still going through the process at Longyu Group, GOG's activities had already been prepared. They were waiting for the hard work. The efficiency and speed were completely different. Eric nodded. Indeed, this structure of Tenda can maximize the personal ability of the person in charge, and it often produces miraculous effects when dealing with some companies with big company disease. At present, GOG and IOI are in close contact. It's no wonder that such a structure can be successful. Zhao Shuming complained, "That's right, but shouldn't we be given more time for handover? The person in charge has to bear such a heavy responsibility, but the handover was completed in 3 days. Isn't this waiting for us to make mistakes?" As a person who habitually passes the buck and is cautious by nature, Zhao Shuming keenly feels the burden on his shoulders. A big black pot seemed to be hanging over his head at any time. If he was not careful, it would be put on him tightly. This made him feel very dangerous. Eric shook his head. "I think that this arrangement by President Pei is definitely not what he meant." Zhao Shuming was stunned. "Huh? What does that mean?" Eric sighed. Looking at the opponent's behavior from a different angle often allows you to see more. When he first came to be the head of IOI, he had not yet partnered with Zhao Shuming, and fought against Tenda alone, and was soon beaten to a pulp. Later, he began to consciously study Tenda, a unique company, and studied President Pei's strategy in the business war. Gradually, he gained some insights. But no matter how hard he studied, he was still looking from the outside, and many things were invisible. So, although he had mastered some of the situation, he still had only a superficial understanding, and often came to specious conclusions. But now that he has come to Tenda and has really come into contact with the core architecture, Eric suddenly understood many things that he had not understood before. Eric continued, "I've been wondering why President Pei wants to poach the two of us? And he seems willing to pay a certain price. This seems a little unreasonable, because GOG has been winning, and Min Jingqiao, as the person in charge, has arranged all the work in an orderly manner. What's the point of splitting his work when we two lose? It can't be because you don't like him, right? Which boss would not like an employee who doesn't have too many problems, completes his duties perfectly, and has strong subjective initiative? Now, I roughly understand. On the one hand, it is because the leaders of Tenda will soon rotate after training and switch to more important fields to expand the territory. Min Jingqiao has almost met Mr. Pei's requirements. On the other hand, it is because after GOG develops to a certain stage, the two of us together can play a greater role than Min Jingqiao. We two have our advantages." Zhao Shuming nodded suddenly. "Well. Indeed, this should be the only possibility." In order to recruit him, Mr. Pei even gave an idea for a game, which is enough to show what qualities Mr. Pei likes in him. It's just that Zhao Shuming hasn't figured it out yet. Eric continued, "In terms of game design, we are definitely far inferior to Min Jingqiao, but fortunately, we don't need to worry about GOG's version updates. Naturally, the designers of the original project team will be promoted to continue to be responsible for new versions and new heroes. Then our advantage must be in game operation. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1264, President Pei's Random Game Design Method. Fall in love with your reading website, lose money, and become the richest man from games." Eric continued, "My understanding is that this advantage is mainly in two aspects. First, we are very familiar with the internal operation process of IOI, and are very familiar with the behavior patterns of Dayak Group and Jito Company, so when encountering some activities, we can better predict the movements of IOI. Of course, President Pei can also, but after all, President Pei is busy with work and it is impossible for him to keep an eye on the actions of IOI. We know IOI very well, and we also know GOG very well, so when the two games compete, we can especially target each other's weaknesses and continue to maintain GOG's comprehensive suppression of IOI, or even expand it. Second, we have more experience in coordinating large teams. At present, the entire project team of GOG is basically still maintained in the mode of the startup, and the person in charge has absolute control. The advantage of this model is that it is efficient and responsive, and it is easier to win in fierce competition. But the downside is that as the business expands and the number of people increases, the workload of the person in charge will continue to pile up, and under the huge work pressure, it is difficult for him to handle all problems comprehensively and mistakes are easy to occur. In the future, assuming that GOG defeats IOI and becomes the only winner in the MOBA game field, then the entire GOG project team will inevitably continue to grow and have more people. In this case, the original efficient model is no longer suitable, and the pace must be slowed down, inevitably moving towards the institutionalized model of large companies. And we can use our own experience, combined with the previous working model of the GOG project team, to gradually develop a new model that takes into account both efficiency and institutionalization, and better adapt to the work requirements of the new era. So, this is the deep meaning of President Pei digging S2. Eric's analysis is simply comprehensive, and combined with a series of previous actions by President Pei, it is quite convincing. Zhao Shuming suddenly realized and nodded frequently. Indeed. He felt that he was not as good as Min Jingqiao in any aspect, but he was much better than Min Jingqiao in his understanding of IOI. After all, Min Jingqiao's main energy was all focused on studying GOG, and he had no time or need to study IOI in depth. If he wanted to further target IOI, who would be more suitable than Zhao Shuming and Eric, the two former IOI operation managers? Why do many monarchs in history pay special attention to rebel generals? It is because these rebel generals know their enemies very well and can provide very useful information. In dealing with IOI, Eric and Zhao Shuming can be more ruthless than Min Jingqiao. What? Show mercy to the old boss? That is impossible. It is because of the old boss that we have to be ruthless. Otherwise, wouldn't it prove that the previous failures were not the fault of the old boss, but our own? And in the long run, gradually integrating two different management models is also a must. That is the difference between the so-called conquering the country and sitting on the country. One emphasizes attacking and the other emphasizes defending. On the eve of victory, Min Jingqiao, who is good at fighting, will be transferred away and continue to embark on a new journey. Then Eric and Zhao Shuming, who are relatively good at governance, will be replaced to prepare for the next great unification. Eric continued, so, there is a reasonable explanation for the hasty handover. Pei's attitude is actually hinting that we should not completely copy Min Jingqiao's work model. For the previous work model, we should learn more and integrate it, rather than rigidly inherit it. If the handover time is too long, such as half a year, then our thinking mode will definitely be changed, and it will be difficult to change back. The current handover time may seem short, but in fact, we can always consult other people in the project team when we encounter problems, and it will not limit our thinking. It is just right. Zhao Shuming nodded suddenly, and he was no longer panicked. Hearing Eric's clear words, he was completely relieved, and he also found a way to pass the buck. Although one of them is responsible for overseas business and the other is responsible for domestic business, Zhao Shuming can just copy and paste. At that time, Zhao Shuming will do what Eric does. This is definitely not plagiarism. This is called linkage. This is called equal treatment. This is called a chess game. Anyway, Eric will definitely take ruthless actions against IOI worldwide. Zhao Shuming will copy homework. With the current dominant position of GOG in China, the effect will definitely not be bad. Usually, just make suggestions and let Eric adopt them. One gives ideas and the other makes the final decision. How perfect. Yes, the feeling of a golden partner is back. Zhao Shuming was very happy. Okay, let's start preparing for the event. The 1024 Digital Festival is coming soon. We must organize a big event to grab a wave of players. We must let President Pei see that it is of great value to spend so much effort to recruit the two of us. At the same time, Pei Qian and Min Jingqiao were already on the plane to Yongqing. We are going to arrange new games for Tianhua Studio. In fact, Longyu Group and Tianhua Studio did not urge him. They just hoped that Mr. Pei could find time to go there as soon as possible, without a time limit. The main reason was that they did not dare to urge him. Game design is a purely creative thing. Sometimes the overall design is good, but a small flaw may ruin the entire plan. What if Mr. Pei deliberately left a pit in the design plan if he was upset? Although everyone thought that Mr. Pei would not be such an unscrupulous person, it is better to have less trouble than more. It is best to be polite and make the game together to make money. Of course, they were completely overthinking. Because Pei Qian himself could not predict what the game he designed would become in the end. He was very clear about this. A bad design may succeed, and a good design may fail, and vice versa. Since the design is completely unrelated to the final result, then it is meaningless for Pei Qian to do something secretly. This thing is completely up to fate. Pei Qian's idea was that since everyone had reached an agreement, I would just design it for you according to the normal process at Tenda. Whether this game can make money or not depends entirely on your luck. If you make money, it's because you are lucky. If you don't make money, don't blame me. I tried my best. So, go early and come back early. Min Jingqiao did not complain at all about no longer being in charge of GOG. He was a little surprised at first, but he has figured it out in the past 2 days. If he were in another company, he would probably have continued to work at GOG for the rest of his life with his achievements. But Tenda is not an ordinary company. Anyone who has made a career in his position will be transferred to other places by President Pei. Because the training in the same position is repetitive, the people in charge keep doing repetitive and similar work, and the improvement is not great. Although this can make each project develop steadily, it is a bit of a waste of talent after all. In the later stage, the business ability of the person in charge will no longer be improved, and all that will be improved is management ability. But obviously, not all persons in charge need such strong management ability, and not all persons in charge are good at management. President Pei obviously wants to train all the persons in charge to be all-rounders, so that Min Jingqiao can continue to go further on the road of designer, instead of boxing himself in GOG early. After recruiting Eric and Zhao Shuming, Min Jingqiao handed over the work at GOG, and naturally he had to take on bigger challenges. During this trip to Yongqing, Min Jingqiao heard from Mr. Pei that he was going to help Tianhua Studio design a game. He was both excited and nervous about this. Mr. Pei seemed to want to train every core member of Tenda's game department into a gold medal designer, but Min Jingqiao only had relevant work experience in GOG and had never really taken the lead in developing games. Fortunately, he was an old employee and dealt with Hu Xianbin every day. He was very clear about how to improve Mr. Pei's creativity and how to analyze Mr. Pei's design intentions, so this job should be okay and not too difficult. However, what is the working environment like at Tianhua Studio? Can it cooperate with his work? This is also a question. The seats in the business class can lie flat and are very comfortable. There was nothing to do when he was idle, so Min Jingqiao wanted to ask Mr. Pei about his work after he arrived at Tianhua Studio. What specific games would he make? Does Mr. Pei have any special requirements for him? What should he do if he encounters some unexpected situations? After all, Mr. Pei will return to Jingzhou after finalizing the game plan there, and he will have to stay in Yangqing for a few months until the game development is completed before he can come back. It is better to ask clearly in advance for many things, otherwise it will be troublesome to call and ask later. Boss, Pei, what is my main job there? Also, the working hours and the overall development process, are they based on the situation at Skyfire Studio or on our side? How much effort should I give them? The question of how much effort should I give is not that Min Jingqiao wants to be lazy, but mainly to understand the importance of the project. If Boss Pei is particularly interested in it and it is a very strategic move, then I must give my 100% effort and try my best to make it perfect. If there are some problems at Skyfire Studio, I have to find ways to solve them. But if this matter is not very important, or Boss Pei does not intend to make this game too profitable, then Min Jingqiao does not need to spend so much effort, and he can just do his job well. As for whether the game is successful or not, it is not something that one person can decide. Pei Qian thought for a moment. Well, of course we have to follow Tengda's pace. Whatever happens here, it will be the same there. If there are any problems, go to Zhou Mian and ask his men to cooperate with you unconditionally. Including holidays and rest, of course, we have to follow Tengda's pace and don't tire ourselves out. For Pei Qian, this was an experiment, and of course he had to follow Tengda's routine completely. If the routine was twisted, half of the development was done according to Tengda's method and the other half was done according to Tianhua Studio's method, then the final result would have no reference value at all, because it is impossible to tell what factors led to success and what factors led to failure. Moreover, Pei Qian just wanted to fulfill his promise. Whether it succeeded or not depends on God's will, so he would not give Min Jingqiao any rigid requirements. Moreover, he could not abandon the lazy spirit that he had cultivated with great effort just because of this poverty alleviation. What if Min Jingqiao became a hard worker after working overtime? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? He was so harmful even when he was lazy, wouldn't it be even more difficult to deal with him if he became a hard worker? Therefore, the process should be the same as it should be. It cannot be changed, and there is no need to change it. Min Jingqiao nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Anyway, it is equivalent to Tenda opening a new department and recruiting a new group of people for development. The only thing to pay attention to is to ensure that you have control over the entire project, so that everyone will cooperate with you unconditionally without any doubt. If there are those who do not cooperate, just say hello to Zhou Mian and kick him out. Anyway, with President Pei's support, what is there to be afraid of? Chapter 1265 Watching and Learning. When we arrived in Yangqing, Skyfire Studio sent a business car to pick us up at the airport. This is a very normal treatment. Zhou Mian should have arranged it this way, for both public and private reasons. Sitting in the business car, Pei Qian told Min Jingqiao, the office conditions at Skyfire Studio are slightly worse than those at Tengda. But the difference is not that big. Try to adapt to it and treat it as poverty alleviation. Every company has its own situation. Don't ask too much. Do you understand? Min Jingqiao nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Pei, I understand. This was Min Jingqiao's first visit to Skyfire Studio. When developing Sea Fortress, Pei Qian once organized a public travel and arranged for employees to come to Yangqing to play and visit Skyfire Studio. But Min Jingqiao had not joined the company at that time. He joined the company during the GOG period. Pei Qian was not worried about anything else. He was just afraid that Min Jingqiao would ask a series of soul-searching questions like Ma Yang when he arrived there. Why do you still work on Saturdays? Is there overtime pay? Why are the workstations so crowded? Don't accidentally ruin Zhou Mian's mentality. Although Min Jingqiao is not as unemotional as Lao Ma, It's always a good idea to give him some warnings in advance. Skyfire Studio has its own 7-story office building, surrounded by green pines and cypresses, and the environment is quite good. The business car stopped at the door, and Zhou Mian and Sun Shi, who was in charge of reception, were already waiting at the door. Seeing President Pei arrive, the two came up and welcomed him warmly. Pei Qian still had a vague impression of this Sun Shi. He was also in charge of reception last time. His previous position seemed to be the core designer of a large MMORPG project within Skyfire Studio, and he also participated in the development of Bullet Scar. He was originally a core member, and after more than 2 years of training and cultivation, he is now Zhou Mian's capable subordinate and a very important chief designer within the studio. Passing through the bamboo forest in the front yard, and then through the front desk, all the way to the 4th floor. There was also a tour when I came last time, but this time it was skipped directly, because Zhou Mian felt embarrassed when he thought of this matter. I actually showed off the employee benefits in front of Tenda. What was he thinking at the time? When Tenda was still a small company, its benefits were better than those of Tianhua Studio. Now that it is getting bigger and bigger, the benefits are even better. Zhou Mian also knows that there is no comparison in this aspect. So, this time, they tacitly did not mention the previous events, just as if nothing happened. Wait until Min Jingqiao settles down, and then let Sun Shi take him to get familiar with the working environment. Boss Pei, should we sit down and rest first, chat casually, or? Zhou Mian tried to ask for advice. After all, Boss Pei had just come by plane, and he should be a little tired. A more friendly schedule should be to sit in the reception room first, make an appointment in advance, and then let Boss Pei and Min Jingqiao go back to the hotel to rest, and come back for the meeting the next day. Pei Qian waved his hand. No, let's get started. Anyway, he came in business class, so he couldn't say he was tired, and Pei Qian's design method was a casual design method, which did not require brain cells or accumulation of ideas, and was completely casual. Min Jingqiao's workload might be a bit heavy, but he didn't need to finish it in one day. You can write down the key points today and then slowly improve them later. If this meeting ends early, Pei Qian can go back to Jingzhou to rest early. Zhou Mian nodded. Okay, I'll call a few chief designers to listen, and then pick the most capable one to help Brother Min. You two have some tea first and wait for a moment. Zhou Mian stood up and told Sun Shi a few words, asking him to notify the designers. He said that he wanted to pick the most capable designer to help Min Jingqiao, but in fact he also hoped to take this opportunity to let these chief designers listen to President Pei's lectures and improve themselves. This opportunity is too precious. This is like watching a real martial arts master practice. Even if you don't understand it at all, you will still improve. At least you have broadened your horizons, know how martial arts masters practice, and understand the general direction. The same is true for game design. Everyone knows that Mr. Pei is a genius in game design, but how does he design games specifically? There are many rumors outside, but if you are not an insider, you can't get to know the truth at all. Now such a precious opportunity must be used well and learn a lot. Of course, Zhou Mian only called a few core designers, all of whom he trusted very much. The reason why he didn't call more people was, on the one hand, because Zhou Mian felt that other people were not at this level, or were not trustworthy core members, and were not worthy of listening. On the other hand, it couldn't be too much, which would cause Mr. Pei's disgust. If a large conference room is arranged, and it is full of people inside and outside, the intention is too obvious and very impolite. In short, this is not just a cooperation with Tenda to make a game, but also a learning conference on game design knowledge. There may not be a second opportunity like this. Can we not take it seriously? As for Pei Qian, he was drinking tea while thinking about where to start with this design. After thinking about it, he seemed to only know one design method, which was to design in a way that would lose money, but in the end he made money. I have to say, this made him feel sad. In fact, Pei Qian was a little puzzled. There are so many ways to lose money in making games in the world, so why do I always make games that make money? Is it because I am too lucky and I just happen to catch up with the ways to make money? Apart from this, there seems to be no other possibility. I can't be a genius in game design, right? Then, will I always encounter a time when I lose money if I try a few more times? After all, Tenda's development capabilities are limited. At most, it can only make 4 or 5 games a year, and many ideas that lose money cannot be verified. But if other companies help, they can develop more games at the same time. Maybe one of them will succeed in losing money? So this time, Pei Qian's idea is still to design in the direction of losing money. If they make money, it means that Longyu Group and Tianhua Studio are lucky and they just fulfill their contracts normally, so it doesn't matter. Although they will share the money with Tenda, Tenda already has so many profitable games, and it doesn't matter if there is one more or one less. What if they lose money? That means a lot. Pei Qian had to study this money-losing model carefully and try to use it for his own benefit. If the loss is huge, it will be even better. Pei Qian can continue to cooperate with Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group next time with the compensation. At that time, Tenda will pay the majority of the R&D and take advantage of this great opportunity to lose money. In short, this time can be regarded as an additional attempt. No matter what the result is, it is acceptable. After a while, Sunshi came back. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Pei, the meeting room is ready. Zhou Mian looked at Pei Qian, then, Mr. Pei, shall we go? Pei Qian nodded, well, let's go. Everyone came to the large meeting room on the same floor. The designers who came to listen had arrived in advance. Seeing Zhou Mian and Pei Qian coming, they stood up and greeted them. Zhou Mian left the middle seat and motioned Pei Qian to take a seat. Pei Qian said a few polite words, but seeing that Zhou Mian insisted, he did not refuse. After everyone sat down, Zhou Mian coughed twice and motioned for everyone to be quiet. Mr. Pei has come from afar this time, which really makes our studio shine. As for this new project, I have introduced it to you before. It is a project jointly developed and operated by Tenda Group, Tianhua Studio, and Longyu Group. The opportunity is very precious. Everyone here should know how important this large-scale project is to designers. The designer industry also pays attention to gilding. A designer who has participated in a successful project and a designer who has not participated in a successful project have 2 completely different prices when applying for a job outside. Not to mention the designer who plays a key position in a successful project. After all, there is no clear ability measurement standard in such a creative field. Under the premise of similar basic abilities, successful experience is the biggest highlight. There is no need to say what identity and status Mr. Pei has in the game circle. Everyone present is familiar with it. For these designers, if they can participate in this project, it will definitely be a rare highlight in their entire career. If this project is successful as expected, not to mention the bonus and share, this resume alone is enough to take their career planning to a higher level. But how many people can enter this project and help Min Jingqiao is not certain. Maybe in the end it will depend on Zhou Mian and Min Jingqiao to screen and review. Therefore, all these designers are eager to listen carefully, think carefully, and then put forward some unique views and opinions to increase their chances of being selected. Zhou Mian looked at Pei Qian, then, Mr. Pei, let's get started? From now on, all processes will follow Tenda's development process, and we will fully cooperate. Skyfire Studio certainly has its own development process, but since President Pei is here, there is a better process, why not use it? Skyfire Studio is determined to be an apprentice and a tool, and try not to let their habits interfere with President Pei and Min Jingqiao. Otherwise, Tenda Games' undefeated myth failed here, how embarrassing. President Pei was at Tenda, and every game he made was a hit. but when he came to Skyfire Studio, he failed as soon as he made it. Is this reasonable? If this really happened, no one would think that President Pei was not good enough, but would only think that Skyfire Studio was too useless and too much of a drag. What a bad team this must be, that even President Pei couldn't lead it. Zhou Mian couldn't bear this kind of blow. Pei Qian nodded. Okay, let's get started. What type of game have you thought about? This is the random design method, starting with the game type. This sentence sounds normal and ordinary to Min Jingqiao, but it sounds completely different to other designers. They showed shocked expressions on their faces. Judging from what Mr. Pei said, he hasn't even thought about the type of game? I thought Mr. Pei had already thought about the content of the game design before coming here. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Pei can design any type? And he is confident that he can design it well. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 12, 66 Bullet Hole 2. At this time, President Pei gave everyone the feeling of a peerless master. The disciples asked, Master, what martial arts will you teach me today? Pei replied, What do you want to learn? The meaning is obviously that I will teach you whatever you want to learn. Otherwise, if the disciple said I want to learn swordsmanship, the master said, I don't know, change one. Is that reasonable? It must be that I have whatever you want to learn, so you can ask with confidence. So President Pei's question stumped everyone. The designers who were eager to show off before temporarily lost the courage to stand up and fell into silence. Because they had never thought about this kind of thing at all, they could actually participate in the discussion. According to the normal process, the producer should first decide on a game type, or even a rough prototype of the game, and then on this basis, everyone will discuss and express their opinions. Now they are even discussing the game type? Such a big and empty topic, everyone didn't know how to start. In addition to the invisible pressure from President Pei, everyone was afraid of saying the wrong thing, so it was even harder to start. Pei Qian was a little confused. Why? Was this question too much? I just asked you what kind of game you want to make, just say whatever you want. Why didn't anyone speak, and some even lowered their heads in shame? He couldn't help but look at Zhou Mian, thinking, Are you sure these are all the best designers selected by Tianhua Studio? Zhou Mian coughed twice. Boss Pei, let's just follow the process of Tenda, don't pay too much attention to our opinions. Obviously, Zhou Mian also had some misunderstandings about Tenda's working mode. After all, the game type should have been decided at the beginning, right? It's too strange to discuss it at the meeting. Pei Qian said, This is Tenda's process. For the game type, everyone can express their own opinions. You can say whatever you want, and it doesn't matter if you say it wrong. After hearing what Boss Pei said, everyone was more certain of their previous guesses. Boss Pei can really design anything. This kind of all-rounder can only be described as awesome. Obviously, it's not a coincidence that Tenda makes different games. Zhou Mian was silent for a while, before he came back to his senses from the shock. Seeing that others were too embarrassed to speak, he had to speak up. Currently, there are 3 main categories of games developed by our studio. The first 2 categories are relatively traditional, namely MMORPG and shooting games, both of which have been successful projects, and the last category is mobile game projects. There are many types of mobile games. There are projects adapted from previous PC games, and there are also independently developed card and national war mobile games. If Mr. Pei wants to choose the type of game, try to choose from these types. We still have some experience in this area, so we won't be too blind. Zhou Mian was also afraid that if Mr. Pei gave them a design plan for an action game like Turning Back as the Shore, it would be a bit difficult to make it. It's not that it can't be made, the key is to worry that it won't have that flavor. Pei Qian nodded, Okay, in that case, let's make a shooting game. He also thought it was best not to make standalone games, but for completely different reasons. The main reason is that he thinks standalone games are really not too difficult. The more unconventional and niche the game type is, the more likely it is to give people a bright feeling and break the circle successfully. On the other hand, for shooting games, Tianhua Studio first has the experience of the failure of bullet hole, and there are also very strong competitors such as Sea Fortress on the market, which greatly increases the possibility of failure. Of course, if they were to be more ruthless, they could let Skyfire Studio develop a MOBA game to compete with GOG. But considering that Min Jingqiao himself is the chief designer of GOG, this plan is of course not possible. In short, shooting games meet the requirements of Skyfire Studio and Longyu Group. The success rate is not high, but this rate still exists. Pei Qian thinks that it is the most suitable choice after comprehensive consideration. Zhou Mayan instantly became energetic when he heard about FPS games. This is the unique skill of Skyfire Studio. Although Bullet Hole is not doing well now, it was still a small hit when it first came out, so it didn't lose money. Moreover, Skyfire Studio has a very sufficient talent reserve in the FPS game genre, and President Pei has a proven successful idea like Sea Fortress. Added together, isn't it almost 100% successful? Pei Qian thought about it and said, I remember you had a game called Bullet Hole before? Don't waste a good IP. The new game should be called Bullet Hole 2. Zhou Mayan. The enthusiasm that was just high was instantly poured with a bucket of cold water. This name is a bit unlucky, right? Although Bullet Hole 2 didn't lose much money at the beginning, it really couldn't be considered a successful project. I was completely beaten to the ground by Fortress at Sea and couldn't move. Is there any need to continue using this kind of IP? Can't we continue using something better? Zhou Mayan looked at Min Jingqiao and found that Min Jingqiao didn't say anything, just kept recording. Is this the working process of Tenda? Zhou Mayan thought about it. He had said before that he would not ask too many questions and would fully cooperate. But now he was asking for opinions on the name. It seemed a bit inappropriate, so he had to accept it silently. Seeing that no one was talking, Pei Qian was a little uncomfortable. You have to talk. You have to deny my proposal. If you don't talk, where can I get inspiration and enlightenment? I don't have inspiration and enlightenment. How can I design without denying your denial? Thinking of this, Pei Qian said again, if you have any questions, you can speak freely. Don't be embarrassed or afraid of making mistakes. I will make the decision for you. Don't feel burdened. Min Jingqiao, you can demonstrate to everyone first. Min Jingqiao, who had been recording, nodded, okay, Mr. Pei. Then will the game Bullet Hole 2 still use the design before Bullet Hole? For example, the feel, art style, charging model, etc.? This question stumped Pei Qian on the spot. It's not that he doesn't know how to make a decision. There is nothing in the world that Pei Qian doesn't dare to make a decision on. The key point is that he forgot what kind of game Bullet Hole is. After all, it was more than 2 years ago, how could he remember it so clearly? But he couldn't show it, and he couldn't ask Zhou Mayan directly. Otherwise, he just said that he wanted to make Bullet Hole 2, but he didn't even know what kind of game Bullet Hole was. How could this be reasonable? Pei Qian fell into a brief silence, trying to recall what kind of game Bullet Hole was. I still remember that when I came to Tianhua Studio, Zhou Mayan seemed to have introduced the design intention of Bullet Hole. When Pei Qian was listening, he felt that it was stable, and Fortress on the Sea would definitely lose money. That is to say, it should be the opposite of Fortress on the Sea. Oh, I remember. The feel of Bullet Hole was restored to the greatest extent possible in counterterrorism plan, achieving 80% to 90% similarity. The art style was realistic, and the weapons were absolutely restored. The charging model seemed to be the same as that of MMORPG, free plus props charging. So now, From the perspective of hindsight, the combination of bullet hole and this set of skills will indeed lose money. It imitates counterterrorism plan but is not perfect. Instead, it discourages some novice players because of its high difficulty. The realistic painting style is real, but not as cool and pleasing as Pei Qian. The charging model seems conscientious, but is actually much more deceptive than Sea Fortress. It's a pity that such a perfect money-losing model has been used once by Zhou Mian, and it is not easy to use it again. Or Bullet Hole 2 will completely continue the setting of Bullet Hole? Pei Qian silently glanced at Zhou Mian, and seeing his expectant expression, he silently gave up this idea. If the setting of Bullet Hole is completely continued, it will be too obvious. I am afraid that Zhou Mian will be the first to fight with him. Therefore, it is best to keep the most critical failure of Bullet Hole as much as possible, and only make some adjustments and modifications to the insignificant parts. After all, it is a spiritual sequel, and it is reasonable to continue the previous settings a little. Pei Qian thought about it quickly, and then said, since it is a sequel, of course we have to inherit some and modify some. In my opinion, the feel can be inherited. The painting style needs to be modified. As for the charging model, sell some very cheap skins, don't sell them too expensive. The feel of Bullet Hole is close to counterterrorism plan, but it is not so perfect, so it is not pleasing to both ends. The core players feel that it is not good enough, and the novice players are persuaded to quit. In Pei Qian's view, this is obviously the core element of the failure of Bullet Hole. No matter what, it cannot be changed and must be continued. In terms of the charging model, although the charging of props is criticized a lot, it also makes a lot of money. The fact that players pay money while cursing is common in the gaming circle, and it should never be taken lightly. Moreover, there is the successful precedent of Pei Qian, and the spending power of these wealthy players in FPS games should never be underestimated. So if you charge for very cheap skins like GOG does, you will definitely make less money. Of course, GOG made a lot of money, but that was because the player base was large, so it had the effect of small profits but quick turnover. There were only so many FPS game players, and a large number of them were playing Fortress at Sea. If Bullet Hole 2 sold skins at a low price, it would be hard to make money. A conscientious game may not always make small profits, but quick turnover. It is also possible that the revenue is too low to support the cost. This kind of death has been introduced in Game Producer. Of course, these two changes alone are still too few and not obvious enough. In the end, they just changed the charging model. What's the difference between this and not changing it? The same dish, just a different price? That doesn't seem to fool an old hand like Zhou Mian, and it's easy for him to doubt his motives. So Pei Qian thought about it and decided to be ruthless about the packaging in order to better shut Zhou Mian up. After all, the packaging is just a piece of skin, and no matter how it is changed, it will not affect the core of the game. This aspect has been changed a lot, and it seems to have changed a lot, but in fact it's just a change of soup without changing the medicine, which is perfect. Min Jingqiao lowered his head and took notes quickly. Zhou Mian and other designers looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, they had many doubts in their hearts. Mr. Pei, this is not how you designed Fortress on the Sea. We now highly suspect that you deliberately avoided the design of Sea Fortress in order to deceive us into going astray and not affect the profitability of Sea Fortress. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1267 Design Direction. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money, and becoming the richest man starts from games. After a slight hesitation, Zhou Mian said, Boss Pei, I have some doubts. Can you explain it to me? It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to learn some advanced design concepts. He didn't dare to say it clearly, but he didn't believe it. It's not that I don't trust Boss Pei's ability, nor that I don't trust Boss Pei's integrity. The key is that integrity is not absolute. There is a saying that there is a difference between closeness and distance. When Boss Pei designed games for Tenda, he must have gone all out, but now Boss Pei is only responsible for coming up with an idea. The specific development and operation are completed by Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group. Can Boss Pei still go all out? Will he come up with his best ideas? Will he analyze the market situation in depth and seriously work on the details? What's more, as an FPS game, Bullet Hole 2 is in direct competition with Sea Fortress. If it grabs too many users, will it affect Sea Fortress and cause its revenue to drop sharply? Taking these factors into consideration, it is completely understandable that Mr. Pei was a little reserved in the design of Bullet Hole 2. You can't ask this kind of thing too directly, but you still have to ask. After all, it takes millions of dollars to make this game, and even a little bit of attention to details will cost tens of millions. It would be painful if so much money was really wasted. Pei Qian laughed and was not panicked at all. He has experienced similar scenes too many times. If you don't ask, he will feel uneasy. As long as you ask, all kinds of crooked reasons will come out, and I guarantee that you will be arranged perfectly. Pei Qian smiled and said, "What's the doubt?" Zhou Mian thought for a moment and said, "First of all, it's the feel of the game." Compared with Fortress at Sea, Bullet Hole had a big disadvantage in that the feel was too close to counterterrorism plan, which made it not so comfortable for novices to play. At that time, I kept thinking that when I make FPS games in the future, I must learn from Fortress at Sea and lower the threshold for novices as much as possible. Why do you continue the feel of Bullet Hole? After Bullet Hole failed, Zhou Mian almost led the designers of the entire project team to learn from Fortress at Sea, and analyzed many problems very thoroughly. Learning successful experiences is a necessary ability for every designer. So, Zhou Mian felt that Mr. Pei's statement was a bit unreasonable. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, and then said, "This is one time, that is another time. After all, Fortress on the Sea is 2 or 3 years old. If we learn it again, wouldn't it be like looking for a sword on a boat?" Zhou Mian's mouth twitched slightly. Then, "Mr. Pei, do you mean that the design of Bullet Hole is actually 2 or 3 years ahead of the times? It just failed because it was born at the wrong time?" Although this statement is quite outrageous, Mr. Pei seems to mean this. Otherwise, why would we continue the feel of Bullet Hole 2 or 3 years later? Pei Qian smiled awkwardly but politely. "Well, you can't analyze games in such a static and one-sided way. Some trends are a cycle. For example, in the fashion industry, when new trends reach their extreme, they often turn back to retro, but this retro is not a comprehensive reproduction and imitation of the past, but a spiral rise and transcendence. You think the mode of Sea Fortress has been played by players for 2 or 3 years. Many players are tired of it and their level has improved. Don't they need to change to something more difficult? So, simply saying that your design is born out of time is not quite accurate. It should be said that on the spiral of the continuous evolution of trends, you chose a wrong coordinate. You can catch up with the trend by stepping back a little or rising a little. Pei Qian didn't dare to talk about those particularly detailed concepts, because the more he talked about it, the easier it would be to reveal the truth. On the one hand, he did not have much professional knowledge in this area, and on the other hand, the more detailed and clear the explanation, the easier it is to reveal flaws. Just like when fortune tellers are fooling people, they must not explain things too clearly, but must talk about them in a broad and empty way, and be mysterious. Sometimes, no matter how they explain, it makes sense. If you say a particularly accurate result, wouldn't it be easy to be slapped in the face? After listening to Mr. Pei's explanation, all the designers hurriedly lowered their heads and recorded it in their little notebooks. Sure enough, Mr. Pei's words were different from other designers, and they were obviously not on the same level. Still, according to the martial arts, when discussing martial arts, ordinary masters often stick to skills and certain specific martial arts moves, so they talk about them in great detail. But for real masters, all kinds of moves have been integrated, so what details are there? At this time, what is said may be some concepts about martial arts, which seem to be some big and empty things on the surface, but it represents a higher realm and has a strong guiding role. Just like what Mr. Pei said, trends are in a spiral of constant change. This is enough to provide a significant guide for everyone to select projects and study market trends in the future. Zhou Mayan nodded slightly, and his conviction level increased significantly. In fact, when he asked the question, is bullet hole 2 or 3 years ahead, whether Mr. Pei answered yes or no, he would not be particularly satisfied. If the answer was yes, Zhou Mayan would feel that this was perfunctory to him, and he had a clear understanding of his own weight. If it was no, it would contradict Mr. Pei's previous statement. But Mr. Pei's answer was between yes and no. Trend is not a straight line, but a spiral. The design of bullet hole is actually very close to the trend in terms of straight line distance, but in fact it is very far away. As expected of Mr. Pei, any explanation is so philosophical. Zhou Mayan immediately extended this sentence. So Mr. Pei, do you mean that we should use the design of bullet hole, but not copy it completely, but make some modifications on the basis of continuing this concept? Pei Qian, well, yes. He wanted to say no, because once this thing is modified, it may not be easy to lose money, but then he thought again, what he just said for a long time, isn't it what Zhou Mayan understood? At this point, I had no choice but to admit it. However, he added, but you must be careful about this kind of modification. Even if it is a little bit, it can't be too much. Too much is as bad as too little. You should try your best to keep the original core, and you have to control the degree yourself. This can be regarded as a slight remedy, allowing the game to stay on this wrong path for as long as possible. Zhou Mayan nodded. He had no problem with this point. Mr. Pei's exquisite explanation completely convinced him. But there are other problems. Zhou Mayan coughed twice and looked at Sun Shi, regarding the charging model of bullet hole 2. Sun Shi, what do you think? We are not outsiders here, speak freely. Sun Shi is very smart and understood it at the time. This is to make me question it. Obviously, Zhou Mayan is the one who really has doubts, but Zhou Mayan is a producer after all. He can't always ask questions like a primary school student. That's so embarrassing. What's more, other designers are watching coldly here, and it's not right for Mr. Zhou to ask questions. So, at this time, a younger brother still has to stand up and help the big brother solve problems. If Sun Shi dares to answer, I think Mr. Pei's design is good, there is no problem, then he may pack up and leave tomorrow. As it happens, Sun Shi did have some questions, or rather, all the more normal designers present had similar questions. Boss Pei, I do have some questions about the charging model. The charging for props in bullet hole was criticized badly. This model cannot be used anymore. We must change to a new charging model. We all know this. But why not use the charging model of Fortress at Sea? The model of Fortress at Sea, being free to play and heavily paid for Pei Qian, has been proven to be quite successful. It is indeed very popular, and players have basically accepted it. The charging model will not be suspected of reference or plagiarism, and players will not feel disgusted because the charging models of the two games are very similar. Why not continue the charging model of Fortress at Sea to sell epic weapons, but sell skins instead? After all, in FPS games, players can't see their own bodies, and can only see the guns in their hands. The effect of selling skins will be very different from that of MOBA games. Sun Shi's meaning is very clear. The charging model is not considered plagiarism, so why not continue the method that players are already familiar with? For example, there is already a MOBA game on the market that sells skins for a fee. If another MOBA game is released, will it not charge for skins? Will it do other charging points? That obviously makes no sense. The same is true for FPS games. Facts have proven that this group of players are particularly receptive to the charging model of Sea Fortress, which is a free game plus limited epic weapons. It satisfies both civilian and wealthy player groups, and has good income and reputation. Moreover, the charging model is not related to the spiral rise of the game design concept. There is no skill involved. It is simply a matter of choice. Then why change it? Pei Qian was silent for a moment and said, "There is indeed no such thing as plagiarism in the charging model of the game, but if there is a sense of déjà vu, it will still cause disgust among players. Time charging, item charging, skin charging, and other models are used too many times in other games. They have become normalized, so it will not be strange to use them again. But the epic weapons of Sea Fortress are only used by it, and most of the other games have failed after using them. So this sense of déjà vu will still make players feel disgusted. Moreover, the charging model of Sea Fortress is related to its gameplay. Its feel takes care of novice players, so overall it is a not-so-professional shooting game. It doesn't matter if it is a little unfair. Players are more tolerant. But if it is a game with a more professional positioning, then any unfairness may cause disgust among players. These two kinds of disgust are superimposed, and Bullet Hole 2 will give players a very bad first impression. Chapter 1268. One dares to send, the other dares to accept. She nodded. I see, I understand. But I have another question, which is the price of the skin. Like what you said, you can charge for skins, so why not set a higher price? Bullet Hole 2-inch and GOG are not in competition, and there is nothing strange about the different prices of skins in two different game types. As an FPS game, Bullet Hole 2 has a small player base. The skin price is low, and the profit is naturally low. If the sales volume does not rise, won't it fall into a vicious circle? I think it is better to set the price of skins higher at the beginning. If the profit situation is optimistic, then slowly discount and reduce the price, which can also stimulate consumption, and it is more stable. Pei Qian. Good guy. It turns out that people outside are not easy to fool. Although the professional ability of the group of people in the Tenda game department is also very strong, in general, they trust President Pei too much, so many times even if they have questions, they will not ask more, but think for themselves. The people on the side of the Skyfire studio obviously have more sharp questions. But this little problem was obviously not enough to stump Pei Qian. If he can fool even an old veteran in the gaming industry like Mr. Hian, wouldn't it be easy to fool a few young people? Pei Qian thought about it for a while and said, I think this is a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. The player said, if you sell the skin cheaper, I will buy more. The game dealer said, you buy more first, and then I will discount the skin. No one is willing to give in first, so this will fall into a vicious circle. If, as you said, you sell it at a high price first, and then slowly discount it later, then I ask you, if the skin sells well at a high price at that time, will you still be willing to give a big discount? If you discount it, will you still give a 50% discount, a 70% discount, or even a lower discount? I'm afraid you can only give a 20% discount or a 70% discount at most to fool people. If the sales are not good, will the discount make the skin price seem too high, which will make players gloat over the misfortune and even less likely to buy it. So, your idea is optimistic and beautiful, but the actual feasibility is not strong. If some things are not done at the beginning, the difficulty of doing them halfway is unimaginable. As for the issue of the gaming community, this is also a question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. If a game is not attractive enough to players, then there will naturally be fewer players. If there are fewer players, the game revenue will be low, and there will be no money for subsequent updates, and the game's attractiveness to players will further decline. Over time, this is a vicious cycle. So, if you don't succeed, you must die. Since you want to do it to the best of your ability. From the beginning, lower the price so that players will feel embarrassed if they don't spend money, and make them feel that they are not human if they don't buy such cheap skins. Only then can a virtuous cycle be formed. Pei Qian's expression was quite serious, and he conquered everyone with his momentum. Sun Shi nodded, and he had nothing to say. What Mr. Pei meant was that although there are not many players now, as long as Bullet Hole 2 is good enough and conscientious enough, there will always be more players in the future. This is something that will happen in the future, and no one can judge it accurately, so it cannot be denied. Otherwise, wouldn't that be bad-mouthing yourself? The game has not been released yet, and it is too discouraging to consider what to do if there are no players to play. So, in this direction, the topic was stopped. Zhou Mian coughed twice. Well, then the charging model is determined like this. But I think that Longyu Group should have some complaints about this charging model. The cheap price of skins is obviously not conducive to making money for Longyu Group. Tianhua Studio is a research and development company, and Longyu Group is an operating company. It is obvious that the operating company cares more about this aspect. Pei Qian chuckled. Why do you care so much about their ideas? You can't let the operating company do the pricing of the game. It's like asking a cat if it will eat dried fish. There will only be one answer. The goal of the operating company is to make the game operate better in a nice way, and to make more money in a bad way. These two statements seem the same on the surface, but in actual operation, there is often a big deviation, getting closer to the latter and farther from the former. Zhou Mian nodded and silently gave President Pei a thumbs up. Sure enough, a great game producer like President Pei can completely ignore the opinions of the operators. Even President Pei's own skills in operation are unparalleled in the world, so why bother to consider what Longyu Group thinks? GOG can beat IOI to a pulp, which is enough to explain the problem. Okay, then the problem of the charging model is solved, and the only problem left is the style of painting. What style do you think is more suitable, President Pei? Pei Qian smiled slightly. Let's listen to everyone's opinions first. Zhou Mian looked at Sun Shi again. Sun Shi pondered for a moment and said, the success of Sea Fortress lies in the relatively exaggerated and cool appearance of epic weapons such as Pei Qian and Barrett. It can be seen that most players say that they want realism, but they will really like it after adding special effects. I think we should also work in this direction and make it more exaggerated and cool. Designers including Zhou Mian nodded. This was something they had analyzed long ago when summarizing the failure experience of Bullet Hole, and it can be said that it was a consensus within the Skyfire studio. However, at this moment, a voice said faintly, really? I think that weapons are low-key, simple, and realistic. There is nothing wrong with it. Everyone turned their heads and found that it was President Pei who spoke. The meeting room fell into silence. It feels like, have the roles been reversed? Shouldn't Tenda be frantically talking about the success experience of Sea Fortress, and then Skyfire Studio said that it should stick to its own ideas? Why is it the other way around? Now it has become that Skyfire Studio is trying to use the success experience of Sea Fortress, but President Pei keeps denying it. It's outrageous. Sun Shi asked tentatively, Mr. Pei, you mean, we plan to sell skins to make money, and the gun skins should be low-key, simple, and realistic, right? Pei Qian nodded. What's wrong? I think low-key, simple, and realistic are not in conflict with being good-looking and unique. Everyone fell silent again. Good guy, you can say both the positive and the negative, and it's okay. Mr. Pei's words reminded everyone of the unscrupulous Party A, who always asks for colorful black and colorful white and directly gives a contradictory requirement. No matter what the final product looks like, they can find fault with Party B. Zhou Mian sighed. Mr. Pei, you really rely on Mr. Yuan to do whatever you want. Can we borrow Mr. Yuan for 2 days? I think only he can meet this requirement. Let Yuan Guangjian draw? How can that be possible? Pei Qian immediately shook his head. Yuan Guangjian may not be able to get away. There are also many projects on Tenda that have been given to him. Besides, doesn't Tianhua Studio have its own original painters and modelers? There is no need to go far away. I think the painters here are also very good. Zhou Mian was a little helpless, but they are only good at writing propositional essays. The painters on the Tianhua Studio basically create strictly according to the needs of designers. They are already accustomed to this working mode. Should we just give a broad concept and let the painters play freely? It's too difficult for them. Yuan Guangjian has been designing independently since the beginning, and has been working with Tenda for such a long time, so his ability to control the style of painting is not comparable to that of ordinary painters. Pei Qian smiled slightly. There is always a first time for everything. I think the artists in Skyfire Studio are all excellent. Since we have been working together for such a long time, they are all trustworthy. Let them give it a try, maybe there will be some more eye-catching results. Zhou Mian and the designers looked at each other, and saw similar expressions on each other's faces. Mr. Pei, do you think everyone is Yuan Dalao? We really don't trust the level of our company's artists. The requirements are very clear, but it is still easy to argue. If they are allowed to design freely, won't they argue to the sky? But this can't be said directly, otherwise if it gets out, the art director will be furious. If the art team protests against them collectively, it will be unbearable. So everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and no one said anything. Pei Qian just wanted it. Since you have no problem, I'm going to slip away. He looked at Min Jingqiao. How is it, do you have a general idea? Pei Qian didn't want to say more, because too much talk will lead to mistakes. What if there are contradictions in the conversation later? So, as long as Min Jingqiao said it was almost done, he would leave immediately. Min Jingqiao looked at the contents of the small notebook, recalled the Pei's intention analysis method and Hu Xianbin's previous design experience, and said, well, I have some clues. Hearing this, Pei Qian immediately stood up. Okay, then it's done. Let's adjourn the meeting first. I will assign tasks to you after Minjing comes up with the game plan in 2 days. Mr. Zhou, you can take your time to decide on the executive planner for the Bullet Hole 2 project. If you can't make up your mind, you can discuss it with Min Jingqiao. Zhou Mian was stunned. This series of words made him feel genuinely confused. What the hell is the meeting adjourned? Nothing has been decided yet. Up to now, we only know that the feel of this game is similar to Bullet Hole, the payment model sells skins, and the painting style is simple, realistic and unique. Even the prototype of the game has not been decided. As for the executive planner who will help Min Jingqiao, he has no idea at all. Zhou Mian originally wanted all these designers to come and listen, give their opinions at the meeting, and see who is more confident in this project and has a more suitable resume, and then assign them to do it. As a result, now these designers are just like him, listening in vain. There was no chance to speak at all, the meeting was over. These people must have been confused, and had no idea how to do this project. It was useless to ask. Everyone looked at Min Jingqiao. The meaning was clear. It's okay if we didn't understand, but if you don't understand, hurry up and keep Mr. Pei. After all, you are the chief designer, and you will be the one to develop this game. However, Min Jingqiao nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I think it's about time. Everyone fell silent. This kind of superior-subordinate relationship is amazing. One really dares to assign tasks, and the other really dares to accept tasks. Isn't this too sloppy? P.S. The extra chapter was squeezed out with great effort a few days ago. It has a total of 6,000 words. I am personally quite satisfied with it. Students who haven't read it yet must not miss it. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1269 Project Bonus? Happy New Year to everyone. Falling in love with your reading website, losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. October 23, Tuesday. At the entrance of Tianhua Studio, everyone said goodbye to President Pei. Of course, this kind of reluctance to part was not entirely due to friendship or other reasons, but mainly because of the game. This game has not even been developed yet, how can you leave, President Pei? But President Pei seemed to not care about this at all, as if the game had already been completed. After the meeting yesterday, President Pei returned to the hotel to rest for a while. In the evening, he took Min Jingqiao and Zhou Mian and others to have dinner together. This morning, he packed up a little and then flew back to Jingzhou. In fact, at the meeting yesterday, Zhou Mian and other designers wanted to ask President Pei more about the details of this game. But firstly, Min Jingqiao was the chief designer after all. He said it was almost done, so it was not good for others to ask more questions. Secondly, Zhou Mian and these designers also wanted to figure out the deep meaning of Mr. Pei after returning to see where the gap between themselves and the top designers was. As a result, after a whole night of thinking, everyone had dark circles under their eyes this morning, and it was obvious that they were a little doubtful about their lives. They didn't figure out anything. If someone else had said this, they would not think about it anymore, and at most, they would just laugh it off. But this is Mr. Pei, the god of game design. Even if they can't figure it out, they will naturally continue to think about it, and it will be difficult to get stuck in a dead end. Although there is still no clue about this game, Mr. Pei is leaving soon, and it doesn't seem appropriate to stay and ask questions now. Everyone wants to speak, but no one is embarrassed to speak. So, everyone's expressions are inexplicably tangled, just like sneezing and being forced back, very uncomfortable. Then I'll leave first, and we'll see each other again if we're lucky. Pei Qian smiled, his expression was indescribably cool. At this time, Min Jingqiao said, Mr. Pei, after the meeting yesterday, I sorted it out again and sorted out a few questions. Can I ask you one or two more? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Skyfire studio instantly became energetic. Great! It seems that Min Jingqiao finally couldn't stand the pressure and asked. Should we go back to the meeting room and discuss it again? That way the painting style becomes a little more normal. Just like that, how to design with such broad requirements. It must be further refined. Everyone was waiting for Pei Qian and Min Jingqiao to go to the meeting room, but the two did not seem to have such an idea and remained standing there. Pei Qian nodded, okay, ask. Min Jingqiao pondered for a moment, Boss Pei, should Bullet Hole 2 have a story mode like Fortress at Sea? Pei Qian shook his head immediately, no. The story mode was a very important factor in the success of Fortress at Sea. The excellent story mode not only served as a good guide for novices, but also improved the reputation of the game. It can be said to be the finishing touch of Fortress at Sea. What's more, Pei Qian's original intention of letting Fortress at Sea have a story mode was to spend more money, but Huang Sibo and Bao Su cleverly saved money by reusing scenes and simplifying supporting roles, and they didn't spend much more money. Pei Qian didn't plan to do such a failed thing a second time. Min Jingqiao nodded slightly, then, the budget originally planned for the plot will be extra, we can't cut it. Pei Qian laughed, spend it elsewhere, money can't be saved. For example, we can make more maps. If the funds are not enough, we can also make up for it from Tenda, it's not a big deal. Zhou Mian hurriedly said, don't worry, Mr. Pei, the budget is definitely enough. It was agreed that Mr. Pei would come up with ideas, and Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group would pay, so how could Tenda pay again? If this gets out, how can Skyfire Studio and Longyu Group put their faces? Pei Qian did not argue with Zhou Mian. The reason why he said he was considering spending money on the map was because it was not appropriate to spend money on other places. Spend more money on making guns? Make character clothes? Make skins? Those are all paid points. Don't make it like bullet hole warmth, that would be a tragedy. Spend more money on gameplay? That won't work either, it will directly affect the game experience. Only in terms of game scenes and maps, it is hard to tell whether they are better or worse, and they are not related to paid points, so there is no danger in spending more money. Min Jingqiao asked again, then, the gameplay must not be learned from Fortress at Sea. Pei Qian thought for a while, well. I think the ghost mode, biochemical mode and other messy modes can be removed. If conditions permit, the blasting mode can also be cut. At that time, Fortress at Sea became popular because these novel modes attracted many ordinary players. If you are not good at shooting, you can jump into the box in the biochemical mode to fight zombies, so it is very popular. As for the blasting mode, it is the most tactical and professional mode in shooting games, and is loved by hardcore players. The feel of Bullet Hole 2 is biased towards hardcore players, who will definitely like the blasting mode. Min Jingqiao thought for a moment, wouldn't that mean that there would only be the basic tut-tut mode left? There would be too little content. Or could I create some other modes myself? Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, then said, okay. When he heard the word original, Pei Qian instinctively panicked. But then he thought again and felt that his panic was unreasonable. Compared to these mature modes that have been verified many times, it would be more likely for Min Jingqiao to develop his own ideas and design a mode. Anyway, this is not their own project, so there is no need to worry about whether it will make money or lose money. It's okay to let Min Jingqiao play around. Min Jingqiao nodded, okay, I have no problem then. Zhou Mayan and the people from the Skyfire studio were watching from the side, and they were even more confused. When they heard Min Jingqiao say that he wanted to ask for advice, everyone was very happy, and they thought they could keep President Pei for another meeting. After all, ask for advice is often a humble expression, and it's not surprising to ask for advice for an hour or two. In the end, Min Jingqiao really just asked for advice, and only asked 2 questions. Although the conversation between the 2 people went back and forth for several times, it was actually mainly focused on 2 issues. One is that the game does not have a plot, and the other is that the game cuts out many successful game modes verified by Fortress at Sea and wants original game modes, and after the discussion, it was still a mystery. Min Jingqiao did raise questions, but did Pei answer them? And what the hell was it that Min Jingqiao was very satisfied with them? Pei Qian looked at his watch, okay, I should leave soon. The time is just right. If you have any questions later, you can call me. Min Jingqiao nodded, okay, Pei, leave it to me. Seeing that the 2 of them sang the same tune and cooperated perfectly, Zhou Mayan didn't know what to say. Although there were still many questions, Min Jingqiao was the main designer of Bullet Hole 2 after all. When Min Jingqiao encountered difficulties in development, he would ask Pei for instructions. There was no better way. Thinking of this, Zhou Mayan got on the business car with Pei Qian and wanted to send them to the airport in person. Watching the business car go away, Sun Shi asked tentatively, Brother Min, are you really going to let President Pei go like this? Many things can be explained clearly face to face, but not necessarily over the phone. Shouldn't I take this opportunity to ask more questions? Min Jingqiao looked at the records in his notebook. Actually, it's almost there. Even if I ask again over the phone, it's just a matter of a few words, and it won't affect anything at all. Sun Shi couldn't help but fall into silence. Wow, it turns out that no one in Tenda is normal. In fact, as the boss, it is understandable that Mr. Pei is a little eccentric. The key is that the designers under Mr. Pei are also so eccentric, which is outrageous. In this case, then be prepared and see how Min Jingqiao performs. In the business car, Pei Qian looked at the scenery outside the window and was in a good mood. Ah, it's really hard to be on a business trip. Hurry back to Jingzhou and have a good sleep. Zhou Mian suddenly remembered something and leaned a little closer and said, "By the way, Mr. Pei, there is one more thing I forgot to say. We have simply determined that after the game is completed, the net profit of the game will be divided according to the ratio of 35%, 35%, and 30%. Even if there is a slight adjustment later, the range will not exceed 5%. Pei Qian nodded and didn't care. This share ratio was actually discussed by Longyu Group and Tianhua Studio at the beginning. The two 35% are the share of Longyu Group and Tianhua Studio, and 30% is the share of Tenda Group. In fact, it stands to reason that Tenda's share should not be so high. On the one hand, the R&D and publicity funds are all paid by Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group, and Tenda does not need to bear any risks. On the other hand, this cooperation was originally intended to exchange unassuming, so Tenda should have taken less. However, Longyu Group and Tianhua Studio discussed and still felt that they should give more, mainly for three reasons. First, they were worried that if they gave Tenda too little share, President Pei would not pay attention at all, resulting in no money after the game was made. If they could not make money, what share would they want? Giving Tenda more share would make President Pei pay more attention. When he made more money, he would get more share. It was actually meaningless to worry about the specific proportion. Second, the idea is the essence of a game, and finding the right direction is sometimes more important than execution. Third, the promotion of this game cannot be separated from the reputation of President Pei and Tenda. When this game is released, it will definitely be labeled as jointly developed by Tenda and Tianhua Studio, and it will also be slightly promoted that this is a game designed by President Pei. This is not false propaganda, it is completely true. Just by promoting Mr. Pei's name, a lot of publicity can be generated, which saves a lot of publicity expenses. This is like many companies buying copyrights, either paying a large amount of copyright fees at the beginning, or giving a high share. Anyway, they have to show some expression. So on the whole, Skyfire Studio and Longyu Group both felt that giving 30% of the profit could slightly increase President Pei's attention and make him pay more attention to this project. However, Pei Qian had no feeling about this. He didn't care how much the profit of this game was. Anyway, it would go into the system funds and not into his own pocket. Zhou Mian continued, but in addition to this, our Skyfire Studio should also show some expression. After each game makes money, the project team will receive bonus commissions, and Bullet Hole 2 is no exception. The current bonus of the project team is 15% of the net profit after sharing with other companies. I am also a designer, so I still respect talents. Without being modest, this bonus share is higher than most game companies outside. Of course, it can't be compared with Tenda. Among them, the most important core positions such as chief designer and chief artist can get about 2%, which is basically considered to be relatively advanced in the industry. Pei Qian nodded. He roughly knew these numbers, but he didn't quite understand why Zhou Mian told him this. Generally speaking, game companies don't pay overtime, and most employees can only hope that the project will go online, make money, become popular, and get bonuses. The more popular the project is, the more bonuses you will get in proportion. Many newcomers are lucky enough to get into the right project, and they can get tens of thousands or even higher bonuses every month after working for 1 or 2 years. This is also normal. Of course, the specific internal share depends on the importance of the position. Core employees such as chief designers will definitely get the most. Many game company bosses are not designers themselves, and they often don't pay much attention to their employees. The median bonus is about 5% to 8%. There are even many stingy bosses who don't pay a penny of bonus even if the project makes a lot of money. Zhou Mian himself is a designer and pays more attention to talents. The bonus share is 15%, which is very competitive in the industry. No wonder he has a good reputation in the industry. Players evaluate a company mainly by whether its games are pitfalls, but people in the game circle evaluate a company mainly by its welfare benefits. As long as the salary is sufficient, it is a good company for employees. Zhou Mian continued, so, as the chief designer, Brother Min's bonus will definitely be in accordance with the regulations, and not a penny less. Mr. Pei, you are the inspiration for this project and the producer, so of course you should also get a bonus. According to our ratio, if we take the higher rate, Brother Min should get 2%, and Mr. Pei, you should get 4%. The approximate proportion is that the project bonus is 15% in total, of which the producer takes 4%, the chief designer, chief artist and other 3 or 4 core members take about 2%, and the remaining about 4% to 5% of the money is shared by the entire project team. Don't think that 2% is too little. If a game can have a net profit of 10 million per month, 2% is 200,000 or more. As a worker, getting a bonus of 200,000 per month is already a very dreamy number. Moreover, a lot of money will also be distributed as year-end bonuses and other forms. As long as a successful game can be made and the company is not very stingy, the reward is still relatively generous. Of course, this is based on the extremely low success rate of the game. As for Zhou Mian and the company's leadership, their bonuses are of course divided from the company's overall profit. Only 15% of the net profit of a game is used for bonuses, and the remaining 85% is obviously used for the company's various expenses, daily operating expenses, and additional performance bonuses, etc. Pei Qian's expression instantly became serious. 4%? Damn, that's a lot. If the game has a net profit of 10 million per month, then wouldn't I be able to get 400,000 per month? Calculated based on 6 months, wouldn't that be 2.4 million? Of course, we have to consider tax deductions, but no matter what, it's equivalent to losing 24 million or making 2.4 billion at the end of the settlement. This. Pei Qian was a little confused for a moment. Zhou Mian quickly added, of course, this money is definitely not important to you, Mr. Pei. It's just a token of my appreciation. The necessary procedures must be followed. Not to mention that there are so many profitable games on the Tenda side, just take the game Bullet Hole 2 as an example. Tenda can also get 30%, which is actually not much different from the share of Skyfire Studio. How to divide the income on the Tenda side, isn't it just a matter of Mr. Pei's words? So, this matter is a bit redundant. If it were someone else, such as Lin Chong, he would not mention this. But Zhou Mian himself is also a designer, so he looks at the problem from a different perspective. He feels that he actually has 2 identities, one is management and the other is producer. As a game developer, getting a project bonus is a kind of affirmation of his own labor and design. The money is not much, but this link cannot be omitted. Earning 2 cents, but the nature is different. Since Mr. Pei is also a designer, this extra money is a kind of affirmation of his work, which should be regarded as a icing on the cake. Of course, Zhou Mian didn't think this was important. Yesterday's meeting was in a public place with so many people watching. It was not appropriate to discuss this kind of issue openly. So he didn't get the chance to say it until he sent President Pei to the airport today. Pei Qian froze on the spot, because he found that the system did not warn him, that is to say, the system's attitude towards whether Pei Qian was qualified to take this commission as a producer was rather vague, at least it did not prohibit nor oppose it. The sudden happiness made Pei Qian a little dizzy. But at this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Why didn't you say it earlier? You said before the meeting, I don't mind spending more energy to help you design it seriously, and come up with some fun ideas. Now that things have come to this, I think it's impossible to turn back. From Zhou Mian's perspective, President Pei had decided to go to the airport, but when he heard that there was a 4% project bonus, he returned to the meeting on the spot and redesigned the game. Is that reasonable? He had already pretended to be cool and was ready to go to the airport, but now he could only continue to pretend with tears in his eyes. Pei Qian felt very melancholy, and his mood suddenly changed 180 degrees. Originally, he didn't want the game to make money. After all, there was a 30% share, and this was an attempt to lose money. After success, he could learn from experience and continue to lose money. But now that he heard that he could get a share of the bonus from Skyfire Studio, Pei Qian was no longer calm. If this game loses money, the bonus will be gone. Although he gained experience from failure, it is still unclear whether the experience of failure can be cashed in. Pei Qian sat in the seat of the business car, looking at the scenery passing by the window, and suddenly he was speechless. This is so unpredictable. Chapter 1270 Simple Close Test. In the afternoon, in the meeting room of Fire Studio. After Zhou Mian repeatedly struggled, he decided to choose Sun Shi to help Min Jingqiao. Originally, he wanted to select by understanding Mr. Pei's design intentions, but found that everyone handed in 0 answers. In this case, he can only choose a chief designer who he trusts the most and has rich experience in FPS games. After choosing and choosing, he is still most satisfied with Sun Shi. At this time, the two looked at Min Jingqiao eagerly, wanting to say something but stopping. Mr. Pei has left, so the only hope is all placed on Min Jingqiao. Zhou Mian and Sun Shi also know that Min Jingqiao is the chief designer of GOG, and he should still be strong in terms of business ability. In other words, even if he is separated from Mr. Pei, the game he designed should not be too ugly if there are some accidents. But this time, the game is not just about being passable. If the game produced by the cooperation of 3 top companies in the industry is mediocre, it is basically equivalent to failure. Given the broad requirements of President Pei, can Min Jingqiao design a game that does not disgrace the Tenda brand? This is quite doubtful, Zhou Mian said very considerately. Brother Min, it doesn't matter if you don't have any ideas for the design plan now, you can think about it for a few more times. You must not rush design. It is easy to make mistakes in a hurry. Once the design goes astray, it will be difficult to make up for it later. Do you need anything in life? If you are not used to the food here, I can ask the chef in the company cafeteria to make more dishes you like. Zhou Mian had to serve Min Jingqiao well. On the one hand, it was because his working environment in Tenda was top-notch, and he might not be able to adapt here. On the other hand, he was afraid that he would be in a bad mood and affect the design of the plan. Min Jingqiao smiled and said, "Oh, it's okay, thank you for your care, Mr. Zhou. Don't worry about the design. The design here has basically taken shape, and it only needs to be simply improved." Sun Shi was shocked. "Ah? So fast?" Although it is just a big shelf, it is also difficult to come up with a big shelf quickly. Because this big framework determines the basic fun and core concept of the game, just like the foundation of a building. Although this thing can be fooled, the consequences of fooling will be very serious. You figured it out so quickly? Don't you really need to think about it again? Both Sun Shi and Zhou Mian were a little confused. If I didn't trust President Pei and Min Jingqiao very much, I almost thought they were here to cheat and defraud research funds. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two, Min Jingqiao was a little surprised. Why? Is this fast? Oh, maybe the work process of each company is different, and you don't know the situation on Tenda's side. I didn't design it from scratch, but I solved it according to the hints given by President Pei. This is not an essay with a self-proposed topic, but a closed test with certain rules. As long as you master the methods, it will be completed very quickly. My speed is only at the middle and lower level among the chief designers of Tenda. After all, I have been at GOG for many years and have few opportunities to participate in other types of games. Zhou Mian and Sun Shi were still confused. Min Jingqiao gave a long explanation, but after the explanation, the two Rao had more doubts. You call this a closed test? Closed test should give most of the article, and only need to fill in a few words, right? President Pei is completely the opposite, just giving a few words and asking you to write the whole article. And the words given are all ambiguous and not critical. How can this be done? Your ability is simply reversed, okay? Moreover, you told us that such a powerful ability is standard among Tenda's chief designers? Are you still ranked in the middle and lower ranks? This is fucking. Tenda's designer talent pool can be described as terrifying. Zhou Mian coughed twice, then, Brother Min, why don't you tell me the specific time and plan now? I'm so curious. Sun Shi also nodded, yes, how can you deduce a design plan from such broad conditions of President Pei? This is simply a miracle. Min Jingqiao smiled slightly, well, it's difficult for those who don't know, and it's not difficult for those who know. President Pei has been training our abilities in this area. I have been working in Tenda for so long, even if I am a piece of wood, I should be able to open my mind. Then I will simply tell President Pei how to design bullet hole 2 in his mind. Do you still remember what President Pei said in the meeting, and the questions I asked later? Zhou Mian and Sun Shi nodded together. They were all very simple questions, not profound, and they all recorded them. Min Jingqiao said, these requirements are enough. President Pei has already explained these 2 points about the game's mobile phone charging model. To put it simply, President Pei never repeats his own design. The routine that Sea Fortress has used once will definitely not be used again. Moreover, the current market situation has changed compared to before. Fortress at Sea has cultivated and attracted a group of FPS game enthusiasts, and the entire player group has expanded compared to before. Moreover, Fortress at Sea has been operating for 2 or 3 years, and many players have already gotten tired of playing it. If you copy Fortress at Sea again at this time, it will definitely be too late. The gameplay is not attractive. Even if it changes the skin, can the pirated version beat the genuine version? That's impossible. So, there must be changes and breakthroughs. Everyone knows that Tenda Games is a golden signboard. Players will buy the games when they are released, but this golden signboard is also based on continuous innovation, continuous change, and always bringing surprises to players. If a Tenda releases a game but cannot bring people a sense of freshness, then this golden signboard will soon rust. Zhou Mian nodded, expressing his sincere admiration. The truth is simple, and everyone understands it. Not innovating and sticking to the old ways is like sailing against the current, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. But sometimes knowing this truth does not mean that you can practice it. If you can do it once you know it, then most of the problems in the world are not problems. In reality, innovation often means risk, and risk means failure. It is not difficult to advocate innovation, but it is difficult for a company to pursue innovation at all costs, and for the boss and employees to have a highly unified pursuit of innovation. Min Jingqiao continued, Mr. Pei, the game skin must be completely changed, and it must be low-key and realistic, which does not conflict with uniqueness. In fact, combined with the previous requirements for the feel, it can be guided that this is a very clear hint, or even an explicit statement. Zhou Mian and Sun Shi were confused. What is the explicit statement? Unique means making it as cool as the fire Qiran, but if it is low-key and realistic, how can it be unique? It is also a gun that exists in reality. Realism means that the more similar it is to the real gun, the better. How can it be unique? Min Jingqiao shook his head slightly, as if he couldn't understand their slowness. It's very simple, just change the packaging. Who has to make a modern FPS game? Isn't the future background good? Think about it carefully. The modern firearms route is actually no longer feasible. The previous counterterrorism plan, bullet hole, and Sea Fortress are bound to collide with each other. But if it is made into a future sci-fi style, can't it be both realistic and cool? Mr. Pei's realism does not specifically refer to the realism of modern firearms, but also the realism of future firearms. Make those high-tech firearms in the future simpler and more realistic. Don't add so many weird special effects, it will look more realistic. And in this way, the problem of feel is also solved. The reason why bullet hole is unpopular is because the guns are the same as those in counterterrorism, but the feel is slightly different. This slight difference makes players feel a little awkward, so they don't lean towards either side. But what if it is a future gun? As long as these weapons are packaged differently, players will not have this awkward feeling. They will not think that AK-47 is not this hand-fu, but will only think that the feel of this gun is more similar to AK-47, or this is the future version of AK-47. Since technology has advanced, isn't it normal for the feel of guns to change a little? After Min Jingchao's explanation, Zhou Mian and Sun Shi were both stunned, with a little bit of sudden realization in their confusion. Is this what Mr. Pei meant? They had never considered this direction before, mainly because their thinking was limited. As soon as Mr. Pei made bullet hole 2, they thought along the lines of bullet hole. Just like the previous game was about the Three Kingdoms, the sequel must be considered under the background of the Three Kingdoms. If it suddenly became a high-tech Three Kingdoms, would that make sense? But after listening to Min Jingchao's explanation, the two of them felt that it made sense. Yes, a game with a sci-fi background can indeed perfectly solve the above problems, Sun Shi asked in confusion, but, can't Mr. Pei just make a sci-fi background? Why go around in circles? Min Jingchao shook his head slightly, directly? Why not just tell you the whole design plan? That's what Mr. Pei is testing, to see if you can jump out of the limited rules and come up with the most perfect solution. If you make a sci-fi background from the beginning, will you still delve into why you want to make a sci-fi background? Will you still think about the interrelated issues such as painting style and feel? Zhou Mian asked, hurriedly, what about the plot and game mode? Has Mr. Pei already given the corresponding answer, only did we not understand it? Min Jingchao nodded very confidently, of course. However, the degrees of freedom given by President Pei for these two questions are not the same. The former is clear and the scope is relatively narrow, the latter is vague and the scope is relatively broad. President Zhou, you can actually try to interpret it. Do you remember what President Pei said when I asked him whether he wanted to make a plot? Sun Shi immediately answered, I remember that if President Pei did not make a plot, the funds could be used for other things, such as making a map. Min Jingchao nodded, that's right. In President Pei's discourse system, those who clearly point out the direction are basically more important. So what do you think of Mr. Pei's making a map? Sun Shi thought for a while, combined with the sci-fi background summarized before, is it to make a few more battle mode maps? A stronger sci-fi style and a more complex structure? Min Jingchao asked back, no matter what background, this kind of battle map must be made. Can making a sci-fi background cost more? Is there any essential difference from making a modern war background? Sun Shi was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, no, Sakura. For art, it's all about painting. Although drawing a sci-fi background requires some original content, the workload is not much higher than the general modern war background, so it is impossible to spend a lot of budget just on this. Min Jingchao continued to ask, so how can we spend more money on maps? Zhou Mian thought about it seriously and said uncertainly. Make a map that is big enough? If you make a map, changing the style or increasing the number a little bit is not enough to spend a lot of money. The only way is to make one or several super large maps, so that you can spend more money. But Zhou Mian said this with hesitation, because he felt that this idea didn't seem very reliable. Why make a super large map? There must be corresponding gameplay to support it? Min Jingchao nodded, yes, that's it. Of course I'm not sure, so I asked Mr. Pei about the gameplay. Mr. Pei, cut out all the modes such as ghost mode, biochemical mode, and blasting mode. Then I asked if we could create other modes. Mr. Pei said yes. After summarizing it this way, the answer is very clear. Mr. Pei hopes that Bullet Hole 2 will be a future sci-fi shooting game. It is different from the current mainstream FPS game gameplay. It will put a large number of players on a large map and play a new battle mode. Sun Chi's face was full of surprise. He never thought that with only this information, he could actually figure out the general framework of Bullet Hole 2, and it also made people feel quite reasonable. But, what exactly is this new game mode? Mr. Pei doesn't know, right? And it can't be deduced, right? Zhou Mayan said hesitantly. Because Min Jingqiao interpreted too many things from Mr. Pei's words, he asked, quite uncertainly. Min Jingqiao nodded, indeed not, because President Pei's goal is to let me design freely. If the first part is all clothes, then the latter part is a composition. Because clothes is not a big problem for Tengda's designers, President Pei has long begun to consciously increase the difficulty and give full autonomy to let designers design models independently. I already have a preliminary idea, but I need to focus on it and make it as detailed as possible. It will take about 3 to 5 years. Chapter 1271 GOG Skin Price Increase? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. On the afternoon of the 23rd, Pei Qian had already returned to Jingzhou. Because it was still early before the end of get-off work, and Pei Qian was sitting in business class, he was not very tired, so he decided to sit in the office for a while to see the work status of various departments during this period. Not long after arriving at the office, someone knocked on the door. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Assistant Qian. What's the matter? Pei Qian asked. As the scale of Tenda Group grew, the role played by Assistant Qian in the company was actually constantly changing. At the beginning, Tenda was just a small company, and Pei Qian handed over many trivial matters in daily operations to Assistant Qian directly, so her job at that stage was indeed mainly an assistant. But as Tenda grew larger, the recruitment examination of the Human Resources Department was also on the right track, so whether it was human resources, administration, finance, etc., a large professional team had been formed, and these trivial matters naturally did not need Assistant Qian to ask about them anymore. Therefore, her work naturally turned into the coordination and connection between departments, as well as the resource allocation issues at a higher level. In fact, she was doing the work of a vice president, and her welfare benefits were also the vice president's. It's just that Pei Qian used her too smoothly, so her nominal position was still an assistant. Of course, everyone in Tenda knew that she was definitely more than just an assistant. Generally speaking, since everyone assumed that President Pei had a clear grasp of the situation of Tenda Group, he would only report on some more important matters. This time, Assistant Qian came over, most of which were some more critical matters that needed Pei Qian's approval. Assistant Qian took out a document and handed it over. President Pei, this is the activity plan for this year's 1024 Digital Festival. The overall activity continues the previous style, and the welfare has been slightly upgraded. However, this year's GOG activities are different from the past. I think you still need to confirm it. Pei Qian reached out to take the plan. The 1024 Digital Festival is a traditional reserved program of Tenda, and it is held every year. But after all, promotions are just a few things over and over again, and it's hard to come up with something new every year. For most people, real discounts are much more important than fancy activities, and it's not good to make the activities too complicated. Since the first year received good response, Pei Qian has regarded this as a means of daily spending, and has tried to maximize the benefits, which is more powerful than last year. After all, it is already a relatively stable event, so Pei Qian has not paid attention to it for a while. The 1024 Digital Festival involves many departments of Tenda. According to the normal process, these departments first formulate their own activity plans, and then summarize them to Assistant Qian. Now Assistant Qian found that GOG's activities have changed a lot from last year, so he came to ask for instructions. Pei Qian quickly flipped through the plan and quickly found the location of GOG. The whole plan has a lot of words, which makes Pei Qian a little headache. After all, the 1024 Digital Festival is held every year, and the activities must be more varied than last year, so gradually the content of the activities has become richer and richer. Although Pei Qian has repeatedly stressed that the activities should not be so complicated, and players should not waste too much energy to figure out how to make it more cost-effective, and not to play price discrimination, but with the accumulation of activities, it is still inevitable that the content will increase. The activities on GOG's side are obviously longer and more complicated than those of other departments. What is this Eric doing? Will your eyes be sore when you write such a complicated activity? I've already told the people in charge to write it in a simpler way. It looks so strenuous to write 3 pages of content. Oh, you're new here and don't know the rules. That's fine. Pei Qian felt a headache when he saw the dense text and clauses. He even wanted to call back and ask Eric to rewrite and simplify all the activity clauses. But he changed his mind and gave up the idea. Why did he poach Eric? Isn't it because he saw his ability in this area? If he poached someone but didn't let him continue his way of working, but subconsciously used Tengda's way of reforming him, what would be the point of poaching him? If Eric really deteriorated like the others, wouldn't it be a huge loss? So Pei Qian thought about it and realized that Eric was out of tune with the other people in charge, which was a good thing. This meant that Eric was still continuing the tradition of failing and was not assimilated by Tengda, so poaching him was meaningful. Thinking of this, Pei Qian didn't say anything and tried to force himself to read on. The price of the skin in the event doubled? Among the numerous clauses, numbers are obviously the most eye-catching, so Pei Qian saw the change in the skin price at a glance. GOG skin prices are always the same. Hero skins are given for free after the hero reaches the top proficiency. Epic skins are 18 yuan, legendary skins are 45 yuan, and there are also some limited skins, which can be obtained in various ways. Later, Min Jingqiao created a creative community. For all heroes whose official creations are based on players' creativity, the first skin is 10% off, the second skin is 50% off, and the third skin is 20% off. This is valid for a limited period of 1 month from the date of the skin's sale. Since then, GOG skins have entered the era of bargain prices. Moreover, these skins are often discounted every time there is an event. 50% off is commonplace, and sometimes even 70% off, so that many players think that skins are so cheap that it is simply inhuman not to buy them. Under such a pricing strategy, the bulk of Tengda's profits are actually all on the legendary skins and limited skins of some heroes. Hero skins are all given away for free, and the production cost of the skins cannot be recovered. It is completely a waste of money to buy publicity. However, at Pei Qian's request, many hero skins are made. They will not only release 1 or 2 models just because they are not profitable. The money earned from epic skins is not that much, and even if it is used to subsidize the cost of hero skins, it is still basically a loss. The profits are basically all concentrated on the cool legendary skins of some popular heroes and limited skins during activities. Although Tengda's activities are very frequent and powerful, it actually does not affect the enthusiasm of players to purchase the first release because the intervals between these activities are relatively clear, such as the 1024 Digital Festival is a traditional reserved project. Players know that there must be an activity on this day, and they will wait until this day to buy skins. Tengda's strategy is to refund the price difference if the skin is discounted in the short term. Of course, it will not be refunded if the time is longer. So for players, on the one hand, they can look forward to the purchase of each activity node, and on the other hand, it is also because the early purchase is early enjoyment, even if it is a little more expensive, either the price difference can be refunded, or the early purchase is early enjoyment. Especially the limited skins of the activities, because they are all launched during various activities, there will be no new activities in the short term, and there will be no discounts. By the next activity, it is basically past the time to make up the price difference, so basically it is sold for 45 yuan, and the profit is good. To put it bluntly, these skins are specially prepared for those players who don't care much about the price, but like to get new skins as soon as possible. They don't care about discounts or not, they only care about getting the latest skins as soon as possible and looking comfortable. The theme skin for the 1024 Digital Festival was completed when Min Jingqiao was still there, but it has not been announced yet, waiting for the 1024 Digital Festival event. The theme of the skin is light and darkness. One side is the angel theme that looks bright and righteous, and the other side is the demon theme that looks dark and evil. The theme itself is highly playable, and it is easy to make it colorful when paired with some specific heroes, so there is definitely no problem with the quality of the skin. The problem is the price. Pei Qian found that the price of the skin had actually increased, from the original default cap of 45 yuan to 68 yuan. Moreover, generally, there will be a first-week discount for new skins from Tenda. Although it is not very high, it is basically 20% off, which is 36 yuan. If you calculate it this way, the price of the skins for this year's 1024 Digital Festival has almost doubled. Pei Qian's first reaction was displeasure. Isn't this just nonsense? The sale of this skin is all profit. If the price is raised, how much more money will I make? The scale of this event is already large, and GOG's event is synchronized globally. I can't sleep well with the money I make. Pei Qian was about to tell Assistant Qian to send the plan back to Eric to redo it, but on second thought, he realized the previous problem again. When it comes to failure, Eric and Zhao Shuming are the professional golden pair. You have to respect the professional opinions of professionals. It's easy to cut the price back now, but if you do that, GOG's situation will not change at all. What's the point of poaching Eric and Zhao Shuming? Maybe this cut will affect Eric's original work ideas and make him change his working style to Tenda's. No, you can't do that. Pei Qian felt that he had to support and encourage Eric's idea. Although there will be some pressure to make money in the short term, maybe Eric can really make GOG fail, slowly? Of course, it would be too optimistic to fail, but it would be nice to get a few scolds and give IOI a certain living space, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Pei Qian decided to pamper Eric this time. I made this money with tears, I hope you won't let me down in the future. There is no big problem with the plan, just do it according to this. Pei Qian handed the plan back. Assistant Qian nodded, and didn't ask more questions. Okay, Mr. Pei. Today is already the 23rd, and the content of the event will be revealed to the players at midnight on the 24th. Pei Qian decided to sleep a little later tonight to see how the players' feedback is and whether the scolding is fierce. Of course, even if they are scolded, most of them will be Eric and Zhao Shuming. Since Eric and Zhao Shuming joined the company, some rumors have been circulating, but some players are unwilling to believe that President Pei would dig up these two live treasures. What's so good about digging up defeated generals? It sounds a bit ridiculous. But in fact, the rumors are all true. Pei Qian was actually quite happy. If Eric and Zhao Shuming's bad reputation in IOI could help GOG, then of course it would be a blessing. October 24th, midnight. GOG's official website just refreshed the event, and Pei Qian immediately clicked in to check it out. The name of the event was slightly different from what he had seen on the plan before. The plan said the theme was light and darkness, but the name of the event for players on the webpage was Light Comes. It might be because light and darkness was a bit too straightforward and not suitable as the name of the event, while Light Comes sounded more imposing. The specific description of the event seemed to be similar to the plan Pei Qian had seen before, but the description was very different. This was also normal. After all, the plan written for the internal staff was not the same as the description written for the players. The former was definitely relatively concise and straightforward, while the latter needed some textual modification to give the players a more polite and respectful feeling. In addition to the skin, there were some other activities, but these activities were relatively conventional, so Pei Qian directly scrolled down and found the relevant content of the new limited skin. Price, 68 yuan. Looking at the comments and feedback from players, it turns out that most people are mainly concerned about the price of the skin. And the response is quite intense. What's the matter with the price of this skin? 68 yuan? It's almost twice as expensive as the previous event skins. Is it that the skins this time are cooler? Oh, it seems that these skins have some exclusive in-game events, but these events are not really rewards. I spend money to buy a chance to grind in an event? Crazy. It really doesn't make sense. Isn't the upper limit of GOG skins 45 yuan? Haven't you heard that there are more advanced skins above the legendary skins? Well, now you see it. If the skin is of good quality, it can be more expensive. That's not what I said. If the skin has some special effects, it will be sold at double the price. Isn't that the same as IOI? IOI was boycotted for raising the price of skins before, wasn't it bad enough? Why is GOG also playing this game? That's right, the price doubles after adding some special effects? It's really ugly. You guessed it right, is it familiar? This is the operation of IOI. Rumors have long said that the GOG project team poached Eric, the original head of IOI, and now it's normal to do some IOI operations, isn't it? Damn. Isn't that a fake news? The original GOG project team was fine, why poach Eric, a waste? If it weren't for him, would IOI fail so quickly? It's not fake news. Many channels have verified that Eric was indeed poached by Tenda. This is courting death. Many players couldn't remain calm, and were even a little angry. The price increase of skins is only one of the reasons. The main reason is that they don't trust Eric at all. Originally, there have been rumors on the internet about Eric taking over as the head of GOG, but most players don't believe it, and don't even pay much attention to it. Because they subconsciously think, isn't this nonsense? Poaching this person, for fear that their company will not cool down fast enough? Boss Pei must know about this level of poaching. With Boss Pei's wisdom and power, how could he do such a stupid move that players think is unreliable? But after the 1024 Digital Festival event came out, players began to discuss this matter again. After the discussion, it was found that this news seemed to be true. There are many channels that can verify each other, and the head of GOG has indeed changed. Considering IOI's previous series of outrageous operations, Eric's bad reputation among the player community, and the trigger of the skin price increase, this contradiction was immediately triggered. There are even many players who protested on the forum and called on everyone not to buy skins and boycott with practical actions. As long as the official sees that the sales of the skins do not meet expectations after the players boycott, they will naturally restore the skins to normal prices. Chapter 1272 Waiting for the Hook. Pei Qian almost laughed out loud when he saw the players' resistance. There is such a good thing? As expected, I should really trust professionals. Eric is reliable. Originally, Pei Qian thought that the revenue would definitely soar with this price increase, but judging from the current situation, it is not certain. Because GOG players are already accustomed to the previous pricing, even if it increases, it will definitely not increase too much. A 30% increase is already a lot. It is indeed possible for players to buy while cursing, but the premise is that the price increase cannot be too outrageous. As it is now, even some players who are not sensitive to prices feel uncomfortable, and it has caused widespread resistance on the internet. Price increases may not necessarily bring more profits. In fact, this light descends event has some other activities, mainly in the game. For example, if you play a certain number of games with skins and meet certain conditions, you can unlock some new rewards. These rewards are not directly displayed, but most players can guess them. Because this kind of activity is very common and has been done in many games, the rewards given may be some insignificant things such as avatar frames, avatars, emoticons, etc., as an additional promotional means. Therefore, the players simply don't buy it. I spent money to buy skins, and I still have to spend time grinding? After grinding, you give me some avatar frames and expressions that should have been given to me as rewards? This is unreasonable. Boycott, must boycott. Whoever buys the skins for this event will be the public enemy. When you enter the game and see someone using a new skin, don't be polite. Because these people bought skins, it is equivalent to encouraging the arrogance of game developers, making them more justified to raise prices in the future. Even Tenda must not be indulged, and it must be criticized. President Pei must see the public opinion on the internet, and then quickly remove Eric, otherwise with this person, GOG's game will never be good in the future. Seeing the surging public opinion on the internet, Pei Qian was happy. Eric, you are great, it's not in vain to recruit you. Early the next morning, Pei Qian got up and went straight to the GOG project team. Not to ask for punishment, nor to commend. Pei Qian would definitely not go to war to find fault. He was very happy. Those who could make him earn less money were all his close friends and relatives. But commending him was not appropriate either. After all, this event had caused such a big stir on the internet. No matter how you looked at it, it was all Eric's fault at work. It would be a bit too obvious to commend him at this time. Pei Qian's purpose of coming this time was to observe and appease. First, observe the reaction of the entire GOG project team to this incident, whether they are full of complaints against Eric, which will affect Eric's future work. If there are really complaints, then appease everyone and tell everyone not to complain when encountering problems, but to obey the arrangements of Eric, the person in charge. In short, I don't support the specific incident this time, but I generally express my attitude that I still support Eric and help Eric consolidate his position in the project team. In the future, Eric will show his strength and help Pei Qian lose a lot, so how can he be restrained? After the person in charge was changed, the entire GOG project team has moved out of the Tenda game department and moved to the 22nd floor of the building. The 23rd floor has also been rented to facilitate future personnel expansion. At present, the relocation of the new workstations has been completed. In addition to the original GOG project team members, the operation team and the personnel responsible for communication with the esports division are also here, and a recruitment plan for personnel expansion has also been put on the agenda. Pei Qian scanned the workstations and found nothing unusual. Everyone was working normally, and no one showed any bitterness or hatred or wanted to overthrow Eric. But Pei Qian was still worried, because this might just be a superficial phenomenon. Even if they don't like the new leader and are dissatisfied with this event, who would write this on their face? Pei Qian thought about it and decided to talk to Eric first to ask about the situation. If Eric thinks it's okay and the project team listens to him, then there is no need for subsequent links. If Eric thinks it's not okay and some people don't cooperate, then Pei Qian will come forward to help him stand up and appease the employees. Eric and Zhao Shuming have their own offices, mainly to separate them from other employees and maintain their purity. Pei Qian came to the door of the office and knocked gently. At the same time, Eric and Zhao Shuming were looking through the feedback from players on the forum in the office. Sure enough, I was scolded badly, worse than I thought. Zhao Shuming was a little worried. The situation is a little serious, nothing will go wrong, right? Compared with Eric, Zhao Shuming is obviously more timid and more afraid of taking the blame if something goes wrong. Eric shook his head. The plan has been shown to President Pei. President Pei did not say that he would change it, which means he supports our plan. Besides, if you want to lure the enemy into an ambush, you have to pretend to flee first, and there will inevitably be some casualties. This time will not be long. According to my previous estimate, it will be within 1 or 2 days. So the final reward of our event will also be unlocked in 2 days. Zhao Shuming asked, "How confident are you about this event?" Eric laughed, 7 points. In fact, the top management of Tenda Group has been seeking to raise the price of IOI skins, but they have never found a good opportunity. Although they have basically given up the direct confrontation with GOG, it does not mean that they are not paying attention to GOG's activities. On the contrary, they are paying more attention than before. It is precisely because they want to raise prices that they should pay more attention to GOG's movements, be cautious in many things, and choose the right time to restore a little reputation. What if the price increase is just right? If they happen to run into Tenda's discount promotion, wouldn't that mean they are putting their heads under the knife? So, they must also be paying attention to the 1024 Digital Festival and have prepared corresponding activities. They won't do nothing and let their market share be snatched away too much. Even if the activities are ready, they won't launch them immediately. They will probably wait and see the specific content of GOG's activities, and make some minor adjustments to the content of their own activities. If GOG's activities are particularly conscientious, then they can only lower the discount on skins a little, at least on the surface. And what if GOG raises prices? They probably won't miss this opportunity. Of course, this is all my guess. The other party may not take the bait, and may not even be able to react so quickly due to their slow efficiency. But even if the other party doesn't take the bait, it doesn't matter. This event will not harm us, and we can still continue to seize IOI's market share. Zhao Shuming nodded. He also knew that IOI would probably not miss this opportunity. Because for the Tenda Group, after realizing that they could not beat GOG in the short term, and even IOI's own market share was constantly losing, they were very eager to make more profits as soon as possible. But raising the price of skins is something that will be criticized every time it happens, and you can't act rashly. But what if GOG takes the initiative to raise the price, and the increase is still large? That would provide IOI with an opportunity to raise the price. Many things are afraid of comparison. If the price of skins on GOG is increased a lot, and the price of skins on IOI is also increased, but the increase is not so large, maybe it can achieve a situation where both the price increase makes money and the reputation is earned. For the Tenda Group, this is obviously a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it will never come again if you miss it. Moreover, the activities were prepared in advance, and it was enough to change a few numbers before going online. It was difficult for ordinary people to resist such a low-cost and high-return thing. And as Eric said, even if the other party did not take the bait, this activity itself would not have much harm, and it could still be used as a normal marketing activity to seize market share. Zhao Shuming felt that the only problem with the whole thing was the attitude of President Pei. After all, the two of them were newcomers. They had just taken over the GOG project for less than a week, and they changed Min Jingchao's original activity plan. The change was very bold, and even caused GOG to receive a lot of criticism in the early stage of the activity. After all, it was a bit against the rules. If it was in other companies, it would definitely not be done this way. But Tenda was obviously not an ordinary company, so it felt that there was nothing wrong with doing this, but it was more reasonable. Zhao Shuming was struggling, and there was a knock on the door outside. Just after saying, "Come in," he saw President Pei push the door in. Zhao Shuming and Eric stood up quickly. "Boss Pei." Boss Pei walked in cheerfully. "Please sit down. I have nothing else to do. I just came to take a look. The changes in the new activities are quite bold. It seems that you have adapted to the working mode in Tenda. But I still want to ask one more question. Have you encountered any situation where old employees do not cooperate during your work? If so, please tell me, and I will help you solve it. For others, this may be a difficult problem to solve. When there is a conflict between the boss and the subordinate, the boss must be supported, but it is difficult to guarantee that the subordinate will not feel resentful. But this problem does not exist for Pei Qian, because all employees trust him too much. As long as Pei Qian says a word, all employees can really support Eric's work from the bottom of their hearts. Eric hurriedly shook his head. Thank you, President Pei, but I have never encountered such a situation. The business ability of Tenda's employees is the strongest I have ever seen. They are very efficient and never ask too many questions. The efficiency is much higher than ours before. We have never encountered any delays, let alone deliberate non-cooperation. Pei Qian nodded slightly. It seems that this not asking too many questions style of Tenda employees is still beneficial. At least parachuting a leader who can lose money can ensure that these employees seriously implement his money-losing policy, which saves a lot of trouble. Pei Qian felt relieved and asked, I think the event seems to have been criticized badly. But it doesn't matter. As the person in charge, you have to be responsible. Many times you have to withstand the pressure and do what you think is right. Don't deny yourself just because you were criticized. Many times you still have to stick to your inner thoughts. Pei Qian was afraid that Eric and Zhao Shuming would become thick-skinned after arriving at Tenda, and change the event after being criticized by players. How could that work? But Pei Qian couldn't explain it too clearly. He couldn't just tell them to keep messing around. He could only hint at it so that the two could stick to themselves. Eric nodded immediately. Okay, Mr. Pei, I know. Zhao Shuming's previous worries all vanished, and he felt ashamed of his shallowness. What storms has Mr. Pei not seen? As early as when he was developing Game Maker, Mr. Pei had done performance art-style publicity and spent money to bribe up hosts to dig lotus roots, collectively. Which time wasn't he scolded like a dog first, and then really liked it? The little routine he and Eric came up with was probably just a trifle in Mr. Pei's eyes, not worth mentioning at all. Okay, since there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Don't work too hard, and pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Pei Qian was very satisfied with the current status of the GOG project team. He felt that he had dug the right person, and he left after a few simple instructions. After Mr. Pei left, Eric said, Look, I told you that Mr. Pei will definitely fully support this matter. Although Tenda's scale has not yet developed to the level of a supergiant, Mr. Pei, as a leader, has the best vision and decisiveness, which is definitely not comparable to those mediocre senior executives of big companies. Zhao Shuming agreed deeply. Eric refreshed the web page again. In the next day, it depends on whether IOI will be fooled. At noon, Pei Qian went to a nearby Moyu internet cafe to eat, and browsed the comments of the players. As expected, the popularity seemed to have increased again. After all, this activity was launched in the early morning, and some players went to bed early for various reasons, and did not know about this matter until this morning. Although the popularity has increased again, most players are still the same old routine, either spraying Eric in the forum or calling for a boycott, and there are no new tricks. This made Pei Qian feel a little disappointed. You don't even have the energy to spray people, and you still call yourself a keyboard warrior? Use some strength. Come up with more tricks. Speaking of this, Pei Qian especially missed the water army that he had bought at his own expense or at public expense. He felt that these water army were indeed professional in this field, and they all found very tricky angles. If he asked the water army to reimburse in full, then Pei Qian would definitely have to arrange it 24 hours a day to maximize the show effect for everyone. While browsing, he suddenly saw another new post. IOI Next Door is also holding an event. I never thought that one day IOI's event would be more conscientious than GOG. Conscientious as hell, IOI has also raised its prices. But it's still less than GOG's. Pei Qian was stunned. Huh? They're also holding an event and releasing new skins? The timing is perfect. I quickly opened the official website of IOI and found that there was indeed an event there. Of course, they didn't call it 1024 Digital Festival, but another name, but the intention was obvious, which was to compete with GOG. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. This event also released new skins, and the price was increased. Compared with the original skins, this new skin added some special effects and exclusive actions, and the price increased by 30%. Originally, this matter would be criticized by players, but with GOG blocking the bullet in front, IOI's reputation has actually recovered. Of course, looking at these positive sentences, Pei Qian felt that he smelled familiar traces of Water Army. Obviously, IOI secretly hired Water Army to add fuel to the fire, wanting to take this opportunity to push up the price of skins and set up a memorial archway to snatch some players from GOG. The timing is good, but don't be hypocritical. If you don't raise the price or even give a discount, wouldn't it be a perfect counterattack? Forget it, it's a little flawed, but it's not a big problem. Pei Qian's first reaction was regret. If IOI didn't raise the price of the skin, but took the opportunity to give a discount, wouldn't it be a comprehensive dimensionality reduction attack on GOG and form a perfect cooperation with former colleagues Eric and Zhao Shuming? As a result, IOI also took the opportunity to raise the price, which is a bit suspicious of hypocrisy, but on second thought, after all, the Dayak Group has to make a living, and they have been planning to raise prices for a long time, and they can't hold it back any longer. If this excellent opportunity to raise prices is not used, it will be difficult to raise prices in the future. After all, this time it can be said that Tengda's IQ has dropped, so what about next time? We must seize this opportunity to settle the price increase and let the players get used to the new price. I can only say that the cooperation is not perfect, but it is not bad. Pei Qian's requirements are not high, but he just thinks that this time should give IOI some breathing space. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 1273, It's All Calculation. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. October 25, Thursday. Pei Qian ordered a takeaway and ate while thinking about the recent situation of each department. I wonder how the suffering trip is going. After Bao Su stayed to help Yufei design Ghost General 2, he had already set off for Shenangjia. Calculating the time, the suffering of those responsible persons should be entering the most exciting part now. Since Bao Su stayed for a week, the itinerary of this suffering trip is a total of 5 weeks. The first week is wild survival led by Sa Ziren, the second week is wild survival led by Bao Su, the third and fourth weeks are sightseeing of nearby attractions, and the fifth week is wild survival led by Bao Su again. It should be the middle and late stages of the second week. Compared with the darkness before dawn in the fifth week, this should be the most desperate time for the responsible persons. Pei Qian suddenly wanted to see what was going on there, so he sent a message to Bao Su. I don't know if the signal over there is good or not, and whether I can receive it. After a while, Pei Qian found that his worries were unnecessary, because Bao Su replied and sent a video. After all, the signal coverage in China is very wide now, and Bao Su and his team are not going to a particularly remote place. Safety issues should still be considered in site selection to ensure that if an accident occurs, they can be sent to the nearby hospital as soon as possible. Pei Qian clicked on the video to watch. The video shows a natural rock wall. Compared with the special simulated rock wall at the special training base, its shape is obviously much more complicated, but the slope is no longer so steep. The rock wall at the special training base is basically vertical, while the rock wall here is about 70 to 80 degrees. But even so, the difficulty of rock climbing and rappelling in the wild is definitely much higher than in indoors. At this time, several responsible persons were climbing up the rock wall one by one under the care and protection of Saziren, and then rappelling down after they all reached the top of the mountain. The responsible persons were all lined up and shivering. Bao Su stood at the foot of the mountain in the best shooting position and took such a video for Pei Qian. Considering the speed of his reply, Pei Qian highly suspected that this was not taken after seeing the message. It is possible that he had already filmed such a video and sent it to me when he saw President Pei asking about it. It is also possible that Bao Su just happened to choose a perfect position to watch these leaders suffer, and after seeing President Pei's message, he happened to record such a video. But no matter which case, it shows that Bao Su chose a perfect viewing position for himself, and he was obviously enjoying it. Seeing Bao Su so happy, Pei Qian was relieved. What else can make a boss happier than bringing happiness to his employees? Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh silently. Hey, I am really a kind person, a good boss. Immediately replied, well done, keep it up. He looked at the date again and calculated that Meng Chong should be back soon. Meng Chong went to Shenanjia with the people on the suffering trip to develop a marketing plan for this project. In nearly 2 weeks, with Meng Chang's efficiency, he should have been able to cut out the promotional video. There is still a week left before the end of the month, and Meng Chong will definitely release this promotional video, otherwise he will miss the commission. There is actually no particularly detailed regulation on the release time of Meng Chang's promotional plan, but in general, whether it is early or late, each has its own advantages. Early release is easy to accumulate popularity, while late release may trigger instant popularity. Anyway, whether it is early or late, the difficulty of getting commission is about the same. I don't know if Meng Chong can get the commission this time, wish him well. Pei Qian was not in a hurry. Anyway, with Meng Chang's efficiency, it would probably be within 1 or 2 days. Then, Pei Qian opened the forum again to check the status of GOG and IOI activities. Yesterday, GOG launched the 1024 digital festival event Light is Coming, which caused a huge controversy online. The price increase of skins caused dissatisfaction among players. Coupled with the influence of IOI's activities and the promotion of some people, it has now become a hot topic. Although some people pointed the finger at Tenda, most players still thought that Eric should take the blame, which made Pei Qian feel a little regretful. This shows that this storm is unlikely to affect other industries. But we can't be too greedy, after all, this is a good start. However, Pei Qian was happily brushing the post scolding Eric, and suddenly saw a post. The title was, Fuck. The reward for the Light Coming event is actually another skin. Pei Qian was stunned. He realized something instantly. The internal information that the GOG project team showed him at the beginning said that the theme of the event was light and darkness, but after it was actually launched in the game, the name became Light Coming. Pei Qian originally thought that the name change was because light and darkness didn't sound too domineering, but now it seems that it is obviously not the case. This Light Comes event is actually not complicated. Special product skins are available in the game store. Each of these heroes has a light-themed skin. No matter which one you buy, you can open an exclusive event page. On this event page, some daily tasks will be refreshed, and there is a progress bar on it. The tasks are very simple, such as playing 1 or 2 games with this skin and getting a certain number of kills or assists. The progress bar is unlocked in stages and on a daily basis, which means that after the daily tasks are completed, the rewards for the day will be unlocked. The rewards are divided into 7 stages in total, which means that this activity will take at least 7 days to complete. However, the specific rewards for each day are not specified, but a question mark icon is hung. On the description page, it is noted that this activity includes rewards such as avatars, avatar frames, expressions, return animations, and kill effects. On the first day, only a very ordinary avatar was given, so it did not cause any discussion. After all, players have seen many similar activities. In order to promote sales, the producers must sell the skin as the main body. As for the other rewards, at most they are a kind of extra. In fact, most players don't care about this activity at all. Their attention is all focused on the price of the skin. Although many players are calling for a boycott, GOG has such a large player group after all, and there are many die-hard players. Even if the price of this skin has increased a lot, players still choose to buy it. As a result, today, after many people finished their daily tasks, they found that the reward they unlocked today was actually another skin. It was the dark version of the light version skin they originally purchased. Many players couldn't believe it when they first saw it, until they entered the game. These two skins are actually the top skins. Although the light version and the dark version of the skin have certain similarities in appearance, the overall style is very different, especially under the background of the light and dark special effects. It is particularly obvious. Take the classic hero Modest for example. In the light form, he wears silver-white armor, with an angel-like halo on his head, shining with golden light, while in the dark form, he wears a magic armor, with demon horns on his head, and black smoke rising from his body. This degree of change is definitely not something that can be achieved by just changing the skin. It is equivalent to making a new skin from scratch. Many players didn't expect the activity rewards on the second day at all, and thought it was mostly a small reward such as an avatar or a return animation. As a result, they found that it was a skin. It was hard to believe their eyes. When looking at the comments on the forum, there was a 180-degree turn in an instant. Oh my god, buy one get one free? And the quality and special effects of the dark version of the skin are exactly the same as the light version, and it is also the top level. Now I understand why the price is so high, because these are two skins. If it's a normal event skin, the price is 45, and considering the first week discount, it's 36. The two together are 72, and now it's only 68, which is even cheaper. What a misunderstanding. I thought the skin price increased, but it didn't increase at all, it's still the previous price. Damn, the event rewards are ridiculous. What does it mean that this event includes avatars, avatar frames, expressions, return animations, kill effects, and other rewards? Is it okay for you to wait for the most important skin reward for this guy? The official is simply fishing. Who would have thought that this kind of event would give away another skin? It's weird, just write it out clearly, isn't that enough? Why do you have to hide it so well? Wouldn't it be better to say it clearly at the beginning? You don't understand this. This is the romance of Tenda games. It always brings new surprises to players. Is it targeting IOI? In the past 2 days, many water armies are focusing their firepower on GOG to whitewash IOI's price increase. How could it be? GOG's event came first, and you can see that these two skins, one light and one dark, have similar shapes. They are obviously developed together, and this event should have been arranged in advance. In other words, IOI took the initiative to come up and touch porcelain, but ended up knocking himself down? It's what they deserve. If IOI didn't raise the price or even offer a discount, even if GOG reversed, it wouldn't have caused any real blow to them, and the reputation they earned in the early stage could have been retained, but now they're raising the price and swindling. It's completely a joke. The players were obviously upset by Tenda's operation. Selling 2 top skins in a package, but only promoting one, and hiding the other in the event, who would have thought of this? The key is that it violates the intuition of many players, and game companies didn't do this in the past. Other game companies must have promoted the two together, hoping that the whole world would know about it. How could they hide one and let the players find it themselves? The event reward icon has a question mark, and the reward description only emphasizes regular rewards such as avatars and avatar frames, and the skins are weighted. It has to be said that it is very deceptive. Some players wondered if this was aimed at IOI, but someone quickly refuted it. Because this event was first launched by GOG, and the skins were already long ago. If it was targeted, then it would have to collude with IOI insiders to do it? How could they cooperate so well? But these players didn't know the real situation inside Tenda. Pei Qian thought about it for a while and soon understood the cause and effect. This is Eric targeting IOI. Obviously, Eric and Zhao Xuming are very familiar with the R&D and operations of IOI, and this event is a prediction: deliberately separate the two skins and hide the dark skin in the event rewards. Fishing. The time limit for fishing is 1 week, that is, 7 days. If IOI does not take any action within these 7 days, the event will proceed as usual. Apart from being scolded, there will be no substantial loss. Anyway, once the skin comes out, players will definitely be really interested. Or if IOI has an event, but the new skin is discounted, then the reversal of the event on GOG will not cause any substantial harm to them. But now IOI has not only raised the price of the skin, but also hired some water army to lead the rhythm online, which is embarrassing. He was killed on the spot, and the more he jumped at that time, the harder he was slapped in the face now. As for why the time was just right, it was obviously calculated. All the reward icons in the event are question marks, that is to say, what rewards are given every day can actually be adjusted. Give whatever you want first. If IOI discovers it on the first day and takes action, GOG will replace the second day's reward with skins. If IOI discovers it on the 5th day, GOG will replace the 6th day's reward with skins. In short, when IOI takes the bait, GOG will give out skins. The reason why this event was successful is that Eric has completely grasped the weakness of IOI, which is the price. The senior management of Tenda Group has been eager to raise prices to make money, but they can't find a good opportunity, so Eric cleverly brought this opportunity to the door. The senior management of Tenda Group didn't have a god's perspective. Seeing that GOG had already released all the activities and there was nothing unusual, they thought that GOG's market share was already high enough and it was going to raise prices to cut leaks, so they immediately followed happily. As a result, there was a problem with this. The public opinion on the internet was completely reversed in an instant. Many people were still praising IOI for being more conscientious before, the quality of skins was improved, there were many small rewards, and the price increase was not much. But now GOG is directly buying one and getting one free, and these people have nothing to say. Because anyone can see that GOG is obviously more attractive. It's crazy and incomprehensible. Many players performed Sichuan opera face-changing on the spot, saying that they wanted to buy this set of skins. As for IOI, I can only say that those who were expecting it to rise will be disappointed again. As for Pei Qian, he only had one thought at this time. I was fooled too. I originally thought that Eric should be easy to worry about. After all, he and Zhao Xuming have a wealth of experience in failure. Unexpectedly, this guy was much more ruthless than Min Jing. Chapter 1274, The person who passed the buck was poached. Afternoon, Magic City. As soon as Cretin got off the plane and turned on his phone, he was bombarded with messages. Looking at the English and Chinese messages, Cretin, who was dragging his suitcase out, stopped and frowned. All bad news. His face suddenly became ugly, and his mood became worse. Mr. Cretin. Hello, we meet again. Welcome back. There was already someone waiting at the airport. Cretin looked up and saw that he had an impression of this person. His name was Jin Yong. He was Zhao Xuming's right-hand man in the IOI Operation Cooperation Department. Since the IOI Operation Cooperation Department is a key department in Longyu Group, Jin Yong's position is actually not low. Although he is not at the level of Zhao Shuming, he is also a senior manager. As early as when Finger Company and Longyu Group just reached a cooperation on the operation of IOI National Service, Pei Qian was the head of the Greater China District, so he had dealt with this group of people a long time ago. Let's get in the car first and talk while we drive. A lot of things have happened in the past 6 months. Jin Yong's tone was obviously full of emotion. Christian nodded, followed Jin Yong and the accompanying driver to the parking lot, and got into the business car. He had just been appointed a few days ago and became the head of the Greater China region again. But Christian was not happy at all. Because the situation this time was even worse than when he was in charge before. When he first replaced Eric as the head of the Greater China region, he was still ambitious. He cooperated with Longyu Group to hold the first IOI Global Finals, and the series of measures implemented as a result, because he firmly believed that his successful experience in the European market could bring IOI National Service back to life. But now? There is no such fantasy at all. Since the IOI Finals did not work well and was replaced by Eric, Christian returned to the Finger Company to continue his old business and be responsible for the subsequent development of the game. For him, this result is not unacceptable. After all, fighting with GOG in the National Service has made him a little physically and mentally exhausted. Of course, in his eyes, it was a fight, but in the eyes of the top management, it might be a one-sided beating. So for Pei Qian, going back to continue to design games quietly would be a more comfortable thing. But gradually, he found that something was wrong. He began to frequently receive development requests directly from the top management of Diak Group, such as new paid content, operational activities, etc. Then, there was a series of bad news from IOI. Although Christian and Eric have different ideas, he is also very clear that Eric is definitely a capable person. If Eric has been studying Tenda for so long and still can't make any turnaround, then there will probably be no turnaround in the future. And the increasingly frequent intervention of Diak Group, revealing an increasingly strong profit-making intention, also made Christian feel uneasy. This time he took over as the person in charge, not a promotion, but because everyone knew that IOI's national service had become a mess, and the person in charge of the Greater China region had become a scapegoat, so no one was willing to come. Christian knew very well that he would not have any say as the person in charge of the Greater China region, and he would definitely perform whatever tasks were assigned by the top management of Diak Group. For example, this event. Tenda's 1024 digital festival-related game promotions were carried out simultaneously around the world. Diak Group, Finger Company, and Longyu Group all had people keeping an eye on them, so they got the news first. Since the position of the person in charge of the Greater China region was temporarily vacant, Christian had not yet taken office, so the decision was made jointly by the top management of the 3 parties. After the 3 parties communicated remotely, they immediately decided to take this opportunity to launch the long-prepared new skin and take the opportunity to raise the price. Of course, the opinions of the top management of Diak Group may account for more than 70% of this decision. Christian instinctively felt that this might be a fraud. After all, he had dealt with President Pei before, and President Pei's style of not playing by the routine but every move was fatal left a very deep impression on him. But after all, he had been away from the operation position for a while, and he was not clear about the current situation, nor could he guess what specific routines Tenda was going to play. What's more, even if he expressed his concerns, this suggestion to the top management of Diak Group was dispensable. It was impossible for them to give up the once-in-a-lifetime precious opportunity to raise prices just because of Christian's concerns. As a result, it became like this. Christian found that he had not even got off the plane, and the black pot was already hanging over his head, and he couldn't help but collapse a little. Sitting in the business car, Christian sighed softly. No matter what, let's make the best of it. If his fate is to take the blame, then he has no choice but to carry the blame and move forward. He looked at Jin Yong, and he was quite satisfied with this person. From the experience of working together before, Zhao Shuming is obviously a slippery old-timer. Although he has a good brain, he is good at passing the buck. Pei Qian is a designer by profession, and his ideas are not in line with Zhao Shuming. After working together, he has a lot of opinions about him. Jin Yong is more pragmatic and efficient. He left a good impression on Pei Qian during the previous cooperation. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "There is something I am hesitating about." Jin Yong was stunned for a moment. "You are it, we are old acquaintances, there is no need to be so formal." After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian said, "I want to talk to the senior management of your Longyu Group and let you take over as the head of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department. To be honest, Mr. Zhao and I don't seem to have a tacit understanding. Continuing to cooperate may be a burden for both of us and not conducive to the development of work." He was more tactful. In fact, he disliked Zhao Shuming for not being able to do it. Although Zhao Shuming is good at passing the buck, he only does it for the people above him. In the management's view, Zhao Shuming had indeed passed on all the blame, and he was clean and had no problems, but for his partner Pei Qian, the blame was on himself. Therefore, Pei Qian was very dissatisfied with Zhao Shuming, and the first thing he wanted to do was to replace him. This was not a very excessive request. Longyu Group had a very good attitude towards Zhito Company before, and basically responded to all requests. After all, IOI is a project that Longyu Group attaches great importance to, and in this game, Zhito Company has a lot of say. Pei Qian didn't want to get rid of Zhao Shuming, he just wanted him to change his position, a position that is more suitable for him. The senior management of Longyu Group should meet this request. After hearing this, Jin Yong was silent. He hesitated for a while and said, "Mr. Pei Qian, there is something I am also hesitating about." Pei Qian couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't you just say that we are all old acquaintances, so there is no need to be so formal?" "That's it." Jin Yong thought about it and said, "I am now the head of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department." Pei Qian showed a little surprise on his face. "Really? What about Mr. Zhao? Has he been transferred to other departments?" In his opinion, this result is not very surprising. How many times has Zhao Shuming lost? He made so many mistakes, but he still sat in the responsible position without being replaced. This is outrageous. I don't know what the top management of Longyu Group likes about him, and they are so protective of him. But now, Longyu Group has finally come to its senses. Although replacing Zhao Shuming could not fundamentally change the situation, Pei Qian was very happy when he thought that the person in charge was replaced by Jin Yong, which not only allowed him to cooperate with peace of mind, but also saved him the trouble of looking for the top management of Longyu Group. This is also the only good news recently. Jin Yong's expression was a little embarrassed. I'd better be direct. Mr. Zhao was poached by Tenda and is now the head of GOG's National Service Operations. Pei Qian's eyes widened in disbelief, and his whole body froze. He even doubted his ears a little. What the hell? Zhao Shuming was poached by Tenda and became the head of GOG? Tenda also wants this kind of guy? Why did Mr. Pei poach his defeated general? And he was defeated more than once and never won? If Jin Yong's expression was not very serious and solemn, he almost thought that Jin Yong was joking with him. In order to prevent further misunderstandings, Jin Yong hurriedly finished his words. "It seems that Eric has also been poached by President Pei." Pei Qian fell into a long silence, as if he was fully digesting this information. It was too unreasonable, so he would subconsciously resist and find it difficult to accept. After a long time, he asked weakly, "Don't they have a non-compete agreement?" Jin Yong explained, "I only know that President Zhao's non-compete agreement was properly resolved, and President Pei would definitely not poach people by force, and he would not ignore the non-compete agreement." Christian fell silent again, with a complicated expression. He still disliked Zhao Shuming, but Zhao Shuming went to GOG to be the head. What, does this mean that I am actually trying to climb up? I held Zhao Shuming back? I am the one who is ugly? Otherwise, why was I forced to come here to be the scapegoat, while Zhao Shuming rose step by step and even became the head of GOG? Anyone with eyes can see that being the head of GOG's national service is much more promising than IOI's national service. After all, one of them is winning day by day and has entered a perfect virtuous cycle, with its user base constantly expanding, while the other is dying. Christian was silent for a while, but decided to change the topic and stop discussing this. After all, the more we discuss, the more discouraged we feel. In fact, as the head of the Greater China region, there is not much that can be done now, but the tasks that need to be completed must still be completed. We should cooperate well and complete the work conscientiously. Of course, to be honest, it is a bit difficult to fundamentally reverse the situation. We can only look forward to some actions from the top management. Pei Qian knew that if the current situation wanted to be reversed, it was not only necessary to improve the quality of the game, but more importantly, the Dayak Group must be willing to provide resources and continue to spend money. Otherwise, with GOG's spending power, this tragedy would probably happen more than once. It was just like marching and fighting. In addition to the combat capability of the army, the key was logistics supply. Tenda had always tilted huge resources towards GOG, and was willing to give up huge profits to seize the market. It was simply a challenge for the Dayak Group, which was eager to make profits. Wait a minute. Could it be that this event was organized by Eric and Zhao Shuming? When he thought of this event, combined with the fact that Zhao Shuming was poached, Pei Qian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of this possibility. He was not very clear about the specific details of this event, after all. He was on the plane when the incident happened. But after a brief look at the information, he also understood the cause and effect. He felt desperate to clean up this mess right after taking office. The key was that there was no way to clean it up. What could he do now? It is absolutely impossible to apologize or reduce the price, because it is difficult to restore the damaged reputation. After the price reduction, it is absolutely impossible to raise the price in the future. Let the players taste the sweetness, and then the players will madly complain when the price of the skin increases in the future. What should we do? If he really did this, he would definitely not be able to explain to the senior management of Dayak Group. Moreover, it doesn't count if he lowers the price. The final result of this matter is that they will pretend that nothing has happened, and they will not apologize or change the price. They can only shrink their heads and be scolded. At least the price of the skin has gone up. At most, Christian can organize some activities to compensate the players, and there is no other way. When he thought that Russi's fatal blow came from Eric, Christian's mood was very complicated, even a little sour. Jin Yong thought about it and said, "I'm not sure about this, but Mr. Zhao has only been there for a week, so he shouldn't take over the work so soon." Christian was a little more balanced. If he knew that it was Mr. Zhao who was killing everyone, his mentality would collapse. Jin Yong said again, "As for us, don't worry, I know the current situation very well, and I will definitely do my best to cooperate with your work." In fact, the two of them are very clear about the current situation of IOI, but some things cannot be revealed even if they are true. Although Jin Yong cannot feel the change in the attitude of the senior management of Dayak Group from the finger company like Christian, he can feel the change in the attitude of the senior management of Longyu Group. The current IOI Operation Cooperation Department is actually not that important anymore. Because the IOI National Service is really failing, and it is meaningless to invest more resources and energy. This time, GOG may have dealt a heavy blow to IOI, and IOI's national service was also greatly affected. Logically, Longyu Group is the party whose interests have been damaged, and it should be very angry about this matter. After all, the income of IOI's national service is likely to be severely hit again. But the top management of Longyu Group is indifferent to this. Even if they are angry, what can they do? In the current state, IOI's national service is already hopeless. In this case, it is better to keep the resources and prepare them for the new game jointly developed by Fire Studio and Tenda. Therefore, exchanging Zhao Shuming for a new game, as long as this new game can be successful and can replace the position of IOI's national service in Longyu Group, it will be very profitable. Next, as long as the data of this new game is not bad, Longyu Group will transfer most of the resources from IOI. Jin Yong also knows this, so he, like Creighton, is based on the idea of being a monk and ringing a bell and completing his work task step by step. Christian nodded, okay, let's go to the company first. I need to get familiar with the work here. Chapter 1275, Mr. Pei's Triple Layout. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. At the same time, Zhang Yuan just came to the GOG project team and found the new person in charge, Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan joined Tenda at about the same time as Min Jingchao. That is, the first batch after Tenda just started recruiting exams and Tenda's mental test. These two people had no experience in the game industry before joining Tenda. One was an accountant and the other was a fashion designer. Both changed their careers halfway through. After joining the GOG project team, Min Jingchao became a numerical designer, while Zhang Nan was mainly responsible for the design of hero modeling and theme skins. He communicated directly with Ruan Guangjin's studio, and also managed the art needs of other game projects, besides GOG. Now that Min Jingchao has been transferred, the GOG project team needs a new person in charge. Eric and Zhao Shuming are only in charge of operations, while Zhang Nan is responsible for game development. Regardless of their main focus, these designers will basically have some involvement in the design of game functions. For example, Min Jingchao, although he mainly works on numerical values, he also undertakes the design tasks of new gameplay and new functions. The same is true for Zhang Nan. Pei Qian did not have much thought in promoting her, it was just because her name was familiar and she was one of the few people he could remember. The main reason why he did not promote those people he did not know was that he was worried about what would happen if he accidentally drew an SSR and carried it away. There are many hidden talents in the Tenda Group, so he did not dare to draw randomly. Moreover, Zhang Nan was mainly responsible for skin and art requirements before, and designing game functions was not her strong point. Pei Qian felt that letting her be the person in charge should be more reassuring than Min Jingchao. When deciding Zhang Nan as the new person in charge, Pei Qian also had some feelings. Hu Xianbin, Min Jingchao, and Zhang Nan were the first to enter the Tenda game department. Now Hu Xianbin, who performed the best, is suffering in Shenangjia. Min Jingchao, who performed the second, was exiled to Yangqing, and only Zhang Nan, who performed relatively mediocre, stayed in the GOG project team. Maybe this is what is called a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. It seems that working in Tenda, you still have to understand what is the doctrine of the mean. Pei Qian really wants to compile the cases of these three people into a book and distribute it to Tenda employees to learn well. Zhang Yuan is currently the head of the DG Club and the head of the esports division. His work is closely related to the GOG project team, so he often comes here and has a special workstation here. Recently, Zhang Yuan's presence in President Pei's eyes has been extremely low. This is because he has been deliberately keeping a low profile, fearing that he will be caught again. Having already lost the Moyu Internet Cafe, he must not lose the DG Club and the esports division. Moreover, there is such a terrible thing as the suffering trip. Zhang Yuan noticed that the entire GOG project team was filled with a joyful mood. This is normal, after all, they just won a big victory. Zhang Yuan didn't know much about the changes within the GOG project team, but he would definitely pay attention to the things about GOG on the internet. This time, GOG's beautiful fishing law enforcement lured IOI to come closer and slap his face. Not only was it extremely harmful, but it was also extremely insulting, and it further expanded GOG's market share. This is the development plan for the next version of GOG, as well as the relevant activity planning plan that requires the cooperation of the esports division. The electronic version has been sent to your mailbox. Zhang Nan saw Zhang Yuan coming and took a document from the desk and handed it over. Zhang Yuan reached out to take it and flipped through it roughly. The esports division needs to frequently cooperate with the GOG project team, for example, preheating new versions and new heroes in competitions, organizing professional players to try out new versions and new entertainment modes, etc. In fact, the electronic version was originally sent directly, but Zhang Yuan wanted to come over today, so Zhang Nan printed out a paper version. The GOG project team does feel a bit refreshed after moving to the new floor. By the way, this personnel change is quite drastic. I actually had a hunch that President Pei would transfer Min Jingqiao away, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Also, I didn't expect President Pei to poach the two heads of IOI together. Zhang Yuan originally thought that even if President Pei transferred Min Jingqiao away, he would most likely directly promote a new head from the original project team. Zhang Nan smiled slightly. Indeed, I didn't expect it. Otherwise, how can we say that President Pei is President Pei? From now on, this personnel transfer is unexpectedly successful. It can be clearly felt that Eric and Zhao Shuming have completely different styles of doing things from Min Jingqiao. Although their abilities are not necessarily stronger, they have improved a lot. Zhang Yuan, How do you say? Zhang Nan explained, when Min Jingqiao was the person in charge, his main energy was still focused on the development of new versions and internal affairs. All kinds of publicity and operation activities are completed around the new content of the game. In most cases, we will not take the initiative to do some activities for IOI. We will only plan corresponding activities when President Pei asks us to. But Eric is different. He pays more attention to the outside world. He is always keeping an eye on the competition games, and the operation plans he provides are all very targeted. And this success is obviously largely due to this personnel transfer. Zhang Yuan nodded, indeed. The difference between Min Jingqiao and Eric mainly comes from two aspects. First, Min Jingqiao is responsible for both development and operation, which is often difficult to balance. He can only focus most of his energy on development. After all, the new content developed is the foundation of operation. In terms of operation, we don't seek merit but avoid mistakes, and it is better to be safe. But after this personnel transfer, Zhang Nan is responsible for development, and Eric and Zhao Shuming are concerned about the operation of overseas and domestic servers at the same time. The division of labor is more reasonable and clear. The cooperation between development and operation may not be as smooth as one person, but it can ensure that the work is carried out more meticulously and deeply. Second, Min Jingqiao did not have a deep study of operation activities, and he was not very good at personal ability. Many times, he did not dare to do some more aggressive activities. But Eric and Zhao Shuming are both from operations backgrounds and are very familiar with IOI, so they are naturally more keen to find loopholes in IOI and deal critical damage. In the eyes of the project team employees, this personnel transfer is obviously a stroke of genius, completing a very natural transformation. Previously, GOG's main goal was to consolidate itself and ensure the quality of the game, without being too aggressive, but now the gap between the two sides has widened. It's time to launch an offensive against the enemy without mercy. No need to think, this must be all thanks to President Pei. Zhang Nan added, and I also noticed one thing, which is a chain reaction caused by this personnel transfer. President Pei just got rid of Longyu Group, a strong rival for GOG. Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. What do you mean? Longyu Group won't be hurt because of IOI, right? Longyu Group is also a large company in China, with a lot of resources in hand. Many of IOI's previous activities were jointly organized by Zhito Company and Longyu Group, and it did cause some trouble for GOG. But Longyu Group is still fine? How can it be considered eliminated? Zhang Nan explained, it's very simple. Longyu Group is no longer against us. Isn't this equivalent to turning enemies into friends and solving obstacles? Dayak Group, Finger Company, Longyu Group, although these three companies are directly related to IOI, their attitudes towards this game are also very different. As long as we make good use of this difference, we can carry out effective differentiation and attack. At first I was a little confused. Why did Mr. Pei spend so much money to poach Zhao Shuming? You know, Zhao Shuming has a non-compete agreement. Mr. Pei promised to give Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group an idea, and Longyu Group let him go. How valuable is Mr. Pei's idea? It's a bit of a loss to use it to exchange for Zhao Shuming. Zhang Yuan nodded. He had heard about this matter a long time ago, so what you mean is that this matter has other benefits? Zhang Nan nodded, of course there are, and it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. First of all, for the company, as I said just now, it optimizes the staffing, allowing Min Jingchao to continue to grow and design new games, and allowing GOG the personnel composition of the project team has been further optimized. Secondly, it is a way to win over Longyu Group. The reason why Longyu Group has been hostile to us is not because GOG and IOI are in direct competition. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that IOI's national service is getting worse day by day. Longyu Group has no other choice. For the little profit of IOI's national service, it can only hold on. But now, President Pei's new game has given Longyu Group other options. After this game is launched, as long as the data is good, Longyu Group will definitely allocate a lot of resources to promote it. Who will care about IOI's national service at that time? I think the internal attitude of Longyu Group will soon loosen up and gradually turn to our side. This is a successful division. Once Longyu Group changes its attitude, or even gradually turns to our side, the subsequent battle will definitely be overwhelming. The last point is my guess, which may not be correct. I think there may be a lot of good ideas for President Pei. The reason why he threw this idea out this time may also be to test a model. Tenda Group's R&D capabilities are limited after all. No matter how much the 2 departments of Tenda Games and Shenyang Games develop, they can only make 4 or 5 games a year. And there is always a limit to recruiting people. The new recruits have to be trained slowly, and it is impossible to achieve success overnight. Many other game companies' teams have been running in for a long time. It is unrealistic to recruit them collectively, and the efficiency of recruiting them individually is very low. In short, it is time that limits Mr. Pei's imagination. But if this model can be promoted through this external dispatch method, wouldn't it be possible to quickly develop many good games? Moreover, Mr. Pei only came up with an idea and he can get a good share for Tenda. This is a win-win model. If this model can be widely promoted, it will not only bring very considerable income to the company, but also gradually affect the gaming environment of the entire domestic market. Zhang Yuan nodded frequently. Yeah, it makes sense. It is impossible for President Pei to spend so much effort just to recruit one person. All along, President Pei has been looking ahead 3 steps ahead for every move he makes. He must have many gains before he does it. Zhang Nan's explanation is indeed a more reasonable explanation. The first 2 points have been quickly verified, while the last point is still unclear. But once successful, as the Tenda model is promoted in China, it will inevitably have a huge impact. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will find that President Pei has already made a layout in this field. Whether it is the independent game incubation base of the Jiutu plan or the Chaolu game platform that Li Yada was sent to be in charge of, it seems to be paving the way for a huge layout. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh, President Pei is really too unfathomable. Tenda has more and more departments, and each department and project is developing faster and faster. Before, Zhang Yuan could still grasp the trends of some other departments, but now it is completely impossible. There has been a situation of different industries are like different mountains within Tenda. Zhang Yuan even finds it difficult to interpret President Pei's true intentions on the GOG project team. Each person in charge can only understand Mr. Pei's intentions within the area he is responsible for, but Mr. Pei can coordinate so many departments and always give guidance at the right time. What a powerful layout ability this is. Mr. Pei's image in Zhang Yuan's mind can't help but become a little taller. But after sighing at Mr. Pei's wonderful operation, Zhang Yuan's mind once again had a question that still bothered him. But, how do you explain the suffering trip? You are also the person in charge now, and you can't escape sooner or later. Zhang Nan. She didn't pay attention to the suffering trip at first, but when she heard Zhang Yuan's words, her face fell instantly. Indeed, sometimes being a person in charge at Tenda is really not as good as being an ordinary employee, because the person in charge is often either worried about being replaced or worried about traveling. It was okay before, at most I went out to travel by myself, but now it has been replaced by Baosu to arrange it uniformly, and I only pick those places where there is no shit, which is too difficult. Maybe Mr. Pei wants to temper the will of the people in charge. Zhang Nan's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. The two looked at each other silently, without saying a word. At the same time, Mr. Pei, the boss behind the scenes who was in everyone's eyes, was staring at Eric and Zhao Shuming in the conference room. Eric and Zhao Shuming were obviously very proud. Just over a week into the job, he has already made perfect use of a new skin made by Min Jingqiao to deal a heavy blow to IOI. Even in Tenda, this should be considered a small achievement, right? This proves that President Pei was very discerning in recruiting us, and we did not disappoint President Pei's expectations, and even won the trust of colleagues in the GOG project team. Today, President Pei must be here to praise us. However, Pei Qian now just wants to shout, "You are all liars. I was fooled. I didn't recruit you to make a lot of money for me." The situation was a little different from what was expected, and Pei Qian felt that he had to think of a way. According to Eric and Zhao Shuming's ruthless actions, IOI will be dead soon? First of all, we have to confirm the culprit this time. That must be Eric. With Zhao Shuming's personality, he should not do such a big move just 1 week after taking over. Pei Qian thought about it and had to find a way to gradually change the positioning of the two people. The current situation is that Eric is killing everyone, and Zhao Shuming is helping him, and the two of them cooperate perfectly. This is definitely not okay. The two of them used to work in this way at IOI, and it was very stable and never had any problems. If we continue to let it go, we will just sit there and wait for death. What if we switch it over? What if we find a way to get Zhao Shuming to provide a solution? As a person who dares not take the blame, Zhao Shuming's plan will definitely not be as aggressive as Eric's, and should be able to give IOI some breathing space. Chapter 1276 Seeing the True Nature of Mr. Zhao at a Glance. The two people who had been expecting Mr. Pei's praise did not hear the praise they wanted to hear. Mr. Pei was not very happy, and his expression was normal. This made Eric and Zhao Shuming a little suspicious. What is going on? Why did Mr. Pei have such a reaction and attitude? Could it be that our event looked very successful, but in fact there were loopholes and flaws? It did not even meet Mr. Pei's expectations of us? Both of them jumped from their respective companies. They used to deal with Mr. Pei as competitors. They have been Mr. Pei's subordinates for less than half a month, and they are a little confused about Mr. Pei's temper. I only know that Mr. Pei is a meticulous person with strong planning ability. And judging from the situation of Tenda's talents, Mr. Pei is also very good at discovering the advantages of employees and cultivating them. Sometimes, these advantages are not even realized by the employees themselves, but they are cultivated by Mr. Pei. So, at this time, both of them calmed down and wanted to hear what Mr. Pei had to say. If they were in Dayak Group or Longyu Group, they would never think too much. The activity has been very effective and successful. If the boss doesn't give a reward, he is definitely crazy. But in Tenda, since President Pei's image has been established indestructibly, the two began to examine their own problems. After a moment of hesitation, Pei Qian looked at Zhao Shuming. The idea of this event was Eric's, right? Zhao Shuming nodded immediately. Yes, that's right. I actually just did a little bit of work and cooperated a little. To be honest, I even thought this event was a little risky, and I tried to dissuade it at the beginning. Zhao Shuming is not a person who will take credit, because taking credit means there will be the risk of being blamed, which is a double-edged sword. Especially when you just arrived at a new company, you have not yet established a firm foothold, and you haven't figured out President Pei's character, it is even more impossible to take credit. The key is that President Pei has always given people the impression of being extremely smart and calculating. There is no point in doing these little tricks under President Pei's nose. The best result is that President Pei will not expose it on the surface, but remember it in his heart. Eric asked, President Pei, is there any problem with this event? Problem? There are a lot of problems. You guys are just hoping that IOI will die. Pei Qian actually had a lot of opinions about this event, but he couldn't express them openly. You can't say that you guys were too ruthless, right? Pei Qian was silent for a moment and then said, there's nothing much to say about the event itself. But I noticed that you, Mr. Zhao, don't seem to be very active. You are now the head of GOG China, and you are at the same level as Eric. You can't just help him. Pei Qian felt that he had to suppress the energy in Eric's body. If he was asked to choose one of the two who was less harmful, it must be Zhao Shuming. After hearing this, Zhao Shuming showed a shocked expression on his face. What's going on? Could it be that President Pei has seen through my true nature in less than half a month? And this is under the premise that he has basically not come to the GOG project team and has not taken the initiative to ask about the work here? This is too fast. Sure enough, the only one who knows you best is your opponent. President Pei is indeed a wise man. Zhao Shuming has always been working in this way in Longyu Group, with remarkable results and perfect concealment. Although the person in charge sent to IOI Greater China by the Finger Company has been replaced in turn, from Eric to Christian, and then back, but no matter how it changes, Zhao Shuming's position is stable. Mainly because he never takes the blame. Even if he came up with the plan, he would never take the credit. Instead, he would tell Eric or Christian about the plan and then help out. In this way, although he gave up the main credit, as long as it succeeded, he would still have some credit for his hard work, and it would also make his ideas appear to be very constructive and effective. If the plan fails, the person who makes the final decision will bear the first responsibility. Although Zhao Shuming is also responsible, he usually handles it lightly. In fact, many seemingly smart counselors in ancient times did this. Anyway, counselors only give advice, and the final decision is made by the Lord. It's time to fight a war. One group of counselors say they should fight, and another group of counselors say they shouldn't fight. Then the Lord hesitates for a long time and decides to fight. After losing, those counselors who said they shouldn't fight appear very wise, and the Lord appears very stupid. Zhao Shuming also learned experience from the ancients. But this set of things seems to be a bit out of place at Tenda. Mr. Pei's words at this point really shocked Zhao Shuming. On the one hand, it's because Zhao Shuming has only joined Tenda Group for a short time, and on the other hand, it's because this plan was successful. If it's an ordinary leader, at least he has to wait for Zhao Shuming to join for half a year or a year, and his work will be stable, and then he will be punished when he makes a mistake, right? But Mr. Pei was not like that. He directly chose the node where the plan was successful and pointed it out directly. Zhao Shuming carefully tasted the meaning of Mr. Pei's words. He was obviously very dissatisfied with his non-stick pan's working mode. There was nothing to say about the activity itself. What he meant was that in Mr. Pei's opinion, this was completely normal. Any person in charge should do the same, not to mention Eric and Zhao Shuming, who were specially poached. If you don't see this opportunity, it will be very disappointing. What makes President Pei dissatisfied is that Eric is doing things, but Zhao Shuming himself is not active enough. He is obviously at the same level as Eric, but he just shrinks behind and cheers. Zhao Shuming understands. President Pei's knock is so clear, if you don't understand it, you are really stupid. Zhao Shuming's expression is a little embarrassed. President Pei, you are right, I will take the initiative to think of more plans in the future. The environment of each company is different, and the way of survival is naturally different. A true non-stick pan can perfectly integrate into the environment and can be non-stick in any environment. At Longyu Group, as long as you use the previous method, you can keep the non-stick pan, so why not use it? But it is obviously not possible at Tenda. Because this operation was seen through by President Pei at a glance. You must not use the previous method again, otherwise the final result must be that you want a non-stick pan, but the pan will fly over and firmly buckle on your head. Zhao Shuming's workplace philosophy is to satisfy his boss's demands as much as possible, complete the tasks assigned to him, and thus keep his position as much as possible, and gradually get promoted and get a raise. He doesn't ask for fast progress, but only hopes that every step is steady. Now that he has a new boss, he naturally has to gradually adapt. Eric listened and nodded silently. President Pei is indeed very insightful and can see the key problem at a glance. Pei Qian was a little surprised to see the two people nodding frequently. Hey, Zhao Shuming agreed, but why did Eric have no objection at all? Did he really have no objection, or did he keep his opinion to himself? Well, it could also be that there was no room for rebuttal to what I said just now. After all, in terms of job level, the two of them are indeed at the same level, and Eric would not openly go against the boss and challenge the company system. But as the work gradually progresses in the future, the differences between the two will surely gradually emerge, and the seeds of this infighting have been planted. Pei Qian regretted poaching these two people, but it is easy to poach people, but it is difficult to send them away. It has only been less than half a month since he was poached, and he has become extremely distrustful of Eric, but he can still observe Zhao Shuming. Maybe the previous failure of IOI was mainly due to Zhao Shuming? There is nothing else to do, you can continue to work. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to stop here today. This kind of thing can't be expected to be accomplished overnight, it has to be done slowly. Eric and Zhao Shuming sent Mr. Pei away and returned to their seats. Zhao Shuming pondered for a moment and whispered, I have an idea about Mr. Pei's request. The process will remain the same as before. You will decide on the plan, but I will hand it over to President Pei, and we will share the plan. Of course, if there is a problem when it is my turn to hand in the plan, I will also bear the main responsibility. Zhao Shuming thought of a solution as soon as President Pei left. Since President Pei has asked him to take more responsibility and come up with more plans, it is definitely not okay to shrink back like before. But in order to prevent the two people's opinions from conflicting, they can discuss it first. At that time, the plan that Eric disagrees with will not be implemented, and the plan that both of them think is okay will be assigned to Zhao Shuming, and Zhao Shuming will also bear some responsibility accordingly. This is already a huge change for Zhao Shuming. Eric frowned and immediately shook his head. How can that be possible? Mr. Zhao, haven't you noticed? Mr. Pei values every employee and hopes that every employee can realize their potential. Otherwise he would not have replaced Min Jingchao. Do you think this little trick can be hidden from Mr. Pei's eyes? Let me be frank, Mr. Zhao, Tenda is not a place where everyone can do their job and get by. Here, Mr. Pei obviously hopes that every employee can shine. Your previous way of doing things may not have any problems in Longyu Group, but do you think it is still applicable to Tenda? Zhao Shuming was a little embarrassed, but I have always been like this, how can I change overnight? Eric shook his head, you underestimate Mr. Pei. I believe you have also felt that the atmosphere of Tenda is completely different from other companies. It is very special. Here, everyone can be highly plastic because the degree of freedom in work is very high. Maybe it is because of your cautious personality that limits your career development? And Mr. Pei actually wants to change your personality and bring out your true potential. Zhao Shuming was a little entangled, what if our plans conflict? Eric smiled, with Mr. Pei here, what is there to worry about? In fact, Eric knows the characteristics of Zhao Shuming's non-stick pan very well. How can he not know after working together for so long? But Eric didn't care before, because he needed someone who was obedient enough to help him. He didn't want the two people to disagree and cause the plan to fail to be implemented, and resources to be wasted on internal consumption. So even though he knew Zhao Shuming was a non-stick pan, Eric would not have a big opinion of him like Christian did. This was a two-way choice. But now after hearing what Mr. Pei said, Eric realized that the situation was different on the Tenda side. Chapter 1277, Suffering Travel Promotional Video. In the past, when Eric and Zhao Shuming had a disagreement in Longyu Group, the ending would often be difficult to deal with. Because there was no authoritative arbitrator. They were already the highest leaders of IOI in the national server. If there was a disagreement, they could only let the senior management of Longyu Group and Jito Company mediate. But the senior management rarely came into contact with the specific business below, so how could they understand the specific situation here? They could only smooth things over and give each other a 50-point slap. So once a disagreement occurs, the biggest possibility is internal friction and wasting time on meaningless communication. But it's different in Tenda. If there is a disagreement between the two plans, it's easy to deal with it, just find President Pei. President Pei only needs 1 minute to judge who is right and who is wrong, and the wrong party will never be dissatisfied. In this case, it is not appropriate to use the previous cooperation model. After all, the ability of one person is limited, and it is actually a waste to let Zhao Shuming help all the time. President Pei pointed out the positions of the two people, which is actually a reminder. Eric is responsible for overseas business, and Zhao Shuming is responsible for domestic business. Because the situations in different regions are different, the two should focus on their respective fields. At the same time, Zhao Shuming should also take the initiative to take charge of some activities, and the two should cooperate more naturally. As for what to do if the two plans conflict? With President Pei here, there is no need to worry about internal friction. Eric suddenly felt that President Pei was really worthy of his reputation. I have heard that President Pei is good at finding problems in success and staying optimistic in failure. Now it seems to be true. After coming here for a few words, he directly pointed out the crux of the problem. Eric and Zhao Shuming have different ideas, but they are all convinced by President Pei, and such an arrangement is meaningless. Eric did not feel that his position was challenged. Instead, he felt that he could relax a little and put most of his energy into the international server. After listening to Eric's explanation, Zhao Shuming understood. I see. Hey, there is really no way. Zhao Shuming knew that it would be impossible to get away with it. President Pei has a sharp eye and is not easy to fool. This plan was so successful, and President Pei still pointed out his problems without mercy. He must make some changes. Fortunately, this is Tenda, not Longyu Group. I heard that on the Tenda side, President Pei is very tolerant of employees who make mistakes, and with President Pei watching over them, employees rarely have the chance to make mistakes. After all, everything has been planned by President Pei, and most of the plans can be done without any danger. Zhao Shuming sighed, and somewhat helplessly thought about his first plan for Tenda. Fortunately, the opponent is a very familiar IOI. If he is a little more ruthless and leaves a good impression on President Pei, it should be easy to deal with later. Not long after Pei Qian returned to the office, Meng Chang arrived. President Pei, this is a promotional video for the suffering journey. Please take a look. Meng Chang handed over the phone. Pei Qian took the phone and asked casually, how is the situation on the suffering journey? Are the leaders adapting well? Meng Chang was silent for a while. It's really sad to hear it and tears to see it. I was watching the documentary over there, watching them suffer, and I felt a little bit of empathy. It's hard to imagine what it would feel like to experience it personally. Pei Qian smiled slightly, thinking that Meng Chang, you don't need to suffer now, and I also hope that there will never be such a time. Because if that happens, it means that this good brother will also leave me. Meng Chang added, moreover, these leaders seem to be deliberately acting miserable in front of the camera, perhaps hoping to arouse sympathy and get rid of it as soon as possible. Oh? Pei Qian raised his eyebrows. Then you are blindly thinking. The more miserable you act, the more meaningful the suffering journey will be. If all of you are happy with it and feel the joy of suffering, then I should consider whether to let you come back quickly. Pei Qian asked, how did you shoot it? Meng Chang, of course it was a normal shot, a faithful record. Regardless of whether they acted or not, the suffering is real. This time, the publicity plan is divided into two parts. The first part is the current publicity film, which is only a few minutes long. If there is no problem, it will be released today. The second part is a relatively long documentary, about 30 minutes to 1 hour, which will record the content of the trip in more detail. It will be released 2 or 3 days after the release of the publicity film. It has not been edited yet. Pei Qian nodded, remember what the ultimate goal of your publicity plan is. This reminded Meng Chang that the ultimate goal of the publicity plan is to spend a lot of money and achieve negative publicity effects. Think it through and don't let the commission disappear. Meng Chang confidently assured, don't worry, Mr. Pei, I have considered the plan this time. The ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is of course to let everyone see the suffering side of the suffering trip in the short term, and dissuade most people who want to participate, but in the long run it can make everyone realize the value of the suffering trip. This point does not need to be pointed out by President Pei, Meng Chang has already fully understood it. Pei Qian clicked on the video to check out the promotional video. The content of the video itself is relatively conventional, and can be basically divided into two types of shots. One is the beautiful scenery shot from an aerial or other perspective, and the other is the scene of people doing activities such as rock climbing, rappelling, and outdoor survival. The background melody is relatively light, but it is not the kind of literary feeling, but a slightly exciting melody. Accompanying these pictures, a male voice is reciting the narration. There are many experiences in life that you have not experienced, and places that you have not been to. Whether you see them or not, they are waiting there. You can travel many times, and there can be many kinds of beautiful distant places, and when they meet you, they become unique. Don't let the fireworks of life turn you into a mediocre person. Travel is not for beautiful scenery and encounters, but to use fatigue to dispel the trivialities of life. Don't forget what you promised yourself to do, the distant places you want to go, and the beauty you want to feel. In the dense forest, in the wilderness, in the asceticism of suffering, liberate the soul bound by the steel jungle and find the true tomb of life. In the bitter journey, meet the soul that accompanies the entire journey. Suffering travel, take you to see the distance with your soul. The voice of the narrator is relatively masculine, giving people a feeling of impassionedness, and there is a bit of bewitching in the voice, as if to trick the audience into going on a travel school immediately. Of course, these are just a few representative sentences in the video. In fact, the copywriting of a promotional video lasting several minutes will not only have a few sentences, but the overall style is consistent and the meaning is almost the same. After watching this promotional video, Pei Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. This? He looked up at Meng Chong. Are you sure this will work? From all aspects, it seems to be a fairly normal promotional video. The video content is a beautiful aerial view. Shenangjia itself is a scenic spot. It is not difficult to find some beautiful scenery. When everyone is climbing, rappelling, and surviving in the wild, they are fully equipped, and this kind of picture will naturally give people a feeling of passion and striving for progress. And from the copywriting of the promotional video, it is also quite positive, completely beautifying the suffering journey into a self-challenge. If this video is broadcast, Meng Chong, are you sure you can get a commission? Pei Qian is quite skeptical about this. Meng Chong smiled slightly. Mr. Pei, you don't know that this video has some deep meaning. First of all, I didn't choose to use a more literary female voice as the narration, but chose a relatively masculine male voice, and added words like suffering and bitter in the copy, just to discourage those ordinary tourists, especially the more literary female tourists. In this way, the only hardcore tourists who will be attracted by this promotional video are those who are full of challenging spirit and naturally fit the characteristics of suffering travel. Secondly, this promotional video is just the first step. Next, there will be a documentary, and the documentary can show the audience a more realistic situation. Later, our official website will also announce the price of a trip. After listening to Meng Chang's explanation, Pei Qian instantly understood. So that's it. This set is obviously a multiple screening. First, the element of suffering is promoted to screen out ordinary tourists. Emphasizing suffering in the promotional video allows most people to know what suffering travel is about as soon as they watch the film. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people suddenly become masochistic and want to try it as soon as they hear about suffering. At this time, it is necessary to use the real situation of the documentary to show them the most realistic side of suffering travel and break their beautiful fantasy with the cruel reality. After this set of screening, basically those tourists who are curious and wait and see will retreat, leaving only those tourists who are truly determined, perseverant, and keen on this difficult challenge. At this time, there is the last killer, that is, the price. At the sight of this price, the last group of people will also be persuaded to retreat. It's not that they can't afford the money. The key point is, if a person has determination, perseverance, and the ability to take action, then why should he join a tour group? You can organize a few like-minded friends, plan your own route, and achieve the goal of challenging yourself with very little money. Even after the price is announced, the original content of this promotional video will arouse the disgust of the public. After all, many people naturally hate this literary and artistic terminology and think it is a scam. Some products are positioned as the rich can't use it, the poor can't afford it. The positioning of the suffering journey is almost the same as this state of being neither high nor low. After screening, only a handful of people are left. And these people are obviously not enough to support the huge expenses of the suffering journey. Pei Qian was very happy. This Meng Chong is good, and he is making rapid progress. This way of thinking about problems is getting closer and closer to me. Chapter 1278, Classic Mode of Bullet Hole 2. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. October 26, Friday. Zhou Mian, Sun Shi, and several other designers have all arrived in the meeting room of Tianhua Studio, and Sun Shi is distributing design drafts. This is the design plan of Bullet Hole 2 that Min Jingqiao just submitted this morning. Zhou Mian deliberately gave up the most central position at the conference table, and then looked at these designers. I am very disappointed with what happened last time. Mr. Pei came to design the game in person, but you didn't put forward any constructive suggestions, and you didn't even gain anything. This time the design plan has come out. Min Jingqiao will explain it again. How much you can understand depends on your luck. Several designers showed ashamed expressions on their faces, and nodded one after another. Yes, Mr. Zhou, don't worry, we will listen carefully. Zhou Mian was a little desperate, but Min Jingqiao gave him hope again. So, these designers were called back again. Mr. Pei's previous talk was too profound, so I couldn't understand it, but Min Jingqiao's talk should be more popular, right? Listen carefully to Min Jingqiao's talk about the design ideas of this game, and you will definitely gain something. As for these designers, they were more or less dissatisfied. They didn't think that Mr. Pei was just getting a false reputation, but they thought that Mr. Pei might be targeting them. Is it because this game was developed for Tianhua Studio that Mr. Pei was so vague? So vague? Is he deliberately not explaining it to us clearly? Want us to mess up the game? When Mr. Pei talked to his designers, it was definitely not like this. But when they heard that Min Jingqiao really designed the game, they felt guilty. It seems that they misunderstood Mr. Pei. How could Mr. Pei be the kind of person who deliberately wanted the game to fail? Sure enough, it was because we were too bad. This time we must watch and learn carefully. It is impossible to learn to Mr. Pei's level. That is purely talent, but it is still possible to learn from Min Jingqiao and absorb some nutrition from Mr. Pei's thoughts. Everyone present, including Zhou Mian, changed to a humble learning mentality. Min Jingqiao pushed the door open and was stunned when he saw this scene. Huh? So many people. He knew that there would be designers to listen, but he didn't expect so many people. The conference table was almost full. Zhou Mian smiled and said kindly, "Brother Min, come over here." Min Jingqiao saw that only the middle seat was vacant, and he subconsciously said, "Mr. Zhou, you should sit in the middle." Zhou Mian immediately shook his head. "No, you are the main designer of the project, you should sit here. Besides, we are all in a humble learning mentality now, so don't refuse." Min Jingqiao waved his hand quickly. "Mr. Zhou, you are too polite." Refusing to do anything did not work, so Min Jingqiao had to sit down in the empty seat and get to the point of this meeting. Everyone has seen the initial draft of the design plan for Bullet Hole 2, which is basically a slightly detailed version of the points that Mr. Pei asked before. I have already talked to Mr. Zhou and Sun Shi about this. This meeting is mainly to talk about the core gameplay of this game and the related mechanisms of the large map that have not been finalized before. Everyone nodded and listened carefully. When Min Jingqiao explained Mr. Pei's ideas to Zhou Mian and Sun Shi before, they only went to the large map step, but there was no specific design plan for how to make this large map. Min Jingqiao said that this was the result of the gradual escalation of President Pei's tests. Now it depends on whether he can come up with a constructive idea. Min Jingqiao sorted out his thoughts a little, and then said, "Since we are going to make a large map, there must be a lot of players, ranging from 30 to 40, and as many as 70 to 80, or even more. The specific number of players must depend on the size of the map, and the density of players on the map determines the rhythm of the game. If the player density is too high, the rhythm of the battle will be very fast, and many players may die suddenly. If the player density is too low, the rhythm of the battle will be too slow, the battle will not be intense enough, and players will feel that they are playing a single player. Moreover, we must also consider that different players have different demands for the rhythm of the game. Some players prefer to kill more people and need a higher player density, while some players like to loot good things, improve their resource allocation first, and hope that the player density is lower. So, if you want to make a large map, you must solve several key problems. For example, how to dynamically adjust the density of players on the map, how to adjust the rhythm of the game at different stages, how various resources should be allocated to players, etc. Everyone nodded, and some people took notes in their notebooks. The problems raised by Min Jingqiao are all real problems. The reason why the large map mode is difficult to do is because the rhythm of the game is difficult to control. Traditional FPS games are basically small map games, with intense battles, which can maximize the stimulation of players and keep them in a relatively active and excited state. But if the player density is low and you can't see anyone for a long time, it will make players feel bored. If the player density is high, it's still all about shooting, so what's the difference with a small map? Obviously, you have to come up with a gameplay that can only be completed with a large map and can retain the FPS game to the maximum extent. Min Jingqiao continued, in fact, my initial idea was that since there is a large map, then the large map must have a rich map mechanism. For example, the Air Force Base can provide reconnaissance and airdrop supplies, the bunker can provide fire suppression to a small area nearby, and the field hospital can speed up the resurrection of the wounded, etc. These unique map mechanisms are the core advantages of large maps compared to small maps. In other words, I just considered providing players with two game modes. One is a pure gunshooting mode, and the other is a multiplayer cooperative mode for large-scale battles. But then I realized a very critical problem, which is the problem of balance. For large-scale multiplayer battles like this, the game's own matching mechanism is actually difficult to make so perfect. Especially in FPS games, there are many luck and variables, which increases this uncertainty. The existence of the map mechanism is to widen the gap between the two sides so that the battle will not continue to be a stalemate. However, if the strength of the two sides is not balanced, then this may lead to a one-sided crushing of the game. This is the problem faced by multiplayer PvP in old MMORPG games such as Fantasy World, and it is also a problem that I have been thinking about while being responsible for the balance of GOG games. The designers nodded one after another, and this is obviously not difficult to understand. It must be boring for players to just shoot on the big map, so strategic locations must be added. And strategic locations cannot simply add points, they must have practical functions and bring game mechanism benefits to players. For example, a field hospital can definitely move the player's resurrection point forward, or provide players with first aid kits to restore blood. But the existence of the map mechanism will make the originally unbalanced two sides even more unbalanced, and the battlefield is likely to be one-sided. Because FPS games themselves have a strong randomness, the player's historical data cannot fully explain his strength. For example, there is a player who has poor shooting skills but has a strong command ability. Although his KDA is very poor, he can win. How to match such players? It is also inappropriate to use game mechanisms to forcibly strengthen the weaker party. After all, for players with advantages, my advantages are hard-earned, so why should the game mechanism target me? Games like GOG can solve this problem with heroes. For example, some heroes are heroes in the late game, and they can fight 5 people at the same time. But FPS games rely on shooting skills. A player with good shooting skills will not suddenly become worse, and a player with poor shooting skills will not suddenly become better. If a mechanism that is very strong in the late game is really designed, the final result is that the novice will die immediately after choosing it, and the expert will be very strong at the beginning and will be completely unrestricted in the later stage. The difference in characteristics between FPS games and MOBA games has brought about this problem. If it is not solved well, it will seriously affect the player's gaming experience. Min Jingqiao has been responsible for the numerical design and game balance of GOG. He is very sensitive to balance, so he immediately realized the problem of this gameplay. The way I thought of is to use game mechanisms to screen. Let the players fight freely first, and then assign them to 2 different camps based on their performance in this game. Chapter 12, 79, 3 Game Modes. Min Jingqiao paused for a moment and continued, the background of the game can take place in an abandoned battlefield in the future world. Players play the role of soldiers undergoing special training and need to win the exercise. In my conception, the game is divided into 2 stages. The first stage can be called the exploration stage, or the melee stage. Before entering the game, players can choose their own identities, ordinary soldiers, squad leaders, battlefield commanders, with 2 options, main and backup. The default in the game is a 4-person squad with a captain. Players can play alone or in multiple rows. The system will adjust according to the actual situation of the players in the current game. For example, if there are not enough players who are the main captain in the battlefield, then they will be screened from the backup captains. If it is still not enough, then players with better data will be selected from the ordinary soldiers. After forming a team, the captain will designate a landing at a certain location on the map and start collecting resources nearby, looking for better guns, more bullets and medical supplies, etc. Whether to fight at this time depends entirely on the player's personal preferences. If players want to fight, they should go to strategic locations with abundant supplies, such as field hospitals, airports, bunkers, etc. In such places, they will encounter other players very early, and the battle will be fierce. If players don't want to fight, they should go to places where supplies are relatively scarce, such as camps and strongholds in the wild. If a team member dies in the early stage, teammates can go to the designated location to revive him. If the dead team member quits the game, new players can be summoned to join again. Of course, in the matching interface, players can freely choose whether to join the game that has already been halfway. If the entire team is wiped out, it will be eliminated from the game. The first stage of the battle is 100 versus 100, that is, a total of 200 people, 50 teams are put into the map. In order to prevent players from hiding and delaying time, I added a setting of anti-radiation suit power. Players must find the battery of the anti-radiation suit to keep full blood. Once the battery is exhausted, they will continue to lose blood due to radiation until they die. When only 100 people are left in the field, that is, half of the teams are eliminated, or the game has been going on for a certain period of time, it enters the second stage. At this time, the system will comprehensively consider the player's performance in the first stage, the distribution of players in various strategic locations and other factors, and divide the battlefield into two evenly matched parties. In the initial state, the two sides must be mixed together. Some teams may naturally be deep in the enemy camp, occupying a key bunker, while some teams may be in the rear of their own camp, very safe. At this time, the commander selected by the system can begin to command the battlefield and issue instructions to all teams. In order to facilitate communication between players, we have to make a very complete signal marking system. The captain and commander can directly issue orders through the marking system or shout through voice. In this stage, even if the player dies, he can be resurrected in the camp or hospital, but he needs to consume supplies, such as batteries for radiation-proof clothing. The supplies on the map are limited. After they are consumed, they can no longer be resurrected. In the end, the number of strategic locations occupied by both sides and the scores obtained by killing enemies and collecting supplies are used to calculate the victory and defeat and the score. After hesitating for a while, Sun Shi asked, "Will the game time be too long?" Most FPS games are fast modes with a small game of a few minutes, which stimulate the player's emotions quickly and directly. It is definitely not possible to complete it in a few minutes if it is divided into two stages like this. There is a WeChat public account where you can get red envelopes and points, first come first served. Min Jingqiao nodded, "Well, I expected a full game to last about 30 minutes. Actually, this time is not bad, basically the same as the length of the more bladder games in GOG. And unlike games like GOG, Bullet Hole 2 has a screening mechanism, and not every player will play for 30 minutes. The first stage is the screening stage. If the player jumps into a crowded area for a fierce battle, he may kill everyone and let his team directly occupy a strategic location, or the team may be wiped out and forced to quit. So, for players who like a fast pace, they don't need to hold out for 30 minutes. For players who like a slow pace and like to slowly loot, they can jump to some places with fewer people in the first stage. As long as they survive the first stage without dying, they can be resurrected in the second stage, and good weapons and resources in their hands can be obtained, etc., can all be retained. Moreover, if you die in the first stage, you can quit and restart the game immediately without delaying anything. If you survive the first stage, you can be resurrected in the second stage, and the weapons and equipment in your hands are also better. In addition, the rewards after the battle are sufficient to motivate you, and you will not quit halfway. As players' shooting skills get better and better, and they understand the game mechanism more and more, they can gradually try to choose some places with more intense competition, so that the player group can achieve a natural flow. This mechanism is equivalent to a subdivision of different types of players, so that players can find a gameplay that suits them in this mode. Zhou Mian and others nodded one after another. The method Min Jingqiao said seemed to work. In fact, the reason why MOBA games are popular is that there are different funds in the early, middle and late stages of the game. In the early stage, a single player lines up and establishes a preliminary advantage through his own skills. In the middle stage, he roams and supports to help the whole team open up the situation. In the late stage, he fights for resources or looks for opportunities to turn the tables in desperate situations to win. Moreover, in this kind of game, since the level and equipment of the players are constantly improving, there is a sense of growth similar to MMORPG. Therefore, in the middle and late stages, unless the situation is completely one-sided, as long as the players have mixed their equipment and have the power to fight, they will not easily give up the sunk costs of the previous 20 minutes, and will try to find opportunities to turn the tables. The large map mechanism designed by Min Jingqiao for Bullet Hole 2 obviously also borrowed some ideas from MOBA games. On the one hand, it uses the game mechanism to screen and segment the player groups, so that different types of players can experience different fun. On the other hand, it ensures that there is enough fun in the late stage through the game mechanism. Min Jingqiao continued, however, although in theory, the design of this large map mechanism takes into account the experience of different players, in actual operation, some unexpected situations may occur. For example, the matching mechanism failed to balance the strength of both sides after the initial screening due to insufficient data, or because of the imperfect mechanism in the game, the progress of different stages was too fast or too slow, affecting the actual game experience of the players. There is actually no good way to solve this problem, we can only adjust it slowly. But in the process of adjustment, it may cause the loss of players. This is actually easy to understand. A game mechanism needs a lot of data support to work perfectly. For example, MOBA games like GOG have excellent experience because the data such as how many soldiers are spawned per minute, how much experience is gained, how much money is obtained, what are the attributes of wild monsters, etc., have all been carefully and complexly modified and adjusted to become what they are now. Once there is a problem in a certain link, such as the player upgrading too quickly, the rhythm of the entire game will be disrupted, resulting in a serious chain reaction, and even completely disrupting the original concept. Min Jingqiao has been balancing GOG for such a long time, of course he knows this very well. And it is unlikely to completely avoid these problems from the beginning, and can only be adjusted continuously in the game according to the feedback of players and the data collected. Zhou Mian said, "This is actually not a big deal. At most, we can conduct a few tests after the game is developed, and then release it online after adjustments are made. Anyway, other games also need to be tested for a long time before they are officially released." Min Jingqiao nodded and said, "Testing is one way, but I have thought of another way. Use the existing large map and add a few new game mechanisms. On the basis of the original mechanism, split and simplify it, so that even if the classic mechanism of the large map encounters some problems in the early stage and affects the player experience, they still have other modes to play. Mr. Pei cut a lot of modes before, so we will definitely not do it. Compared with Fortress at Sea, only the most basic shooting mode is retained. I thought about it and planned 3 modes. The first one is the pure shooting mode. Players can revive continuously by randomly selecting a small area on the map, holding their favorite guns by default, and shooting anyone they see, with the number of kills counted at the end. Anyway, they are all taken from the big map, and the map can be used with a slight modification. Dividing the big map into many small maps can not only meet our needs, but also guide players to become familiar with the terrain of the big map. Players play a lot in this mode, and they will naturally know the way when they go to the big map. The second is to keep only the first stage mode, but just need to make some adjustments to the details. Because the first stage is fought by small teams, there is basically no need to balance the strength. Anyway, the one who stands to the end is the winner. But since there is no second stage battle, it is obviously meaningless to have so many players left on the map. To speed up the death and exit of players, I am considering adding a mechanical army invasion mechanism. In layman's terms, after a certain period of time in the game, the mechanical army will be continuously refreshed from around the map, and the attributes will gradually improve. Players have two choices. One is to run into the map, so that they will naturally encounter other players and fight. The other is to search for resources, seize favorable terrain and strategic locations, and fight these mechanical armies. If you don't want to fight with players, go to a bunker to swipe the mechanical army, which is similar to the zombie mode of Sea Fortress. The former is considered an escape gameplay, while the latter is a hold-on gameplay, which depends on the player's location at the time and personal gaming habits. The third gameplay is the classic gameplay I just introduced. Different gameplay can bring different fun to players during the game and complement each other. In this way, Bullet Hole 2 can bring players a rich and unique gaming experience. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1280 Career Setting. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. The designers looked at this design plan, combined with Min Jingchao's explanation, with different expressions. Obviously, this design plan is quite subversive to traditional FPS games. And it is not the kind of subversion that comes out of a sudden impulse, but an improvement to the FPS gameplay after Min Jingchao has accumulated a lot of experience in game balance and mechanism innovation at GOG. Will this kind of play be more fun than the traditional blasting mode and shooting mode? This is not necessarily the case. Because the classic mode is called the classic mode, because its fun may gradually fade, but it will never be outdated. At least in a few years, the classic mode of FPS games will still have a large number of players. But the task of Bullet Hole 2 is not to surpass, but to take another path. Just like Min Jingchao said before, President Pei actually hinted very clearly that continuing to follow the classic mode will inevitably collide with games such as Sea Fortress and Counterterrorism Plan. As a latecomer, Bullet Hole 2 does not have any player accumulation, which is actually a disadvantage. Therefore, choosing this new battle mode is equivalent to providing FPS players with another different game experience, forming a misaligned competition with other FPS games. From this point of view, Bullet Hole 2 does not need to surpass Sea Fortress and Counterterrorism Plan, it only needs to do the best in this niche field and be able to make stable profits, then it will completely achieve its goal. Some designers are impressed by Min Jingchao's wonderful ideas and think that this plan is very bold and subversive, while some designers are full of doubts about it. Can a new gameplay with such a high degree of originality work? Tianhua Studio was influenced by Zhou Mian. In order to make profits and avoid risks, the overall focus is on safety. Before developing a game, it is best to find a prototype from a successful game so that there will be no doubts when doing it. Otherwise, once it fails, the research and development funds of at least several million and at most tens of millions will be wasted, which is not something that ordinary game companies can afford. But they looked at Zhou Mian and found that Zhou Mian did not raise any objections, so they kept silent. Zhou Mian was of course also insecure. Because the process of Bullet Hole 2 from project establishment to development was unreliable everywhere. At first, President Pei simply raised a few opinions at the meeting, and then Min Jingchao made a wild design, and the prototype of this game came out. The prototype of a successful game? Market research? Feasibility study? None of them. This is completely contrary to the development process that Zhou Mian was used to before. But he couldn't say much. After all, Mr. Pei's reputation is here, and Min Jingqiao is a very capable designer under Mr. Pei. With the successful experience of GOG, he can't question it. Moreover, this plan seems relatively perfect in theory. Min Jingqiao has considered all aspects of the problem, so it is not risky. Sun Shi raised his hand and said, I saw some special role mechanisms written on the design plan, such as career settings. This profession is different from the one I understand. I thought it was a combat profession at first, but I didn't expect it to be closer to life profession. Are there any special considerations in this regard? The so-called combat profession is a profession that has a direct impact on combat ability. For example, the traditional warrior, assassin, and mage settings, different professions have different ways of fighting, some run fast, and some have high-ranged damage. And in the game Bullet Hole 2, the profession that Sun Shi understands is also a profession that affects combat ability. For example, a sniper has higher damage when using a sniper rifle, and also has certain concealment and anti-detection effects. An assault soldier may mainly use a submachine gun, and also have rapid displacement skills. A heavy armored soldier moves slowly but has stronger firepower, and so on. It is not easy to distinguish between professions in games with modern war backgrounds, but it is no problem in future battlefields. All these skills can be explained by high technology. In Sun Shi's opinion, since these mechanisms have been made in the big map, and Min Jingqiao is a designer of GOG, isn't it normal to give players some skills? But the professions written in Min Jingqiao's design plan are more inclined to life professions, that is, professions that do not have a direct impact on combat capabilities. For example, the doctor profession saves people faster, and it is easier to get medical supplies when opening boxes during looting. The medical supplies scattered on the map will also be highlighted. You can carry more medical items, and you can also use a certain amount of time to transform these supplies to make them recover more blood or have some other buff effects. Engineers have the ability to repair the machinery of the stronghold, and can use supplies to increase the lethality of some weapons in the stronghold and repair the outer walls of the stronghold. The only one who has something to do with combat capabilities is the machine gunner. When operating the heavy machine gun of the stronghold, the reloading speed is faster and the shooting is more accurate, but this increase is also very limited, and if you want to use this ability, you must first occupy the next stronghold and occupy the fixed machine gun before you can use it. In addition, there are a series of limiting factors such as blind spots in vision and limited number of bullets. Some abilities that can be made into professions are not made into professions, but are made into props or regular skills, such as anti-reconnaissance. There are two different anti-reconnaissance means in the game, one is the optical camouflage effect, and the other is the anti-radar effect. The former can make oneself blend into the environment and make it difficult for other players to detect it with their naked eyes, while the latter makes oneself disappear from radar detection. Only one of these two detection effects can be selected, and it must be changed according to the actual situation. For example, large strongholds are covered by radar, and it is better to use optical camouflage in places where radar cannot cover the field. Of course, in order to prevent the situation of optical camouflage everywhere, these resources will be restricted to a certain extent, and players can also have a countermeasure such as small portable radar. This ability can actually be used to develop a profession similar to Ghost, but Min Jingqiao did not do so. Instead, he made it into a universal prop, which everyone can use if they search for it. Of course, there are certain quantity and time limits. Min Jingqiao said, "My consideration in this regard is, although the combat profession seems to be more differentiated and has more diverse gameplay, it can easily have the opposite effect in FPS games. That is, it seems to have more diverse gameplay, but in fact it makes the gameplay more monotonous. It is difficult to balance FPS games with combat professions, and it even conflicts with the core of FPS games. FPS games must be a game where you kill me and I kill you in seconds. This is the premise. If you want to make it as balanced as a MOBA game, you must let the ranged professions give the melee professions a blow, which is obviously inappropriate. In MOBA games, many shooters are holding guns, but they still need to attack many times to kill some tank heroes and assassins. This is because the shooter's range is long. If the damage is higher, the team battle may become a brainless 4-protect-1 game. The fight depends on which shooter has the better output. To ensure the balance of the game, a circular restraint relationship must be formed to limit the output ability of the shooter. But FPS games cannot be like this, otherwise its most basic fun will be gone. If you want to retain the core gameplay of FPS games and add combat professions, it will be difficult to balance. Min Jingqiao explained, let me give you a more common example. Suppose there are several different types in an FPS game: a tank profession, which moves slowly, has high defense and many bullets, an assault profession, which moves quickly, a sniper profession, which has a certain concealment effect and high long-range damage, a healer profession, which can add blood to teammates. Then let me ask you, which profession should a novice choose? Sun Shi thought for a while, tank profession or healer profession? Min Jingqiao shook his head. If you choose the tank profession, you will find yourself a sitting duck. Experts who choose the offensive profession will fly around and you can't catch them, and then they will hurt you directly. If you choose the healing profession, you will find that you follow your teammates timidly throughout the whole process, but any enemy can kill you. So the healer asked, why don't you protect me? Others may be thinking, this nurse is so bad, why does he die so easily? At this time, you may think, the offensive profession is so powerful, I also play it. Then the problem is, although you are indeed stronger than before, but when you meet other experts who also play the offensive profession, you are still useless. Sun Shi asked in confusion, that's not right. If the charge profession is so strong, the game will be unbalanced, and it needs to be weakened. Min Jingqiao asked back, then what do you think is the appropriate degree of weakening? The charge profession is set to be flexible in displacement, and when used by experts, it can kill people invisibly. If you change its damage to be very weak, then the experts will simply play tanks or snipers, and the game may become the world of tanks or snipers again. MOBA games have different professions because they can have a circular restraint relationship, and players can accept the fact that the ranged player gives the melee player a blow. But in FPS games, everyone has a gun, and the ranged player gives the melee player a blow, which is equivalent to directly destroying the fun of FPS games. But under the premise of retaining this kind of fun, FPS games are a game of you kill me in seconds, I kill you in seconds. The charge profession has a huge advantage by nature. You either chop it down with one knife and no one plays it anymore, or you chop it down to no effect, and the experts still have no solution. For novices, they are trapped in a vicious circle. If they don't play the charge profession, they will be beaten by the masters. If they play the charge profession, they will still be beaten by the masters. Except for those masters who can really play tricks, the game experience of other players will be destroyed. The fun of FPS games lies in killing people quickly and dying quickly. Novices can also kill masters by sneaking up on them. As long as the gap in rank is not too big, they will never be powerless to fight back. Therefore, these special mechanisms must be overcome: control, displacement ability, whether it is teleportation, acceleration, or sliding. If you can't give it, don't give it. The more you give, the greater the gap between players, and the less gaming experience novice players have. The distinction between life professions is obvious, in order to allow players to have a division of labor in the second stage of the battle. Some are responsible for opening machine guns to defend the point, some are responsible for looting medical supplies to save people, and some are responsible for repairing machinery. If you want to quickly restore a stronghold after occupying it, you need players of different professions to coordinate and cooperate, and the commander must also allocate manpower. No matter what profession, the gap in battle will not be too big, so as to maximize the gaming experience of novice players, and avoid frequent situations where big players kill dozens of people in one game. Chapter 1281 No Overtime? After listening to Min Jingchao's explanation, everyone nodded. Obviously, this statement from Min Jingchao was particularly convincing. Because Min Jingchao himself is a designer of GOG, he has been responsible for the balance of data and game mechanisms, and his understanding in this regard is absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Many times, a person's ability does not depend entirely on his own talent or hard work, but also on the platform he is on. When a person reaches the right platform, even if his talent is not very high, his ability will grow by leaps and bounds. And if a person has a good talent but does not have a suitable platform, his talent will also be difficult to activate. Just like in history, why did all the celebrities in the early Han Dynasty appear in a small place? It is not because this small place has outstanding people and has nurtured so many talents, but because they followed Liu Bang and had a high enough platform to continuously improve. Similarly, famous generals emerged in troubled times because they grew faster in frequent wars. GOG is an excellent platform. Min Jingchao has been here for so long that he can be said to have witnessed the rise and prosperity of this game. He has different thoughts at different stages. Over time, his understanding of this aspect has become very profound. Of course, GOG's balance is not without problems and is often criticized by players. This is normal. After all, strong heroes need to be cut, but if they are cut less, it will not hurt. If they are cut too much, they may be destroyed with one cut. And weak heroes, if they are strengthened less, there will be no qualitative change. If they are strengthened too much, they may suddenly become uncontrollable. In addition, there are huge differences between different player groups. A hero may be completely different in the fish pond game, the high-end game and the professional game, which makes the balance problem even more difficult. I have set up a WeChat public account to send you year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. But overall, during the time when Min Jingchao was in charge of GOG, he did a relatively good job in the balance of the game. This is partly because he was able to get advice from professional players and professional tactical analysts in the DG club, and also listen to opinions from the player group. When thinking deeply about the issue of career balance in FPS games, Min Jingchao found that it is better not to copy the career settings of MOBA games or MMORPG games, so he made the current design plan. So far, the entire design plan of Bullet Hole 2 has been explained. There will definitely be a lot of work to do later, such as the specific layout of this large map, how to distribute the bases, what is the approximate level of resources refreshed at each base, how many special items are available to players. However, these will be completed by other designers, such as the large map, which is the work of the level designer. As the chief designer, Min Jingchao only needs to ensure that the general direction is not deviated. The conference room fell into a brief silence, and after a while Sun Shi said, "I have no problem here." Other designers did not say anything. Zhou Mian looked at it and nodded, "Okay, then it's finalized." If it was someone else's design plan, these designers might have to raise some more questions and discuss it. But there is really nothing wrong with Min Jingchao's plan. After all, his resume is here. Although some innovative gameplay has no precedent, no one dares to guarantee whether it will succeed or fail. In this case, it is better to completely trust Min Jingchao and President Pei. What if I keep making suggestions here and the game fails? Who will be responsible? Min Jingchao looked at Sun Shi. Then I will continue to refine the plan. Please assign the design drafts to the designers in the group and monitor the progress. We will start writing the design plan on Monday. Sun Shi nodded. Okay, this is my job. He was stunned for a moment and asked again, Monday? What about Saturday? If we follow the default process of Skyfire Studio, the designers will definitely work 996 when the game is just launched. Some designers are even responsible for more design plans, and they have to work all night to revise the design drafts the day before the meeting to ensure that the design drafts can be completed on time. Although this situation can only mean that the workload is not arranged reasonably, after all, everyone has been through this, so most designers have gotten used to it and have no complaints. So Sun Shi thought that he would have to work overtime to write the design plan tomorrow, Saturday, but Min Jingqiao didn't mention this at all. Min Jingqiao said as a matter of course, restoration is normal on weekends. This? Sun Shi subconsciously looked at Zhou Mian. Zhou Mian coughed twice. Brother Min, I have heard about the working mode of Tenda, but every company has its own situation, we can't blindly copy it, right? The designers in our studio are not as capable as those in Tenda, and they are used to taking their time to produce fine work. Sometimes, if we spend more time polishing, the details of the plan will be better. How about this, Brother Min, you should follow the work schedule of Tenda, and the other project team members should follow the original process of our studio, what do you think? Zhou Mian obviously didn't want to make this decision. On the one hand, he was worried about the quality of the game after all, in his opinion, Tenda can use all the holidays because the employees are very efficient. But the people in Tianhua Studio are not that efficient. If they take a normal holiday, there will be no tension during the development period. What if the development node cannot be completed? On the other hand, they are also afraid of affecting other people's mentality. Everyone came to work overtime on Saturday, but no one from the Bullet Hole 2 project team came. Do others think it is unfair? Don't they want to work overtime? Time is money. And the same is true for game development. Zhou Mian felt very distressed that the time he had finally earned was returned like this. Of course, he didn't think he had treated these people unfairly. After all, when the game made money and distributed bonuses, he was always generous compared to other old versions. Min Jingqiao shook his head, I don't think it's necessary. I believe that the designers of Tianhua Studio are also very strong designers, including artists, programmers and other project personnel, who are also top in the industry. The reason why the progress is slow sometimes may be simply because of frequent overtime, which leads to a low mental state and a physical state that is not in perfect condition, so it invisibly slows down the efficiency. I hope to follow the development model of Tenda. Overtime is strictly prohibited outside normal working hours. When setting the work plan, set it according to the normal workload. If it cannot be completed, add people. If it cannot be completed again, postpone it. Boss Pei once said that there are many ways to solve problems, but overtime is definitely not one of them. Overtime only solves temporary problems on the surface, but in the long run, it will cause many new problems. Zhou Mian hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, okay, let's do it this way. The game plan has been finalized, so there is no need to argue with Min Jingqiao over such a trivial matter. Although not working overtime will definitely slow down the development progress, as long as the game can be successfully made and make money, it is not a problem. Zhou Mian looked at Sun Shi, then today's meeting will end here first. Go back and screen again and select a few of the most suitable designers to join the Bullet Hole 2 project team. After the selection, bring the plan to my office. Sun Shi nodded, no problem, Boss Zhou. The meeting is over, and everyone left the meeting room. At present, all the positions of the Bullet Hole 2 project team have been vacated, and Min Jingqiao already has his own workstation. His daily work is to organize the design draft and carry out preliminary preparations. The selection of the bottom-level personnel of the project team has been almost completed, but there are still some vacancies in the middle level. The main reason was that the gameplay had not been finalized yet, and it was not clear which designer would be better at it, so it was postponed for 2 days. Zhou Mian attached great importance to this project, so he selected the people carefully. Sun Shi just sat down at his workstation when he heard someone say, Brother Sun, I want to take the initiative to apply to work on the numerical value of the Bullet Hole 2 project. Do you think it's okay? Sun Shi looked up and stood up quickly. Brother Han, this is not appropriate, right? Your current position is the chief planner. This Brother Han joined the Skyfire studio earlier than Sun Shi. He is now leading a project team independently. It was launched some time ago, and the results are pretty good. He also attended these 2 meetings, but Zhou Mayan considered that his own project was running well and he had no special advantages in FPS games, so he did not choose him, but Sun Shi. In theory, the list of people that Sun Shi had to finalize this time was a list of middle-level people, to help him. Brother Han was higher than Sun Shi in terms of qualifications and position, so it was not appropriate for him to help him in bullet hole 2. Brother Han shook his head. What's inappropriate? My project is on track, and I can give my position to young people and give them more opportunities to grow. Besides, my son was born recently, and I am busy as the person in charge there, so I came here. Ahem, of course I am definitely not trying to take advantage of the holidays here. I just think that Brother Min's plan is very good, and this project is very special, and I should be able to get some inspiration. Having said this, Sun Shi naturally understood. Okay, Brother Han, I'll add you to the list first, but whether this list can be passed, depends on whether Mr. Zhou agrees. Brother Han nodded. Thank you, Brother Sun. When you send the list, if Mr. Zhou asks, I hope you can say a few good words for me. I really value this opportunity. Sun Shi, okay, Brother Han, I understand. According to the rules of Tianhua Studio, once you leave the original project team, you can only get the bonus for a maximum of 3 months, and you can't get it in the future. After all, people are no longer in this project. What's the reason to continue to share the bonus? The life of a game is at least half a year to a year. As the main designer, Brother Han gave up a lot of bonuses. But it is obvious that he is more interested in bullet hole 2 for 3 reasons. First, no overtime. Second, following Min Jingqiao to do this new project can get some inspiration and growth. And third, once bullet hole 2 is successful, won't there be a bonus? If you stay in the original project, even if bullet hole 2 is successful, it will have nothing to do with you. So after comprehensive consideration, he decided to take the initiative to sign up to join the project team of bullet hole 2. After sending Hanggu away, Sun Shi wrote his name in the column of numerical designer as a backup. As soon as he finished writing, he saw several messages pop up on the company's internal chat software. Brother Shi. I heard that the bullet hole 2 project team will not work overtime. Is it true? Brother, when will the list be released? You must take me with you. I am one of the top-level designers in the company. It makes no sense not to take me with you. Brother Sun, can I join the bullet hole 2 project team? Looking at the series of messages from these people, Sun Shi was a little amused. Good guy, when they heard that there would be no overtime, they all came. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1282 Tenda also has troublesome things. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Half an hour later, Sun Shi knocked on the door of Zhou Mayan's office. Mr. Zhou, this is the list of the entire bullet hole 2 project team. Sun Shi hesitated for a moment, and then said, there may be several candidates for some positions on the list. The main reason is that everyone is very enthusiastic to apply. I can't decide who to use. I wrote them all down. You make the final decision. Zhou Mayan reached out to take the plan, and he was not too surprised. After all, everyone knows that Bullet Hole 2 is a key project of the studio, in cooperation with Tenda and Longyu Group. The chance of success is very high, so it is reasonable to apply here. Zhou Mayan quickly scanned the list. Although he is a member of the studio's management, he may not know everyone, so this list has notes in addition to the name, clearly stating which project team he is currently in and what position he is currently in. Basically, with the 2 pieces of information about the project team and the position, Zhou Mayan has a good idea of the person's ability. He read from the back to the front, because the list at the back had been almost finalized and there were not many vacancies. Those who can be selected into this list are all young people with more potential in each project team. Those whose names Zhou Mayan can remember among so many people are definitely not ordinary people. So this time Zhou Mayan focused on those positions that were not determined before. Lu He. I remember that he performed well when he was making levels before. He is a young man with a lot of ideas. Well, it is a good idea to think of bullet hole 2 to exercise. Zhu Yan did a good job in art resources when developing bullet hole, and I think there will be no problem with bullet hole 2. Huh? Isn't Yang Yuhua working on the functions of the Dark Fantasy project? This project is coming to an end and will be launched soon. He doesn't want the bonus? Why is there Lao Han? Isn't this nonsense? At the beginning, there was no problem. Zhou Mayan had an impression of most of the new names he saw. They were all young people with more potential in the studio. It was reasonable for them to take the initiative to apply to join the Bullet Hole 2 project team. But after seeing the candidates for those key positions, Zhou Mayan was shocked. Because there were some names that he didn't expect. For example, the project Dark Fantasy is a mobile game that was launched half a year ago. If nothing goes wrong, it will be officially launched within 2 months. For game developers, the official launch of a game is as big a deal as the Chinese New Year, because it means the end of overtime, a period of easy work, and generous project bonuses. Although the quality of this mobile game cannot be said to be the best, Zhou Mayan thinks that it is no big deal to have a monthly turnover of more than 10 million after the launch. As a result, several people from the Dark Fantasy project team voluntarily joined Bullet Hole 2. Although according to the regulations of the Skyfire studio, you can still get a 3-month bonus in the old project team if you leave midway, but this game will not be launched for another 2 months. Didn't these people give up all the bonuses except the bonus for the first month of launch? Dark Fantasy has been developed almost, and it doesn't matter if 2 or 3 people leave, but these people's choices make Zhou Mayan completely confused. As for Lao Han, it's even more outrageous. He is the chief designer, who gets a large bonus every month. He is willing to give up the position and bonus of the chief designer and go to Bullet Hole 2 to do the numerical? It's outrageous. Zhou Mayan suddenly realized that he seemed to have completely underestimated the appeal of Bullet Hole 2. Otherwise, why are there more than 3 times as many names on this list as the quota? Everyone has such strong confidence in this game? Especially Lao Han. Does he think that the bonus he gets from being a numerical planner here is more than that of being the main planner? That's not right. Zhou Mayan looked at the list, then at Sun Shi, and asked uncertainly, could it be that these people are here to avoid overtime? Sun Shi grunted twice and didn't say anything. Obviously, he acquiesced. It was not easy for him to deny it. After all, it was too obvious. Zhou Mayan was not stupid, so how could he fool around? You can't say that these people are just doing it for their dreams, right? Zhou Mayan was angry. How can this be? I have repeatedly emphasized that Bullet Hole 2 is a key project of the studio. It is a game that has invested a lot of money and used Mr. Pei's ideas. It cannot fail. As a result, this group of people are all planning to run here to retire. Without any fighting spirit, how can this project be good? All of them will be eliminated. These people who are here to avoid overtime are not allowed to work. Zhou Mayan was angry for a reason. He agreed that the Bullet Hole 2 project team would not work overtime, mainly to give Min Jingqiao a face, but he did not really agree with the working method of not working overtime. Just like the famous saying of many people, it doesn't matter whether you get paid or not, it doesn't matter whether you work overtime or not, the key is attitude. Although this sentence is nonsense, it has to be said that many people still believe it. Now these people on the list signed up for not working overtime. In Zhou Mayan's opinion, It is obvious that their work attitude is quite questionable, Sun Shi hurriedly said. Mr. Zhou, please don't be angry. I think we should ask Jing Chao for his opinion on this matter. To be honest, it is human nature not to want to work overtime. When Jing Chao made this request, he should have considered the problems that would arise from it. If Jing Chao doesn't care, it shouldn't be a big deal to let these people join. If they really have problems with their work attitude, it won't be too late to change them. At least from the current situation, the list is indeed the elites of our studio. Such a project team is very capable. Moreover, it is also difficult to distinguish which people are here for not working overtime and which people really want to make some achievements. After listening to Sun Shi's words, Zhou Mian was silent. This is indeed the case. People like Lao Han, whose original project salary is obviously much higher than Bullet Hole 2, are willing to degrade and jump here. This intention is too obvious. But other people who signed up may also come for not working overtime? It's impossible to use a lie detector to test everyone's true thoughts. And even if we test it, we might get a very disappointing conclusion for Zhou Mian. Be bold, maybe everyone is here to avoid overtime? Zhou Mian was speechless and handed the list back. Okay, then you go talk to Min Jingchao. The people on this list are definitely competent and qualified for these positions. It's even a bit of a waste. If Min Jingchao has no objection, then you can coordinate and decide, and then send me a copy of the list. Sun Shi nodded. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll ask Min Jingchao for his opinion now. At this time, Min Jingchao was sitting at his workstation, carefully revising his design draft. Sun Shi's workstation was next to him, which was to facilitate their timely communication and exchange. In terms of job arrangement, Sun Shi's position was the executive chief planner, that is, the person responsible for promoting the progress of work and coordinating the work content of various departments. This configuration is similar to the configuration of Bao Su and Huang Sibo in Sea Fortress at that time. One was responsible for design and the other was responsible for promotion. Jing Chao, I have something to tell you. Sun Shi explained the selection process in detail, and then asked, how do you choose these people? Min Jingchao was a little confused. What's the point of being entangled? Isn't it enough to select according to actual ability? For functional design positions, focus on innovation and learning ability, and for numerical balance and level design, focus on accumulation and experience. Sun Shi reminded, Mr. Zhou means that he is afraid that some people here are here for the purpose of not working overtime, which will affect the working atmosphere of the entire project team. Min Jingchao felt very incredible. How can it affect the working atmosphere of the project team? Isn't it human nature not to want to work overtime? Everyone in Tenda doesn't want to work overtime, and it doesn't affect our working atmosphere. And this is a motivation, a screening mechanism. In order not to be kicked out, everyone will definitely work hard. Sun Shi opened his mouth, a little dumbfounded. Can it be understood this way? Indeed, if you understand it from another angle, it seems that the answer you get is completely different. In Zhou Mian's view, joining the Bullet Hole 2 project team in order not to work overtime is obviously a manifestation of wanting to slack off and wanting to be lazy, and the work attitude is very problematic. But in Min Jingchao's view, joining the Bullet Hole 2 project team in order not to work overtime is obviously a motivation, and the work attitude has improved. Sun Shi vaguely felt that something seemed to be wrong, but he couldn't say it. After thinking for a while, he didn't figure it out, so he decided to listen to Min Jingchao. After all, Min Jingchao is the one who has the final say on this project, and Mr. Zhou has to listen to his decision. Okay, then I'll determine the list according to this standard. Sun Shi simply screened and eliminated some people, and soon completed the list of personnel. At a glance, this list can be said to be very luxurious. All of them are very capable people. Sun Shi suddenly thought of something and whispered, Jingchao, I want to ask you a question in private. Does Tenda really not work overtime? Not even for a day? Min Jingqiao thought about it, shook his head and said, "It is definitely impossible not to work overtime for a day. Sometimes there are some urgent tasks that need to be worked overtime." Sun Shi nodded slightly and said, "How can you not work overtime in an emergency? Tenda can't change the objective laws of the game industry. So it's just a matter of how much overtime you work. Fortunately, it's acceptable." Min Jingqiao added, "However, you will be paid 3 times the salary, and this situation is very rare, and the overtime quota is limited." Sun Shi. Triple salary is enough to make him envious, but there is a limit on the overtime quota? What a magical rule. He asked again, "Is this the case for all projects? What about some special departments? For example, Nifeng Logistics can't not work overtime, right?" Min Jingqiao replied, "Adjustment, the overall working hours are about the same." Although he had expected this, Sun Shi was still shocked and didn't speak for a long time. He nodded silently. No wonder Tenda is called heaven, everyone wants to go there. For employees, it is simply perfect. Min Jingqiao was silent for a moment and then said, "Not really. There are also some very annoying things." Sun Shi, for example? Min Jingqiao, take new people on a tour. Sun Shi. Chapter 1283 Arrange one for everyone in the project team. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Paid travel is a troublesome thing. Please leave all these troublesome things to me, the more the better. Sun Shi never expected that Min Jingqiao, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes who looks reliable, is actually a Versailles master. Especially when he said this, his face was completely serious. It didn't look like he was in Versailles at all. Instead, he was expressing some kind of distress very sincerely. Just like many people complain about their work tasks being too heavy, working too much overtime, and their leaders being troublesome when talking about their work. Min Jingqiao saw Sun Shi's constipated expression, knowing that he probably misunderstood, and explained, "Tenda's paid travel is not the same as the paid travel you imagine. Take a look at this video." Min Jingqiao clicked a few times on his mobile phone and opened a video on the website of Ellie Island, which was the promotional video that Meng Chong made for the suffering trip. Sun Shi was silent for a moment, then reached out to take it. "What I mean is, I want to see how you're going to pretend from now on. The video is not very long." At the beginning, a deep male voice was heard reciting the narration. "There are many experiences in life that you have not experienced, and there are many distant places that you have not been to. Whether you see them or not, they are waiting there. You can travel many times, and there can be many kinds of beautiful distant places, and when they meet you, they become unique." Accompanied by the narration, there are various beautiful scenery, lush forests from an aerial perspective, and some people climbing, rappelling, and waiting to challenge nature. The video is very professional, both in terms of shooting equipment and skills. It is a very standard promotional video. And compared with other travel promotional videos, it is simpler and more direct. Many travel agencies' promotional videos are often shot in a more literary way. There are always beautiful girls wearing long skirts walking in the wild, picking wild flowers, writing diaries with pens, etc. in the picture. After all, the female group is a very important and high-quality target user group for travel agencies. It is the key target that needs to be won. Taking more beautiful girls can also make the entire promotional video look more pleasing to the eye. This is the conclusion drawn after continuous exploration in order to meet market demand. However, this promotional video does not shoot anything unrelated to travel, only beautiful scenery and real scenes of challenging nature, and even the narration is a deep male voice. But apart from this point, it is no different from other travel agency promotional videos in essence. Sun Shi was a little surprised. Suffering Travel? How come I have never heard of the name of this travel agency? Although the traveler Bao Su is somewhat famous, Suffering Travel is still an internal project and has not been promoted on a large scale. Therefore, people who pay close attention to various new industries of Tenda may know that ordinary people like Sun Shi, who only pay attention to Tenda games, still don't know much about suffering travel. Min Jingqiao briefly explained the origin of suffering travel, and then said, "The people you see in the video are all the heads of various departments of Tenda. Counting the special training for the previous month, they have been suffering outside for 2 months. I came here to help, but I escaped a disaster. It can be said that I am very lucky." Sun Shi. It's hard to understand. How can this be considered suffering? It's obviously a kind of welfare. Jingqiao, I think you're overthinking it. What's the big deal? It's just a walk in the wild, and you can also do rock climbing. How interesting. It's nice to go to the wild to feel the scenery of nature and relieve the fatigue caused by overtime work, isn't it? Min Jingqiao was silent for a moment. You think so because this promotional video is somewhat deceptive. He knew what Hu Xianbin had experienced during the suffering trip, so he knew that this promotional video only showed the best side in advance. It's like many big guys post their own rock climbing and surfing videos online. At first glance, they feel very awesome and exciting, but once they really start, it's completely different. Sun Shi didn't take it seriously at all. How can it be deceptive? No matter how much it deceives, the nature of paid travel will not change. Oh, I'm so envious. I really hope that President Zhou can arrange such benefits for us. Min Jingqiao said, if you really want to go, you can reflect to President Zhou and let him arrange a package for everyone after the development of Bullet Hole 2 is completed, so that you can go to the suffering trip in a group to experience it. Of course, I won't go. Those who want to go can sign up actively. Sun Shi was happy in his heart. Really? Of course it would be great. But, if I go to propose it, there is little hope. If you, Jingqiao, go to propose it, maybe there is still hope. Paid travel is too happy, and I dare not think about it. But it's not completely hopeless. In case the game is successful and makes money, Zhou Mian is still very generous. But it would be best if Min Jingqiao asked for this request. It would not work if anyone else asked. After all, his personality and identity are here. Min Jingqiao laughed. No problem. I will tell Mr. Zhou later and I will definitely fulfill your wish. He obviously wanted this very much. Because the number of people that can be accepted in each episode of Suffering Journey is limited. Although Min Jingqiao ran to Yangqing, he did not completely get rid of the shadow of Suffering Journey. What if one day President Pei suddenly arranged him to be on the latest list? Since Sun Shi and the people from Tianhua Studio are so envious and want to go, let's report to President Zhou and let them go. If he takes up the quota, won't Min Jingqiao be safe? The plan works. Sun Shi didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains from the casual chat, and said happily, "Thank you very much." He happily flipped through the comments below the video. It has been more than a day since the video was released, and there are already quite a few comments below. And the comments are similar to Sun Shi's attitude, and they have all shown a certain interest in Suffering Journey. Tenda is finally going to enter the tourism industry? This promotional video gives people a good feeling, without too many pretentious clips, and it is pragmatic everywhere. That's right, it is fundamentally different from the promotional videos shot by travel agencies outside, not at all glamorous. I'm a little moved. What should I do? I've been too tired from work recently, and I really want to go out and travel to feel the beauty of nature. Why is it called Suffering Journey? Did you choose this name intentionally to make yourself stand out? It's not clear in this film what you are suffering. I heard that it is still in the internal testing stage and will be open to the outside world in the future. I will definitely be the first to sign up when the time comes. Min Jingqiao also saw these comments. Unlike Sun Shi's reaction, he shook his head helplessly. Alas, everyone is still too young and doesn't understand the evil of human hearts at all. Sun Shi didn't think too much about it. He just regarded it as a Versailles episode of Min Jingqiao. After sorting out the list, he sent it to Zhou Mian and started to busy himself. At noon, Zhou Mian came to invite Min Jingqiao and Sun Shi to have dinner together. There is a cafeteria in Tianhua Studio, and the food tastes pretty good. Zhou Mian was afraid that Min Jingqiao would not adapt to it when he first came here, and he was embarrassed to say that he was not used to the food, so he often asked him to eat together. After a while, when the project development is on the right track, Min Jingqiao will get familiar with other people in the project team, and Zhou Mian can rest assured. Zhou Mian took the two of them to the private room in the company cafeteria, ordered a few dishes, and chatted while eating. Min Jingqiao did not forget what he had talked about with Sun Shi before, and said to Zhou Mian, "Mr. Zhou, I would like to apply for a paid trip for all members of the project team if Bullet Hole 2 is popular after it goes online. It just so happens that recently Tengda's Suffering Travel has officially started to operate, and it will be officially open to the outside world in a month or two. Mr. Zhou, look, Suffering Travel is mainly to temper the employee's physique and temper the spirit of hard work. Here is a promotional video." Min Jingqiao clicked on the promotional video of Suffering Travel on his mobile phone and handed it over. Zhou Mian frowned slightly when he heard it. Huh? Paid travel? This project has just been established, and the game has not even started yet, but you are already thinking about traveling? Originally, this project team has gathered a group of people who don't want to work overtime. Their work efficiency and work attitude are quite questionable. Telling them in advance that there will be paid travel after the project is completed, how can this be tolerated? He took a quick look at the promotional video, then took out his mobile phone very perfunctorily and clicked a follow. If he handed the phone back directly, it would seem too careless. At least he clicked a follow button to pretend that Min Jingqiao really remembered this matter. Okay, I'll make a note of this. But, Brother Min, this matter can't be rushed. After all, the game hasn't started development yet. It's still in the hardworking stage. It's a bit premature to talk about paid travel. Don't worry, as long as the project is successful, these trivial matters can be discussed. On the surface, it was temporarily shelved, but in fact it was a polite refusal. Sun Shi, who was listening nearby, knew that Mr. Zhou would definitely have this reaction. This is because Min Jingqiao asked this question, and Mr. Zhou's reply was a little more polite. If it was them who asked this question, they might have been scolded a long time ago. But it is normal to be rejected. Sun Shi didn't have much hope. Seeing that Zhou Mian didn't agree, Min Jingqiao didn't say much, changed the topic, and continued to eat and chat. In the afternoon, Min Jingqiao and Sun Shi returned to their workstations, took a lunch break and continued to work. When the game project was just launched, the designer was the busiest. Both of them were busy writing design plans. For a long time, only the sound of typing on the keyboard could be heard. After a long time, Sun Shi stretched his waist, went to the water bar to get a cup of coffee, and swiped his phone while drinking. Hey, Suffering Travel has updated another documentary? Sun Shi had followed the account of Suffering Travel before. Although Zhou Mian declined the application for paid travel, it did not affect his yearning for paid travel. However, after clicking on the documentary and watching it for a few minutes, Sun Shi's expression changed instantly. What the hell? The things shot in the documentary are completely different from what I imagined. Sun Shi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and suddenly understood why Min Jingqiao was afraid of paid travel. This suffering trip is really pure suffering. Just by looking at the painful expressions of these people when they are climbing, you can empathize with their despair. The promotional videos are all lies. When the camera is pulled away, it seems that everyone is climbing hard and enjoying it. But if you really show the close-up shots and the details of everyone's desperate expressions, you will know that this is definitely not a pleasure. Sun Shi patted his chest and felt that he had escaped very luckily. Fortunately, Mr. Zhou did not agree. If Mr. Zhou really agreed, it would be troublesome. If the game is successful, but you still have to suffer, it would be too desperate. And I also proposed that the entire project team go together. If they really go, won't the others strangle themselves to death? Fortunately, Mr. Zhou was wise and powerful. He saw at a glance that this suffering trip was not a good thing, so he politely rejected the proposal. As a result, not long after putting down the phone, I saw Zhou Mian coming out of his office and heading straight to Min Jingchao. Brother Min, I just watched the documentary about the suffering journey, and I think your suggestion is very good. It seems that this suffering journey can really temper one's will. I promise you that after the development of Bullet Hole 2 is completed, regardless of success or failure, I will arrange one for everyone in the project team. Chapter 1284, Grasshoppers on a Rope. After hearing Zhou Mian's words, Sun Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Boss Zhou, you don't do anything that has anything to do with people. When I heard it was a paid tour before, my first reaction was to decline, but now that I've seen this documentary, I found out that it's about making employees suffer, so I agreed to it. Sun Shi's only thought now is regret. Why did you mention this? Now that I think about it, Min Jingchao was not really Versailles at the beginning, it was a completely heartfelt admonition. It's not a good thing to have suffered travel, it's just a label of paid travel on the surface, but in fact it's paid suffering. Although they are both paid, they are essentially different. Sun Shi instantly turned into a bitter face, dumbfounded, speechless. He really had nothing to say, and it was too late to regret now. Zhou Mian looked at Min Jingchao. Brother Min, as the chief designer of the project, you must go with us and cultivate good relationships with the team. Min Jingchao's face changed immediately. That's not necessary. Mr. Zhou, I will return to Tenda after this project is completed. I have too many opportunities like this in Tenda. You should leave this opportunity to your colleagues in Fire Studio. Zhou Mian waved his hand. Hey, how can that be possible? Tenda is Tenda, Hua is Hua. How you are doing at Tenda is Mr. Pei's business, but on my side, all treatments must not be unfair. Paid travel is a benefit for all project team members. How can I leave you out? If Mr. Pei knows about this, I will be biased and treat you unfairly, right? No need to refuse. Although Hua Studio is not rich, it still has this little money. Min Jingchao. It's over. I originally wanted to divert the trouble, but I never thought that it would turn into a fire. Zhou Mian left, Min Jingchao and Sun Shi looked at each other, and both saw despair in Peter's eyes. It's over, this matter has become a big deal. This can only be described in one sentence, when will the revenge end? Originally, both of them had some thoughts, but now it's good, both of them fell into it together, and became grasshoppers on a rope, unable to jump. Min Jingchao coughed twice and asked, is there any way to remedy this? With Mr. Zhou's personality, why do you think he would cancel this trip? Sun Shi's face was also full of despair. Since he has already decided, I'm afraid there is no way to cancel it. But he suddenly had an idea, maybe there is a way, that is the price. If the price of the suffering trip is particularly high, so high that it is ridiculous, then Mr. Zhou may give up. Or, he will look for other relatively affordable alternatives. But the premise is that the price must be very high, so high that it is outrageous at first glance. The official website of Suffering Travel has only updated promotional videos and documentaries, and has not introduced specific factors such as price and itinerary selection. What if the price is particularly high? Zhou Mian calculated that it would be very costly to arrange for the entire project team of dozens or hundreds of people, so he would naturally consider giving up or switching to other alternative projects. If it is another paid travel project, even if the content is still survival in the wild, it is always much more comfortable than suffering travel. This is simply the difference between going deep into the 18th level of hell and turning around on the Naiha Bridge. Min Jingchao's eyes lit up. That makes sense. This is called thinking in a hurry. When he heard that he was going to be arranged to go to suffering travel, he immediately thought of a solution. And this solution is indeed feasible. Zhou Mian is not like President Pei. Although he is generally generous to employees after the project makes money, he is still a relatively cost-conscious person. The generosity of bonuses is also based on careful calculations, and the specific amount of bonus points is very fixed. If you find that the suffering trip is beyond your budget, you will most likely cancel the trip or switch to another travel company. And the price of the suffering trip? No, it will definitely be very expensive. According to Min Jingchao's understanding of suffering travel, not only special training is required, but also careful site selection and a full set of safety plans must be prepared. In the future, a special training base will be built. All these arrangements will cost a lot of money, and the price is unlikely to be cheap. Moreover, Min Jingchao can also find a way to insinuate Bao Su to ask him to further increase the price. Of course, he can't raise the price openly, but he can ask him to improve the quality of treatment. If the service quality is improved, the price will naturally be higher. Min Jingchao, who thought of this method, was simply saved from a desperate situation. This method is feasible. We can still be saved. Min Jingchao felt more at ease. While working, he slowly figured out how to fool Bao Su and let him raise the price, so as to avoid the tragedy of the entire Bullet Hole 2 project team suffering with Pei. There is no rush for this matter. After all, even if you go to suffer, it will be after the development of Bullet Hole 2 is completed, which will take several months. During this period, wait and see, and choose the most appropriate time to start, so as not to expose yourself too obviously and be targeted by Bao Su in return. October 29th, Monday. Feihuang Studio. Feihuang Studio, which used to be very lively, now seems a little deserted, with many workstations vacant. At first glance, it seems like a holiday. In fact, because Huang Sibo was still suffering in Shenangjia, and Zhu Su took a group of people from Ranmiguo to co-produce Successor, there were not many people left in Feihuang Studio, and most of them were responsible for animation projects. Agent Academy was also on the list of adapted works of the Chinese website, and Pei Qian's request at the time was to acquire an animation studio to produce it. I didn't think too much at the time, I just thought that acquiring an animation studio would cost more money. Later, Pei Qian was busy with work, so he didn't care about this matter anymore, but gave it to Huang Sibo and Zhu Su to promote. They were also very busy, one suffering in Shenangjia, and the other busy filming Successor, so this job was assigned to Wu Chuan, a veteran employee who was relatively good at animation. There are many animation studios in the industry, but not every one can be acquired. Some animation studios are very popular, so why sell themselves to others? As for those animation studios that can be acquired, there are more or less problems inside, and they must be carefully investigated before deciding. The workload was huge, so since receiving this task, Wu Chuan began to learn about the situation from industry insiders, flying all over the country to understand the specific situation of these studios. Later, some reports were produced and submitted, but no news was received. Because Zhu Su didn't understand the content very well and couldn't make a decision, he could only forward it to President Pei, and President Pei might not be able to see it. In addition, Pei Qian thought that the matter of the animation studio was a relatively low priority, so he had not paid much attention to it and delayed it a little. But it didn't matter, there was still enough time, and it would not hurt to investigate more. Now Pei Qian finally took the time to visit Feihuang Studio and finalize the matter. In the meeting room, Wu Chuan handed Pei Qian his research report. Mr. Pei, this is the situation of several animation companies I investigated. These animation companies are all in general operating conditions and can be considered for acquisition. In addition to these, there are some excellent animation companies in the industry that can also be taken into consideration. Although we cannot directly acquire them, we can make demands to them as Party A and let them produce Agent Academy. Mr. Pei, which studio do you want to know about? I can answer the questions in detail. Pei Qian casually flipped through the research report. It can be seen that Wu Chuan did a lot of homework. The above information is quite detailed, including the founding years of these studios, representative works, etc., and everything should be included. And Wu Chuan is right. Acquisition is not the only option. You can also choose outsourcing, that is, not buying a studio, and simply cooperating around animation. Although the control over the studio will be greatly reduced, the cooperating studios are definitely the first class and top studios in the industry. As long as the money is enough, the quality of the output works will be more guaranteed. Quickly scanning the representative works of these studios, Pei Qian couldn't help but frowned. It seems too reliable. He has heard of or seen many of the representative works of these studios, and knows that they are very reliable choices in the domestic animation circle. Then, what about the acquisition, plus Tenda's reputation? Although Pei Qian thinks that the script of Agent Academy is quite ordinary, with the bonus of these animation studios, it may become a hit if it gets some heat inexplicably. This risk still exists. Pei Qian pondered for a moment and said, "These animation studios seem to have their own problems." Wu Chuan nodded slightly. Sure enough, President Pei's requirements are very high. So many studios ranked in the industry actually have their own problems, which is enough to show that President Pei's vision is unique and sharp. But the problem is, there is no other choice. Wu Chuan said, "Boss Pei, these are the results of the current research. If you are not satisfied, there is no better choice. Otherwise, I will look for foreign companies, but it will definitely be more troublesome to cooperate with foreign companies." Pei Qian waved his hand, "There is no need for this. I mean, why don't we just set up an animation studio from scratch? I originally wanted to buy a ready-made one, preferably one that could lose a lot of money. But after investigation, I found that such a good thing is not easy to pick up, and the risk is still a bit high. In this case, what about doing it yourself? Animation as a whole is still a field that requires accumulation and professional talents. Instead of acquiring a ready-made studio that has been run in and has a perfect work process, wouldn't it be more likely to fail if I set up an animation studio myself?" Wu Chuan hesitated for a moment and said, "But Mr. Pei, as I said at the beginning, we don't have any technical accumulation in this area. I'm afraid it will be more difficult to get the studio on the right track. Many things can't be solved simply with money." Pei Qian laughed, "Isn't that just right? Problems that can't be solved with money are the most expensive." Chapter 1285, Both Can Cross Borders. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. Pei Qian smiled slightly, "Technical accumulation can't be forced. Since there is no technical accumulation, we can also choose not to learn from traditional animation studios, we can use new methods." Wu Chuan was a little confused. New methods? There are many ways to classify animation, and it can be directly divided into 2D and 3D in a simple and rough way. Traditional 2D animation is mainly Japanese animation, while most domestic animation studios are 3D. The core difference between these two types of animation is that the former is hand-painted one by one, while the latter is to make models, bind actions, and animators adjust the action changes of each scene, post-production special effects, etc. Although it is said that 2D is more expensive than 3D, the specific price depends on the type. Because 2D requires pure hand painting, the manpower cost of the painter is huge. But if 3D wants to be particularly fine, it also needs to spend a lot of money to render. Just like the CG of the game, if you really want to do it well, the cost is also unlimited. 3D is cheap only means that it can cut corners relatively, and the bad ones are relatively average, and it is not so easy to be discovered. After all, 2D animations have to be drawn one by one, and if you cut corners a little, the picture will easily collapse, while 3D rarely has serious and unbearable problems. It is precisely for this reason that domestic animation studios still focus on 3D. On the one hand, there is not enough talent reserve in 2D animation, and on the other hand, it is also because 3D animation is relatively easy to control. Many low-cost 3D animations can also guarantee the most basic quality and become popular under the premise of good scripts. It is definitely not possible for Tenda to do 2D, because there are not so many related talents in the entire domestic circle. You can't spend money to dig people abroad, right? 3D is generally simpler. Wu Chuan originally wanted to directly acquire domestic 3D animation studios, but President Pei was not very satisfied with these studios. So what is the new method? Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then said, "We can use the real-time rendering method of game cutscenes to make animations. They are all similar things anyway. After all, technology is developing so fast now, there is no need to stick to the old calendar. Mission and choice is a good attempt." Wu Chuan was stunned for a moment. It sounds feasible, but it seems not feasible after careful consideration. But if you say it is not feasible, it does not seem to be completely unfeasible. It's almost like a mobile phone manufacturer making electric cars. They have something in common, but the correlation is not that strong. Wu Chuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Pei, the real-time CG of the game is obviously different from that of animation. If you try to use it, the effect may not be very good. Now our game modeling is very accurate. It can't be compared with the fineness of those animated blockbusters that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, but it is more than enough to compare with ordinary 3D animation. But relatively speaking, the game CG cutscenes are all very fragmented content, the time is very short, and there are few long dialogues and lines. It mainly plays a role in connecting the game plot, so it is actually a state of playing to one's strengths and avoiding weaknesses. If you really want to use this method to make animation, it seems, there is no such precedent. Wu Chuan has no clear idea whether this method can work. In theory, it can definitely be done. Tenda has accumulated talents in this area. It is not a big problem to transfer some people from the game department and set up an animation studio. But the main issues that make people entangled are details. For example, what is the input-output ratio of this studio, and whether the cost required for production is proportional to its subsequent revenue. Tenda can invest huge amounts of money in games because the games have enough players to support them, and the cost can be recovered if the sales volume increases. But for animation, not many people are willing to pay for it. For example, how to deal with some details in the production process. Agent Academy is a relatively light-hearted and humorous script, which is directly related to the heroes in GOG. According to Wu Chuan's original idea, it is appropriate to let those domestic 3D animation studios do it. But if you want to use the game cutscene method, then do these heroes need to be remodeled? Do you need to find motion capture actors to play? What if they don't play well? If you do it yourself, on the one hand, it is not easy to control the cost, and on the other hand, it is not easy to grasp the script adaptation and some details. Wu Chuan briefly explained these problems. It's not that I think President Pei knows nothing about this, but mainly that no matter how knowledgeable a person is, there are always aspects that he is not good at. Wu Chuan feels that as a subordinate, he still needs to remind him a few more times. After all, it is a matter of great importance. Setting up an animation studio by yourself is the most expensive option. Whether it is to pay someone else to do it or to spend money to acquire an animation studio, it may be less difficult than setting it up by yourself. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile. Difficult? That's perfect. I like this kind of difficult one. He was silent for a moment and asked, "Then let me ask this. If you set up your own studio, can you guarantee that you will release at least one episode in 4 months? This episode can be long or short, even 15 minutes is considered an episode. Agent Academy is more like a light comedy, and an episode should not be too long, otherwise it will appear tedious and will make the audience a little aesthetically fatigued. 15 to 20 minutes is enough, and updating in small quantities and multiple times may give the audience a better feeling. The reason why Pei Qian asked this was to confirm whether this thing would affect the settlement cycle. If it did not, then everything would not be a problem. Wu Chuan thought for a moment. Boss Pei, are there no restrictions? For example, quality and plot content. If there are no restrictions, then of course there is no problem. In fact, just transferring some people from the game department and outsourcing some work is more than enough to produce the finished product. The only thing to worry about is the cost, the final effect, and the profit. Pei Qian knew it in his heart. No need to worry about that. Don't save on costs. Since we are trying a new way, we should boldly try and make mistakes. If you don't have enough money, just ask me. It's expected that the initial effect is not good. We can adjust it slowly. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser, and it will get better slowly. As for the profit issue, don't worry about it. As long as the quality is good, we can always find a way to make a profit. As for the difference between game cutscenes CG and 3D animations you mentioned, this is indeed a problem. But I think it's ultimately a question of perspective. Why do many game companies do a good job with cutscene CG, but don't make animations? Why do many animation companies have strength, but don't make games? In the final analysis, it's because they are used to their original fields, which is the safest, and cross-border means uncertainty and risk, and they are unwilling to take this risk. But I think that different art forms are interoperable, and there is nothing wrong with trying cross-borders more often. Even if it doesn't succeed, you can always get some inspiration from it, which may help your future work. So, it's because others don't do it, so we have to do it even more. Wu Chuan was a little dumbfounded, and his expression was dull for a while. I feel that what Mr. Pei said is obviously outrageous, but it makes sense. What's the matter? Most companies do choose the most stable way to make money for themselves, which is correct. Just like many people ask, why are 3A masterpieces with huge investments and high risks, domestic game manufacturers are unwilling to make them, but foreign manufacturers are releasing them as frequently as New Year's goods? Is it because foreign game manufacturers are more noble than domestic ones? This statement is of course very one-sided, because for foreign manufacturers, 3A games are the most familiar and easiest way to make money compared to games that charge for props. Forcing to make games that charge for props may damage reputation and lose money. On the contrary, for domestic manufacturers, 3A games are high-risk models, while games that charge for money are low-risk models, because their target player groups and markets are more inclined to games that charge for money. After tasting the sweetness of games that charge for money, some foreign manufacturers are also very shady, no worse than domestic manufacturers. This shows that many manufacturers do not want to make this money, but simply have the desire, but not the courage. Many manufacturers are not unable to do it, but simply avoid risks. Since making games makes a lot of money, and has a relatively mature profit model, why should we invest huge sums of money in animation? Wouldn't it be better to continue to release sequels with this money? Even if it is a cross-border, it must be a playful nature, to try it out and not to invest huge sums of money rashly. But President Pei obviously doesn't see the problem that way. Mr. Pei is a person who loves adventure and always likes to try to make breakthroughs in artistry through continuous cross-border. Perhaps the reason why he emphasized the use of games to make animation this time is that he does not want to follow the existing experience, but hopes to find some new inspiration through this cross-border form. After all, if this script is handed over to the animation studio, the things produced will definitely be relatively traditional and conservative, and there will not be so many unrestrained changes. But the problem is that Wu Chuan feels that he doesn't have the ability. He is not even the person in charge, but just an ordinary employee of Fei Huang Studio. He feels that he has to bear too much pressure that he shouldn't bear. But the first thing to be clear about working in Tenda is that President Pei's requirements must be completed at all costs. This is the core of Tenda's spirit that every employee must understand. In the end, Wu Chuan nodded reluctantly. Okay, President Pei, I'll do my best. Pei Qian was very satisfied. Well, very good, don't be afraid to spend money, tell me anything you need at any time. Chapter 1286 Advertising Space for Suffering Journey. After arranging the matters of the animation studio, Pei Qian returned to the company headquarters. As soon as he entered the elevator, he saw that the newly purchased advertisement had been put on. The documentary of Suffering Journey was playing on the display screen. Many office buildings have some small display screens as advertising space. These display screens are generally placed in the lobby elevator, inside the elevator, or other places with dense traffic, and advertise to ordinary office workers. There are also some small display screens on buses and subways, which are used to play advertisements for various products. The advertisements played on them are generally more brainwashing types of advertisements, such as recruitment, selling second-hand cars, taking wedding photos, renting houses, moving, etc., and there are also some travel agency advertisements. It's just that although these advertisements are of different types, they are all similarly boring, even a little low. Of course, there are reasons for this situation. On the one hand, the people facing these small screens are generally office workers on their way to work, and the best target customer group of these merchants happens to be office workers. On the other hand, because the screen is too small, sometimes even the sound can't be heard clearly, so making a high-end film will not be very effective. It can only leave a deep impression on people through intuitive pictures and repeated brainwashing advertising slogans. Over time, the advertisements in similar places have all become similar, boring, brainwashing, and even a little low. Pei Qian can't avoid taking an elevator when going to and from get off work, and can't avoid being subjected to these mental pollution. Although the small screen in the elevator room of Shenhua Haojing is muted, there is a realm that the advertisements have reached called, silence is better than sound at this time. I have set up a WeChat public account to send you year-end benefits. You can go and have a look. Some brainwashing advertisements only need you to listen to them once. Next time, even if you don't hear the sound and only see the picture, those sounds will automatically echo in your ears. It's simply mental pollution. But now, this mental pollution has been swept away. Because all the advertising spaces in the Shenhua Haojing building have been replaced with documentaries of suffering travel. Not only Shenhua Haojing, this time Meng Chang spent a lot of money on publicity, and also put this documentary on advertising screens in buses, subways, and other office buildings. This is part of Meng Chang's publicity strategy. After all, if you want to get a high commission, you have to spend more money, and spending money must be skillful. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this, and felt that Meng Chang was onto something. This is simply a textbook example of spending money but no effect. First of all, the display effect on such a small screen is not good, and there may be no sound or unclear sound on the bus or subway, so most manufacturers will choose more brainwashing and monotonous advertising words to deepen the effect of the advertisement and cope with such a complex environment. But the promotional video of Suffering Travel is obviously different from these advertisements. You must listen to the sound and read the subtitles to know what is going on, but the small screen often has low sound and it is not easy to see the subtitles. Secondly, this advertising column is mainly aimed at office workers, and office workers are often more pragmatic. Look at other types of advertisements, such as recruitment, second-hand cars, renting, moving, wedding photos. Each of them is a kind of rigid demand in life. Even the advertisements of travel agencies basically emphasize a petty bourgeoisie sentiment, and the hint is, you work so hard, you should go on a trip to see the beautiful scenery and take a break. As a result, the documentary of Suffering Travel directly makes office workers feel that it seems better to go to work. In short, this documentary of suffering travel is put on these small screens as an advertisement, which is absolutely amazing. The key is that this operation really costs a lot of money. After all, these advertising spaces have to be competed with recruitment, used car, rental, and moving companies. Which of these companies is short of money? The advertising is not cost-effective, but after grabbing it, it can purify the environment and make people less tortured by brainwashing advertisements. It can be said to be a great merit. More importantly, it can not only dissuade customers from the outside, but also serve as a warning to the employees of Tenda Group. The suffering trip will be fully open in the future, and anyone can come by paying to sign up. The reason has been mentioned before, because making the suffering trip a business behavior is far more costly and loss-making than a simple employee benefit. So, it is crucial to dissuade potential customers in advance. For Tenda employees, it is another matter. After all, outsiders can sign up without paying, while Tenda employees cannot go even if they want to pay. Suffering trip is a company benefit for them, and it is a benefit that cannot be refused. When the employees see that being a person in charge will actually make them suffer so much, and then think that the benefits of being an ordinary employee are not much different from those of the person in charge, then why should they work hard and perform hard to be a person in charge? At that time, everyone will slack off together, and even the original person in charge will start to hide their strengths and bide their time. Isn't this better? Therefore, Pei Qian thought more and more that it was appropriate, and was quite satisfied with Meng Cheng's arrangement this time. Back in the office, Pei Qian opened the documentary again and prepared to watch it again. Such a joyful video should be filmed for 100 or 180 seasons, with 20 to 30 episodes in each season. In fact, this documentary is not very long, and the challenging content is not very exciting. Rock climbing and wilderness survival are both very professional projects, and there are even many TV programs dedicated to this topic. Compared with those professional masters, the group of people who travel in suffering are obviously far behind, and at most they are just an entry-level group. But it can give people a very down-to-earth feeling. After all, those masters of outdoor survival and rock climbing are not ordinary people at first glance. When doing these difficult and challenging projects, they will naturally give people a sense of alienation. For office white-collar workers who lack exercise all year round, wilderness survival masters like Bear Grylls are already different species from themselves. Watching such TV programs is more of a curiosity, and they will not put themselves into it at all. But the suffering travel is different. These are also ordinary people. Let alone other things, simply eating compressed biscuits and dried meat is a very severe challenge for some of them. So it looks particularly immersive, and after putting yourself in it, you feel that you will never go there. The challenges in the documentary are relatively simple, mainly rock climbing, rappelling, swimming, setting up tents, making fire, cooking food, etc. The food is farmed poultry bought at a nearby farmer's market and placed in a specific area for these people to catch, either by archery or by setting traps. If they can't catch them, they can only eat compressed biscuits. It sounds interesting, but the result is often that you are busy and exhausted, but you get nothing. You can only watch others eat roasted chicken while you eat compressed biscuits. It is not very harmful, but very insulting. These things seem easy, but in fact, for ordinary people, just setting up a tent and sleeping in the wild is already a kind of suffering. Pei Qian paid special attention to the performance of these responsible persons. Hu Xianben is relatively the best performer, probably because he is relatively young, has good physical fitness, and adapts quickly. Although Huang Sibo's physical fitness is not very good, he is in a state of resignation and does not complain too much. He seems to know that it is useless to say anything. He has an expression of Brother Bao, if you have any tricks, just use them. I'm lying down. Xiaopeng is still trying to get close to Bao Su, and seems to hope to use the human relationship tactics to break down Bao Su's psychological defenses, at least to make himself feel a little more relaxed. After all, among these responsible persons, he is relatively less hated by Bao Su. He dishing talked the most, deliberately acting miserable in front of the camera, and kept talking about how miserable he was during the interview, as if he wanted to arouse sympathy and get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. As for Guo Liqing, his physical fitness was the best, but it was obvious that the fun of surviving in the wild was far less than lifting weights for him, so he just completed Bao Su's requirements very perfunctorily, waiting for the end of this activity with no desire to live. A documentary that fully expresses the life of these responsible persons. But overall there is a tone and premise, that is, except for Bao Su, no one is enjoying it, everyone is suffering, and they can't wait to stop the activities and return to Jingzhou. The documentary does not mention the names and identities of these people. After all, who they are is not important, what is important is the suffering they are suffering. As long as everyone can see that the suffering trip is worthy of the name and has a natural dissuasion effect, then the purpose of this documentary will be achieved. So far, this documentary has been quite popular on the Ellie Island website, and the comments have gradually increased. When the promotional video was first released, some people expressed their yearning, but now it is quite rare. When I just finished watching the promotional video, I was wondering why it was called a suffering trip. Now I understand. It really is suffering. The people invited here are not very dedicated. Shouldn't they try to show that they are enjoying it? Why do they all have such bitter faces? Maybe this is Tenda's consistent purpose? Must it be real enough? I mean, the first batch of internal test users should be people who are more interested in wilderness survival, right? Why do these people feel like they were forced to participate in the event at gunpoint? In short, one thing is clear, this suffering trip is really a serious suffering trip, and that promotional video is a lie. Very good, I hope there will be more seasons in the future. Although I won't go, it's still interesting to watch others suffer. Many viewers are puzzled by the existence of this documentary. According to common sense, since this documentary is also officially released, it should at least show a more positive side, right? And there is no need to deliberately shoot this. Since it is an internal test, it must be carefully selected to have some people who are interested in outdoor survival to participate, right? The documentary shot at that time will naturally be very optimistic and enjoyable. As a result, I don't know where the official found these people from, and their faces are more sullen than bitter gourds, which really interprets the word suffering to the extreme. The audience has no opinion, after all, watching others suffer is still quite enjoyable. The key is, can this thing still expect to make money in the future? Isn't this discouraging all the target customer groups? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1287 Confident Meng Chang is back. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. October 31st, Wednesday. Meng Chang came to the door of President Pei's office in high spirits, tidied his appearance, and then knocked on the door very steadily. Knock knock knock. Come in. Seeing that it was Meng Chang, Pei Qian's face naturally showed a smile. Come, sit down. This time, the promotion of the suffering journey can be said to be deeply in my heart. It is a plan that makes me very satisfied. Take a look at the commission for this month. Pei Qian said as he handed over the laptop. Meng Chang reached out to take it and took a simple glance. This month's commission was about 110,000, which was more than the 98,000 he got last time when he was on the Chaolu game platform. The reason why I didn't get the full commission last time was that the promotion plan of the Chaolu game platform didn't burn a lot of money, and there were too many negative news, which triggered widespread heated discussions, and objectively played a certain publicity effect. Negative heat is also heat. The publicity plan of Suffering Travel purchased a large number of advertisements on display screens in office buildings, buses, subways, etc., which was very expensive, but did not generate much heat. Many people just saw and knew about the existence of the suffering travel and laughed it off. Because it did not cause any negative news, netizens did not fight each other, and everyone just laughed at it as a joke, so the publicity effect was worse than when recruiting game platforms. Of course, not getting the full commission means that there are still some shortcomings in this plan. The biggest problem is time. The entire publicity plan for suffering travel was released a little too late, so the heat had not completely passed at the end of the month, and the residual heat of this heat slightly affected the amount of commission. However, for Meng Qiang, this is already a huge improvement. What's more, Meng Qiang now looks very lightly on the issue of commission. After experiencing so many ups and downs, and how many times he missed the commission, Meng Qiang's mentality has become very stable. He has slowly understood the deep meaning of President Pei. Commission? It's just a number. President Pei is sharing his comprehensive publicity methods. Moreover, this is not just simple theoretical teaching. President Pei clearly combines theory with practice and pays great attention to teaching methods. Let Meng Qiang be responsible for the promotion of Tenda's various industries. If there are deviations in the process, President Pei will correct them. When things are about to go wrong, President Pei will also cover the bottom line. Moreover, Mr. Pei did not teach in a cramming way, but let Meng Qiang understand it bit by bit and indirectly. This teaching method is easy to understand and makes Meng Qiang progress rapidly. Looking back at the time when he joined Tenda, Meng Qiang felt that his way of thinking had changed a lot. Before, his eyes were only fixed on the commission, just like when he was making a promotional plan, he only knew to focus on the popularity. But he didn't know that this was just seeing the trees and not the forest, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. The original way of thinking could bring him popularity, but it also planted the seeds of failure. Now, Meng Qiang has learned to look at problems in a longer-term perspective, and naturally he no longer cares about commissions. As long as you understand Mr. Pei's promotion method, how much commission you want is easy to get. Moreover, Mr. Pei's teaching is priceless. How many people want to learn, but there is no way. From this perspective, Mr. Pei not only confiscated his tuition, but also gave him commissions, which is simply a great favor. Once he figured out this problem, Meng Qiang no longer cared about those commissions. He only wanted to learn from Mr. Pei as soon as possible. By then, whether in Tenda or elsewhere, he could truly show what he had learned and impress everyone. Therefore, Meng Qiang simply scanned the number and knew what he was going to do. He handed the laptop back. Boss Pei, what is the plan for next month? Pei Qian took the computer and couldn't help but look at Meng Qiang with a new look. Wow, the young man is getting better and better. Look at Meng Qiang in the past. He looked like he had no desire to live when he calculated his commission at the end of the month. He was completely in low spirits when he received the new task for the next month, just like a death row prisoner who chose different ways to die for himself. But now? After getting the commission, he was calm and even took the initiative to ask about the content of the project for the next month and started planning the publicity plan in advance. Perfect. Meng Qiang, you have been trained by me. My efforts have not been in vain. Pei Qian originally wanted to talk more with Meng Qiang about the plan of suffering travel, discuss the deep intentions behind this plan, and analyze the pros and cons with him, but he thought it was a bit unnecessary. Meng Qiang has received the commission, doesn't that prove that their brain waves are synchronized? Now Meng Qiang is more enthusiastic. He can't let him indulge in his past success. He must enter the preparation stage of the next project as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Pei Qian nodded. Next month's project is Real Estate Agency Simulator. According to the previously set development schedule, this game will be officially launched at the end of next month. You can learn about the details of this game in advance and think about how to promote it. In fact, the promotion plan I made for VR glasses last time was also reserved and not particularly successful. This time we have to cooperate with Qingshan Studio again. You should summarize the lessons learned from the last time and strive to do better. The last time, Pei Qian was personally responsible for the promotion of VR glasses, and Meng Chang was only responsible for shooting a concept promotional video. Because Meng Chang always failed and was very determined to leave, Pei Qian had to do it himself and demonstrated to him the correct operation of taking commissions. But taking commissions does seem to be very difficult. Pei Qian worked hard for a long time, but he only helped Meng Chang get an additional 2,000 guaranteed commissions, plus the basic salary for a total of 6,000 yuan. Pei Qian made a lot of efforts, but in the end, it was because of a video by Mr. Chow that it ignited the heat, and Doubt VR glasses and Animal Island VR became popular together. That's why Pei Qian said that the last plan was not particularly perfect. But he certainly couldn't say that he tried his best, because that would seriously undermine Meng Chang's self-confidence. It would make Meng Chang feel that Mr. Pei had worked so hard but didn't get the full commission, but he let me take it. Isn't this forcing me? That's why Pei Qian said calmly that he actually had some reservations when he made the promotion plan last time, so it was not particularly successful. Let Meng Chang sum up the experience and lessons and strive to do better. Meng Chang nodded immediately. I understand, President Pei. In his opinion, the last Doubt VR glasses promotion plan was simply as successful as it could be. President Pei's performance art style promotion simply gave this VR glasses a soul, and the whole process fully demonstrated to Meng Chang the textbook standard operation of Pei's promotion method. As a result, President Pei actually said that it was not particularly successful. Still have reservations? It seems that President Pei's standard for success is too high. President Pei's true level is too unfathomable. Such a perfect plan is not perfect in President Pei's eyes, and there is still room for improvement. Indeed, President Pei did not get the full commission at that time, but it was obviously because he did not want Meng Chang to get something for nothing, so he just got a guaranteed commission at the right time. The method has been fully demonstrated. For Meng Chang, as long as he controls the timing well, it is only a matter of time to turn 20,000 into 200,000. President Pei told him to sum up the lessons learned from the last time. It was obvious that he wanted him to review the lessons learned at that time and digest them. He should not be complacent just because he got the promotion this time, but should continue to learn and make progress. Meng Chang had already experienced the profoundness of Pei's propaganda method. Before, he thought he had grasped the essence, but eternal reincarnation gave him a blow, and he almost made a mess. It was still President Pei who cleaned it up. Now he knows that he has only mastered a little bit of the fur, so he dare not be arrogant anymore. The next promotional plan is Real Estate Agency Simulator, a VR game developed by President Pei for Creative and Qingshan Studio. Before, Meng Chang's biggest headache was to make a promotional plan for the game because it was too difficult. Other industries of Tenda may not make money for the time being, but it is very rare for a game to not be popular once it is launched. So before, when Meng Chang encountered a game project, he wanted to die. But now the situation is different. After mastering Pei's promotion method, Meng Chang has become unafraid of challenges. It's like doing a question. When you don't know the solution, you just want to tear up the paper when you encounter a difficult problem. But if you know the solution, simple questions are boring. If you really start to study difficult problems, you will feel immersed. Meng Chang was in such a state at this moment. He became positive and motivated again, and seemed to have returned to his former high-spirited self. But before, he was high-spirited because he was young and frivolous, and he was arrogant because he didn't know there was always a mountain higher than the other. Now, he has seen the highest peak and found the way to climb it, so he has regained his fighting spirit. It seems that the status is similar, but in fact there is a fundamental difference. Pei Qian was also very happy to see Meng Chong so confident. Okay, then you go back and prepare well, be fully prepared, and ask me any questions at any time. Meng Chong successfully got the commission, which made Pei Qian feel better. The current status of the suffering trip is a good phenomenon. The suffering of the current leaders should have come to an end. The next step is a 2-week relaxation phase, and then another week of suffering. Since the suffering of this group of people is almost over, the suffering of the next group of people can almost be put on the agenda. This time, Pei Qian not only wants to bring those department heads who have escaped the net, but also wants to arrange a few enemies in the small notebook. For example, Wang Guangjian and Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang doesn't need to be mentioned, it is definitely interesting to watch him suffer. Wang Guangjian is a powerful person. Neither the haunted house nor the roller coaster can suppress him at all. I wonder if the suffering trip can make him feel the suffering. He must have something he is not good at, right? But there is still a very critical problem, which is how to trick them. It's easy to talk to Tengda's internal employees, and they can be arranged with just one word, but if people outside the company don't want to come, you can't just kidnap them, right? You still have to think of a good way to trick them in, so that you can do it. Chapter 1288 Tengda Recruitment Examination Booklet. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. November 1st, Thursday. It is Tengda's recruitment season again. Wu Bin from the Human Resources Department is here to invigilate as usual. Looking at the bustling crowd outside the examination room, he feels a little emotional. Every time Tengda takes a recruitment exam, Wu Bin can intuitively feel the rapid development and changes of the giant Tenda Group. He is one of the first batch of employees to take the Tengda recruitment exam. At that time, the Tengda recruitment exam was just a prototype. Although compared with other companies, Tengda's recruitment exam was very formal and large-scale at the beginning. Compared with later recruitment exams, it only contains the most basic content. The Human Resources Department is naturally not idle, because the Tengda recruitment exam is the most critical step in selecting talents, and it must be controlled from the source. Every year, the question bank is updated, some new questions are added, and the content of various professional knowledge is becoming more detailed. Moreover, the examination process is more stringent and the confidentiality level has become higher. Since the last Tengda recruitment exam, the content of the exam has undergone some special changes. This is the first time that the Tengda Spirit Test content has been included in the written test. This point was particularly promoted by Wu Bin. Because Wu Bin felt that it would be a pity if employees were eliminated because they could not pass the Tengda Spirit Test after going through many stages such as written tests and interviews with responsible persons. For Tengda, this is a waste of resources, and for the interviewers, it is a waste of time, which is a bit too cruel. Therefore, Wu Bin proposed to add some Tengda Spirit Test questions to the written test, and eliminate some of those who do not meet the Tengda spirit from the beginning, so as to minimize the unpleasant situation on both sides. Of course, as an interpreter of the Tengda spirit, Wu Bin knew that everyone, including himself, understood the Tengda spirit in a relatively one-sided and incomplete way, and the person who truly and completely mastered the Tengda spirit was President Pei. In other words, the Tengda Spirit Test questions given by President Pei were the real test questions. In order to prevent mistakes, Wu Bin only gave some relatively confident questions with relatively standard answers based on his understanding of the Tengda spirit and President Pei's original questions. These questions will not account for a large proportion of the entire written test, only about 15 points out of 100 points. Wu Bin believes that this proportion is just right. It will not account for too high a proportion, resulting in failure to measure the basic ability of the subjects, and it can also play a certain screening role. Although 15 points are not much, sometimes the written test score of a key position is really 1 or 2 points away. Because more and more people come to participate in the Tengda recruitment exam, everyone has brushed the questions and has strong abilities. Under the premise that everyone is excellent, sometimes it is really just a few points away. This has a screening effect. Among people with similar basic and professional abilities, the group of people who are more in line with the Tenda spirit are selected. Half a year ago, the Tenda spirit test question was already released in the Tenda recruitment exam, which caused some controversy among the candidates at that time. But it did not cause widespread discussion on the internet. Because these questions did not directly state that they were Tenda spirit test questions, but were cleverly dispersed into different question types. Most people just feel that they suddenly encounter a 3-point question while doing it, which at most leaves some impression, but not too deep a memory. And most people do not realize the significance of these questions at all, and do not delve into their deep connotations. Many questions are more worthy of discussion. For example, in the Tenda game department, the last big question every year is a game design question, which requires designing a game that is completely different from the games on the market under the premise of limiting several key conditions. This question is the most discussed every year. Therefore, in the face of so many unique questions, the Tenda spirit test questions scattered in various modules are not so obvious. Wu Bin is very satisfied with this, thinking that this is also a small contribution and small optimization he has made in the human resources department. Wu Bin put away his examiner's work card and walked around outside the examination room. He likes to walk around like this every year for the recruitment exam, to see the various states of the candidates and feel everyone's enthusiasm when participating in the Tenda recruitment exam. Sometimes this kind of incognito visit can also get some unexpected gains. For example, in the recruitment exam in November last year, Wu Bin found that some institutions had already made real questions and analysis of the Tenda recruitment exam, and sold them as teaching aids. For example, detailed explanation of Tenda entry exam real questions, Tenda entry exam universal collection, Tenda entry exam professional knowledge questions prediction for various positions, and so on. These are not leaked questions from within, but are compiled by many training institutions who see profit and organize manpower. Similar situations actually occur in many exams. Training institutions specifically organize people to sign up, and after entering, they do not answer questions, but just memorize them. Each person memorizes a small section, and the combination is a complete set of test questions. After that, these institutions will organize people to answer the questions, and compare the scores with those who took the normal exams, and they can also get the approximate standard answers. Of course, this is only limited to the objective questions. If it is a subjective question, the deviation will be too large. This is why it is not recommended for candidates to spend too much time on the essay questions, because those are not the real standard answers, but the answers written by the training institutions themselves. After reading it, there is indeed an improvement, but the improvement will not be great. Relatively speaking, the standard answers for the objective questions are more meaningful. This situation is basically unavoidable. Candidates memorize the questions with their brains. It is impossible to make them lose their memory when they leave the examination room, right? A stick on the back of everyone's head? That's not right. The only way to effectively delay this situation is not to announce the specific scores, but only announce the admission results. But doing so is obviously more harmful than beneficial. Because for most objective questions, there is a question, and there is a general answer. It is impossible for the question to violate objective laws and common sense. If the specific scores are not announced, it is easy for people to think that this exam is not formal and is playing a dark box operation, and the fairness will be questioned. Compared to getting high scores by practicing questions, most people cannot accept the opacity of exams. President Pei's Tenda spirit test is completely closed, but after all, it was made by President Pei himself, and it was aimed at interns within the company, so no one would have any doubts. But after all, the Tenda recruitment exam is for the whole society, so it is unrealistic to be completely closed. Therefore, the only way is to update the question bank every year to reduce the impact of brushing questions on the exam as much as possible. It cannot be reduced too low, because the exam is something, and pre-exam preparation is also an important part. Wu Ben is not very opposed to the existence of these teaching aids. Their existence is still reasonable, just like the country has not directly banned those tutoring institutions for national exams. As long as these teaching aids do not mislead students, it will be fine. Wu Ben walked around outside the examination room for a few times and saw many touching scenes of cheering each other up and making appointments to enter Tenda. As he walked, a man in a coat suddenly came up and whispered, "Brother, are you here to take the exam? Do you want teaching aids?" Wu Ben inexplicably had a sense of déjà vu of "Brother, do you want to plate?" Looking at the teaching aids vendor in a coat, Wu Ben suddenly felt a little sympathetic. "Buddy, isn't it a bit late for you to sell teaching aids now? It's like selling swordsmanship to a swordsman who is about to go to Mount Huashan to compete in swordplay. This thing can't be mastered quickly. It's too late to sharpen your sword before the exam, isn't it?" Wu Ben asked. The teaching aids vendor smiled mysteriously. "It's not too late. What I sell is not regular teaching aids, but the answers and analysis of the special questions that were just released by Tenda last time." Wu Ben was stunned for a moment. "Special questions? What are those?" The teaching aids vendor explained. "Didn't you do the last real test? They are questions like whether to work overtime or not. These questions are scattered in different sections. Although they are in different positions, they can be roughly classified into one category, and they have never been seen in other exams, so we call them special questions." Wu Ben was stunned for a moment, and then reacted instantly. "Aren't these the newly added Tenda mental test questions? It was noticed so quickly?" On second thought, it is normal to be noticed. After all, the style of these questions is completely different from other questions, just like fireflies in the dark night, which are difficult to ignore. It is one thing that there is no widespread discussion on the internet, but whether anyone pays attention to it is another thing. Tenda's question bank is changed every time. Even if these institutions can determine some answers by elimination method, it will not work. The key is the analysis. This teaching aid seller actually said that he had the analysis of these mental test questions? Could it be that the Tenda mental manual was leaked? That's impossible. The Tenda mental manual that Wu Ben summarized before was an internal publication. Only trusted employees could get it from the person in charge. It should not be leaked to the outside. As the summarizer of Tenda spirit, Wu Ben has always attached great importance to confidentiality. "Give me a copy." For work needs, Wu Ben felt that he had to buy a copy to study. "Okay, 15. The teaching aid seller took out a palm-sized booklet that looked like only a dozen pages from his coat. 15? You are robbing." Wu Ben was shocked. He had known for a long time that teaching aids were expensive. After all, knowledge is priceless. It's good enough that they are willing to sell it to you, so why bother about whether it is expensive or not? And after all, teaching aids are aimed at people with just in need, so it's okay if it's a little expensive. Most people invest so much time in the exam, so why would they care about 20 or 30 yuan? But such a thin booklet is actually sold for 15? This is simply incredible and incomprehensible. The teaching aid vendor smiled slightly. "Brother, don't think it's expensive. It's not many pages, but it takes a lot of effort to do it. Just think about it, memorizing the questions from the exam room, then combining the scores to determine the correct answers, and then summarizing the commonalities of the questions from these correct answers and giving a universal analysis. What a huge workload. Besides, the competition for Tenda's recruitment exam is so fierce, a few points difference may be the difference between passing and failing. Think about Tenda's salary, 15 yuan, to buy a dream, isn't it good? And this thing is quick, with well-summarized rules in it, just flip through it before the exam and it will work. Do you think it's worth it? Wu Bin. Suddenly, I feel that what this teaching aid vendor said makes some sense. Okay, I'll have one. Wu Bin took out his mobile phone and obediently scanned the code to pay. Chapter 1289, Ridiculously Wrong Formula. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. Brother, you are still clear-headed. I think you will definitely pass the exam. The teaching aid vendor happily took the money and handed over the booklet. Wu Bin took it and stood there flipping through it. Because these Tenda mental test questions were added to the last exam, there are not many questions, only a dozen in total. The objective part of the Tenda recruitment exam has a full score of 100 points and about 120 questions, so the score of each question ranges from 0.5 to 1.5 points. Some questions will also fluctuate slightly depending on the number of people who answer correctly. This booklet is a formal publication issued by a teaching aid institution that has been doing Tenda recruitment exam real questions. Just looking at the 5 yuan price on the back of the booklet, Wu Bin felt that his IQ was severely taxed. Looking at the teaching aid vendor again, I don't know where he ran away. It is obvious that he moves to another place after shooting. Wu Bin was speechless. The tricks were everywhere. I have to say that this teaching aid seller was quite smart. Although this booklet was a regular publication issued by a teaching aid institution, it was easily overlooked when buying it. After all, many people did not pay enough attention to the so-called special questions here. The teaching aids dealers saw this point, so they resold it in the examination hall, specifically targeting those who ignored this point and wanted to sharpen their skills before the battle. With a little bit of rhetoric, they can sell it, and they will cheat as many people as they can. Although he was cheated of some money, it was not a big problem. Wu Bin mainly wanted to see the content of this booklet. After flipping through the questions and correct answers, Wu Bin found that these questions were indeed the original questions, and the correct rate of the answers reached 80% to 90%. Because there are multiple choice questions here, the rule of multiple choice questions is that if you choose the wrong answer, you will not get any points, and if you choose one of the correct answers, you will get a part of the points, and you will get full points only if you choose all the correct answers. Obviously, the people who copied the questions could not completely determine the scoring rules, and some places added some brain supplements, resulting in some deviations. But overall, the correct rate of 80% to 90% is guaranteed, which is already very impressive. But then again, this is just the real question last time, and the questions this time have all been changed. It is not difficult to reverse the standard answer based on the score. The key is whether the analysis is correct and whether you can maintain a relatively high correct rate when encountering new questions. Wu Bin turned directly to the analysis section at the back of the booklet. For the special questions newly added to the Tenda recruitment exam, I don't have a clear idea yet. Because these questions do not exist in any other exams, they seem to be original questions of the Tenda Group. However, after summarizing the answers to these questions, the author found a certain pattern. Although it seems too reasonable, everyone can answer according to the following pattern. No overtime seems to be one of the correct codes. As long as you see the option of no overtime, as long as it is not a particularly important emergency task, you can basically choose it without thinking. Although it sounds a bit strange, these questions seem to encourage employees to be lazy, slack off, and play games. So if you really have no idea, answering according to the original intention of being lazy and slacking off is better than hypocritically choosing to work overtime. This statement violates common sense and is inconsistent with the thriving status of the entire Tenda Group, but judging from the standard answers to the questions, it seems that this can indeed be understood. So when you encounter this type of question, you must remember the formula. If you can avoid overtime, don't work overtime, and remember the salted fish rule. If the leader requires, you must work overtime and report it to the end. In an emergency, you must work overtime, and you must pay enough for overtime. The work tasks are a bit heavy, so pass the buck to others in time. Enjoy the welfare benefits seriously, and don't save on snacks and coffee. When you encounter problems, ask Mr. Pei, someone will cover the bottom and wait for you to win. As long as everyone remembers the formula, it should be very hopeful to get a high score in this section. Wu Bin was dumbfounded and stunned. Your jingle is well written, and selling it for 5 yuan is not expensive. But what's wrong with your content? Misinterpretation, absolute misinterpretation. How can it be interpreted like this? How can the sacred Tenda spirit be interpreted as slacking off? Too much. Wu Bin's own interpretation of the Tenda spirit itself is based on a relatively open attitude. Everyone can have their own interpretation, and it does not mean that his own interpretation is the only standard answer. But the problem is that the analysis in this booklet is not only ridiculously wrong, but also causes a comprehensive belittlement and slander of the Tenda spirit. The key is to use it to choose the answer, and all the answers are correct. Just follow what the booklet says. Think of yourself as a salted fish who doesn't want to do anything, and then answer the questions, and the answers you choose are really all correct answers. This is very harmful. If the interpretation is wrong, and then the wrong answer is selected, the candidates will naturally realize that they have been fooled and will not believe it. But if the interpretation is wrong, but the correct answer is selected, isn't it more serious to mislead students? Wu Bin was getting a little impatient. What should he do? If this booklet really spreads, and all the new employees who join Tenda believe it, what will happen? The Tenda spirit has gone astray from the source. Can you find a way to clarify and correct it? It doesn't seem to work, because Wu Bin's own understanding of the Tenda spirit is also a one-sided and incomplete interpretation. The real Tenda spirit is with President Pei. Change the test questions? Let the correct Tenda spirit be chosen correctly and the wrong Tenda spirit be chosen incorrectly? This is too difficult. After all, the Tenda spirit test questions are all set by President Pei himself, and Wu Bin does not have the ability to change them, because they will change. But this problem is obviously very important and cannot be ignored. It must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise it will inevitably spread far and wide and cause endless harm. Wu Bin had no choice. After thinking about it, he decided to ask President Pei immediately. Only President Pei has the most correct Tenda spirit and can definitely think of the most appropriate way to deal with it. Although Wu Bin is still an examiner, he is no longer responsible for the specific invigilation. He is mainly responsible for the overall management of the entire exam. So he immediately stood up and prepared to report to President Pei. At the same time, Pei Qian was in his office, sorting out the list of the next suffering trip. You don't know until you review it. Once you review it, you'll be shocked. So many people are on the list. It would take 2 or 3 rounds to arrange all the people in Tenda. Not to mention the enemies outside like Ruan Guanjian and Xiao Liang. This list made Pei Qian very confused. Now he understood why there were always fish that slipped through the net before, because there were too many fish and the net was too small, so it was difficult to avoid leaks. The responsible persons arranged a group, but there was another group of substitutes. In addition, there were some key employees in each department who were very harmful, and none of them could be let go. Not to mention those enemies outside who thought that President Pei treated them as friends, but in fact President Pei hated them to the core. People like Ruan Guanjian, Xiao Liang, Li Shi, Lin Chang, Zhou Mian, Xue Zhibin, etc., must all be arranged in order to relieve their hatred? Of course, it is a bit difficult to arrange these people, and you can't use force, you can only rely on deception. But first of all, you have to be listed on the list, and you can't let them go at the beginning. This makes the selection of personnel for the second phase of the suffering journey difficult. Just as I was struggling, there was a knock on the door outside the office. I looked up and saw Wu Bin, who I hadn't seen for a long time and had no impression of. Wu Bin is not the head of the Human Resources Department, and he rarely has the opportunity to report directly to President Pei. He did explain the Tenda spirit to online authors on behalf of President Pei before, so Pei Qian still has an impression of him. Boss Pei, I have an emergency to report to you. Please take a look at this booklet, it's too much. Wu Bin handed the booklet to Boss Pei, and then briefly introduced the whole story. Of course, he did not mention his own interpretation of Tenda spirit. After all, it would be too stupid to show off in front of Boss Pei. It's just that the Human Resources Department, based on their understanding of the Tenda spirit, has come up with a few very simple test questions for preliminary screening. To really determine whether a person meets the Tenda spirit, it is still necessary to rely on the Tenda spirit test after the interview before entering the company. But now it is precisely this preliminary screening link that has been misinterpreted by some teaching and auxiliary institutions, which may have some consequences. Please ask Mr. Pei for instructions on how to deal with it. Pei Qian flipped through the booklet and almost laughed out loud. There is such a good thing? Who is this talent who can understand my intention so accurately? That's right, I am encouraging employees to slack off. Unfortunately, all the employees of Tenda from top to bottom don't get this point, but think that I am encouraging them to work hard. It's this talent in the teaching and auxiliary institution who understands it correctly. Sure enough, changing the environment is different. This person has not joined Tenda, has not been influenced by the environment here, and still maintains rationality and the brain circuits that a normal person should have. It is obvious that there is a big problem with your Human Resources Department's interpretation of the Tenda spirit. But Pei Qian couldn't say this openly, or he would be warned by the system. It was precisely because he couldn't say it openly that Pei Qian secretly conducted a Tenda mental test, but the result was completely unsatisfactory. Now, the external teaching assistance institution gave a great assist, and after 2 layers of misinterpretation, the brain circuits of the 2 ends magically matched. This is outrageous. Then it must not be stopped. Not only can't stop it, but also deliberately indulge it. It's better to let it flourish. It's not easy to understand the Tenda spirit, but it's a little bit correct. It can't be extinguished so easily. Pei Qian smiled slightly. There's no need to interfere too much. Tenda has a variety of interpretations. What's more, I think this booklet's understanding of the Tenda spirit is also quite correct. There are still some merits in many places. Pei Qian can't say it's completely correct, but it's okay to affirm its correctness to a certain extent. Wu Bin was shocked. President Pei's reaction was really beyond his expectations. Quite right. How can this be right? This is obviously a complete distortion of the essence of the Tenda spirit. Although doing the same thing, the core has changed from a positive and upward spirit of struggle to a sluggish spirit of slacking off. It's the most harmful. But President Pei doesn't seem to be angry at all, but very happy? Wu Bin was very confused. It seems that his understanding of the Tenda spirit has returned to the beginning again. At that time, he had just joined the company and failed the Tenda spirit test. After that, he studied and pondered carefully, and his understanding of Tenda spirit continued to improve. He thought he was on the right track. But now, he found that he seemed to not understand it again. Chapter 1290, Will Tenda spirit be updated again? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Wu Bin was silent for a while, and asked tentatively, Mr. Pei, I have some questions. You said that the statement in this booklet has certain good points. Where are they specifically? Pei Qian fell silent. This question is very good and sharp, and it immediately asked the core of the problem. I also want to tell you where its good points are, but I can't say it clearly. Pei Qian thought for a moment and asked, Then what do you think is wrong with this booklet? Wu Bin replied, I think the most important thing is the grasp of the core of Tenda spirit. If you look at these superficial details, such as these choices, it seems to be quite correct. But the interpretation of the core of Tenda spirit is too far off. In my understanding, Tenda spirit should be a spirit of striving for progress, not a spirit of indulgence. If there is a problem with the most fundamental understanding, then it will naturally lead to a completely wrong conclusion, and the final result will naturally be very different and far apart. Pei Qian said in his heart. This is exactly the result I want. Your upbeat interpretation is the one that has gone astray, okay? Pei Qian had always wanted to say before, is there something wrong with the interpretation of Tenda spirit by the people below? Now it is completely confirmed, there is indeed a problem, and the problem is very big. This is a good opportunity to correct it a little. Before, there was no such booklet, so even if Pei Qian wanted to correct it, there was no suitable opportunity. Because there are some things he cannot say too clearly, suddenly doing this will appear abrupt and arouse suspicion. Moreover, Pei Qian has not found any concrete evidence to prove that everyone's understanding of Tenda spirit has all gone astray, so naturally he has no idea where to start. But this time is a very good opportunity. Although it still cannot be said too clearly, at least this opportunity can be used to hint at it, so that everyone's understanding of Tenda spirit can be twisted in a relatively correct direction. Pei Qian asked back, is the salted fish spirit necessarily wrong? Why do you have such a prejudice against the salted fish spirit? I think there is nothing wrong with the salted fish spirit. Not only should we not oppose it, but we should vigorously promote it. Being proud of work and ashamed of pleasure, this seems to be absolutely correct on the surface, but if you think about it carefully, is it really absolutely correct? How can enjoyment become something shameful and difficult to talk about? Wu Bin, Should the spirit of salted fish be vigorously promoted? This is not right. The original meaning of salted fish is if you lose your dream, what is the difference between a person and a salted fish, which means that people must have dreams, goals, and work hard. Promoting the spirit of salted fish, wouldn't it mean that people give up their dreams and goals, stop struggling, and just get by? How could such an idea come out of Mr. Pei's mouth? Pei Qian said again, have you ever thought about why the starting point of this booklet seems wrong to you, but it finally comes to the right conclusion? Shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Pei Qian felt that this statement could not be made clearer. What it means is that the statement in this booklet also interprets the correct answer, so why don't you reflect on it? In fact, the answer you gave is a misunderstanding. Instead, the answer in the booklet is the standard answer? Reflect on it carefully. Are you thinking about things too complicated? Wu Bin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He seemed to understand a little, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't understand it at all. Mr. Pei's words seemed very philosophical and profound, making him feel that his previous thinking was too one-sided. Pei Qian asked, have you figured it out? Wu Bin was somewhat ashamed. Boss Pei, I seem to understand a little bit, I'll go back and comprehend it. Pei Qian was somewhat speechless. Well, it was a waste of effort. If you don't understand it on the spot, then what you understand afterwards will only be more wrong. In fact, I am encouraging everyone to slack off and encourage everyone not to work hard. Is this thing so difficult to understand? Don't think so complicatedly, many principles are very simple. Don't always think so high, be more down to earth, understand. Wu Bin still seemed to understand, but he had a good memory, so he wrote down everything Boss Pei said and slowly figured it out. So he nodded, okay Boss Pei, I remember it all. Pei Qian sighed silently in his heart. Alas, where did I find these funny employees? All of them have big problems with their understanding ability. I hope the divine assistance of the training institution can save it a little. Coming out of Boss Pei's office, Wu Bin felt sincerely confused. My brain waves seemed to be out of sync with Mr. Pei's again. What was going on? It must be that I still lacked understanding of the Tenda spirit. Wu Bin immediately returned to the Human Resources Department and secretly took out the manual hidden under the drawer. He looked at the content of the Tenda spirit on it, compared it with the booklet of the training institution, and combined it with what Mr. Pei said today, and reflected seriously. It has to be said that the two booklets are very close to the surface interpretation of Tenda spirit, but the interpretation of the deep connotation is very different. The Tenda spirit summarized by Wu Bin is to encourage everyone to work hard and strive hard. As for entertainment, it is just a kind of adjustment after work, and it is a rest and adjustment made to make everyone work better. But the booklet of the training institution directly understands it as slacking off and enjoying. In terms of attitude, there is an essential difference between the two. But what surprised Wu Bin was that President Pei did not deny this booklet at all, but denied Wu Bin's own opinion. What does President Pei mean? Is it really like this booklet says that President Pei actually encourages slacking off and encourages paddling? How is that possible? If President Pei is really that kind of person, how could Tenda develop to its current scale? Did I miss something? Wu Bin wrote down all the words that President Pei said and thought about it over and over again. President Pei asked, "Is the salted fish spirit necessarily wrong? Why are you prejudiced against the salted fish spirit? It is not necessarily right to be proud of work and ashamed of enjoyment. Enjoyment should not be something that people are ashamed to talk about. You also asked me why the starting point of this booklet seems wrong to me, but it has come to the right conclusion? Let me reflect on myself. I think Mr. Pei's interpretation of Tenda's spirit should be very broad and tolerant. What is said in this booklet is definitely not completely correct, but it just happened to notice the blind spot that I didn't notice before. And this blind spot is what Mr. Pei emphasized, and it is also my shortcoming. In other words, Mr. Pei affirmed the relatively novel interpretation in this booklet, and asked me not to rush to deny it, but to seriously draw nutrition from it." Wu Bin frowned and entered a state of deep thinking. When it comes to understanding Tenda spirit, Wu Bin thinks that no one in Tenda Group is more profound than him except Mr. Pei. But it is obvious that even he still has an incomplete understanding of Tenda spirit. Boss Pei said that it is not necessarily correct to be proud of work and ashamed of pleasure. So what is wrong with this sentence? If you look at these two sentences separately, of course there is nothing wrong with them. Does it mean that they should be taken together? Boss Pei is actually hinting to me that they should not be clearly opposed to each other at all? Wu Bin felt that, judging from Boss Pei's workaholic physique, Boss Pei is definitely not a person who indulges in pleasure. He should be very immersed in the state of work, working hard to develop and change one industry after another. Therefore, Boss Pei must not be a person who hates work and indulges in pleasure. Since these two sentences are correct when taken separately, it can only mean that they are wrong when taken together. And the only explanation is that the two should not be distinguished so clearly. Wu Bin suddenly thought of a point of view, which is the alienation of labor. Originally, labor should be something that can bring happiness to people. Because labor is the process of people using their intelligence and talents to create value for the whole world. Just like sculptors are carving works, painters are painting, and craftsmen are making tools. In this process, they turn raw materials into valuable works of art, condensing their intelligence and talents. After completion, they should feel a sense of accomplishment. However, for a long time, labor has become a kind of pain and a kind of exploitation. People feel not the joy of creation in labor, but physical torture and mental destruction. It is precisely because of this that people began to frequently emphasize, work itself is painful, but adults should strive to overcome this pain and should take the initiative to bear this pain. And consumerism transforms this pain into a driving force for consumption. You have worked so hard, why not buy some luxury goods to reward yourself? Thus, a perfect working people closed loop is formed. The pain caused by labor is due to the alienation of labor, and this alienation is in turn exploited, so that work and entertainment are strictly separated, While they could have been one. Wu Bin had seen this view before and thought it had some rationality, but it was hard to change the inertial thinking. Now, after careful consideration, he found that what Mr. Pei said was similar to this. This made him pay attention to this view again and put it into Mr. Pei's theory. In other words, President Pei's appreciation for this booklet is mainly because it points out the rationality of entertainment itself. Before, I divided work and entertainment into two distinct things, and regarded entertainment as a complete adjustment and help for work. In the final analysis, I still did not correctly understand the value of entertainment. But President Pei told me that entertainment is not only about pleasing the body and mind and adjusting the working state, sometimes, entertainment is labor itself. Why did the booklet have a wrong starting point but came to the right conclusion? Because it accidentally interpreted President Pei's emphasis on entertainment and raised it to a higher position. Although my direction is correct, it is precisely because it seems too correct that some equally important content is naturally ignored. In that case, there is no need to clarify the content in this booklet. After new employees join the company, as long as they combine the content of the booklet with the Tenda Spirit Manual to understand, can't they understand a more comprehensive Tenda Spirit? This booklet is wrong, but it is a typical, inspiring, and educational mistake. Wu Bin suddenly understood what Mr. Pei meant. I thought Mr. Pei was emphasizing the role of entertainment in promoting work, but now it seems that it is not the case. Mr. Pei thought more deeply. He thought that entertainment and work might be one and the same. He wanted to change the alienated state of labor and return it to its original state. Let Tenda's work no longer be a simple, painful, and consuming work, but become the most original, creative state of labor. There is no doubt that this intention has been raised to a higher level. It seems that the Tenda Spiritual Manual will be completely overturned and updated.